Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 105. Chapter 105. The Plan Begins. Dethroning the Heavens, v. It was in that moment of tranquility that everything changed. Without any warning, a colossal red barrier rose over the entire demon imperial city. Buzz. The scarlet dome formed like an artificial firmament, completely sealing off the area and preventing anyone from leaving or entering. Within the Yun family territory, everyone froze for a single second. Then, a strange mist began to spread, silent, colorless, and deadly. Ugh! Muyuro was the first to feel the effects immediately. Her face paled instantly, her body losing strength as though her bones had been drained of energy. Yun Qinghong furrowed his brows tightly, trying to stand. But it was already too late. The air entering his lungs felt heavy, contaminated. His eyes trembled. This is... Thud. Muyuro collapsed. Almost at the same instant, Yun Qinghong also lost strength in his body. The tea spilled from his cup as he fell heavily to the side. Father. Mother. Yun Che stood up abruptly, and then the world spun. A violent dizziness exploded inside his head. His heart raced. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The profound energy in his body began to slow, turn sticky, as though it was being suppressed by something invisible. But unlike the others, he did not fall. The sky poison pearl glowed in his hand. A pure emerald light burst through his veins. SSSSS. The purifying energy swept through his body like a cleansing tide. The dizziness receded instantly. The poison, or whatever it was, vanished like snow under the sun. Yun Che. Jasmine's voice exploded in his mind, rarely so alarmed. This mist. She paused for half a second. When she spoke again, there was genuine shock in her voice. It's the divine burial mist. Yun Che's pupils contracted. Divine burial. But he had no time to process it. The name alone didn't sound like anything good. He had to help his parents quickly. Whoosh. Yun Che appeared beside his parents in an instant. Mother. His hand swiftly reached for Muyuro's wrist, and he frowned slightly when he realized she was, strangely fine. Merely unconscious, nothing more, but still, something felt off, a subtle sensation that didn't match that apparent normalcy. His eyes narrowed briefly as he assessed her condition. Anyway, that could wait. First, he needed to rid his parents' bodies of the mist enveloping them. Without hesitation, Yun Che channeled the power of the sky poison pearl once more. A soft green light enveloped her body, spreading like a gentle tide of vitality. Then he turned to Yun Qinghong and repeated the process, releasing another wave of purification that swept through the surrounding air. The residual mist contaminating both their bodies was completely eradicated in mere seconds, dissipating as though it had never existed. Yun Che let out a short breath, the tension in his shoulders easing for a moment, but then his expression changed. They didn't wake up. Yun Che's chest tightened immediately. He checked again, this time even more carefully. Pulse, stable. Breathing, normal. Profound energy, present. But they were unconscious. Yun Che's expression darkened completely. It's no use. Jasmine's voice sounded low and heavy in his mind. Yun Che froze. What? Even if you purify all the poison from their bodies, it's useless. Her voice rarely carried such gravity. The divine burial mist is not an ordinary poison. In fact. She paused slightly, as though even she was evaluating the strangeness of the situation. I'm genuinely surprised that something so bizarre has appeared in this world. As far as I know, the method to refine it was lost millennia ago. Jasmine's voice cooled several degrees. In the place I come from, if word spread that someone had managed to recreate it. A brief pause, a true bloodbath would erupt just to get their hands on it. Yun Che's heart sank even further. Jasmine continued. But don't worry, it doesn't kill. In fact, it has a far more sinister effect. Anyone who inhales it will have their consciousness forcibly sealed. The body remains intact, profound energy continues to flow, breathing is unaffected, but the mind is completely suppressed. In other words, they aren't injured. They're switched off. Yun Che's fists clenched. But it's still a poison, right? Shouldn't the sky poison pearl be capable of purifying all poisons under the heavens? Thanks to it, I wasn't affected. His voice had already grown darker. Jasmine paused briefly before answering. The sky poison pearl did indeed purify the poison from their bodies. There is no longer any active toxin circulating. But the divine burial mist is insidious. the moment it is inhaled, a portion of its essence has already penetrated the victim's sea of consciousness. It directly interferes with the brain and consciousness, forcing an absolute state of sleep. Yun Che's eyes trembled. Once that happens, it isn't something simple purification can reverse. Without the specific antidote, they won't wake up. You were simply lucky that the sky poison pearl is fused with your body and that your reaction was quick enough to use it, otherwise you would have fallen unconscious too. Yun Che was deeply shaken by those words. This divine burial mist was truly terrifying. His teeth clenched hard, jaw rigid as his eyes repeatedly swept over the motionless faces of Mu Yuro and Yun Qinghong. His expression, which rarely faltered, now carried a tension difficult to conceal. "So, there's nothing we can do?" he asked, his voice low and heavy, laden with an urgency he himself hated showing. Jasmine snorted coldly in his mind. "If you have time to panic, then use it to look around." Yun Che's eyes widened, he hadn't even paid attention to his surroundings until now. "What?" Finally noticed too late. Her voice carried clear irritation. "Lift your head and look properly." Yun Che's heart jolted. He raised his gaze. And then his eyes contracted violently. That scarlet dome that had risen over the demon imperial city was not just an ordinary barrier. It was easily recognizable as a powerful profound formation. "What the hell is this?" Yun Che murmured, shock finally breaking through his expression. Jasmine's voice descended into his mind, grim. "Even I don't know exactly what it is." Yun Che froze. There were very few things in the world that Jasmine didn't know. But before he could react, she continued, each word heavier than the last. "But one thing is certain, whoever set this up," a brief pause, "is far stronger than I am in my current state." Yun Che's eyes widened. "Stronger than Jasmine. This formation isn't something you can break with brute force. Even I couldn't pass through it right now." Irritation mixed with rare seriousness in her voice. The entire space of the demon imperial city was isolated in advance. This was planned, and with extreme care. Someone targeted the demon imperial city from the very beginning. Yun Che's eyes slowly darkened. "So all we need to do," his voice came out low, "is find the one responsible." "Ha." A short, merciless laugh echoed in Yun Che's mind. Jasmine spared not the slightest trace of softness as she spoke. "You really know how to say big words without blinking, don't you?" Her voice turned cold and sharp. "If even I'm not sure I can deal with whoever set this up, what exactly does an ant like you think they can do?" Yun Che's fists clenched even tighter, veins faintly bulging on the backs of his hands. His teeth ground together, but this time he didn't retort immediately. His gaze returned to the motionless faces of Mu Yuro and Yun Qinghong. His chest tightened. When he finally spoke, his voice came out low, but firm as steel. "Even so, I have to try." Jasmine fell silent for a brief moment. Yun Che slowly stood up, the aura around his body beginning to subtly condense. "If I just stand here, they'll never wake up." His voice grew heavier. "If someone is behind this, then I'll find them. Besides, if they went to the trouble of using such a method, they probably have no interest in killing innocents and only care about their goal." His eyes narrowed, a dangerous flame igniting in their depths. Inside the sky poison pearl, Jasmine remained silent, but her eyes trembled slightly. "TCH." She clicked her tongue, her voice returning to its usual cold tone. "Even so, it's pure stupidity on your part to hope he won't try to kill you the moment he sees you." Her voice dropped even lower. "Whoever released the divine burial mist clearly has an objective. That kind of thing isn't used without reason, it's meant to act in the shadows, leaving no witnesses." A brief pause. Then came the verdict. "If he discovers that someone is still awake, it's almost certain he'll try to eliminate that person." That was all she said. In the next instant, whoosh! His body shot into the sky like an arrow loosed from a bow, slicing through the air with explosive speed as he rose above the Yun family territory. The wind roared in his ears, but his eyes remained cold and focused, fixed on the colossal scarlet formation sealing the entire demon imperial city. "Jasmine." Yun Che spoke, disregarding her words. Even if it seemed reckless, he had been through enough desperate situations to believe there was still a glimmer of hope. "Where should I go to find the person who set this up?" Inside the sky poison pearl, Jasmine let out an irritated huff. "Humph." When she spoke again, her voice carried a rare note of displeasure. "This formation is more troublesome than it looks. It doesn't just isolate space, it also numbs my senses. My spiritual sense can barely extend, and crossing this barrier is completely impossible in my current state." Yun Che's eyes narrowed slightly. Even Jasmine's spiritual sense was being suppressed. Her voice continued, cold. "I don't sense any other conscious presence in the entire city. Whoever did this was extremely meticulous." Another brief pause. Then came the conclusion. But if you want the most likely place, head to the Imperial Family Palace. Yun Che's eyes flashed. If someone had the ability to raise a formation of this level and use the divine burial mist, Jasmine said, her voice laden with cold certainty, then the main target could hardly be anywhere else. The air around Yun Che exploded. Boom. His speed surged abruptly as he launched himself toward the Imperial Family Palace, his eyes already tinged with a cold and dangerous intent. Whoosh. The wind tore around his body as he streaked across the sky in a straight line, the demon Imperial City spreading below him like a silent sea of motionless rooftops. The Imperial Family Palace was already in sight. Yun Che's eyes narrowed, and then his body passed through something invisible. Rip. For a single instant, the space around him distorted violently. Yun Che's eyes widened in shock. His body had passed outside. The scenery changed subtly. The scarlet dome that had previously covered the sky was now below him, as though he had been pushed out of the barrier sealing the city. He stopped abruptly as his entire body stiffened. His gaze, which had instantly turned cold as ice, swept forward. Why, in that instant, had an extremely cold aura appeared out of nowhere and locked onto him? He possessed the evil god's water spirit body, so he did not fear cold, but when that aura enveloped him, it instantly made him feel a soul-piercing frigid sensation. Every hair on his body stood on end. Two abyssal, demonic eyes had even been projected into his mind. He suddenly felt as though he were standing in a terrible, thick pitch-black hell. This kind of dense, extremely uncomfortable cold aura, he had never felt anything like it before. Who is it? The moment he turned, Yun Che's gaze locked onto the black figure floating in the air. Dressed entirely in black from head to toe, he was thinner and shorter than him. His long hair was as black as night and reached down to his waist. His complexion was pale, and his eyes were lifeless, without a trace of light in them. The aura emanating from his body carried a bone-marrow-chilling cold, yet Yun Che could find no trace of life in him at all, as though what floated there was not a living person, but a dead corpse. When he saw the black figure's face, Yun Che's brows twitched violently as deep astonishment appeared on his face. Fenju, Chen. The moment he finished speaking, Yun Che's voice carried a distinct note of hesitation. His outward appearance and expression were exactly the same as the Fenju Chen in his memories. However, the Fenju Chen he knew had never possessed this kind of aura. Not only that, he clearly felt an icy, bone-chilling danger from this black-robed person. With Yun Che's current realm, those who could make him feel danger possessed at least the power of early-stage monarchs, and when he had released Fenju Chen 3.5 years ago, his profound strength had only been at the spirit-profound realm. In short, not even 4 years had passed, there was no way he could possibly have reached a level strong enough to threaten him. Moreover, technically he should have been on the profound sky continent. How the hell had he arrived here? It's actually this guy. Jasmine's voice also carried the same astonishment. Yun Che. His face remained rigid, and when he spoke, whether in expression or dark eyes, there was not the slightest ripple, yet his voice carried a bone-piercing cold resentment. You're still alive, you're actually still alive. The aura surrounding Yun Che instantly grew many times colder. The moment this black-robed person opened his mouth, Yun Che was now certain, this person really was Fenju Chen. Why else would that voice, that tone, and that hatred be exactly the same as when he had released him back then? Do you know how much I hated it, how much I suffered, when I heard you had died? All these years, I even wished in my dreams that you would come back to life so I could tear you apart with my own hands. Yun Che showed no fear, he looked straight at Fenju Chen without retreating. It seems your dream has already come true. However, do you really think the current you can kill me? Before Fenju Chen could even respond, Jasmine laughed coldly in Yun Che's mind. His current profound strength level is first level of the sovereign profound realm. Combined with the special attributes of his devilish profound energy, if you fought him head-on, he would definitely have a chance to kill you. The corner of Yun Che's eyes twitched violently. You're joking, right? That year, when he had exterminated the Burning Heaven clan, the main reason he had spared only Fenju Chen was because he had saved Xiao Lingxi and his little aunt had begged him. The secondary reason was that he subconsciously believed that even if Fenju Chen lived, he would never become a threat. Back then, 1,000 Fenju Chens wouldn't have been able to even scratch him. Moreover, with his own unmatched growth speed, even if Fenju Chen's innate talent were 10 times greater, the distance between them would only widen until he was reduced to a mere ant-like existence. The bloodlines and divine powers he possessed were luxuries normal people couldn't even dream of for hundreds of generations. His master was also Jasmine, whose very existence transcended this plane. In this world, when it came to growth speed, no one should have been able to surpass him. Xia Yuanba's astonishing growth speed came from possessing the tyrannical emperor's divine veins. It was also that heaven-defying talent that made him the treasured gem of the absolute monarch sanctuary, the #1 sacred ground. Fenju Chen back then, who had only been at the spirit profound realm. How could he, in the short span of 4 years, already have become an early-stage monarch? You think I'm joking? Jasmine replied coldly. But in the next instant, her voice changed abruptly. Wait. There was a strange, heavy pause. For the first time since Yunche had known her, there was a clear trace of alarm, almost panic, in her tone. Something's wrong, this aura, no, damn it, he's about to break into the divine profound realm. Her voice suddenly became urgent. You'll die if you fight him. I need to act. The mental connection was cut off cleanly and abruptly. Yunche's eyes widened violently. He immediately tried to contact Jasmine inside the sky poison pearl, but found only silence. It was as though an invisible barrier had forcibly closed between them, completely isolating her consciousness. Recalling her last words, a cold sensation, far colder than Fen Juechen's aura, climbed up his spine, spreading through his entire body like liquid ice. His mind spun for a brief moment, not from ordinary fear, but from the fact that she had shown that reaction. If Jasmine wanted to act, it meant only one thing. His face visibly paled. In the current circumstances, he truly had no chance of victory. His fingers slowly closed on empty air, joints creaking faintly. Yet his gaze did not waver when it locked onto Fen Juechen again. On the contrary, the heavier the crushing pressure before him became, the colder his expression grew. The surrounding air seemed to have turned into pitch. Every breath felt heavy. Every heartbeat sounded too loud in his own ears. Fen Juechen remained motionless in the air, those dead eyes fixed on him like cold blades. The black aura around his body rippled slowly, as though it were alive. He smiled faintly, and it looked like the smile of a demon. A bead of cold sweat silently slid down Yunche's temple. Danger. Extreme danger. His instinct, forged through countless life-or-death situations, was screaming with an intensity he had never felt before. A/N, I have a proposal for you, gentlemen. If we reach 85-star reviews, I will post 1 extra chapter. If we reach 105-star reviews, there will be 2 extra chapters. But the main goal is something else. If we reach 300 power stones by tomorrow night, I will release 1 extra chapter, and for every additional 300 power stones, another extra chapter will be posted. I'm counting on everyone's support. Let's see how far we can go. The link is right below. See you there. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 106, The Plan Begins. Dethroning the Heavens, 6. Yunche took a deep breath, once, twice. His mind was racing at full speed, whether with Jasmine or with the certainty of victory. He needed to find a way out, he needed time. His eyes narrowed slightly, his expression returning to its usual coldness as he straightened his body in midair. Fen Juechen. His voice came out low and dripping with mockery. Before you start barking like a rabid dog, why don't you explain one thing to me? The black-clothed man's dead eyes didn't blink. Yunche continued, as though he weren't under crushing pressure. How did you get to the illusory demon realm? And was it you who released the divine burial mist? The air seemed to grow even heavier. What is your goal? Yunche finished, eyes sharp. And more importantly, how the hell did you know I was here? Silence. Then. Fen Juechen smiled even wider. The corners of his mouth slowly curved upward, yet his eyes remained dead, devoid of any living emotion. A chill crawled up Yunche's spine. None of that matters, because you're going to die. Fen Juechen's eyes and tone were incomparably dark and sinister. He raised both hands, which were shrouded in pitch-black energy and a cold, mournful aura. The air trembled, and even the light began to dim gradually as he continued, Don't worry, I won't take your life right away. First, I'll let you taste every ounce of pain and suffering I've endured over these past years. Yunche's heart sank. Fen Juechen's eyes suddenly flashed with black light, deeper than the blackest night. He pointed his arm forward, and a surge of dark energy shot straight toward Yunche's throat. The light around Yunche extinguished rapidly. Even before the cold, sinister energy drew near, it had already seeped into his bones. In either of his 2 lives, Yunche had never encountered this kind of profound energy or this kind of profound aura before. What exactly had happened to this Fen Juechen over the past few years? Yunche's arm rose, and phoenix flames ignited instantly, surging forward to meet that sinister black energy. Immediately afterward, he channeled all his profound energy into pure defense. Sealing cloud locking sun. SSSS. The colorless evil god barrier instantly became stained black. A second later, the dark energy had completely dissipated, yet, astonishingly, several fist-sized holes had appeared across its surface. The sight sent a jolt of alarm through Yunche's heart. It was obvious that this dark energy had been casually unleashed by Fen Juechen, yet it had easily pierced through his sealing cloud locking Sunday. This technique was a defensive barrier formed using the power of the evil god, when it could no longer endure an attack, it would simply collapse outright. But this time, not only did the ceiling cloud-locking sun not collapse, it had been eroded, riddled with numerous holes. That dense profound energy, it contained such terrifying corrosive power. Could this be one of the dreadful properties of the devilish profound energy Jasmine had once spoken of? The ink-like, abyss-cold black energy did not stop at the barrier's surface. The holes expanded rapidly, black cracks spread like spiderwebs across the colorless evil god's shield. Yun-Che felt panic rising in his throat. Crack! With a dry, horrifying sound, the ceiling cloud-locking sun shattered completely. Invisible fragments of profound energy scattered into the air like ashes, and the remaining black wave advanced unhindered, slamming squarely into Yun-Che's chest. Bam! The impact was brutal. Yun-Che was hurled backward like a dried leaf in a gale, his body spinning wildly in the air before crashing violently against the scarlet dome above the city, the collision making space itself tremble. All the air was brutally expelled from his lungs. Puah! A jet of blood erupted from his mouth. The pain arrived half a second later. It took him several moments to struggle onto his knees, one hand pressing against his chest, his face pale as paper. The black energy did not dissipate upon impact, it infiltrated, like living poison, corroding his profound strength from the inside out. Yun-Che could feel the profound energy circulating in his veins being devoured bit by bit, weakening him with every breath. The cold pierced straight to his bones, and his vision began to blur. But then, something strange happened. As he desperately circulated his profound strength to resist the corrosion, he realized that his profound veins were fighting back. Yun-Che clenched his teeth, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. There was still a chance. If he used everything he had. His gaze turned ferocious. Unfortunately, Fen Juechen was already moving again. His body vanished in a blur of black, and in the next instant, he reappeared directly above Yun-Che, hovering in the air like a specter of death. Yun-Che raised his head, teeth gritted. He considered summoning Honger, unleashing the full power of his sword, risking everything in one final desperate strike. But Fen Juechen was faster than any reaction he could muster. With a simple, merciless motion, his right arm descended like a blade of darkness. No flourish, no hesitation. Just a cutting black line that flashed for an instant before slicing through the air. Schlick. The sound was clean and horrible, flesh and bone parted without resistance. Yun-Che's left arm was severed at the shoulder. The limb fell to the ground with a dull thud, blood spraying in an arc while the cut was so precise that not a single drop splashed onto Fen Juechen. The pain arrived a second later, an explosive, blinding white that consumed everything. Ayayawah. Yun-Che's scream tore through the air, filled with agony and rage. His body shook violently, sweat mixing with the blood pouring from the exposed stump. His profound energy surged in panic, trying to seal the wound, but the residual black energy in the cut prevented rapid regeneration, keeping the injury open and bleeding. Before he could react again, Fen Juechen's foot slammed into his chest with crushing force. Bam! Yun-Che was kicked away like a broken doll, flying dozens of meters through the air before crashing back to the ground, rolling several times until he lay face up, his body convulsing in pain. He tried to rise, but his body refused to obey. The pain was overwhelming, blood pouring endlessly, and the black energy still coursing through his veins weakened him every second, to the point that even his extraordinary willpower could barely move his body properly. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Fen Juechen, who hovered calmly in the air, the black aura around him growing even denser. "You will pay for this." Yun-Che growled through clenched teeth, blood dripping from his chin, his voice hoarse and trembling with pure hatred. "I swear. I will kill you, even if it costs my life." Fen Juechen merely tilted his head, the dead smile still on his lips. Empty words from a dying man. With a casual flick of his left hand, a stream of black energy snaked across the ground like a living serpent, coiling around Yun-Che's severed arm lying several meters away. The limb was dragged through the air with a wet, fleshy sound, blood dripping in thick drops, until it floated before Fen Juechen's chest. He grasped it by the wrist, cold fingers squeezing the still warm skin, and stored it directly in his spatial ring without any expression. A moment later, his body vanished again. He reappeared right in front of Yun-Che, so close that his cold breath brushed against the young man's bloodied face. Yun-Che tried to retreat, but his body wouldn't respond. Before he could move a muscle, Fen Juechen's right hand descended once more, the same black blade, the same merciless, precise motion. Schlick. Yun-Che's right arm was severed at the shoulder with the same ease. The limb fell beside his body, blood spraying in twin arcs as he released a guttural, hoarse scream broken by unbearable pain. Ayahawk. Fen Juechen didn't wait. He caught the second arm in midair with the same black chain, examined it for half a second as though confirming something, then stored it in his spatial ring as well. Just as he had suspected. Because of the Samsara mirror, the sky poison pearl, and Honger were no longer literally contained within his arm. What existed there now was merely an external manifestation, a visible anchor point for something that had, in truth, already fused deeply into Yunche's very existence. In other words, even if the physical vessel was damaged or removed, the essence of both had long since merged inseparably with the trash lying before his eyes. Protagonist power, huh? Fortunately, before everything happened, he had managed to forcibly transfer both the sky poison pearl and the contract with Honger to Yunche's left arm. That was precisely why he had preserved that arm so carefully. As for the other one, he had kept it only to use it for another purpose later. The method wasn't particularly complex in theory, but in practice it demanded absolute precision. He had partially and selectively activated his cultivation technique, using it as a momentary forced subjugation mechanism. The instant the attack landed, he suppressed and refined both the pearl and the contract, severing their original connection to Yunche and rebinding them to his left arm, exactly at the spot where, in the original story timeline, both the sky poison pearl and the bond with Honger were supposed to have appeared, only for that arm to then be severed by him. It had been a somewhat risky solution, since he wasn't exactly in his original body, but under the circumstances, it had worked exactly as intended. Yunche trembled violently on the ground, both stumps cauterized by the black energy that prevented regeneration, blood pouring endlessly and forming red pools around him. His eyes were bloodshot, his vision blurred with pain and fury. Fen Juechen raised his foot and placed it on Yunche's left leg, just below the knee. Now, let the real fun begin. He pressed down slowly. The bone broke with a wet, loud crack. Then came the flesh, muscles crushed centimeter by centimeter. Yunche screamed until his throat turned hoarse, tears of pain streaming down his pale face as Fen Juechen's foot continued descending, grinding the bone into fragments, turning the leg into a shapeless mass of meat and blood. Stop. Ah. The right leg was next. The same slow, deliberate, sadistic motion. The knee snapped, then the ankle, then the bones of the foot pulverized one by one. Yunche was crying openly now, his body writhing on the ground, the stumps of his arms slapping uselessly against the floor as he screamed in pure agony. When he finished, Fen Juechen took a shining golden pill from his ring, perfectly round and flawless. He gripped Yunche's jaw forcefully, pried his mouth open, and dropped the pill down his throat, pinching his nose until he swallowed reflexively. Yunche coughed, choking, eyes wide with terror. What did you give me? The answer came in seconds. An unbearable wave of heat invaded his entire body. His bones began to crack and rearrange. His shoulders narrowed, his waist dramatically slimmed, his hips widened with a painful snap. His chest swelled, two firm, rounded breasts grew rapidly. Between his legs, his member shrank, withered, and vanished completely, replaced by female anatomy. His face softened, cheekbones rose, lips became fuller, chin more delicate. Even his hair grew several centimeters longer, turning silkier. When Yunche realized what had happened, he nearly vomited blood from rage and humiliation. His, now her, voice came out high, feminine, and sharp when she tried to scream again. No. No. This can't, Aya, my voice, my body. No. Fen Juechen watched with that dead smile, his empty eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction. He had calmly created the pill he named, Yin-Yang Conversion Pill, a perverse alchemical artifact that permanently altered the gender of whoever ingested it. But that was only the surface. The pill also completely inverted sexuality, subverting instincts, memories, and repulsions. Moreover, it implanted a visceral conditioning that made the user feel disgust and hatred toward anyone who didn't fit the new object of desire. In short, the trash before his eyes would never feel anything for women again except contempt and revulsion. And from that moment on, she, would begin to feel compulsive attraction toward men, unable to resist or even comprehend what had happened. Oh, was there really a need to be this cruel? Fuck yes, there was. He was the villain here, not by accident, but by choice, by conviction, by experience. As someone who had read the story of his past life and was now living in this world, he knew every route, every danger, every misery that piece of garbage could bring into his life. And why? Because he knew exactly who and what this trash was. He knew about the girls that Worm had raped, lives that should never have crossed his path, souls forever scarred by a monster who still had the audacity to call himself righteous. He knew how he always twisted the narrative in his favor, turning horrors into necessary sacrifices, cruelty into virtue, rape into destiny. He knew how he stripped the light from others and still had the shamelessness to call himself a hero for it. So honestly. Cruel. No. Cruelty would be pretending he deserved only death. At the very least, he felt obligated to make him suffer before killing him. Reveling in the suffering of the trash before his eyes, he spoke. You always seemed quite proud of being a man, Yunche. Of your strength, your masculinity, the way you conquered women. So the first punishment is simple, you will never be a man again. This transformation is permanent. The body you have now is yours forever. Yun-Che, now a young woman of nation-toppling beauty, with long black hair, flawless white skin, breasts heaving from shock and humiliation, looked down at the female body she no longer recognized as her own. Tears streamed down her delicate face, her body trembling with disgust and despair. "You, bastard. I'll kill you. I swear." Fen Juechen took out a second golden pill. He forced it down her throat the same way. The effect was immediate, and 1,000 times worse. Ugh! In that instant, Yun-Che felt as though she were being stabbed by tens of thousands of swords. Immense agony erupted violently from the corner of her mouth, forcing a pained groan. Her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, her vision blurring until it became a complete field of red. The indescribable pain continued, a pain no words could truly express, a pain far beyond human endurance. It went on and on. She couldn't even maintain clarity of mind, yet she could feel the evil god profound veins being crushed from the inside out, all her profound strength slowly vanishing, being devoured by the pill she had swallowed. Yun-Che screamed until her voice failed, her body convulsing violently on the ground, blood flowing from her mouth and eyes. All her cultivation, all her profound energy, all the power she had accumulated was extracted, ground down, and condensed. In the end, only a single drop of blood remained floating above her trembling body. It was the immortal blood of the evil god. That pill had essentially stripped away every legacy Yun-Che had received from him and condensed them back to their previous state, obviously including the powers of both the fire seed and water seed together. He himself had refined that pill, structuring it from the fundamental principles of his cultivation method, the path that subjugated and refined all things between heaven and earth. The result was something as audacious as it was dangerous, a creation he affectionately named, Heaven Usurpation Pill. Its only flaw was, ironically, the most frustrating: it could only steal one divine legacy at a time. Even so, that alone would be shocking enough to terrify every true god of the ancient era to death. Fortunately, having anticipated exactly this limitation, he had prudently refined 3 of them as a precaution. Fen Juechen extended his hand, and the drop of evil god blood landed in his palm. Yun-Che, now an armless young woman with crushed legs and a completely female body, stared at that drop with eyes full of hatred, pain, and absolute despair. Unable to move her body, all she could do was watch helplessly. "Give it back. That's mine. Give it back." Her feminine voice, sweet and melodious, sounded pathetic and humiliating even amid the hatred. She couldn't even move, and that scream came from the depths of her soul. She had lost everything. She had lost. Her mind simply refused to accept what had happened. Her body trembled uncontrollably on the ground, every nerve still burning with the echo of that impossible agony. Where once the overwhelming power of the evil god had flowed, now there was only a cold, cruel void. It was as though something essential had been ripped from her very existence, leaving behind only a broken shell. "Give it back, that's mine, give it back." Her voice came out broken, hoarse, and desperate. Her eyes, now clouded with involuntary tears, remained fixed on the drop of blood floating above Fen Juechen's palm. That tiny thing, it contained years of suffering, life or death gambles, impossible miracles he had seized from fate with his own hands. Fen Juechen closed his hand around the evil god blood drop and stored it in his spatial ring with a casual motion, as though putting away a worthless toy. His dead eyes descended once more to the pathetic figure on the ground. He felt nothing toward her pleading. He took out yet another identical golden pill from his ring, then gripped the delicate jaw of the new Yun-Che with brutal force, pried her mouth open, and dropped the pill down her throat, pinching her nose until she swallowed reflexively, coughing and choking. The effect was almost immediate. A wave of internal fire exploded through her veins. The divine phoenix lineage began to be torn away. Her bones cracked again, hormones plunged into complete chaos, the newly formed female body suffered a second violent hormonal transformation, breasts swelling and becoming hypersensitive, skin growing even more delicate, menstrual cycle starting instantly as a dull pain in her lower abdomen. Her brain was cruelly scrambled, all knowledge of the world ode of the phoenix evaporated like smoke. Her intelligence, already diminished by pain and shock, plummeted to a pathetic level, as though part of the genius that had made him Yun-Che had been literally excised. Even the gift the divine phoenix had given him was mercilessly taken away. She blinked, confused, tears streaming as she tried to remember something. Nothing came. Her mind faltered. Everything was crumbling like glass being ground between fingers. The harder she tried to grasp, the more it slipped through her consciousness. I. Her voice came out trembling, weak, laden with an almost childlike confusion. A dull ache pulsed in her lower abdomen, mingled with the still-living echo of the previous agony. Her entire body felt strange, wrong, as though it no longer obeyed her the same way. Every breath came uneven, and her vision trembled at the edges. Panic began to rise. In the center of her chest, the remaining essence of the phoenix condensed into a small, radiant bird of fire that floated out of her body like a soul being torn away. The bird gave one weak chirp before flying straight into Fen Juechen's open palm. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the divine heat against his skin, and stored the little bird in his spatial ring with a dead smile. Well, it seems to have worked. You must be wondering exactly how I'm stealing your divine legacies. This pill is quite unique, there are only a few of them in the world. I was fortunate enough to obtain 3, which fortunately are enough for you. According to the notes I found, the creator didn't study lineage theft very deeply, which caused the pill to have some side effects. From what I analyzed, your hormones were thrown into chaos and parts of your brain's neurons were burned in the process. Sorry about that. Well, I hope the next one doesn't leave you any worse. Without giving her time to process the horror, he took out the next pill and forced it down her throat the same way. The primordial Azure Dragon lineage was torn away next. Bone marrow and Azure Dragon soul included, everything this trash had received from the primordial Azure Dragon was ripped out. At the same time, random, deeply rooted addictions were engraved into her core. Without giving her time to process the horror, he took the next pill and forced it down her throat the same way. Stop. Ah. Her body arched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Her throat was already hoarse from screaming earlier, but the sound kept coming, broken and desperate. The primordial Azure Dragon lineage was torn away next, together with the bone marrow and Azure Dragon soul. Everything that trash had received from the primordial Azure Dragon was extracted without mercy. At the same time, random and deeply rooted addictions were engraved into her core. Ah, and no. What, you? Her voice came out broken, trembling, laden with a fear she could no longer hide. A dragon made of pure blue energy floated out of her body and flew straight to Fen Juechen's hand, which stored it without hesitation. He reached out and, with a simple tug, ripped the necklace from her neck, the samsara mirror, glowing faintly. He spun it between his fingers for a second, admiring the artifact, before storing it in his spatial ring. Finally, he took out the last pill. And this is the special gift I prepared just for you. He forced it down her throat. The effect was not physical. It was mental. Yunche's eyes widened in pure terror as the reality around her dissolved. Suddenly, she was no longer on the blood-soaked ground. She was living the life of every person she had ever killed, humiliated, or wronged. Every second of pain, every tear, every scream of despair she had caused, now belonged to her. And the worst part, she felt everything as though it were real, as though she were the victim herself. Her physical body remained on the ground, eyes open and vacant, tears streaming endlessly, mouth open in a silent scream, while her mind was tortured in an infinite loop. Fen Juechen looked at it with indifference, although a trace of relief could be seen rippling in his pupils. All that was needed now was to stage the little theater he had planned to deal with the portable Divine Master and everyone connected to the trash lying before his eyes, making sure he would be abandoned by all and suffer a fate worse than death. A/N, I have a proposal for you, gentlemen. If we reach 85-star reviews, I will post 1 extra chapter. If we reach 105-star reviews, there will be 2 extra chapters. But the main goal is something else. If we reach 300 power stones by tomorrow night, I will release 1 extra chapter, and for every additional 300 power stones, another extra chapter will be posted. If we reach 300 power stones by tonight, I will release 1 extra chapter, and for every additional 300 power stones, another extra chapter will be posted. I'm counting on everyone's support. Let's see how far we can go. The link is right below. See you there. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 107, The Plan Begins. Dethroning the Heavens, 7. A few hours earlier. The morning sun filtered through the translucent silk curtains, painting the room in soft golden tones that danced across the stone walls. The floral aroma mingled with the lingering crispness of winter still hung in the air, now intertwined with the musky, intimate scent that permeated the rumpled sheets and the space surrounding the grand bed. Ren Zu slowly opened his eyes, his body relaxed after hours of intense dual cultivation. He stretched languidly, his defined muscles giving soft pops as he extended his arms overhead, feeling every fiber of his being revitalized, as though all physical fatigue had been completely erased. He sat up on the edge of the bed, the white sheet slid down to his waist, revealing his flawless physique. His gaze descended to Feng Shuer, still asleep beside him. She lay on her side, her delicate body half covered by the thin sheet that barely concealed her perfect curves. Her long black hair spilled like a cascade of ebony across the pillow and her snow-white shoulders. Her face, which was that of a celestial fairy, now carried an expression of utter exhaustion. Ren Zu reached out and gently brushed a strand of hair from her face, his fingers grazing her soft skin with infinite tenderness. A soft smile curved his lips. He then took a deep breath and sat cross-legged at the edge of the bed, closing his eyes to examine the changes in his body after an entire night of dual cultivation. First, his profound strength had exploded upward. Had he not deliberately suppressed it, he would have already advanced at least 1 or 2 more levels thanks to the sheer volume of energy. From what he knew of the original story, Feng Shuer had been the first person to receive the complete inheritance of the Phoenix soul. In other words, it could no longer be described as something as simple as an inheritance. It would be more accurate to say that the divine Phoenix spirit had bestowed its entire being upon a human. For these divine spirits, entities that had looked down upon all other existences since ancient times, to convert the last flames of their existence into power for a pitiful human, leaving not even a trace behind, and essentially destroying every last shred of the dignity and majesty that came with being a divine spirit, that should have been impossible for an ancient divine spirit to do. Yet the ancient divine Phoenix spirit of the divine Phoenix Empire had done exactly that. Because of her unique condition, she possessed the Phoenix God body, which was an extremely ideal incubator for dual cultivation training. The vital yin of the Phoenix in particular would refine and strengthen her partner's body, bloodline, and profound strength. When combined with his own immortal jade dragon body, perfectly suited for the path of dual cultivation, the benefits both parties gained were simply astonishing. He had estimated an advance of only 2 levels because he understood very well the absurd gap between the divine path and the mortal realm. Once that threshold was crossed, every small step forward demanded a disproportionate amount of energy and comprehension. It was no longer a realm where easy leaps were possible, especially for him, who required an incomparably greater quantity than ordinary profound practitioners. Aside from his profound strength, Ren Zu felt, in the deepest core of his soul and blood, the divine Phoenix bloodline manifesting. He felt the blood coursing through his body as though it had always belonged to him. The divine Phoenix mark flashed on his forehead for a moment before vanishing. This was a surprise. He had truly received Feng Shuer's complete inheritance. It didn't take long to understand, the primordial chaos that had formed his unique body had automatically refined a portion of the essence he had taken from Feng Shuer, absorbing part of her inheritance, purifying it, strengthening it, and transforming it into something complete. He had even gained the divine Phoenix's gift of being able to be reborn after death. Naturally, he had also gained access to the Phoenix flames, which he could wield at will. And then came the memories. The memories of the divine Phoenix herself flooded Ren Zu's mind like an overwhelming river of fire and light. They were not scattered fragments or incomplete visions. Before his consciousness, the world ode of the Phoenix unfolded in its entirety. The 10 stages, from the first to the 10th and final, unrolled one after another like flaming petals revealing the core of a sun. Every circulation of energy, every transformation of Phoenix fire, every profound principle hidden within the art, everything was laid bare without the slightest reservation. The most astonishing part was that he possessed all 10 complete stages. As far as he remembered, only 7 stages existed on the blue polar star. The rest should have been in the realm of the gods, right? Then why? His thoughts wavered for a brief instant before a possibility emerged. Most likely, he had accessed the divine Phoenix's genetic memories. What an unexpected effect of his physique in this regard. With his innate genius, he comprehended all 10 stages in a single instant. The mastery bloomed so naturally that, to any observer, it would seem as though he had always been the legitimate heir of the divine Phoenix, as if that art had been created for him from the very beginning. After fully comprehending the world ode of the Phoenix, in his mind and quickly adjusting to the changes in his body, Ren Zu slowly opened his eyes. A reddish-golden gleam flashed through his black pupils before disappearing. He looked once again at Feng Shuer, who slept deeply, her chest rising and falling in serene rhythm, completely unaware of the transformation that had just occurred in the man who was now her husband in every sense. A slow, profound smile rose to his lips. "Shuer, you have no idea what a gift you gave me tonight." He leaned down and placed a light, almost reverent kiss on her forehead. "Thank you." It was then that a familiar voice echoed inside his mind. I didn't know I had such a perverted master." The tone was cold, but there was a clearly disguised irritation beneath it. Ren Zu raised an eyebrow, his lazy smile deepening as he remained seated on the edge of the bed. "Ah, so you're still here, Jiayue." Silence. Who said I was going anywhere?" Hey Jiayue's voice returned, instantly sharper than usual. "But don't think I'm watching you all the time or anything." Ren Zu's smile grew deeper, amused. Of course. Pure coincidence that you appeared right now." Shut up," she snapped, clearly annoyed. "If I didn't keep an eye on you, you'd probably have done something stupid already." He let out a low, soft chuckle through his nose. "Such a fiery temper, but thank you for worrying about me." "Who's worried about you?" "Idiot, selfish. Arrogant." The tantrum continued for a few more seconds, but the tone gradually softened, becoming quieter, almost muttering. Ren Zu could feel the subtle warmth she tried to hide behind her under a facade, that genuine concern she would never admit out loud. He took a deep breath, letting the laughter fade slowly, and reached out to brush another strand of hair from Feng Shuer's face. His voice, now calm and gentle, was heard by her. All right. Sorry for teasing you. I know you care, and I care about you too. Truly." Hey Jiayue fell silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was lower, almost shy. "Stupid master." Ren Zu didn't reply. He rose slowly, his movements far too calm for someone who had seemed so relaxed just moments earlier. The sheet slipped from his body and fell silently to the floor, abandoned without a second thought. In the same instant, dark robes emerged from his spatial ring, as though they had been waiting for that exact moment. He dressed without haste. The fabric adjusted itself perfectly to his tall, imposing figure, molding to his body as though tailored for him alone. Every fold settled flawlessly, every line reinforcing the cold presence that naturally emanated from him. It took only a few seconds. The relaxed, sated men of minutes ago simply ceased to exist. In his place remained his usual posture, erect, controlled, dangerously composed. The black eyes lost every trace of languor, now they were deep and sharp, carrying a silent determination so heavy it seemed capable of making even the heavens hesitate. He walked to the large stone window and drew back the translucent curtain with a simple gesture. In the distance, the frozen cloud Asgard rose majestically among the snow-covered peaks, enveloped by icy winds that swirled like invisible blades. The morning sun reflected off the eternal ice walls, making the palace look like a celestial jewel. Ren Zu narrowed his eyes. "It's time." His voice came out low and firm. Yet inside his chest, something tightened, a rare, almost imperceptible nervousness he seldom allowed himself to feel. All the planning, all the preparations, every piece he had moved behind the scenes, everything converged on this moment. He was finally going to eliminate his greatest obstacle in this world. He Jiayuan noticed his nervousness immediately. "Are you okay?" The question came softly, without her usual huffiness. Only genuine concern. Ren Zu closed his eyes for a second, breathing slowly, letting the nervousness settle. "I'm fine." A short pause. When he opened his eyes again, the gaze was cold, deep, and implacable. "Today, it all ends." He returned to the edge of the bed. For a long moment, he simply watched Feng Shuer sleep. Her chest rose and fell in serene rhythm, her face relaxed and innocent. His hand extended. His fingers brushed her cheek with a tenderness that violently contrasted with his earlier coldness, a light, almost reverent caress, tucking another strand of hair behind her ear. After that, he sat cross-legged beside her and closed his eyes, preparing to take possession of Fen Juechen's body and deal with the trash once and for all. Before the full transfer, his voice echoed softly to He Jiayue. "Jiayue. Take care of my body." Absolute silence for an instant. As if you needed to ask. She murmured at last, quieter than usual. "Just, don't take too long." And then Ren Zu took possession of Fen Juechen's body, taking the first concrete step in his plans to dethrone the heavens of that world. Without wasting time, he began to act. He raised an extremely high-level profound formation that expanded until it completely enveloped the illusory demon imperial city, sealing the space and isolating the area with absolute perfection. Next, he released the divine burial mist, spreading it silently throughout the city. The effect was immediate. One by one, everyone fell unconscious, exactly as he had predicted. The divine burial mist had been refined by him long ago and kept hidden in a secure location within the illusory demon realm for use at this very moment. Now, controlling Fen Juechen's body, all he needed to do was retrieve it at the right time. After completing the preparations, Ren Zu moved without the slightest hesitation. With a single spatial shift, he pulled Yunche directly in front of him, as though dragging a pre-marked piece across the board. In the next instant, his posture, expression, and even the ripple of his aura changed subtly. The imitation of Fen Juechen became flawless, leaving no perceptible gaps. Before any interference could arise, he sealed the inner space of the heaven's poison pearl, completely isolating Jasmine. For someone at the peak of spatial manipulation, that was a trivial task. Even so, he deliberately left a narrow slit of perception open, not to help her, but so she could watch what was about to happen from the outside. Even while she was guarded inside the spatial ring possessed by Fen Juechen, space was nothing more than a toy in his hands. Doing something like that was easy. The rest was carried out with ruthless efficiency. In mere moments, Yunche was reduced to a wretched state, limbs severed, legs crushed, body on the verge of collapse. The pills were forced down his throat at the precise moment, keeping him trapped in that cruel threshold between life and death, conscious enough not to escape, alive enough to still be useful. With the target fully suppressed, Ren Zu began extracting, one by one, the legacies and treasures tied to him, moving with the precision of someone who had planned every step long before this encounter. Only after finishing everything did he minimally relax his focus. His main consciousness returned to his original body, while a carefully controlled fragment remained sustaining control over Fen Juechen's body. He had avoided splitting his attention earlier for one simple reason: in that critical moment, even the slightest dispersion would have been an unnecessary risk. He was not the type to allow variables when victory was already within reach. While making Fen Juechen fall to his knees and controlling the body to weep with relief and murmur that he had finally taken revenge. Ren Zu slowly opened his eyes. For the first time in a very long while, a genuine smile curved his perfect lips. It was not the calculated smile, nor the sarcastic one, nor even the loving one that only his wives could draw from him. It was simply relieved. For 2 years that presence had been a shadow clinging to his mind, an irritating, persistent obsession, like a thorn embedded too deeply to ignore. No matter how many plans he set in motion, a part of his consciousness had always remained tense and vigilant. But now that everything had ended so decisively, the weight he had carried for years, the constant tension of plotting against the creator of that world, of moving invisible pieces in the shadows, simply seemed to dissolve in that instant. His shoulders visibly relaxed. The previously rigid, imposing posture softened, and even his breathing became lighter, as though he were finally releasing a breath held for decades. He was free. And, for the first time in a very long time, his mind knew peace. As for the fact that the ancestral goddess had not interfered in all of this, at present, she no longer possessed enough power to interfere directly in events. Even so, her nature remained absolute, her power was connected to the entire primordial chaos, and in truth, primordial chaos itself was the source of her existence. As long as it existed, she could never be truly destroyed. More than someone born from primordial chaos, it would be more accurate to say that she was the very consciousness of primordial chaos. Over the passing eras, that consciousness matured until it became a complete life form endowed with supreme intelligence. It was she who created the primordial language, established the system of profound energy circulation and storage, and opened the path for future generations to cultivate profound energy. She was also the creator of the profound arts capable of maximizing the potential of living beings. However, as the only conscious existence within primordial chaos, what accompanied her was an eternal, unchangeable loneliness. All the vital energy of primordial chaos had originally been concentrated in her. As long as she continued to exist in that form, no other being could be born. Thus, after only 10 million years of existence, a mere blink on her scale, she made the decision to voluntarily dissipate, scattering her essence throughout the entire primordial chaos dimension and finally allowing life to flourish. That act marked the true beginning of the era of the gods. Before disappearing, however, the ancestral goddess left meticulous preparations. She deposited part of her memories into 8 fragments of life, which were scattered throughout primordial chaos along with her dissolution. 4 of those fragments fell into the northern primordial chaos and eventually gave rise to the 4 great devil emperors, supreme ancestors of the demon race. The other 4 fell into the southern primordial chaos, becoming the origin of the 4 creation gods, primordial leaders of the divine race. Countless eras later, upon realizing that the abyss of nothingness was spiraling out of control and threatening to destroy all of primordial chaos, she made another extreme decision, to resurrect through the cycle of reincarnation. Her plan was to accumulate power across successive lives until she forged the ancestral sacred body, a process that would require exactly 1,000 complete cycles. During the first 999 reincarnations, she retained the ancestral will and her memories, ensuring the process proceeded correctly. However, in the 1000th reincarnation, the rule changed. She had to undergo a true reincarnation, forgetting everything. That 1000th incarnation is Xiaolingxi. When the cycle of 1,000 lives was complete, her powers, body, and memories would awaken upon Xiaolingxi's death, although, under certain circumstances, that fate could still be altered before the final moment. Of course, all of this planning somehow involved Yunqi, but she no longer had the power to interfere directly. All she could do was force destiny towards certain luck-related events that would allow him to survive somehow and always grow stronger. Something she undoubtedly attempted, but he had taken every possible precaution and avoided killing him outright so the timeline would not collapse or something similar. What did he do? In practice, he had already taken every conceivable precaution even before acting. From completely isolating the blue polar star by raising a barrier that prevented any external interference, especially from possible unexpected allies of Jasmine who might appear and put him in a crossfire, to directly suppressing Fen Juechen's consciousness to the maximum, he left no loose ends. He was unwilling to risk Fen Juechen regaining lucidity at the critical moment, remembering Xiaolingxi, and hesitating to attack Yunqi. To him, any emotional variable was simply another potential flaw in the plan. In other words, he made every preparation imaginable to ensure his plan succeeded. His excessive caution saved him from failure. With everything prepared, he immediately attacked with full force and speed to neutralize any possibility of Yunqi retaliating. Being able to borrow the strength of his original body made it quite easy, everything worked perfectly. Now he could continue his life without worries. He only needed to put on a small show and then move forward. That was why he smiled so genuinely. The smile deepened as he felt the subtle movement beside him. Feng Shuai awoke slowly, like a flower opening to the first ray of sunlight after a long stormy night. Her long lashes trembled before lifting, revealing deep, crystalline blue eyes that seemed to contain entire oceans. For a moment she blinked in confusion, still half lost between sleep and reality, her face adorably puffy from sleeping deeply after absolute exhaustion. Then she saw him. and the entire world seemed to stop. Husband. Her voice came out small, sweet, shy, exactly as it had been before that night. There was no mature embarrassment, no acquired sensuality, not even a trace of adult awkwardness. Only the same pure, childish, infatuated Feng Shui who had once looked at him with shining eyes. She still gazed at him with that crystalline innocence, as though nothing had changed. Was as if, for her, everything that had happened had simply been another way of showing how much she loved him. Just like with Xia Qingyue, he was now spiritually linked to her, able to sense her location and clearly perceive the fluctuations of her emotions. From what he could tell, she had successfully almost forgotten her big brother Yun. Even so, she must have felt strange whenever she thought of him or any other man, an instinctive revulsion rising in her heart. Ren Zu leaned down slowly, propping himself on one arm beside her head, the other gently sliding along her flushed cheek. "Good morning, Shui." His voice came out low, affectionate, almost a whisper. Her eyes widened a little more, then curved into happy half-moons. A shy, radiant smile lit up her entire face, making her cheeks even rosier. "Husband, you're already awake." She stretched her slender arms toward him, her jade-like fingers trembling slightly from sleep and happiness. She didn't even seem to care about covering herself and simply opened her arms like a child wanting to be held, without the slightest trace of shame or adult mischief. "Hug." Ren Zu chuckled softly, the deep, warm sound filled the quiet room. He lay down beside her again, pulling her into his chest with one strong yet gentle arm. Her small, warm body fit perfectly against his, as though it had been molded for that exact place. She buried her face in his neck, inhaling deeply the familiar scent, and let out a long, contented sigh. "You're so warm, and you smell nice." She murmured against his skin, her voice muffled and sleepy. Ren Zu pulled back slightly from the embrace and cupped her face with both hands, his thumbs gently caressing her rosy cheeks. His black eyes, still carrying the cold determination buried deep in his soul, softened as he looked at her. "Unfortunately, Shui, we'll have to return to the illusory demon realm in a few minutes. Something urgent came up that I need to take care of." The words came out low, almost reluctant. He saw the light in her blue eyes flicker for an instant. Feng Shui blinked, the innocent smile trembled slightly on her lips. She glanced toward the window, where snowflakes still danced lazily against the glass, as if they wanted to stay there with them forever. "Already. But, the snow. I wanted to watch it fall a little longer." Her voice came out small, almost childish, carrying a sweet, genuine sadness. Her slender fingers tightened lightly on his clothes, as though she could hold him there. "It's so beautiful here, so quiet, it feels like a dream." She lowered her gaze, long lashes shadowing her cheeks, but she didn't complain. She only nodded, obedient as always, her pure heart allowing not even a hint of tantrum or demand. "But, if husband needs to go, then I'll go with you." "Wherever you go, I'll go." Ren Zu smiled again. "Then let's go pick up Qingyue and we can leave. A/N, I have a proposal for you, everyone." Direct hit. The first goal has been successfully reached, 300 power stones have already been collected. Congratulations to everyone who participated, thanks to you, here's the chapter 1 promised, I hope you enjoyed it. Party popper. Now, the next goal is 600 power stones. But I'll have to be a little cruel, the valid milestone is by the end of tonight. If we reach it, another extra chapter will be released immediately. And to recap the overall goals. 85-star reviews 1 extra chapter. 105-star reviews 2 extra chapters. 300 power stones, by tonight, 1 extra chapter, completed. Every additional 300 power stones 1 more extra chapter. I'm counting on everyone's support. Let's see how far we can go. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Villain's Theater. Painting the events in his favor. 1. Jasmine raised her small, delicate hands, and a profound energy exploded around her like a storm. The heavenly poison pearl trembled violently as layers of the spatial seal ignited, resisting her force. She gathered everything into a single attack, the most powerful one she could unleash at that moment, and struck the barrier with all the strength she still had left. Bam. The space inside the heavenly poison pearl shook as if it had been struck by a divine hammer. But the barrier did not crack. Not even a scratch. The profound energy she had mobilized dissipated into useless sparks. She fell to her knees in the void, gasping for breath, her face as pale as melted wax. Cold beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. That damned absolute god-slaying poison. Anyone poisoned by it could not use their full strength, or the poison would react violently. The more power one mobilized, the more devastating the backlash would be, and that was exactly what had just happened. In that instant, the poison unleashed an overwhelming reaction within her spiritual body, consuming, all at once, several months of careful purification. Even though she was inside the heavenly poison pearl, which helped contain the poison and purify it, preventing her from suffering truly mortal agony. It was still excruciatingly painful. Even so, she tried again. And again. And again. Each strike was weaker than the previous one. Until finally, she simply stopped, her hands falling limply at her sides. If she continued, the residual poison would consume her from the inside out. It was her limit. Her face was morbidly pale at that moment. So she could only watch helplessly at everything happening outside. Her small body trembled with fury and powerlessness as she floated, her blood-red hair rippled around her as though submerged in invisible water. The murderous intent radiating from her was so dense that the very space inside the pearl seemed to bend. If she could get out now, if she could touch Fen Juechen even for a single second, she would burn him to ashes. Not because Yunche was good or deserved salvation, but because, despite everything, despite being an incorrigible pervert, despite being selfish, despite often being unbearable, he was still her disciple. And because, somewhere very deep in the heart she had always denied possessing, he reminded her of her older brother, the one who had ended up dying. She didn't want to feel that pain again. The opponent gave Yunche no time at all to think or react. First came the severing of his left arm. She saw the blood spray in a perfect arc. She heard Yunche's guttural scream tear through the air. Her tiny fists clenched so hard that her nails dug into her palms, but no sound escaped her, only a faint, trembling, almost inaudible sigh. No. Then came the second arm. She bit her lip hard as the nightmare continued before her eyes, as Fen Juechen slowly crushed his legs, like someone crushing an insect. She watched as the first golden pill was forced down his throat, as Yunche's body convulsed, changed, became a woman, as every single divine legacy of her disciple was ripped away, even the evil god legacy that she herself had bestowed upon him. Jasmine's stomach churned. "You idiot, you complete idiot," she murmured, her voice trembling. Why did you let him live back then? Why didn't you kill him when you had the chance? Why do you always have to be so stupid? The tears finally escaped, tracing shining lines down her pale face. What could she do in that situation? Her mind was completely lost as countless questions raced through it and chaotic emotions overwhelmed her heart. But she quickly snapped out of her stupor when the space in front of Fen Juechen rippled. A man appeared. He wore dark robes that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. The figure was tall, imposing, and elegant in an almost unreal way. His black hair fell loose all the way down his back, framing a face of transcendental beauty, as if the gods themselves had sculpted every feature with the sole purpose of achieving absolute perfection. He looked like an immortal descended directly from the heavens, features flawless as celestial jade, eyes deep as a starry abyss, and a chilling presence that crushed the soul. It wasn't merely beauty, it was a perfection that made even her heart waver for a dangerously long instant. Jasmine felt the air catch in her throat. Her mind went completely blank at the sight of such a beautiful man. And then he moved casually, as though swatting away a fly. His right hand rose in a lazy, almost careless gesture, and struck Fen Juechen square in the center of the chest. There was no sound of impact. No explosion. Just a dry crack. Fen Juechen flew backward as though he had been hit by an entire planet. His body collided against the spatial barrier he himself had raised, shattering it like fragile glass. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he slid downward, falling to his knees, chest caved in, his dead eyes finally showing something, pure shock. He tried to speak. He couldn't. The beautiful immortal didn't even glance at him. His deep black eyes turned directly toward Yunche, or rather, toward the broken young woman on the ground. He walked toward her in slow steps, golden stars shining in the open palm of his right hand. The golden light enveloped Yunche's mutilated body. The stumps of his arms began to bubble with flesh and bone regenerating in real time, muscles, tendons, skin, everything reconstructed in seconds. The crushed legs reformed, bones realigning with soft cracks, flesh returning to its place as though time itself were being rewound. Jasmine felt her heart stop. Impossible. What kind of profound art was that? She recognized that it belonged to the profound element of light, but she had never heard of a profound art so heaven-defying that it could heal anyone to perfect condition in an instant. After doing so, the immortal turned. His black eyes met Fen Juechen, who was struggling to rise, coughing blood, body trembling. The murderous intent emanating from the immortal was so dense, so absolute, that even the surrounding space seemed to bend and scream. His gaze descended upon Fen Juechen. When he spoke, his voice was low, cold, and utterly authoritative. "Who are you?" The silence became suffocating. He took a step forward, and the very space seemed to sink beneath his feet. "And how dare you do this in my territory?" His hand fell onto Fen Juechen's shoulder. The crack that followed was grotesque. Fen Juechen's scream came out distorted and bestial as his body shook violently, as though not only his shoulder but his very soul was being crushed. Amid spasms of pain, he finally broke. I came for revenge, against that trash. Yun-Che, he destroyed everything I had. I just wanted to make him suffer. The immortal frowned. A deep scowl marred his perfect face. Revenge. He repeated calmly, while an expression of disgust appeared on his beautiful face. And why involve the innocent? Using that divine burial mist. Though it is not fatal, you plan to leave all my subjects, foster parents, and wife unconscious. Just for desiring that, you are condemned to die by my hand. But before that, you must have the antidote, correct? If you do and I don't need to refine it, I will grant you a swift death. Without saying anything more, Fen Juechen's spatial ring flew straight into his palm. He opened the ring with a thought. Several objects floated out: Yun-Che's severed arms, the azure primordial dragon legacy, the divine phoenix legacy, the evil god's immortal blood, the samsara mirror, and a small vial of silvery liquid. The antidote to the divine burial mist. The immortal did not hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, the vial was hurled with overwhelming force. The dome covering the illusory demon imperial city exploded like glass under divine impact, spatial fragments scattering in all directions. Jasmine's eyes widened completely. With her current strength, she hadn't even been able to scratch that barrier, and he shattered it like paper. When the vial struck the ground, a mist spread instantly across the entire city. A silver mist spread instantly, covering the whole illusory demon imperial city. At the same time, she felt all the city's inhabitants awakening. Familiar presences quickly appeared in her perception: Yun-Che's parents, and beside them, Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer. Jasmine had no time to process it. The man turned his attention back to the spatial ring, making Yun-Che's arms float out. But in that very instant, a faint glow lit up in his hand. Her pupils contracted to their limit. Another heavenly poison pearl. Before any thought could form, Yun-Che's pearl was violently pulled and merged with the man's in a single flash. They fused. In the instant of fusion, Jasmine felt an overwhelming wave sweep through her soul. The heavenly profound treasure had changed masters. It had completely acknowledged the immortal as its legitimate owner. And worse, she felt the spiritual bond forming. Exactly as it had when she first met Yun-Che and used his blood to establish that bond. This meant, if he died, she would die too. Her heart sank even further when she realized another change. The barrier sealing the heavenly poison pearl's dimension had been broken during the process, or more precisely, transformed. It was no longer an absolute prison. Now it seemed more like a lock preventing her from leaving without the new master's permission. She only noticed the difference because her spiritual sense, with extreme sensitivity, detected the subtle alteration in the seal's structure. It made sense. After all, the immortal had become the master of the heavenly treasure in a far more complete way than her former disciple. But that wasn't all. Jasmine turned toward Honger, who slept peacefully on the bed Yun-Che had given her. Even while asleep, it was possible to see a seal forming on her body, exactly in the same place where it had appeared when she first formed the contract with Yun-Che. Only this time. The contract Jasmine had always believed unbreakable was being undone. And in its place, a new bond, far more complex and profound, was being sealed with the immortal. At the same time, the samsara mirror that Fen Juechen had stolen floated by itself to the immortal's neck. The necklace wrapped itself there on its own, as though recognizing its true owner. The man tried to remove it, but the mirror did not budge. He frowned. But he had no time to even speak, because next the azure primordial dragon legacy, the divine phoenix legacy, and the evil god's immortal blood were all drawn into his body and fused. Jasmine's eyes widened as she watched the absurdity unfold before her. Earlier, when Fen Juechen revealed pills capable of stealing divine legacies, she had already been deeply incredulous. Still, her concern for Yun-Che had prevailed in her shaken heart. But now, all of Yun-Che's legacies were being drawn to that immortal. Why? How was this happening? Jasmine felt her heart sink. In all her existence, with all the knowledge and experience she possessed, she had never seen, nor even heard of, anything like this. It was as though all of Yun-Che's luck, every opportunity the fate had granted him, was now being stripped away. As though destiny itself had changed hands, and chosen someone it deemed more qualified. But it still wasn't over. In that instant, because of the forced fusion of all those divine legacies, the immortal was compelled to fall unconscious. Yet before he could touch the ground, the little demon empress appeared and gently caught him. Meanwhile, Fen Juechen seized the opportunity to grab the fallen spatial ring, and fled quickly. The little demon empress cast a gaze filled with hatred at the retreating man and even considered pursuing him. However, when she lowered her eyes to the immortal in her arms, her cold pupils wavered: concern, genuine affection, and love. It was a look Jasmine had never seen before on the ruler of the illusory demon realm. Though she had met her only a few times, Jasmine was absolutely certain that look could only be directed at Ren Zu, her supposed husband. The supreme genius of profound energy in the history of the illusory demon realm. The #1 doctor under the heavens. The one who had reached the divine profound realm and who, above all, possessed absolute beauty. He truly lived up to his reputation, beautiful like a true immortal. Deep down, Jasmine firmly believed he could even be compared to the woman who killed her brother and who was considered the most beautiful in the entire primordial chaos. She shook her head, forcing herself to push those chaotic thoughts away. What mattered now was one single thing. What was she going to do in the face of this absurd situation? A/N, I have a proposal for you, everyone. Direct hit. The first goal has been successfully reached, 300 power stones have already been collected. Congratulations to everyone who participated, thanks to you, here's the chapter 1 promised, I hope you enjoyed it. Party popper. Now, the next goal is 600 power stones. But I'll have to be a little cruel, the valid milestone is by the end of tonight. If we reach it, another extra chapter will be released immediately. And to recap the overall goals. 85-star reviews 1 extra chapter. 105-star reviews 2 extra chapters. 300 power stones, by tonight, 1 extra chapter, completed. 600 power stones, by tonight, 1 extra chapter, completed. Every additional 300 power stones 1 more extra chapter. I'm counting on everyone's support. Let's see how far we can go. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Villain's Theater. Painting the events in his favor. 2. Fen Juechen regained consciousness with a violent start, as if he had been torn from one nightmare only to be thrown into an even worse one. The cold mountain air sliced through his lungs. He was lying on his back on uneven stone, the gray sky spinning above him. This place. He recognized it immediately, it was a mountain he used to train on during his time in the floating cloud city. Which meant, he had returned to the profound sky continent. What was going on? What happened? Confusion hit him like an icy wave. The last thing he remembered was Yun-Che. The hatred. The revenge, he was finally going to kill him. He had been in the illusory demon realm, waiting for his master's orders to fulfill that desire, and then, darkness. He blinked several times, trying to piece the fragments together. His heart raced. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. It was then that the voice echoed inside his mind, deep, ancient, laced with cold satisfaction. Congratulations, my disciple. You have finally taken your revenge. Fen Juechen froze. Master. He instinctively looked forward. And there he was. Yun-Che, or what remained of him, lay a few meters away, face down on the cold stone. The body was mutilated beyond recognition, arms gone, legs crushed into bloody pulp, the bare torso covered in deep purple and black bruises, dried blood pooling around him. His face was deathly pale, eyes closed, breathing shallow and irregular. He looked on the verge of death, yet still alive. Still suffering. Fen Juechen's stomach churned. I did this. The master's voice came again, patient, almost paternal. In truth, one of that trash's allies sensed your killing intent and your profound strength and decided to interfere. I had to take control of your body for a moment to protect you, and I seized the opportunity to leave that trash in this state. He tried to escape with the help of that ally when the two realized they were no match for me. But then another ally arrived to assist him. That greatly complicated matters, since your body is incapable of withstanding my full power. In short, I had to teleport you away from there to the profound sky continent. Fortunately, I was able to bring that trash along as well. The rest I leave to you. Fen Juechen blinked slowly. Then, as if a dam had burst inside him, tears began to fall. He dropped to his knees before Yun-Che's broken body, shoulders trembling. Thick tears streamed down his face, dripping onto the stone. Master. His voice came out hoarse, broken, carrying an emotion he rarely allowed himself to feel. Thank you. He bowed until his forehead touched the cold ground, trembling hands gripping the stone until his knuckles turned white. Thank you, for giving me this chance, for letting me finish this. I will never forget what you have done for me. The tears continued to fall, mingling with Yun-Che's dried blood. Master. I will end him. Now. Once and for all. He raised his face, his bloodshot eyes burned with fanatical determination. He will suffer, more than I ever suffered. More than anyone has ever suffered. Fen Juechen slowly stood up and approached the prone body. Yun-Che did not move. Fen Juechen stopped a few steps away from Yun-Che's broken form. His bloodshot red eyes fixed on the mutilated figure. He tilted his head, as though appraising an unfinished work of art. I thought of many ways to kill you, Yun-Che. His voice came out low, hoarse, almost a venomous whisper. I thought of burning you alive with flames until your skin melted layer by layer. I thought of stripping away your profound strength drop by drop, leaving you as empty as a dried husk. I thought of hanging you by your tendons on the walls of the Blue Wind Imperial Palace so everyone could watch the great hero slowly fall apart. He took a step forward. The sound of boots crushing cold stone echoed in the mountain silence. But none of that would be enough. Fen Juechen slowly crouched beside the body. His trembling fingers touched Yun Che's face. You took everything from me. My family. My dignity. My name. My life. You turned me into the monster I am now, and still had the audacity to live as though you were a hero. He laughed, a dry, broken sound filled with pure hatred. Words are not enough. Pain is not enough. Humiliation is not enough. His eyes blazed with a madness even the master inside him had not expected to see so raw. Only one thing can truly satisfy me. That is to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Only then can the pain in my heart be quenched. Without another word, he opened his mouth, ordinary human teeth, yet the intent was beastly. And he bit down. His teeth sank into Yun Che's chest, just above the heart. The sound was wet, grotesque, flesh-tearing, bone-cracking. Hot blood gushed into his mouth. Yun Che's eyes snapped open, a hoarse, feeble scream escaped his ruined throat. Fen Juechen did not stop. He tore deeper, ripping chunks of flesh with his teeth, chewing slowly, deliberately. Blood ran down his chin, dripping onto the stone. He swallowed each piece as though drinking his own revenge. When he reached the heart, still feebly beating, he thrust his hand into the open hole in the chest, fingers closing around the warm, pulsing organ. With a brutal yank, he tore out the heart. He brought it to his mouth. He bit. Blood trickled from the corners of his lips as he chewed, eyes closed in sick ecstasy. Each bite was slow, savored. Each swallow of blood was a hymn of hatred finally sated. When he finished, the heart was gone. He stepped back from the corpse, face and hands drenched in vivid red. Yun Che's body lay open, the gaping hole in his chest exposed, lifeless eyes staring blankly at the gray sky. Fen Juechen stood, breathing heavily. Tears still streamed down his face, but now they were tears of relief. It's over. He murmured, voice hoarse, it's really over. He looked up at the sky. Master. I did it. Silence in his mind. Then the deep voice answered, low and satisfied. Yes, my disciple. You did. Fen Juechen fell to his knees again, this time not from pain, but from absolute emotional exhaustion. Thank you, for everything. He closed his eyes. And for the first time in years, he felt something close to peace. The cold mountain wind blew, carrying the metallic scent of blood away. Yun Che was dead. And he, at last, was free. On the other hand, Ren Zu almost felt a trace of pity, and even a faint lament, upon seeing Fen Juechen truly believe he had finally fulfilled his revenge. For a brief instant, he almost felt tempted to hand over the real Yun Che so that this vengeance could actually be carried out. Even he had not imagined that Fen Juechen's hatred ran so deep that he would want to eat Yun Che's flesh and drink his blood. What kind of pain did a person need to carry in their heart to reach such an extreme? He could not quantify it, but he knew it had to be something unbearable. And yet, there had been people in his previous life who actually liked that trash. Well, perhaps they were the same type of people who idolize criminals just because they're attractive. He remembered a few such cases from his past life, anyway. The entire situation had, obviously, been orchestrated by him. After retrieving Xia Qingyue along with Feng Shuer, he quickly teleported with both of them to the illusory demon realm. There, he perfectly played his role upon finding his unconscious adoptive parents, immediately showing deep concern. Without wasting time, he asked the two girls to look after them while he resolved the situation. With convincingly urgent tones, he explained that the divine burial mist had been used to render everyone unconscious and that whoever deployed it most likely possessed the antidote. Thus, he hurriedly departed, seemingly in desperate haste, all to find the cure. He then staged a flawless performance, and the audience included a planet-destroying lowly, a portable divine master. Nothing could be allowed to fail. To ensure that, he manipulated Fen Juechen flawlessly and, using his original body, staged the entire confrontation. He even released a carefully measured fraction of his killing intent to make everything more convincing. After nearly killing him, he found the antidote to the divine burial mist inside his spatial ring and used it. Then he casually shattered the barrier isolating the illusory demon Imperial City. Right afterward, he subtly activated his cultivation method, drawing in and refining all the divine legacies that Yun Che had lost, along with the heavenly profound treasures. Including, of course, hunger. For that, he had to break the previous contract and forge a new bond with himself as master. Fortunately, the process also completely erased her memories related to Yun Che and Jasmine. When hunger awoke, it would be as though she had never known either of them, as though she had been inside the primordial profound arc from the very beginning. But that was not entirely his fault. The situation was a direct result of the contract breach. He didn't know exactly what mechanism had been triggered, and very likely no one knew that particular side effect even existed. After all, that bond should never have been breakable. It only became possible because of his extremely domineering cultivation method. And at that moment, he was beginning to believe that, even if that had been the only thing he gained at the start of his journey, he could still become the strongest existence in that world with relative ease. It's worth noting that he also managed to obtain the primordial profound Arkansas. Though it was nearly useless to someone who already possessed complete mastery of spatial laws, it could still prove useful at some point. After absorbing all the divine legacies through his cultivation method, as well as the heavenly profound treasures, making them his eternal and absolute master, he precisely calculated the perfect moment to fall unconscious. It was exactly when the little demon empress advanced toward him. At that instant, he deliberately severed his own senses, focusing entirely on refining his gains, and, behind the scenes, completing the entire performance involving Fenjuechen. He had complete trust in his wife to protect him. Moreover, he still had his own portable divine master who had bonded with him the same way she had with Yun-Che and the Queen, as extra layers of security. There was no reason to worry. For a moment, an almost amused thought crossed his mind. Should he perhaps release a manual titled, How to Completely Deceive a Portable Divine Master? To him, everything had been far too easy. Of course, this was a special case. He possessed every single element needed to execute the plan to perfection: flawless acting, an enemy consumed by hatred toward Yun-Che to manipulate and guide onto the right path, extraordinarily powerful methods, and an intellect more terrifying than anything under the heavens. Thanks to the extraordinary reputation he had built in the illusory demon realm, combined with the entire performance, to the eyes of everyone, the story was simple: he was the hero who defeated the enemy that had attacked them all, and who even saved his own brother. Or would it be sister? As for Yun-Che's supposed recovery, the truth was quite different. It was simply impossible to restore lost arm and leg function in that condition, not after the precise and deliberate damage he himself had ensured. What he returned was only the appearance. In practice, Yun-Che would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. And that wasn't even the cruelest part. To ensure there would be no miraculous comeback. While using his profound art to heal Yun-Che, he secretly activated his cultivation method, a technique capable of subduing and refining all things between heaven and earth, this time combined with the primordial chaos contained within his unique physique. That physique, the immortal jade dragon physique, had been forged using the world prime liquid as a catalyst. Since then, the primordial chaos within him had become far more evident, though that detail was not the most important at the moment. Even in diluted form, the world prime liquid came from an immeasurably more powerful universe than the current one and shared the same origin as the ancestral goddess. In other words, his current existence shared the same origin as the creator of that universe, and thus he was capable of assimilating powers derived from her. Using that foundation as a magnet, he executed the decisive step, employing his cultivation method to refine. That was how he managed to attract and subdue the very thing he truly desired. The ancestral sacred body, also known as the ancestral god's body of nothingness. A unique bodily constitution born from the law of nothingness. Something that, in the original story, belonged exclusively to the ancestral god, and to Yun-Che. It was that constitution that allowed Yun-Che to accommodate multiple divine legacies without conflict, when originally, the natural limit for any cultivator was only 3. Now, that privilege was no longer his. He himself had received that unique physique, and it had fused with him as well. Speaking of which, it took no more than a few minutes to refine the evil god's immortal blood. Under normal circumstances, that should have completely destroyed and rebuilt his profound veins, but thanks to his cultivation method, the process took a far more controlled path. Instead of being forcibly remodeled, he simply assimilated the legacy. As a result, his profound veins now directly carried the powers of the evil god. Even so, he deliberately restrained his own level advancement, since he had absorbed 2 evil god seeds simultaneously. As for the divine phoenix blood, it was the easiest to refine. He already possessed that bloodline, all that occurred was a slight increase in its purity. The soul origin and its associated gift were even simpler to integrate. The soul and bone marrow of the dragon god, that process was somewhat painful. The bloodline, on the other hand, was assimilated with far greater ease. Thanks to the heavenly tyrant manual, his marrow was already extraordinarily pure. Thus, the moment it fused with the dragon god's marrow, something even more astonishing happened: it began naturally producing the primordial azure dragon bloodline within his body. The concentration of his draconic bloodline skyrocketed dramatically, continuously increasing with no sign of slowing down. His physical body grew visibly stronger, becoming more and more terrifying. It took him 3 hours to assimilate everything. By the end of the process, the concentration of the dragon god bloodline had finally reached the same level as the vermilion bird, golden crow, and divine phoenix bloodlines within his body. In terms of purity and concentration of divine bloodlines, it could be said that he now occupied an unprecedented position throughout the entire primordial chaos. Perhaps, the first to ever reach such an absurd level. 5 hours later, he had completely refined every legacy he had stolen from Yunche, and his strength had increased several times over what it had been before. Meanwhile, controlling Fen Juechen's body, which had already been teleported to the profound sky continent, he took the next step of the plan. Using the severed arm of Yunche that he had deliberately kept stored in his spatial ring for exactly this purpose, he recreated a perfect replica of the original. Now it became clear why he had made Fen Juechen recover the limb earlier, and why he had taken such care to preserve those arms. Everything had been preparation. When he finished the final arrangements, he simply allowed his disciple to carry out the carefully fabricated revenge of his own. Now, only one stage remained. Reaching an agreement with Jasmine, and tying up a few loose ends. Then, yes. Everything would be perfect. Well, it was time to wake up and put on another performance for a while. A/N, I have a proposal for you, everyone. Direct hit. The first goal has been successfully reached, 300 power stones have already been collected. Congratulations to everyone who participated, thanks to you, here's the chapter 1 promised, I hope you enjoyed it. Party popper. Now, the next goal is 600 power stones. But I'll have to be a little cruel, the valid milestone is by the end of tonight. If we reach it, another extra chapter will be released immediately. And to recap the overall goals. 85-star reviews 1 extra chapter. 105-star reviews 2 extra chapters. 300 power stones, by tonight, 1 extra chapter, completed. 600 power stones, by tonight, 1 extra chapter, completed. Every additional 300 power stones 1 more extra chapter. I'm counting on everyone's support. Let's see how far we can go. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 110, Villain's Theater. Painting the events in his favor. 3. Ren Zu awoke slowly. When he opened his eyes, the world around him was an infinite green. There was no sky, only an endless, luminous expanse of emerald. The ground beneath his feet was soft, almost like living moss, yet firm enough to support his weight. It felt as though the entire space were a boundless green ocean. A faint fragrance invaded his nostrils, unmistakable to anyone who had once possessed half of it. The distinctive scent of the sky poison pearl. He took a deep breath. Who could have imagined that such a vast world existed inside the pearl? But that was merely one of the basic powers of this celestial profound treasure. The Sky Poison Pearl ranked 5th among the 7 celestial profound treasures. Among its primary abilities were the power to cure all poisons under the heavens, even those that affected the soul, absolute purification and refinement, the detection of rare treasures in the vicinity, an almost infinitely vast internal storage space, and, of course, the ability to release poisons. At its peak, the pearl could unleash the heaven-piercing thought-splitting poison, second only to the myriad tribulations poison, yet still capable of slaying gods and devils alike. However, after the death of the poison spirit, the pearl could only emit greatly weakened toxins. Its original power would never be restored, well. He had plans to fix that later. His eyes calmly scanned the surroundings with calculated composure. Piles of treasures lay scattered here and there, profound crystals, ancient weapons, pills sealed in jade boxes, rare scrolls, precious herbs. Everything Yunche had accumulated over years of plundering, stealing, and sheer outrageous luck was stored here, kept with the utmost care. But none of it held his attention for long. His gaze continued to wander, until it stopped. Floating just a few meters off the ground in front of him was a girl. She appeared to be 12 or 13 years old and wore a small, dark red dress, elegant and slightly old-fashioned, clearly designed for a young lady. Her petite, delicate, and beautiful body remained perfectly upright in the air, floating without any visible support, as though gravity had simply chosen to ignore her. The hem of her skirt rippled gently in the void, revealing 2 snow-white, tender legs like freshly fallen snow. Barefoot, her feet, delicate as lotus petals, remained exposed, the pale toes seemingly carved from flawless white jade with almost unreal perfection. Yet nothing about her figure compared to her hair. Intense crimson strands fanned out around her head like a living cascade of blood, flowing over her shoulders as she hovered, beautiful and menacing at the same time, possessing the hypnotic sheen that belonged not to an ordinary child, but to the ancient, disturbing presence of a malevolent demon disguised in immortal form. The moment his eyes landed on that silhouette, his heart jolted violently. How can there exist such a beautiful girl, he thought, his pulse racing without permission. Her beauty was not ordinary, it was an absolute monstrosity, the kind capable of stealing distracted souls. Had he not seen her with his own eyes, he would never have believed someone so young could radiate such dangerously hypnotic charm. Like a crimson demon with a face of white jade, every feature was beautiful to an extreme degree, and they harmonized in an almost impossible way, forming a perfection that bordered on the unreal. He tried to find words to describe her, and failed. Even though she stood right before him, a deep part of his mind insisted that she could only be an illusion given form, because, on some instinctive level, he simply did not dare believe that such a perfectly impossible face could exist in this world. He had never imagined he would be affected so profoundly in the depths of his soul merely by a person's face. The girl appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old at present. If she grew up further, that would be simply unimaginable. Perhaps then, she could cause chaos with nothing more than a smile. She possessed a pair of exceptionally black demonic eyes that shimmered mysteriously whenever she blinked. Well, the descriptions in the original story really did justice to reality. Jasmine was, indeed, a breathtaking beauty. Even more so than his own wives, something he had to admit, albeit reluctantly. Of course, in his eyes, his wives remained the most beautiful, and objectively speaking, they weren't far behind her either. But still, Jasmine's appearance was impossible to ignore. And here he thought he had developed some immunity to jade-like beauty since being reborn in this world. Ren Zu slowly emerged from his reverie. His deep, unfathomable black eyes narrowed slightly toward the floating girl. With a calm, low voice completely devoid of surprise or reverence, he asked, "Who are you?" Silence. Jasmine remained motionless in the air, her long red hair rippling gently as though submerged in an invisible river. Her pitch-black eyes, so deep and sharp they seemed to contain dead stars, locked onto him for a long moment. There was no movement on her small, perfect face, yet something in her expression flickered, as though the sight of this man had momentarily left her speechless. She stared at him as if trying to decipher an enigma that made no sense. Then her soft, rose-colored lips moved. Her voice emerged cold, sharp, and laden with an arrogance that did not belong to a girl who appeared so young. "Jasmine." The word fell between them like a thin blade. Ren Zu did not react immediately. His eyes remained fixed on hers, analyzing every detail, the slight contraction of her pupils as she spoke her own name, the almost imperceptible flash of confusion and irritation that crossed that abyssal black gaze. He tilted his head slightly, a subtle gesture conveying controlled curiosity. "I've never heard of you. And what exactly are you doing inside my sky poison pearl, Miss Jasmine?" The question came out calmly, without accusation, yet carried a natural authority that made the surrounding air feel heavier. Jasmine snorted. Her eyes narrowed further, and she crossed her delicate arms over her chest, the dress rippling softly with the motion. "This pearl originally belonged to my disciple." Her voice was icy, but a faint crack ran through it, "and now, it has fused with yours. Technically, two identical divine profound treasures should not be able to exist in this world. The only plausible explanation I can think of is that the sky poison pearl was originally split into two halves. That would explain why my disciple could never unleash its true poison, and it also explains what happened now. The moment you approached, the other half was drawn to you. And then, it fused." She paused, her lips curving into a cold, humorless smile. "In other words, since I was recovering inside the pearl that belonged to my disciple, I ended up here as well." Ren Zu raised an eyebrow. He had expected her to react with far greater arrogance, perhaps even attempt to suppress him, as she had done with Yun Che in the original story upon first meeting. What a disappointment, though it made sense. Jasmine had likely already realized that his strength was far from ordinary, moreover, her current position was delicate. He was, technically, the savior of her disciple and, at the same time, her last hope if she wished to reconstruct a physical body. All of this undoubtedly made her far more cautious about how to act. "I see. That's a very reasonable theory." Jasmine shrugged as though it were merely a minor inconvenience. "This princess has already answered your question." Her black eyes flashed with a mixture of arrogance and something deeper, perhaps curiosity, perhaps caution. "Now it's your turn to answer this princess's question." She floated slightly closer, closing the distance between them without touching the ground. The dress rippled like living mist. Her eyes, two black gemstones capable of piercing the soul, locked directly onto his. An impeccably charming gaze. But also a razor-sharp blade, driven deep into the heart and soul. "Who are you?" The question hung in the air like a verdict. Ren Zu did not answer immediately. He simply observed her for a few more seconds, as though weighing every word before speaking. Then, with the same absolute calm, he said, "HM. Oh, right. It was rude of me to ask who you were without introducing myself first. I am currently the demon emperor who rules the illusory demon realm. You may call me Ren Zu." Jasmine showed no surprise whatsoever upon hearing his name. She remained silent for a moment, various thoughts passing through her mind. Finally, she snorted, turning her face slightly as though annoyed by something trivial. Her delicate arms crossed beneath her chest as she spoke with her usual arrogance. "In any case, you saved my disciple. This princess acknowledges that." Her eyes returned to him, cold and proud. "So listen carefully." Her chin lifted slightly higher. "This princess owes you a favor." Ren Zu merely tilted his head faintly, observing her calmly. I only did what I believed was right. There's no need to thank me or repay me for it. His voice was calm, almost gentle, carrying no trace of arrogance or expectation. As though saving someone's life were something trivial, a passing gesture that did not warrant reciprocation. Jasmine stared at him for a long moment. Her black eyes traced every line of that perfect face, the jawline, the curve of the brows, the calm, profound light in his gaze. Until now, her impression of him had already been surprisingly positive. But in that instant, her evaluation rose another level. He truly showed no falsehood when he spoke those words, and possessing the spirit to heal others without demanding anything in return was something exceedingly rare. She could not help but silently compare him to her own disciple, who had almost never used his medical skills in such a selfless way. With Yun Che, there was almost always some benefit involved, or thinly veiled interest in whatever beautiful girl had caught his eye. She opened her mouth to say something, but before any sound could escape, Ren Zu's brow furrowed slightly. His eyes fixed on her with sudden intensity, as though he could see through flesh, through spirit, straight to the deepest core of her soul. Miss Jasmine, there's one question I've wanted to ask since the moment I saw you. How were you poisoned by the absolute god-slaying poison? Jasmine froze. Her eyes widened, just a fraction of a second, but enough for him to notice. The air around her seemed to stop. The ethereal wind within the pearl ceased. Even her red hair stopped rippling. She stared at him as though he had just torn away a layer of her soul with bare hands. You. Her voice came out low, almost a hoarse whisper. How do you know that? Ren Zu kept his gaze locked on her, unblinking, without altering the calm, controlled tone he had maintained since entering this space. It's not as complicated as it seems. He took a slow step to the side, as though merely strolling through the green dimension, but his eyes never left hers. A poison capable of corroding the soul, that forced you to hide inside the sky poison pearl, to slowly purify it, that prevents you from using your full strength without triggering a devastating backlash. He paused, tilting his head slightly. There is only one poison in the world that meets all these criteria simultaneously, the absolute god-slaying poison. Jasmine felt her breath catch in her throat. Her small fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her translucent palms. Ren Zu continued, his voice low and devoid of any boastfulness, as though he were simply stating an obvious fact. Though, to be fair, there are a few other possibilities. But each would leave different traces, traces that any self-respecting physician could identify. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew. There is no mistaking it. Jasmine's black eyes widened even further. For an instant, she seemed unable to breathe. She remained in absolute silence. Her red hair completely stopped moving. The ethereal wind of the pearl seemed to have vanished. Then, in a voice so low it nearly dissolved into the surrounding green void, she murmured. Who are you? Really? Ren Zu smiled, a small, almost gentle smile, yet laden with a depth that made her heart tremble. Didn't I already say? I am Ren Zu. A/N, we've hit 900 power stones. Direct hit. Thank you all so much for the incredible support. Seriously, this milestone wouldn't have been possible without you. As promised, here's your extra chapter. I hope you enjoy it. Party popper. Now, let's talk about the next goals. 85-star reviews 1 extra chapter. 105-star reviews 2 extra chapters. 300 power stones 1 extra chapter, completed. 600 power stones 1 extra chapter, completed. 900 power stones 1 extra chapter, completed. Every additional 300 power stones 1 more extra chapter. I'm counting on everyone's continued support. Let's see how far we can push this. Thank you again, you're the reason all of this is possible. Chapter 111, Villain's Theater. Painting the events in his favor. 4. Jasmine furrowed her delicate brows, her jet black eyes narrowing into 2 razor-sharp blades that seemed capable of slicing through the very soul of anyone who dared hold her gaze for too long. This princess will admit that you are quite capable for recognizing the absolute god-slaying poison, but you are not qualified to know what happened to this princess. Her voice came out icy, laden with an arrogance so natural it seemed to be part of her very breathing. Ren Zu raised an eyebrow, the movement subtle yet filled with genuine interest. He tilted his head slightly, like someone observing a curious enigma. Qualified, he replied, his voice calm, almost amused. What exactly do you mean by qualifications, Miss Jasmine? If you know what a realm king is, then perhaps I will explain the details. Her lips curved into a cold, superior smile. Ren Zu let out a soft sigh, closing his eyes for a brief moment. When he opened them again, there was something different in them, a depth that seemed to swallow the surrounding green light. You're underestimating me, Jasmine. He took a step forward, slow and deliberate. Realm King. I know very well who they are. Well, if you know as well, then you must be from the realm of the gods. The silence that followed was suffocating. Her red hair completely stopped swaying. Even the faint fragrance of the pearl seemed to dissipate for an instant. Jasmine opened her mouth, but no sound came out. I remember hearing some rumors about someone who was poisoned by the absolute god-slaying poison, someone from the star god realm, which, coincidentally, is a royal realm ruled by a king you just happened to mention. Ren Zu didn't stop, he continued casually, putting all these pieces together. If I'm correct, you must be the heavenly slaughter star god. Her black eyes dilated to their limit. He tilted his head slightly, a small, almost melancholic smile curving his perfect lips. I heard that you were poisoned during the search for the evil god's immortal blood. The impact was like a thunderbolt. Jasmine instinctively retreated through the air, floating several meters back in a single fluid motion. Her small fists trembled, not from anger, but from a shock so violent it seemed to have shaken even the foundation of her spirit. How do you know that? She stared at him as if she were seeing a ghost. Ren Zu didn't answer immediately. He simply watched her for a few more seconds, letting the silence do the work. Then, with the same unshakable calm, he spoke. I also come from the realm of the gods. To be more specific, I stayed there for just over a year under the training of my medical master, which allowed me to hear a great deal of information, including about the incident that spread years ago. Who would have imagined that you would fall onto this small planet and cross paths precisely with the one who held the other half of the sky poison pearl, the only thing capable of neutralizing your poison? Was it a fleeting twist of fate? Jasmine furrowed her delicate brows even further, her black eyes narrowing in a mixture of irritation and something bordering on resignation. Since you already know all of this, spare me the trouble of explaining it later. She finally said, before her expression turned far more serious, and she continued, right now, I am still recovering from the god-slaying poison, and it will take some time to completely rid myself of it. After I recover, I plan to gather the necessary materials and reconstruct my body. But given my current situation, I can only depend on someone else. Previously, my disciple had been assigned that task. However, considering his condition and the entire situation, he will no longer be able to fulfill our agreement. What I offered in exchange back then was the evil god's immortal blood. 300 years ago, someone discovered an ancient book while exploring a dangerous ruin from the ancient era. There was an inscription. In the primordial era there existed a true god also known as the evil god. He was the last god who remained after the fall of the divine era. His fall marked the true end of the divine era. And during the evil god's downfall, he left behind a drop of immortal blood that embodied the source of his power. If someone could obtain that drop of immortal blood and fuse it into their body, their profound veins would be capable of generating the power of the evil god. Many people quickly learned of this message. The words, power of a true god, were irresistibly seductive to everyone. Thus, countless people began frantically searching for the evil god's blood. But for centuries, no one succeeded, until a few years ago, when someone finally discovered the site of the evil god's fall. Consequently, innumerable people rushed to that place in hopes of finding the evil god's remains. Inadvertently, the legendary, evil god's immortal blood was found, and it caused everyone to fight over it. But in the end, it fell into my hands. Only after I obtained that evil god's blood was I able to discover that the power hidden within it was completely different from my expectations. There was no trace of destructive power at all. If someone were to inject it into themselves, it would forcibly change the structure and attributes of their profound veins and even erase all the strength built up in their old set of profound veins. Everything would have to start from zero. That was all. Afterward, the profound strength would still have to be trained little by that person. But that doesn't change the fact that it is something extremely valuable that originally belonged to this princess. Therefore, as someone who took and absorbed it without permission, you owe me this favor. Ren Zu watched her in silence for a moment, his deep black eyes reflecting the emerald light of the surroundings like bottomless wells. He didn't seem the least bit shaken by her revelation. On the contrary, there was an almost supernatural tranquility in his expression, as though he had already anticipated everything. I already know the value of the evil god's immortal blood. I didn't need such a detailed explanation. He spoke slowly, his voice low and measured, without any trace of arrogance or forced humility. Especially because, the only drawback, the need to completely destroy and rebuild the profound veins, was entirely eliminated when I absorbed it. A flash of astonishment appeared in the depths of Jasmine's pupils when she recalled having noticed that detail during the process of integrating the legacy into the young man. She could never have borne the price of having all her current power erased just to use that drop of the evil god's blood. That was exactly why she had given it to Yun Che in exchange for those conditions years ago. And he had to go through the entire process of destruction and reconstruction. But the young man standing before her eyes did not. He didn't have to pay any price at all. It was as though he were the true heir of the evil god, as though the divine legacy had simply returned to its rightful owner. That was the only logic her mind could find to explain such an absurdity. Then, her lips curved into a small, almost reluctant smile, yet carrying a trace of approval she couldn't hide. Precisely because you received that benefit, it's only fair that you help me with my goal, right? She crossed her delicate arms over her chest, the gauze dress rippling softly as she tried to regain her usual arrogant posture. Ren Zu gave a faint smile, calm and unhurried. I have no problem helping you, Jasmine. He paused briefly, his black eyes still locked on hers. As for the favor of saving your disciple's life, how about we cancel it out with the favor I owe you for unintentionally taking your legacy? Jasmine raised an eyebrow, surprised by the direct proposal. Unintentionally stolen. Ren Zu shrugged, the gesture elegant and carefree. In practice, that's what happened. The legacy came to me on its own and began the integration. I didn't force anything, but still, I ended up taking something that was yours. He opened his hands, as though offering complete transparency, so, we cancel both favors. You don't owe me anything for saving your disciple, and I don't owe you anything for the legacy. A fair deal, right? He tilted his head slightly before continuing, in a calm tone. If I hadn't arrived in time, your disciple would have died and, very likely, you would have suffered the same fate. In terms of value, I believe the lives of both of you weigh more than a divine legacy that merely grants stronger than normal profound veins and a few additional benefits, don't you agree? His lips curved into a faint smile. Fortunately, I didn't lose my profound strength because of it. If I had, I would have been quite irritated. But as you yourself said, I ended up benefiting more than most. Still, I think it fits perfectly as repayment for saving both your lives. He raised a finger, as though adding an important detail. Add to that the fact that 2 other divine legacies belonging to your disciple were also drawn to me. Not to mention the other half of the sky poison pearl, and the samsara mirror, which I immediately recognized as a treasure of the illusory demon royal family, which, following that line of reasoning, would make it rightfully mine. Oh, and we can also say that the half of the pearl was already mine from the moment it chose me. I was already its master. Therefore, those 2 treasures were mine from the beginning, while your disciple's divine legacy simply chose me. He let out a small, theatrical sigh. Which, in a way, makes me the victim here, don't you think? Even though I benefited, that doesn't change the fact. Demanding compensation from the victim for something that wasn't their fault is rather dishonorable, you know. Now that we've set that line of reasoning aside, let's try to forget this tragic past. Since you need my help and I will gladly provide it, the least I expect is not to be charged or treated as guilty when I'm the victim in this situation. What do you say? Jasmine stared at him for long seconds, her black eyes scrutinizing every feature of his face. Finally, she let out a soft huff, more resigned than irritated, and uncrossed her arms. Fine. I accept. Ren Zu smiled faintly, a small, subtle smile, yet so perfect it seemed to illuminate the infinite green around them. The curve of his lips was delicate, almost ethereal, and the calm glow in his black eyes reflected the emerald light like stars mirrored in a nocturnal lake. Jasmine blinked once. Then again. For a brief, almost imperceptible instant, she became lost. Her small, perfect face flushed violently, a rosy hue rising across her jade-pale cheeks all the way to her ears. Her black eyes, which moments earlier had cut like blades, became glazed and unfocused. Her breathing faltered for a fraction of a second. That man was too beautiful. Beautiful in a way that bordered on the absurd, like a sublime painting come to life, as though the heavens had decided to concentrate all possible beauty into a single being and then casually tossed him into the mortal world. She blinked again, forcing herself back to reality. Humph. The huff came out louder than intended, almost like an irritated squeak. She abruptly turned her face to the side, her red hair whipping through the air as she tried to hide the blush still burning on her cheeks. Ren Zu tilted his head slightly, the smile never leaving his lips. Since we're going to work together and I've already discovered your identity, should I call you by your real name, Princess, or Jasmine? The question came out calm, almost gentle, yet carrying genuine curiosity. Jasmine huffed again, crossing her arms more tightly as though that could shield her from the embarrassment. Call me whatever you want. It makes no difference to this princess. Ren Zu remained silent for a moment, as though seriously considering his options. Then, in a thoughtful and slightly playful tone, he murmured. Tonger, would that be too intimate? Jasmine's eyes widened to their limit. For a single, dangerous instant, the image of Ren Zu overlapped with the memory of her older brother. The soft voice, the affectionate tone, the nickname only he used, everything blended together. Her heart gave a violent leap in her chest, and a hot, painful wave of old emotions flooded her pupils, making them tremble. But then the image returned to the present. The beautiful immortal before her, with his ink-black hair cascading over his shoulders, eyes deep as starry abysses. She felt dizzy. A sweet, dangerous dizziness that made her blink rapidly to dispel the sensation. Humph. You are not qualified to call me that. Her voice came out louder than intended, almost an indignant shout. The blush on her cheeks intensified, now impossible to hide. Ren Zu shrugged, the gesture elegant and unconcerned. All right. Then I'll keep calling you Jasmine. He changed the subject naturally, as though the previous moment had never happened. Since we've talked about this and I've decided to help you, I'll do everything I can to obtain the items needed to reconstruct your body. In the meantime, focus on purifying the poison. You already know what you need, don't you? Jasmine huffed again, trying to regain her composure. Of course I know. Don't underestimate me. She raised her chin, recovering part of her arrogance. I need 1 stalk of the netherworld Adumbra flower, 3 profound beast cores no lower than the tyrant profound realm, and at least 35 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals. Ren Zu nodded, showing no sign of surprise. I know. He smiled faintly. I'm not called the best physician between heaven and earth for nothing. It won't be difficult to obtain those items either. Jasmine stared at him for a moment, her black eyes studying him with a mixture of distrust and reluctant curiosity. Do you really think you can get all of that? Ren Zu raised an eyebrow, his tone almost playful. 2 years. That's the time I'm giving myself to gather everything. By then, you should be able to completely purify the poison, right? Jasmine remained silent for a few seconds. Then, with a final huff, more resigned than irritated, she nodded. 2 years, then. If we reach 300 power stones today, I'll post an extra chapter. The link is right below. See you there. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 112, Villain's Theater. Painting the events in his favor. 5. After settling the last details of the agreement between the two, Ren Zu shifted his gaze away from Jasmine for a moment, turning it toward the small figure lying on the nearby bed. The girl was sleeping deeply, her chest rising and falling in a calm rhythm. Her long ruby-red hair spread across the pillow like strands of living blood, brilliant and almost luminescent. Her face possessed an innocent, flawless beauty, as though it had been carved from pure white jade, a small, delicate nose turned slightly upward, tender rosy lips closed in a serene line, long blood-red lashes resting against pale cheeks. The thin imperial red robe covering her revealed the soft, immature curves of a small yet perfectly proportioned body. Slender arms, white as freshly fallen snow, lay crossed over her chest, while her delicate legs were slightly bent, bare feet adorned with ruby bracelets that seemed fused to her skin, small, shining, like drops of solidified blood encircling her slender wrists and ankles. Ren Zu watched her silently for a few seconds before returning his gaze to Jasmine. By the way, I completely understand your situation and everything. But, who is this little girl? Is she your little sister or something like that? The question came out calm, almost casual. Jasmine hesitated. Her black eyes took on a complicated expression, a mixture of longing, sadness, and something that almost resembled guilt. No. She floated a little closer to the bed, her red hair gently rippling as she looked at the sleeping girl. I don't know exactly what happened, but the contract she had with my disciple was transferred to you. When the pearl fused, the bond changed hands as well. The name my disciple gave her is Honger. Ren Zu raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. Honger. Jasmine nodded slowly. She is an extremely rare existence. Even this princess doesn't fully understand her situation, but I have some ideas that would probably confuse you more than help. All I can say is that she is most likely a celestial spirit that surpasses any living being. Celestial spirit. The power of a living being must be built through cultivation, but celestial spirits possess exceptional heavenly and earthly powers from birth. However, the existence of celestial spirits was already extinct since the primordial era and should not exist in this era. I only heard about them from my brother. Yet this girl is from the primordial era and has many peculiarities. Even with my understanding, I cannot fully explain them. Moreover, she is probably not from an ordinary clan of the primordial era, and her characteristics resemble those of the celestial spirits my brother described. Furthermore, I believe there is at least a 50% chance that she is a celestial spirit from the primordial era. Someone with latent power capable of transforming into a sword. She didn't go into much detail, honestly, she didn't need to. The young man before her knew far more about the subject than he let on, he knew the exact origins but had to pretend ignorance. So, just as he was about to press the matter a little further, before any words could leave his lips, the girl's red lashes trembled faintly. A subtle, almost imperceptible movement. Then, slowly, her eyes opened. They were a perfect pair of rubies. The moment those eyes were revealed, it was as if the sky inside the pearl had suddenly been illuminated by stars. The red was so pure, so intense, that it seemed to contain the condensed essence of heaven and earth. A red that didn't burn like fire, but shone like crystallized divine blood. Looking into them was suffocating, not from fear, but from sheer overwhelming beauty. Ren Zu felt the air catch in his throat for a second. He was stunned by the girl's beauty. It was as though creation itself had decided to concentrate all innocence and all majesty into one small, fragile form. While he looked at the girl with a certain surprise in his expression, her beautiful red eyes looked back at him. After a moment, she finally blinked and eventually sat up on the bed. Noticing that he was still staring at her in a daze, she blinked again. Suddenly, her eyebrows curved into a delicate pair of crescent moons above her eyes. Her unbelievably beautiful face smiled and said, "Hello, big brother." Facing a complete stranger, the girl didn't appear nervous or frightened, nor even lost or confused. Instead, she smiled brightly and greeted him. Jasmine watched the scene for a moment, her black eyes narrowing with a mix of confusion and concern. She floated closer to the bed, her red hair rippling softly. "Honger." Her voice came out low, almost hesitant, as though testing the name. But the little girl blinked slowly, tilting her head to the side with a confused and adorably lost expression. Her ruby eyes sparkled with pure innocence, as if the name meant nothing to her. "This is my name. I didn't remember, but good to know." She furrowed her delicate brow, her tender lips forming in childish pout. "But, it doesn't feel quite right." Jasmine froze in midair. Her eyes widened in genuine shock. Her small hand trembled faintly as she processed what she had just heard. Ren Zu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He stepped a little closer to the bed, leaning down slightly to meet the little girl's eye level. "You really don't know your own name." Indeed, it was exactly as he had suspected from the beginning. The breaking of the contract had caused her to lose her most recent memories. For her, at that moment, it was as though she had just awakened once again in the primordial profound arc. The reason he believed it was genuine and not any kind of pretense was that, under normal circumstances, when someone doesn't remember their own name, the natural reaction would be panic, confusion, or even tears. But the red-haired girl smiled cheerfully, her innocent and carefree smile lighting up her perfect face as though it were the funniest thing in the world. "I really don't know." She giggled softly, the crystalline sound echoing in the green space. "But it's no problem, right? I like hunger. Next time, don't call me little girl, or little brat, or even little beauty. You can only call me hunger." Seeing how unusually excited she became, it was obvious she was very pleased with her name. She swung her slender legs off the bed, the ruby bracelets jingling lightly like wind chimes. Jasmine floated closer, shock still written across her small face. "Hunger, you don't remember anything. Not even me. Not even Yun Che." The little girl blinked slowly, tilting her head to the other side. "Yun Che? Who's that?" "Waha. Big sis, your clothes are so pretty. They're red. Red. I love red." Jasmine floated even closer to the bed, her black eyes fixed on the little girl with deeply shaken emotion. Her lips moved, but the sound came out low, almost a murmur to herself, laden with disbelief and a pang of sadness she couldn't completely hide. She really doesn't remember. Not even a little. Hunger, noticing the big sis's subdued reaction, lost interest almost immediately. Her ruby eyes sparkled with renewed childish curiosity, turning toward the tall, handsome man in front of her. She tilted her head, her long red hair cascading like molten ruby over her delicate shoulders. "Ah, but I think Big Brother is extremely handsome. Much more handsome than the red I love so much. How is that possible?" The statement came out direct, without any filter or shame. Her eyes curved into happy crescents as she openly examined him, like a child discovering something new and fascinating. "You're much more beautiful than anyone I can remember, but I don't remember anyone anyway." She laughed, the sound light and crystalline echoing through the green space. "Big Brother looks like a real prince. Or maybe a god. Or a very pretty cake that I want to eat." She clapped her small hands, the ruby bracelets jingling like delicate bells. "Big Brother, can you call me little lady? I like being called little lady. It sounds fancy." Ren Zu's lips twitched slightly, not in irritation, but in a mix of amusement and genuine surprise at the little girl's childish, unpredictable logic. He tilted his head, his black eyes fixed on her shining rubies, and asked in a calm, almost gentle voice laced with sincere curiosity. "You're not afraid of me? I'm a stranger who just appeared out of nowhere, and you don't even really know who I am. What if I were a bad person?" Hunger blinked slowly, her blood-red lashes trembling faintly. Her small face lifted to look at him, her large, innocent eyes reflecting the surrounding green light like two living jewels. She thought seriously for a moment, her little index finger touching her delicate chin in an adorably thoughtful pose. Bad person. Suddenly she let out a sharp "aya," and shrank back on the bed, her thin arms crossing protectively over her chest as a frightened expression took over her snow-white face. Her ruby eyes widened dramatically, and she raised her little hands as though defending herself from an imaginary monster. "Big Brother, could you be the legendary great villain?" Her voice came out in an exaggerated, childish, almost theatrical tone. "Wah. Villain, don't eat me. I'm just a small, beautiful lady, I'm not tasty. Eat me when I grow up, okay? Promise. She extended her right pinky toward him, the ruby bracelets jingling lightly with the motion, as though making a solemn children's oath. Ren Zu raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth trembling as he fought not to laugh outright. He slowly shook his head, his voice low and firm, yet carrying a gentleness he rarely showed to anyone besides his own wives. I wouldn't do that. Honger blinked, the frightened expression melting away as quickly as it had appeared. She tilted her head again, the radiant smile returning to her perfect face as though nothing had happened. Then you're not the great villain. That's great. She clapped her small hands, the bracelets jingling happily. Big brother is good. I knew it. People as pretty as you can't be bad. Ren Zu looked at her with one eyebrow raised. Her logic was adorably flawed. After all, villains were usually far more attractive than the protagonists. It was practically a universal law in any story worth telling. He himself was living proof of that. But he said nothing. He simply let the thought drift away without dwelling on the irony. Instead, he continued looking at Honger with that small, patient smile. The little girl, oblivious to his thoughts, got off the bed with a movement that was both graceful and clumsy, as though her small body was still getting used to the idea of existing again. The red imperial robe slipped slightly off one shoulder, revealing snow-white skin. She stretched her arms above her head, letting out a long, feline yawn that ended in a satisfied nyan. Then, suddenly, she placed her little hands on her thin belly, her face twisting into an adorable pout. Suddenly I'm really hungry. After finishing, she turned to Ren Zu and looked at him. Big brother, all of a sudden I'm super hungry, do you have something yummy to eat? Ren Zu watched her for a moment, the amused smile still on his lips. He tilted his head slightly, turning toward Jasmine, who floated at a safe distance, arms crossed and expression complicated. What does a celestial spirit eat, Jasmine? Something specific. Jasmine huffed, turning her face away as though the question was ridiculous, but answered anyway, her voice low and resigned. Swords. Give her swords. Ren Zu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Jasmine's reaction, but didn't question it. He made a simple, elegant, precise gesture with his hands, like someone moving a chess piece on the board. Profound energy circulated around him for an instant, and suddenly several swords materialized in the air, floating like leaves in an invisible wind. They were exceptional weapons, blades forged from rare materials, at least at the level of Emperor Profound weapons. Sniff. 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 The little girl suddenly started sniffing, her small nose twitching as though her life depended on it. This smells so good, smells so good. As she sniffed the air, saliva overflowed from her mouth. She sucked it back forcefully, but it continued dripping to the floor and she couldn't stop it. She stared at the swords with a bright light in her eyes. Something delicious, something delicious. She quickly ran over, grabbed one of the swords, and brought the blade to her mouth. Crunch. The sound of metal being crushed echoed through the green space. Honger bit into the sword as though it were a chocolate bar, her small, perfect teeth tearing through the forged steel like paper while she chewed with delight, eyes closed in pure ecstasy. Warm, and crunchy. Delicious. She devoured the entire sword in seconds, licking her tender lips in satisfaction before reaching for the next one, a dark, ominous black blade pulsing with malevolent aura. Crunch. Crunch. Jasmine watched the scene with a mixed expression of resignation and nostalgia, arms still crossed. She's always been like this. Eat swords like they're bread. Ren Zu merely pretended to be surprised and smiled, his black eyes gleaming with amusement as he watched the little girl attack the third sword with the same enthusiasm. Interesting. Swords as food. I've never seen anything like it. Honger finished the last sword with a contented sigh, patting her thin belly as though satisfied after a hearty meal. Big brother. Do you have more? Ren Zu smiled and made another gesture. More swords materialized, this time even more powerful, at the sovereign profound weapon level, shining with divine auras. Honger's eyes widened, drooling again. Wah. Big brother is the best. And so the feast continued, the sound of metal being devoured echoing through the green space like a bizarre yet adorable symphony. Jasmine huffed. You're going to spoil her too much. Ren Zu merely shrugged. No problem. And Honger, mouth full of blade, nodded vigorously. After a few minutes, Honger finished the last sword with a satisfied sigh, licking her tender lips to catch any remaining metallic flavor. Her thin belly now looked slightly rounded, as though the sword banquet had been a real meal. She patted it with her small hands, the ruby bracelets jingling happily. Boofa. I'm full, she exclaimed, her ruby eyes shining with pure contentment. She yawned again, the feline, adorable sound echoing in the green space. Her red lashes trembled as she rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. Weird. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. She crawled back onto the bed, curling up in the red imperial robe like a kitten in a ball of yarn. Before fully closing her eyes, she lifted her small, perfect face to look at Ren Zu, the radiant smile still on her lips. Big brother. I like you. A lot. You're handsome and you give yummy food. Later I want to play with you. She puffed out her chest with childish pride, the bracelets jingling lightly. He, you must be happy. Because a little lady like me liking you is a huge honor. Ren Zu smiled faintly. Her innocence was irresistible, a blend of playful arrogance and absolute purity that amused even someone like him. I'm very happy, little lady. It really is an honor. Hunger blinked contentedly, her smile widening even more, her ruby eyes shining like red stars. Good. Now, good night, big brother. Good night, big sis. She rolled onto her side, closed her eyes, and fell asleep almost instantly, her calm, rhythmic breathing filling the silence. Jasmine floated closer, her black eyes fixed on the sleeping girl. The initial shock had faded somewhat, replaced by a mixture of resignation and something that resembled reluctant affection. Ren Zu shifted his gaze away from the sleeping girl, turning back to Jasmine. The princess floated there, arms still crossed, but her rigid posture had softened slightly. Her deep, star-like black eyes remained fixed on Honger, as though trying to engrave every detail of this new version of the girl she once knew. Jasmine, are you okay? The question came out low, almost a whisper, carrying a genuine concern he rarely showed. Jasmine blinked slowly, as though snapping out of a trance. She lifted her chin, regaining some of her usual arrogance, but her voice came out softer than expected. Yes. I'm fine. She huffed lightly, turning her face away as though the admission annoyed her. It's just strange. Seeing her like this, as if we had never met. Ren Zu nodded silently, understanding. Well, you can talk to her after she wakes up and try to see if you can help her remember. You said the contract between her and your disciple was transferred to me, perhaps the lack of memories about you two is a consequence of such an unusual event. Anyway, better not overthink it right now. He took a step back, already turning toward the exit. I'll leave for now to ease the worries of my wives and my parents. If you need anything, just call me. We can talk more properly later. And with that, his consciousness returned to the normal world, leaving Jasmine with a complicated expression. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters, and the highly anticipated God Realm arc is about to begin. You won't want to miss this moment. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 113, Villain's Theater. Painting the events in his favor. 6. Ren Zu slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed upon returning his senses to his body was the difference between his current physique and the one he had possessed before. Every physical aspect seemed to have been elevated to an entirely new level: strength, endurance, speed, even perception. Everything was immensely superior to what it had once been. The dragon god bloodline coursed vividly through his veins, and it was this that had granted him the so-called dragon god physique, a condition that transcended mere physical enhancement. It wasn't just a matter of stronger muscles or quicker reflexes. It was a complete transformation. Even more so considering that the concentration of the dragon god bloodline within him was extraordinarily high. Another thing he noticed was the unusual state of his profound energy. It felt almost liquid within his profound veins, not literally, but in its density and the pressure it exerted. It was as though an infinite ocean had been compressed inside his body, far too vast for the vessel containing it. The energy flowed heavily and thickly, to the point that it was beginning to feel somewhat uncomfortable. He needed to advance to the divine origin realm as soon as possible. His spiritual sense also quickly detected something new within his profound veins. The profound veins inside a human body were like a robust, mature tree with many branches spreading in all directions, and each branch contained a profound entrance. As for the trunk, it was the location of the most important core of the profound veins, the foundation of all profound veins. At that core, there were normally no profound entrances. However, at this moment, he was astonished to discover that at the core position of his profound veins, 7 marks resembling profound entrances had appeared. Moreover, they were arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper's 7 stars. Although they had the shape of profound entrances, these marks carried a completely different feeling compared to ordinary ones. He knew they were the 7 gates, the evil god's secret arts. His profound veins were extraordinary thanks to the so-called primordial chaos liquid, an essence capable of turning something ordinary into an incomparable treasure. The amount of profound energy they could hold and release was countless times greater than that of any cultivator at the same level. Furthermore, they possessed unique characteristics, such as the so-called peerless and instantaneous foundation, a state that eliminated the need to slowly consolidate one's base. His foundation was born perfect, stable, and flawless, without any defects or impurities. In terms of rarity and value, they could perhaps even be compared to a heavenly profound treasure. And then there was the immortal blood he had absorbed. After absorbing it, he had also inherited the evil god's profound art, the legendary evil god's secret arts. Unlike ordinary techniques, they did not require traditional cultivation. They existed directly within his profound veins, like a sealed inheritance waiting to be released. This profound art consisted of a total of 7 great gates. At first glance, it might seem that opening a higher realm of the secret arts would unlock a gate. But in truth, the process was the opposite. Every time a gate was opened, the evil god's secret arts would advance an entire realm. And with each new realm reached, a corresponding evil god profound technique would awaken. Setting aside the changes in his body, he immediately realized where he was, the silk sheets, the fragrance lingering in the air, the distinctive scent of the little demon empress's private chambers. He had missed this place. His gaze swept across the room and he froze when he noticed his wife standing beside the bed. He had already sensed her presence long before, but somehow he knew he was in trouble, because those pitch-black eyes were staring down at him, completely cold and bearing the atypical gaze of the god of death. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall of ink over her shoulders, and her expression was a perfect mask of emotionlessness. She was wearing the grey robes she used to wear before their marriage. A thick killing intent, like nocturnal mist, emanated from her delicate frame and pressed against his chest, heavy enough to stop any other person's heart. But his heart did not waver, despite the surprise and the realization that he had done something wrong. He simply smiled lightly. "Sai," he greeted, his voice low and affectionate, as though he were waking up beside her on an ordinary morning. "Good morning, or would it be good afternoon? I lost track of time." She did not respond. She simply kept staring. Her eyes seemed to pierce straight through to his soul. Ren Zu propped himself up on his elbows, the movement slow and deliberate, showing no trace of fear or haste. He tilted his head slightly, his smile widening just a bit more. "Is this the part where you throw yourself into my arms and say you missed me?" Silence. Then, the little demon empress snorted, a short, cold, disdainful sound. She crossed her arms and asked icily. "Who are the girls you brought back?" Each word came out separately, sharp as blades of ice. Ren Zu blinked once. Twice. Then, slowly, an expression of absolute innocence took over his flawless face. His dark eyes widened slightly, his brows rising in what appeared to be genuine, or at least masterfully feigned, surprise. "Girls," he repeated, his voice rising in pitch in perfect imitation of confusion. "Ah, you mean Qingyue and Shuer?" He scratched the back of his neck lightly, the gesture almost childlike. "Well, they ended up becoming my wives." The silence that followed was so heavy it seemed to suck the air out of the room. The little demon empress did not blink. The killing intent surrounding her intensified, now it was no longer just pressure. It was an invisible blade pressed against his throat. Ren Zu immediately raised his hands in surrender, the innocent smile never leaving his face. "Calm down, Sai, it was all very unexpected. Like, really unexpected. I swear I didn't plan any of this." He swallowed hard, sweat now freely running down his back. "It was, like, destiny. Luck. I'm innocent." The little demon empress continued staring at him with an expression devoid of emotion. Then, in a low and deadly calm voice, she said, "Explain." Ren Zu felt his heart leap, wondering how he was supposed to explain to his wife that he had gone out and returned with more women. He opened his mouth, closed it, then sighed and decided to be honest. "This is going to take a while." The little demon empress did not move. She simply kept staring. Her eyes remained fixed on him. "Explain. Now." Her voice came out low, almost a whisper, yet laden with a threat that seemed to freeze the air around them. The killing intent radiating from her condensed even further, pressing against Ren Zu's chest like an invisible hand slowly closing around his heart. "Because if you don't explain right now, this empress will have to take certain measures." Ren Zu swallowed hard once more. Sweat trickled down his back, but his face retained that almost childlike innocent expression, like a husband caught red-handed trying to charm his way out of trouble. He raised his hands again in complete surrender, his smile trembling slightly. All right. I'll explain." He sat up fully on the bed, crossing his legs with a long, theatrical sigh, as though preparing to tell a long and complicated story. "First. Xia Qingyue." He raised one finger. "She is, in fact, my fiancée from my blood family. I ended up saving her from death at the hands of a tyrant profound beast, and we spent some time together in a certain valley. We learned about that connection, one thing led to another, and we ended up together. Which makes her my wife now." He raised a second finger. "Second. Feng Shuer." His smile became a little crooked, almost guilty. "She was the divine phoenix princess. When I conquered the divine phoenix empire by force, the emperor, to avoid total destruction, offered his own daughter as a political bride. It was a forced alliance, but Schwer accepted it with her heart. We ended up developing real feelings for each other. So yes, she is also my wife now. He spread his hands, the expression of absolute innocence returning to his face. There. That's it. There's no one else. Just those two. And you, of course. Always you first. Silence. The little demon empress continued staring at him. Ren Zu felt a chill run down his spine. Tsai, he tried, hesitant. Darling. My empress. My life. My absolute and unquestionable queen. Nothing. Then, finally, she spoke. Her voice came out low, icy, cutting like a blade of black ice. You left for some time and came back with 2 new wives. Each word was a verdict. Ren Zu opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Sorry. His smile was now purely nervous. The little demon empress took one step forward, then another. Ren Zu instinctively shrank back against the headboard, hands still raised. Tsai, wait, we can talk like two civilized adults, right? Like. I love you, you love me, this doesn't change anything between us, right? Right. The little demon empress stopped just a few centimeters away from him, her small but imposing figure radiating pressure that made the air vibrate. You should have thought of that before breaking the promise you made to this empress. She said in a completely emotionless voice. Ren Zu held her gaze for a long moment. The nervous smile slowly faded, replaced by a more serious, calmer expression. He sighed, the sound heavy and genuine. This doesn't change what I feel for you, Tsai. Not even a little. Her steps halted. The darkness in her eyes flickered, just a fraction of a second, but enough for him to notice. The killing intent hanging in the air seemed to waver, like a flame exposed to a sudden gust of wind. Ren Zu didn't wait for her to reply. With a slow, deliberate movement, he extended his arms and pulled her delicate figure toward him. The little demon empress did not resist. Her small body settled naturally against his as he sat on the bed. Her legs instinctively parted, wrapping around his waist with near unconscious precision, as though that place had always belonged to her. Her slender arms encircled his neck, her black hair falling like a curtain of ink over him. He pressed her against his chest, his chin gently resting atop her head. There wasn't a single moment during these past months that I didn't think of you. He murmured softly into her hair. I missed you, Tsai. The little demon empress remained motionless for long seconds. Her small body trembled slightly, not from anger, but from something deeper. A mixture of relief, pain, and a longing she would never admit aloud. Then, slowly, her arms tightened around his neck. Idiot. This empress was worried because you took so long. And when you finally return, you still bring other women with you. Do you have any idea how angry that made this empress? She whispered against his chest, her voice muffled by his clothing, laden with indignation and something more fragile hidden behind her haughty tone. Also, when I woke up, this empress saw you collapse unconscious right in front of me. The words came out quickly, almost tumbling over one another, as though she had held them back for far too long. Her fingers clenched tightly into his clothes, betraying what her proud posture tried to conceal. Ren Zu sighed into her black hair. I know how you must be feeling. It also wasn't in my plans to arrive just as the demon imperial city was under attack. After I nearly killed the enemy, I never imagined I would forcibly absorb several divine legacies and end up passing out while refining them. Sorry for that. He held her even tighter, feeling the warmth of her body mingle with his, the familiar scent of his beloved wife. I won't apologize for bringing them. He continued, his voice now firm. Because I love them too. But I will apologize for making you wait. For making you worry. That. I promise will never happen again. I'll stay by your side for as long as you want from now on. The little demon empress slowly lifted her face. Her eyes were faintly moist, just a subtle sheen, almost imperceptible, but it was there. She stared at him for long seconds. Then, in a voice that tried to sound cold but failed miserably. You are a complete idiot. Ren Zu chuckled softly, the sound vibrating against her chest. I know. He brought his hand to her face, his thumb gently tracing the delicate line of her jaw. But I'm your idiot. The little demon empress huffed, but did not pull away. Ren Zu pulled her into a tight embrace, feeling the warmth of her small body blend with his, bringing back the sense of home he had missed for all those months. The little demon empress did not push him away and nestled into his embrace. After a few moments, he finally loosened his hold just enough to look into her eyes, his thumb softly tracing the delicate contour of her jaw once more. "Where are Qingyue and Schwerer?" he asked, his voice low and calm, without any trace of anxiety, but carrying genuine concern. The little demon empress raised a slender eyebrow, her expression returning to a cold, controlled mask. She pulled back slightly, but not enough to leave his lap, her legs still wrapped possessively around Ren Zu's waist. "They are being attended to by the palace maids," she replied, her tone dry and cutting. "Don't worry about it." Her expression was distinctly unpleasant, lips pressed into a thin line, eyes narrowed, an almost palpable aura of disdain. It was the kind of look that would make anyone tremble, but Ren Zu simply sighed, the sound long and resigned. Good. He did not press further. He asked no more details. He simply accepted the answer with a slight nod, as though he knew that pushing now would only make things worse. Tsai huffed coldly, crossing her arms over her chest while still seated in his lap. "Are you not afraid that this empress might kill them if I don't find them agreeable?" Ren Zu looked straight into her eyes. The small smile returned to his lips, but this time it was genuine, without any trace of nervousness or pretense. Not even a little afraid. He raised his hand and gently touched her face, his thumb tracing the delicate line of her pale cheek as he gazed at her calmly. "We've already discussed this several times. I know you were angry because I disappeared for months, and then came back bringing other women with me. That was the initial reason for your anger. Even though you missed me, when you saw me wake up, the first thing you wanted was an explanation. And you're also jealous at the possibility of having to share me with them. But I know that, deep down, that's not what truly hurts you. You yourself once offered to let me sleep with the maids, said I could find other women in the illusory demon realm, remember? Well, saying it is one thing, but explaining feelings is another." The little demon empress stared at him for long seconds. Her perfect, delicate face now displayed an expression that was difficult to describe. It was a complex mixture of emotions. "But now, let me make up for lost time with my wife." Ren Zu finished, and began sliding her dress upward from below. The little demon empress did not resist his touch. Her eyes trembled slightly as the grey dress slid upward, revealing the immaculate, pale skin of her legs. They were long, slender, perfect, like living sculptures of milky white jade, gleaming with a soft luster that captured the dim light of the room and reflected it back as though polished by divine hands. In the entire world, only Ren Zu knew just how alluring those legs truly were. He traced his fingers along the inner curve of her thigh, feeling the subtle tremor that ran through her small body. The little demon empress huffed softly, but did not push him away. Instead, she lifted her chin, eyes half-lidded in a mixture of challenge and restrained desire. "Do you think this will make me forgive you?" she murmured, her voice husky, almost a purr disguised as reproach. Ren Zu smiled against her skin, his lips brushing the curve of her knee as he slowly, deliberately moved upward. "No. But it will make up for lost time." And with that, the two spent several hours making up for the longing they had felt for each other, leaving a certain divine master with her face completely flushed as she watched. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters, and the highly anticipated God Realm arc is about to begin. You won't want to miss this moment. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 114, Villain's Theater. Painting the events in his favor. 7. In just a few hours, virtually the entire illusory demon realm had already heard about what happened in the illusory demon imperial city. The news spread like wildfire. The city had been attacked by an unknown enemy who used vile methods to poison its inhabitants, all with the aim of targeting the young patriarch of the Yun family. Many already knew his name. Yun Che was recognized as an outstanding genius, though completely overshadowed by the current demon lord. Within the Yun family, his reputation was solid, and since it was one of the guardian families that had produced the sovereign himself, the attention it received naturally extended to the other great families. Thus, his fame had already circulated through various regions of the realm. But after that incident, his notoriety surpassed everything that had come before. In a short time, Yun Che began to be called the tragic genius, the one who was crippled and turned into a woman because of past grudges. It was said that he had exterminated an entire sect for personal reasons but left a single survivor. Consumed by hatred, that survivor supposedly returned seeking revenge. As a consequence, the entire illusory demon imperial city nearly paid the price, poisoned by sinister methods that could have left millions in an eternal slumber. It was said that if the demon lord had not emerged from seclusion to resolve the crisis, that trash would have ruined countless lives. Those who were directly affected harbored deep resentment toward the so-called tragic genius. If not for his status, someone would have eliminated him long ago. However, no one dared act rashly. He was the demon lord's brother, and his parents were monarchs standing at the peak of the continent. Offending him meant provoking forces no one had the courage to face. Thus, amid hatred, disgust, and contempt, Yun Che's name echoed even more intensely throughout the entire illusory demon realm. Meanwhile, the demon lord became even more magnificent in the eyes of the people, almost a living deity, the one who had appeared at the critical moment to save millions. Virtually every inhabitant of the illusory demon realm grew anxious upon learning that he had fallen unconscious after confronting the enemy. However, the little demon empress acted swiftly to contain the panic, publicly declaring that he had merely completely exhausted his profound energy and suffered no serious injuries. Her words were enough to calm the public and dispel most of the tension spreading across the realm. Even so, while the concern was intense among the general population, it was incomparably greater within the Yun family and the Mu family. Yun Qinghong and Mu Yuro were deeply distressed by their adopted son's situation. At the same time, their hearts were shattered by the current state of their daughter, who remained unconscious, teetering on the edge of a vegetative state. If not for Zuer's timely arrival, they might have lost her forever. While worry consumed their thoughts, a burning hatred also grew within them, directed at the one who had dared to cause such suffering to their family. What a pity, they wouldn't even get the chance to meet the two new daughters-in-law their son had brought back, who were said to be as beautiful as the little demon empress herself. A few hours later, the inner doors of the palace opened silently. Ren Zu walked calmly through the wide corridors of the illusory demon imperial palace. He wore a set of flowing white robes with long, wide sleeves adorned with golden embroidery depicting a golden crow. Several tassels were tied near his waist, while a jade crown rested upon his head. An aura of refined extraordinariness, imperial and graceful, surrounded him as though it were perfectly natural, as if he were an immortal monarch banished to the mortal world. He looked quite pleased, as though he had spent hours doing something he greatly enjoyed. Beside him, the little demon empress advanced calmly. The cold, murderous expression from before had completely vanished, in its place was a calm, almost lazy satisfaction that softened the delicate features of her flawless face. Her lips were slightly curved in the faintest smile, and her dark eyes shone with a contented light. The last few hours had been intense. However, they had not spent all the time merely satiating the desires accumulated after months apart. Once the longing had finally been appeased and their emotions settled, they lay side by side for nearly an hour, still enveloped in each other's warmth. It was in that moment of tranquility that he began to recount, much more calmly, everything that had happened during his journey, the dangers he faced, the discoveries he made, and the experiences he lived through, while she listened in silence, satisfied not only by the physical closeness but by having him back at her side. He made sure to report every necessary detail to support the lies he had told earlier, carefully filling any gaps that might raise suspicion. He chose his words with precision, adjusting small points here and there, ensuring his narrative remained consistent from beginning to end. He could not afford to leave inconsistencies that might awaken distrust. During this time, he also took the opportunity to implicitly answer Jasmine's numerous questions. Earlier, he had provoked her, especially after she called him a pervert for so naturally taking advantage of the intimate reunion with his own wife. He did not hold back. He immediately retorted that the true pervert was her, since there was no need to watch everything so attentively. The provocation was direct and precise. Even without being able to see her, he could imagine the result, as red as her own hair, furious. After that, she no longer paid such close attention to what was happening, though she still peeked several times. Well, his charm was incredible, after all. Though he did not feel comfortable being watched by someone, even if that someone was a woman, he decided to end the intimate moment with his wife early and simply talk with her. After hearing everything, Jasmine could better understand the situation, including how Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer ended up in the illusory demon realm. Still, what weighed most heavily on her heart was the cruel fate of her disciple, betrayed, humiliated, forced to wear a green hat, transformed into a woman, and stripped of all the power he had accumulated over the years. Yet at that moment, she could do little beyond waiting for her own recovery. Once she was strong enough, she swore she would seek vengeance for him. Well, he could easily deduce the Divine Master's feelings. Though she cared about Yun Che, that did not mean she was so deeply in love that she would lose herself over him. She had her own life, her own goals, and her own responsibilities. There was a revenge she carried in her heart and someone important she needed to protect. She was not the type of person to abandon everything for the sake of a single man. Despite her youth, her determination was impressive. Cold when necessary, rational most of the time, and driven by firm convictions, she was not someone who would let herself be consumed purely by emotions. But setting that aside, he noticed that his wife wanted to say something. The little demon empress cast a discreet sideways glance at him. "That physique of yours is truly absurd," she said calmly, her voice low but carrying an unmistakable trace of admiration. Ren Zu smiled from the corner of his mouth. "Well, it really is incredible, thanks to our joint efforts over the past few hours. You broke through into the divine origin realm because of it and reached the second level. One could say you're currently invincible in this world." While recounting the details of his journey, he had also mentioned the awakening of his unique physique, perfectly suited for dual cultivation. In truth, she had already experienced the results firsthand long before he explained anything. Originally, she had been on the verge of breaking through to the divine origin realm. However, after they dual cultivated together, the barrier preventing her advancement finally shattered. It was not merely a level breakthrough, her talent underwent comprehensive enhancement, and new insights emerged in her mind regarding the Golden Crow's record of the burning world. With this surge in talent and comprehension, reaching the highest level of that art no longer seemed a distant dream, she only needed time to consolidate her cultivation and deepen the newly acquired understanding. The little demon empress huffed softly upon hearing that. Invincible. She raised a slender eyebrow, her sideways glance carrying faint disdain. This empress was already invincible before. Ren Zu made a strange sound in his throat, something between a choke and a poorly disguised cough. Ah, of course, naturally. He replied, his smile betraying the teasing. Her dark eyes narrowed dangerously. Except for a certain aberration that appeared out of nowhere. She added with studied coldness. But that doesn't count. You are not a valid benchmark. Ren Zu placed a hand over his chest, feigning deep offense. An aberration. I spend months risking my life, return stronger, help my wife reach the second level of the divine origin realm, and this is the cruel treatment I receive. She turned her face slightly, her lips curving into the faintest smile. Cruel, she repeated, her voice soft as cold silk. This empress is being extremely generous by allowing you to keep breathing after returning with 2 additional wives. Ren Zu let out a low laugh. See? That's cruelty. She stopped walking for a moment and looked directly at him before saying slowly, cruelty would be expelling you from the palace. Ren Zu leaned slightly toward her. You wouldn't do that. No. The little demon empress crossed her arms, her gaze challenging. No. Ren Zu replied calmly. Because you love me too much for that. The silence that followed lasted 2 seconds. Then she abruptly turned her face away, trying to hide the faint blush that threatened to appear. Umph. Ren Zu laughed again. Besides. He continued, moving a little closer as they resumed walking, if you were already invincible before, then what are you now? Invincible squared. The little demon empress cast him a cold look and said proudly, I am the strongest in this world. He tilted his head. Then I am the husband of the strongest in this world. That sounds like a respectable title. You already have too many titles. She shot back immediately. I can abdicate all of them. He replied with mock solemnity, except for the one of being the husband of the little demon empress. The little demon empress stopped again, her eyes fixed on him for a long moment. Flattery will not work on me. She said, though her tone was less rigid than she intended. It's not flattery. He replied naturally. It's fact. She huffed once more, but this time there was a clear trace of suppressed amusement. You talk too much. Only when I'm happy. And why are you happy? Ren Zu looked at her from the side, his smile calm and sincere. Because my wife is by my side. Because she is stronger than ever. And because, despite everything, you still chose to allow me to have other wives, instead of trying to kill me. She stared at him for several seconds. Then she turned her face away with elegance. This empress is still considering that option. He leaned in slightly to whisper near her ear. If it's after another dual cultivation session, I'll take the risk. She immediately gave him a light pinch on the waist. Shameless. Ren Zu laughed, finally letting out a low, genuine chuckle. The atmosphere between them had become light once again, not burdened by tension or jealousy, but filled with the quiet intimacy that exists only between husband and wife after weathering conflicts and still choosing to stand side by side. The little demon empress resumed her impeccable posture, but now she walked half a step closer to him than before. In any case, regarding the women you brought back, they are already being treated as imperial consorts, she replied coolly. As long as they do not cross the line, this empress will not act irrationally. Ren Zu observed her for a brief moment after hearing those words. Then, without saying anything, he extended his hand. His fingers gently wrapped around her small, soft hand. The little demon empress immediately stiffened, and her gaze dropped to their intertwined hands. What do you think you're doing? She asked, the cold tone returning reflexively. Ren Zu simply gave a light squeeze, as though holding something far too precious to harm. Holding my wife's hand, thank you. She raised her eyes, confused for a fraction of a second. Thank you. Yes. He replied calmly. You could have made things difficult. But you didn't. I'm glad you're so understanding. Silence hung between them. Her expression became slightly rigid. Do not misunderstand, she said quickly. This empress does nothing for your sake. I do it because it is the proper behavior for someone in my position. In any case, you are the demon emperor, there is no issue with having a few concubines. I would expect nothing less from my Tsai, so kind. She huffed. And you still dare to tease. Ren Zu leaned slightly toward her as they walked. I'm not teasing. I'm sincerely grateful. Her steps slowed almost imperceptibly. The faint blush returned to the tips of her ears, something only someone who knew her deeply would notice. TCH. You really talk too much when you're satisfied. And you're still holding my hand. She froze for half a second. Her gaze dropped once again to their intertwined hands. Then she lifted her chin with impeccable pride. This empress is merely ensuring you do not run away again. Ah, so I'm the one who needs to be watched. Evidently. Ren Zu chuckled softly. Then I'll remain under your watchful eye for the rest of my life. She did not reply. But her fingers adjusted slightly around his, a nearly imperceptible yet intentional gesture. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters, and the highly anticipated God Realm arc is about to begin. You won't want to miss this moment. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 115, Interlude, I Want to Die. At the divine abode peak of the Azure Cloud continent, the Cloud's End Cliff was the most lethal location among the 4 deadly regions. This cliff was also frequently called the cemetery of the god of death. Over countless years, the number of people who had fallen into this abyss was simply impossible to count. At this very moment, right at the edge of that cliff, a young man with tan skin and pitch-black eyes was leaning his arm against a rock that stood as tall as 2 people. Blood stained all of his dark clothes, and numerous open wounds covered his body. He had only been resting against that stone for a few breaths of time, yet a pool of blood had already formed beneath his feet. His chest rose and fell heavily, one could even say his breathing was so labored it would frighten an ordinary person. Every muscle in his body trembled slightly, a clear sign of his utter exhaustion and loss of strength. If not for that rock supporting him, he probably wouldn't have been able to stand on his own. Yet his eyes remained cold and calm, like 2 sharp blades gleaming with ferocity. The corners of his mouth curled with extreme disdain. Before him stood an awe-inspiring crowd of people blocking every possible path of escape. Yun-Che, you're cornered. If you obey us and hand over the sky poison pearl, we might let you live. Today we shall carry out the justice of the heavens and rid the world of this scourge. If you hurry up and hand over the sky poison pearl right now, we can grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you will taste the pain of 1,000 blades piercing your heart. Yun-Che. Stop being so stubborn. Your only way out is to hand over the pearl. You are unworthy of such a sacred object. Roars erupted from the crowd, all of them shouting about justice and righteousness. If anyone from the Azure Cloud continent were to pass by and witness this scene, they would be utterly stunned. This mob consisted of the strongest sects and clans of the entire Azure Cloud continent. Every sect leader was present, even long-forgotten elders had appeared. It would not be an exaggeration to say that any single person in that crowd could shake an entire region with their power. And now, all of them were gathered here because of this one young man who had been forced to the very edge of the cliff, specifically, because of the sky poison pearl in his hand, the #1 sacred object of the Azure Cloud continent. Slowly, menacingly, the crowd advanced while shouting threats. When the sky poison pearl was finally revealed once more, they stood face to face with that irresistible treasure again. After hunting for 3 full days, they could hardly wait to reap the fruits of their labor. You want the sky poison pearl? Yun-Che laughed coldly. Then he slowly raised his right hand. A small jade-green orb radiating dazzling splendor appeared in his palm. The moment the pearl appeared, everyone froze mid-step, staring fixedly at the green pearl, greed reflected in their eyes. To Yun-Che, these people, who were powerful enough to terrify the world, looked filthy and repulsive. He slowly lifted his gaze. Even though he was cornered, his pupils burned with arrogance and mockery. The deep hatred dwelling within his eyes was unmistakable. My master spent his entire life trying to save the world. He saved countless people without seeking profit or fame, yet you so-called righteous sects killed my master 7 years ago for the sake of this sky poison pearl, Yun-Che said, then continued, I hate myself for being so useless back then and not wiping out your damned righteous sects 7 years ago. Every word carried profound, bone-deep hatred. Even though 7 years had passed, merely thinking of his master's death made blood tears well up in his eyes. Yun-Che never knew who his parents were. When his master found him, he had seemed to be only a few days old. It was during spring that his master took him in, scattered clouds, gentle breeze, spiritual mountains, and crystal-clear water. He named the child Yun-Che, hoping his heart would remain as pure as the clouds and as clear as water, so that when he grew up, he would inherit his master's profession as a healer, saving the dying and healing the wounded with an uncorrupted heart. No matter how grave the illness or injury, his master could always cure it. This was thanks to the sky poison pearl hidden within his body. The words poison and sky indicated that this pearl was highly toxic, yet medicine and poison share the same origin. His master never used its poison. He only used alchemy to extract, refine, and ultimately produce sacred medicines that saved millions of lives. He carefully taught all his medical skills to Yun-Che, but 7 years ago, news of his sky poison pearl spread. He gave the pearl to Yun-Che and told him to flee. Soon after, he died at the hands of the greatest sections. When news of his master's death reached Yun-Che, he wept for 3 days and 3 nights. The seed of hatred took firm root in his heart, and he no longer practiced the medical arts. Instead, he absorbed the pearl's poison. Vengeance became his only belief. After 7 years, he mastered the poison and bared the fangs of revenge. In less than 10 days, the poison spread thousands of kilometers, killing countless people and plunging the entire Azure Cloud continent into panic and terror, thus attracting the greed of the strong and powerful toward this treasure. This led to the hunt for Yun-Che in order to seize the pearl, resulting in the current situation. He looked at them all with hatred blazing in his eyes and laughed coldly. As soon as his laughter reached an icy pitch, he roared. "You bastards, if you want my sky poison pearl, you can only be dreaming." After making that declaration, Yun-Che suddenly raised his hand and tossed the pearl into his mouth. Then he forced it down his throat, sending it straight into his stomach. Wah! What is he doing? He just swallowed the sky poison pearl. Yun-Che. If you want to die so badly. It's fine, this is nothing. Just kill him and take the pearl out. The pearl entered his body, but the poison did not spread and kill him as they had expected. A faint green light glowed across his body. Kill him now. Otherwise, the sky poison pearl might undergo some change inside his body. That would be a huge problem. Roaring, a dozen people from the crowd charged at Yun-Che simultaneously. Looking at the numbers of people who wanted to destroy him, Yun-Che began to laugh. His laughter was weak and dry, yet extremely arrogant. I don't have the strength to kill you all, but don't think you can kill me either. You pieces of shit are unworthy of the sky poison pearl, and even more unworthy of killing me. If I die, it will be by my own hand. Ha 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 ha. After laughing, Yun-Che used the last fragment of strength he had to leap backward. Stop him. Several hands reached for Yun-Che the moment they realized his true intention, but they only managed to grasp half of his shadow. They could only watch as his light body fell toward the abyss. The Cloud's End cliff is a very fitting cemetery for me, Yun-Che. There is nothing holding me back anymore. I no longer have any ties to this world. Unfortunately. I couldn't avenge my master, nor find my parents. Yun-Che gently held the silver pendant on his chest. It was the only thing he had when his master found him. The wind whistled past his ears as he slowly closed his eyes and let his body sink into the seemingly endless dark abyss. He slowly opened his eyes. They were lifeless eyes, completely devoid of any spark of life, as though his soul had been ripped away. His body, once full of strength and determination, now resembled a corpse lying on a cold bed. Disjointed thoughts swirled in his mind, fragments of memories and images that made no sense. Bitterness swelled in his heart as he recalled that moment on the cliff he had just dreamed about after escaping that cycle where he saw things from the perspective of everyone he had ruined. If he had died right then, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up like this. Now he was nothing more than a worthless cripple. His profound veins had completely vanished. He could no longer feel his legs or arms, every movement seemed impossible, every thought an excruciating effort. But that still wasn't the worst part. The worst part was something he never could have imagined: he had turned into a woman. The change in his body was so drastic that for a few moments he barely recognized himself. How could he face little Fairy, Tsang-Yu, Xia Qingyue, or even Feng Shuer now? Even his little aunt. All those women who once harbored feelings for him, he could no longer be the man he once was. Would anyone still love him? Would any of those feelings survive his transformation? Well, it didn't matter anyway, he no longer felt any affection or love toward them, only a kind of revulsion and disgust rising from the depths of his soul. He knew none of them would love him anymore now that he had become a woman. Perhaps that was exactly why those two feelings arose simultaneously. In any case, he didn't care at that moment. A strange sensation coursed through his body when he thought of all the men who had crossed his life, something unconscious, memories of Xia Qingyue's brother, his childhood best friend, or even Fen Juechen, the one who had caused him so much suffering. Ugh, what was he even thinking? His face turned extremely pale. He tried to think of something important, but what was important right now? Jasmine and Hong'er. He didn't even know where they were anymore. Jasmine, the strongest profound practitioner he had ever known, capable of handling any situation, had probably faced Fen Juechen alone. But what if she had died, since he no longer had the sky poison pearl needed to remove her poison? Whatever. It wasn't that important anyway. Everything that had happened to him crushed any remaining will to live. He would rather be dead than alive. While he remained in a completely vegetative state, Muyuro slowly entered the room carrying a small wooden basin of warm water. Steam rose gently, spreading a soft warmth through the silent space. Her steps were cautious, as though she feared making too much noise and disturbing the fragile condition of the person lying on the bed. But the moment her eyes fell on the young person's face on the bed, her entire body froze. His eyes were open. Chair. The cry escaped her throat almost like a sob. The basin slipped from her hands and crashed to the floor with a dull thud. Water spread rapidly across the wooden floor, but she didn't even notice. Muyuro was already beside the bed. Chair. You're awake. Her hands trembled as she held his face with the utmost care, as if afraid he would vanish at the slightest touch. Chair, are you all right? Can you hear me? Say something to mother. Her voice was filled with anxiety, hope, and fear. But Yunche did not respond. His lifeless eyes remained fixed on the ceiling, motionless and empty, as though the woman crying beside him did not exist. Muyuro's heart tightened. Chair. Her voice grew weaker, almost breaking. The sound of the basin falling had echoed through the quiet courtyard, and hurried footsteps soon approached. The door opened. Yun Qinghong entered first. His serious expression immediately changed when he saw what was happening. Yuro, what happened? He stopped mid-sentence as his eyes met Yunche's. He's awake. Behind him, two figures also entered the room, Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer. Xia Qingyue wore simple white robes. Her face was as beautiful as ever, yet completely cold and distant. Her eyes rested on Yunche for only a brief moment, as though observing something insignificant. She was surprised to discover that he was still alive and that he had somehow ended up in the illusory demon realm. Strangely, however, her heart did not stir at this revelation. Of course, she felt a faint trace of pity seeing the once so proud man reduced to this state, but beyond that, there was no other emotion in her heart. There was no emotion on her face, for it perfectly reflected the state of her heart at that moment. It was as though she were looking at an ordinary stone. Feng Shuer, on the other hand, stopped right at the entrance. The young woman's clear eyes fixed on Yunche, and an almost imperceptible turmoil passed through them. It was a complicated mixture of emotions, confusion, pain, and disbelief. Part of her felt relief upon realizing that her big brother Yun was still alive, but was that all? Any feelings she once held for him seemed distant now. She had a husband who had given her such happiness that it nearly erased the memory she had of the woman before her eyes. Still, she could not help but feel pity for his situation, a feeling that stirred complex emotions in her heart. While the two women had their own thoughts and emotions regarding this reunion, Yunche finally moved his eyes. His gaze swept across the room, until it stopped on the three figures, Muyuro, Xia Qingyue, and Feng Shuer. The moment his eyes touched the latter two, he immediately recognized them, yet his dead heart did not react to their presence at all. Instead, something strange happened inside him. A sudden feeling rose from the depths of his soul, disgust. It was completely irrational, yet it surged so strongly that his stomach seemed to churn. Merely looking at them caused something in his chest to tighten. His expression did not change, but inside, a sticky, unpleasant sensation spread through his mind. He looked away. Back to staring at the ceiling. As though they weren't even worth a second of his attention. Muyuro did not notice this. She was completely focused on the fact that he had awakened. Chair, can you speak? Are you in pain anywhere? She held his hand. But his hand was cold. Yun Qinghong watched in silence. It was the look of someone who had completely lost the will to exist. This caused immense pain in his heart. Feng Shuer took a small step forward. Big sister Yun. Her voice was soft but hesitant. Yun Che's eyes moved again reflexively. And when he saw her, the disgust inside him inexplicably intensified. He furrowed his brows slightly. What an unpleasant feeling. Feng Shuer opened her mouth, her lips trembling faintly as she tried to form words. Her blue eyes, still carrying the confused mixture of pity and distant nostalgia, fixed on Yunche's pale face, or rather, on what remained of it. For a moment, it seemed she was about to say something gentle, something comforting, as she used to when calling him Big Brother Yun. But then, she hesitated. His empty gaze, the total lack of reaction, the coldness emanating from that now so fragile body, all of it made her swallow her words. Her fingers tightened on the hem of her phoenix dress, and she slowly lowered her head, giving up. There was nothing more to say. The silence stretched on, heavy and suffocating. Yun Qinghong watched everything in silence, his face etched with deep lines of worry and pain. He approached the bed, placing a hand on Muyuro's shoulder to comfort her, but his gaze never left the face of his blood daughter. Chair. His voice came out low, almost hoarse. You've awakened, that alone is already a miracle. But we need Zuer to examine you immediately. He is the only one who can understand what happened to your body. Perhaps there is still hope for you to return to normal. Don't give up so soon. Muyuro nodded quickly, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Yes, we need to call Zuer right now. Xia Qingyue, who who remained standing near the door with her usual impeccable posture, spoke in a calm and controlled voice, "He is coming." This Qingyue can sense that he is heading toward the courtyard at this very moment. There was a soft, almost imperceptible glow in her eyes when she mentioned her husband, a trace of warmth that contrasted with the usual coldness of her expression. It was the only visible sign that, even at that moment, her mind and heart belonged entirely to her husband. Feng Shui immediately raised her gaze upon hearing this. Her face lit up with a mixture of relief and anxiety. Her fingers relaxed on the hem of her dress, and she turned slightly toward the entrance of the room, as though she could sense his approach even from afar, which, for a profound practitioner at the peak of the world, was quite simple. The two of them had remained in the palace for the past few hours, worried about Ren Zu, who had fallen unconscious after saving the demon Imperial City. Fortunately, it had taken no more than a few hours for him to awaken. When they sensed that he had woken up and reunited with the little demon empress, both hesitated to go meet him. Especially since shortly afterward, the two began engaging in intimate activities, something that inevitably stirred a faint jealousy in both women. Even so, wanting to leave them alone, they decided to come here instead. Feng Shui wanted to see how Yunqei was doing, and Xia Qingyue ended up accompanying her, as she too wished to take a look for herself. Both of them had a past with him. Although they no longer harbored feelings for Yunqei, it was still natural that they would feel some trace of complex emotion regarding this. Using his own spiritual sense to cover the area, Yun Qinghong nodded slowly and replied to Xia Qingyue's words, "Then let's wait for him here. Chair, just hold on a little longer. Zuer will help you." Yun Che did not respond. His eyes remained fixed on the ceiling, empty. He wanted to die. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters, and the highly anticipated God Realm arc is about to begin. You won't want to miss this moment. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 116, A Fate Worse Than Death. Ren Zu walked calmly along the path that led to the courtyard of his father's residence. His expression remained completely serene, and his black eyes showed no emotional ripple whatsoever. After not finding Xia Qingyue and Feng Shui in the palace, he learned from the maids that the two had come to visit his parents, so he decided to come there immediately. The little demon empress chose not to accompany him, as she wanted to enter seclusion as soon as possible to consolidate her breakthrough. Thus, after a brief intimate moment of farewell between the two, they parted. His gaze remained tranquil as he crossed the silent courtyard. The gentle morning breeze slowly swayed the surrounding trees, scattering leaves across the stone ground. At that moment, a female voice slowly echoed within his mind. Ren Zu. The voice was low, cold, and carried a slight hesitation. It was Jasmine's voice. She remained silent for a few seconds before finally asking, "Do you really not know how to cure Yunqei?" She had obviously asked the question because she had never heard of the light element profound art he had used earlier when he regenerated Yunqei's lost limbs and prevented him from dying. It was something she had never seen before or even heard mentioned in her entire life. Furthermore, he had also demonstrated a rather frightening level of medical knowledge. And since she herself could not think of any solution to Yunqei's current situation, she imagined that he probably knew some way to deal with it. No, she held a certain hope that he might be capable of doing so. She had not mentioned or included such a condition in their previous agreement because, deep down in her heart, she believed that curing Yunqei was simply impossible. She did not want to risk ruining the cooperation between them by imposing a demand she knew from the beginning could not be fulfilled. Moreover, the two of them still did not know each other completely, and she needed him in order to have at least a chance of recovering her own body. Since he was strong and extremely mysterious, she was careful not to act arrogantly. Although she had considered asking for that as part of the agreement, she ultimately decided not to. Deep down, she also understood the delicate position they were in. Despite cooperating, the two were, in theory, in a relationship of equals. She depended almost entirely on him to achieve her objective, while he practically did not need her for anything. In other words, within that partnership, she was clearly the more dependent side. Precisely because of that, she needed to act cautiously and avoid making demands that might irritate him or make him lose interest in helping her. In the end, she was fortunate to encounter Yunqei in a condition where he also needed her in order to become stronger. Because of that, the relationship between the two of them ended up balancing out somewhat. In this way, she finally possessed a small advantage in the negotiation. After all, while she depended on him to recover her body, Yunqei also needed her to increase his own strength. This made the cooperation between them cease to be entirely unilateral, unlike what it currently was with Ren Zu. Ren Zu's steps did not stop, he continued walking as if nothing had happened. After a few seconds of silence, he calmly replied through the spiritual connection. "When I healed your disciple, I had already analyzed the condition of his body. In that situation, there was not much I could do. That profound art merely restored his physical body and prevented him from dying. Even if I were the best physician in the primordial chaos, I would not be able to reverse the complete loss of the profound veins. He is in a state as if he had never been born with profound veins. If they had merely been damaged or crippled, it would be relatively easy to heal them, but they simply no longer exist. It is as if his body has become something strange, almost alien to this world. The worst part is that when his arms were severed and his legs were destroyed, whoever did it also deliberately damaged the nerves of each limb in an irreversible manner. My profound art could have solved that problem, but at that moment, I was unable to do so. Jasmine's voice immediately grew heavier. So there's no solution. Ren Zu thought for a moment before answering. I didn't say that. Perhaps there is a way. But I'm not certain yet. So don't have too many expectations. The spiritual connection fell silent for a few moments. Then Jasmine finally responded. I understand. Naturally, he could cure something like that with extreme ease, but that would defeat the purpose of having done all this. Letting out a sigh, he gently pushed the door open and entered, walking calmly toward the room. The instant he appeared at the entrance, two female figures moved almost at the same time. Husband. Both Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer immediately approached. Feng Shuer's eyes quickly swept over his body, examining him anxiously. Are you all right? She asked with evident concern. Xia Qingyue was also observing him carefully. Although her expression remained calm, her eyes revealed a faint trace of worry. You had lost consciousness earlier, and Sister Tsai said you were fine. She said softly. Is your condition really stable now? Ren Zu smiled gently, raising a hand to reassure them. I'm fine. There's no need to worry. It was only temporary exhaustion. I've already fully recovered. Before either of them could respond, Muyuro hurried over, her face marked by anguish. She grabbed his arm tightly, as if afraid he might disappear. Zuer, please, help Chair. Her voice trembled, nearly breaking. For Muyuro, Yunche was the son she had never had the opportunity to see grow up. For years, she believed she had lost any chance of ever seeing him again, always fearing the worst possible fate. Therefore, when the heavens finally gave her the chance to have him back in her life, even if only for a few months, she cherished every moment. In that short time since he returned to his family, she had been able to experience the joy of caring for a son of her own blood. It was not that she loved him more than Ren Zu, certainly not, but the feeling was different. There was something special about knowing that Youngman had been born from her own blood. That was why seeing him now in that state, unable to move and having given up on living, tore deeply at her mother's heart. At that moment, all she could do was cling to hope and beg for any miracle that might save him. Yun Qinghong also stepped forward, his face serious and filled with deep concern. He placed a hand on Muyuro's shoulder, but his eyes never left Ren Zu. Zuer, you also fell unconscious after the battle. We were very worried. I'm sorry we weren't by your side at that moment. Your mother and I were divided about what to do and even thought of bringing you here, but the little demon empress said she would take you to the palace and take care of you. But now that you're here, please examine Chair. Unlike Muyuro, Yun Qinghong tried to remain calm. As the head of the family and as a father, he needed to stay rational even in such a difficult moment. Even so, behind his controlled demeanor lay deep concern. He knew the chances of saving Yunche were small, but he could not simply give up while someone capable of trying still existed. Husband, please. He is the big brother Yun I told you about. Is there anything we can do? Can you use that profound art that healed so many people that day? Feng Shuer murmured, her voice low and filled with mixed emotions. Although she no longer harbored the feelings she once had for Yunche, he was still someone important in her life. Because of that, she could not help but feel a certain guilt for not trying to help him in such a fragile moment. That was what had brought her there after everything. Yunche was still an important memory of her youth. Even though her life had followed another path and her feelings had changed, the memories of everything they had lived through still existed. Precisely because of that, seeing him in that condition awakened within her a strange mixture of pity, guilt, and compassion. Xia Qingyue maintained her composure, but her black eyes fixed on Ren Zu intensely. This Qingyue also asks, if there is any way, please try to save him. Even though there were no longer any feelings left in her heart for Yunche, he had still been the one who helped her open her profound entrances and reach the profound emperor realm more quickly. It would be ungrateful of her not to try to help him now. She herself had no means to do anything, but her husband might possess a solution. For her, the situation was more a matter of principle than emotion. She no longer loved Yunche, but she acknowledged the debt she had owed him in the past. Helping him now was simply the right thing to do. Ren Zu let out a deep sigh, the sound heavy with resignation. I promise. I will try my best. He walked to the bed, taking a dark wooden chair from his spatial ring with a simple gesture of his hand and placing it beside it. He sat down calmly, his steady gaze resting on the pale and empty face of the young woman lying there. Yunche remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, without any sign of life or reaction. Ren Zu leaned slightly forward. Hello, older brother, or rather, older sister now, I suppose. No reaction. Yun Che's lifeless eyes remained empty, as if the words had never reached him. Ren Zu was not shaken. He extended his hand and took her thin, cold wrist. His fingers wrapped gently around the pale skin as he closed his eyes. A subtle wave of pure and extremely refined spiritual energy flowed from his body, entering her wrist like a calm and luminous river. His spiritual sense spread through her body like a delicate web. It was not every day that you had the opportunity to analyze the body of the chosen one of destiny of this world. He wanted to be sure that if he left him alive, he would not need to worry. Although his current state was worse than death, was there really a need to do all this? The entire room fell into absolute silence. Mu Yuro held her breath. Yun Qinghong watched with clenched fists. Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer kept their eyes fixed on him, waiting, yearning for any sign of hope. Ren Zu remained like that for long minutes. Then, finally, he opened his eyes. It's worse than I imagined. He murmured, more to himself than to the others. But loud enough for everyone to hear. Mu Yuro covered her mouth with her hands as her eyes filled with tears once more. The heavy silence dominating the room was broken again by a voice within Ren Zu's mind. So? Jasmine asked, her low, cold voice echoing through the spiritual connection. Did you find anything you can do? Ren Zu did not answer immediately. His eyes were still fixed on Yun Che's motionless body as his spiritual sense slowly retracted, like a tide returning to the ocean. After a few seconds, he replied mentally. There is something I could do. Jasmine's eyes lit up slightly. Then. But only partially. Those two words were enough to make her fall silent. Ren Zu continued calmly. Her brain, or his. Well, I'll call her, has suffered extremely specific damage. When the limbs were destroyed, whoever did it did not merely mutilate the body, they also deliberately damaged certain areas of the brain. There is a region responsible for transmitting and coordinating motor signals to the limbs. That area was irreversibly destroyed. Jasmine frowned slightly. So? You said you could partially solve the problem. Yes. I could reconstruct part of those connections. Ren Zu replied. But the human brain cannot withstand two complete reconstructions of this type at the same time. If I fully restore the connections responsible for the arms, the ones responsible for the legs will never be recoverable again. He paused briefly before concluding. And if I restore the legs, the arms will remain useless forever. Jasmine's mind fell completely silent. It was a cruel choice, arms or legs. Neither option truly saved Yun Che. A few seconds later, she asked in a lower tone. Is there no way to restore both? No. The answer was simple. His brain no longer has enough structural integrity to support both systems simultaneously. Jasmine fell silent again. Her expression within the space of the sky poison pearl became extremely complicated. She had hoped for a miracle. But this was not exactly a miracle. At that moment, Mu Yuro could no longer hold herself back. She stepped forward, her hands trembling as she looked at Ren Zu with reddened eyes. Zuer. Her voice was weak. You found a way. Ren Zu slowly lifted his gaze toward her. He did not try to hide the truth. There is a possibility. Mu Yuro immediately clung to that hope. Then save him. But Ren Zu raised his hand slightly, stopping her. Listen first. The room fell silent again. He spoke calmly, explaining far more simply than he had to Jasmine. Sister Yun's brain suffered severe and irreversible damage beyond the reach of any medicine in this world. The areas that control the movements of the arms and legs were destroyed. Mu Yuro turned pale. I can restore one of them, but not both. Yun Qinghong's eyes slowly narrowed. Explain. If I reconstruct the connections responsible for the legs, he will be able to walk again. But his arms will remain permanently useless. He paused briefly. If I restore the arms, he will be able to move his hands again, but he will never walk again. The entire room fell into deathly silence. It was far too cruel a choice. Yun Qinghong let out a heavy sigh. Although his son's life was important, he also understood the cruel reality of the world they lived in. In that world, strength was everything. If Yun Che survived but remained completely crippled and unable to cultivate, he might end up suffering even more than if he had died. Therefore, after a few seconds of hesitation, he asked a simple yet extremely important question. And the profound veins? Ren Zu shook his head slightly. They disappeared completely. That cannot be restored. Those words fell like a final sentence. Mu Yuro's eyes filled with tears again. Yun Qinghong slowly closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing the reality. Feng Shuer lowered her gaze. Even Xia Qingyue remained silent. But Ren Zu had not finished yet. He looked at Yunche again. The young woman's eyes remained completely empty, without any reaction. Then he spoke calmly. There is another problem. Everyone looked at him. Her mental state. His voice became colder. The will to live has completely disappeared. Even if I restore the arms or the legs, there is no guarantee that she will even try to live. In fact, there are only two real solutions to this situation. The first is to end his suffering. The words were spoken with frightening calmness. Muyuro immediately covered her mouth in horror. But Ren Zu continued. The second is to force him to continue living. His gaze returned to Yunche. Even if that means he will depend entirely on other people for the rest of his life. The silence in the room remained heavy after Ren Zu finished speaking. No one seemed to know what to say. His words had been too clear, too cruel for anyone to react immediately. It was Feng Shuer who finally broke the silence. She slowly lifted her head and looked at Ren Zu. Her eyes were confused, as if she were still trying to understand everything he had said. Husband, why those two options? She asked softly. Why, end his suffering, or force him to live like that? Ren Zu remained silent for a few seconds before answering. His gaze was still resting on Yunche's empty face. Because the problem is not only her body. He raised his hand and pointed lightly toward Yunche's head. The brain also suffered damage. Xia Qingyue's brows furrowed slightly. What kind of damage? Ren Zu replied calmly. Almost her entire brain is damaged. The parts responsible for intellect were damaged to such an extent that she is incapable of properly understanding things, which basically makes him an idiot. He paused briefly before continuing. Additionally, there seem to be abnormal impulses in her brain that drive her to perform certain strange actions, and these impulses are slowly increasing over time. Most likely, within a few days, she will begin wanting to do completely absurd or meaningless things. To her, these actions will seem perfectly logical, but to you, they will appear merely foolish or pitiful. Another area of the brain that was severely damaged is the one responsible for the perception of reality. That is why he is in this vegetative state now. It is not merely a lack of will to live, his brain is so compromised that the reality around him probably feels distant, almost like a dream from which he cannot truly awaken. Furthermore, even if he still possesses some memories, the parts of the brain responsible for associating memory and emotion were also affected. That means that even when he recalls something from the past, he likely can no longer feel the emotions connected to those memories. To him, they are merely empty images, without any real sensation behind them. This was, in fact, the explanation behind the effects of the gender-changing pill Yunche had been forced to swallow. However, the real effect of that drug was not to eliminate all emotions completely, but mainly those related to women. Even so, the damage it caused to his brain ended up being so severe that it affected other mental functions as well. In simple terms, Yunche's brain could still store memories, but it had lost much of its ability to feel anything from them. It was like looking at an old painting. He could still recognize what he was seeing, but he could no longer feel joy, sadness, or any real emotion connected to it. Of course, the exception was men. She could now only feel emotions and fall in love with men. As for the near-vegetative state Yunche was in, it was not caused solely by the physical damage to his brain. In fact, the main reason was the effect of the last pill he had been forced to swallow. That drug had directly affected his mind, plunging his consciousness into a kind of deep stupor. This happened because, under the pill's influence, Yunche had experienced countless lives and different scenarios within his own mind, as if he had lived innumerable experiences in a short period of time. After going through all of that so intensely, his already foolish mind simply could no longer completely distinguish what was real and what was not. As a result, his consciousness withdrew, leaving him in that apathetic, almost vegetative state. There were several other, more detailed explanations, but he would never tell anyone and had only used medical terms to explain Yunche's condition to the others. So, setting that aside, Feng Shuer slowly lowered her gaze. Even Xia Qingyue remained completely silent. Ren Zu continued. And that is exactly why I suggested those two options. Living like this, can it truly still be called living? He paused briefly before continuing, his voice remaining calm. Furthermore, there is another matter. His body has undergone a complete sex change, from man to woman. That is not something I can reverse. Even if I could restore other parts of the body, that kind of alteration is beyond what I can correct. His gaze remained indifferent as he concluded. And, to be honest, most men would never be able to accept something like that. Especially someone who always had so much pride in his own masculinity. Killing him would be a mercy that, deep within her mind, she is begging for at this very moment. He paused briefly before continuing. Even if I restore the arms or the legs, he will still fully understand his own condition. He will know that he has lost his profound veins. He will know that he can never cultivate again. And he will also know that he will depend on other people for the rest of his life. Muyuro's fingers began to tremble. And in that mental state, he will probably try to end his own life. The entire room fell silent again. Yun Qinghong remained still for a few seconds, as if absorbing every word. Then he slowly let out a heavy sigh. His shoulders seemed to sink slightly, and his expression aged several years in that instant. So there is nothing we can do. His voice came out low and tired. But Ren Zu shook his head slightly. No. Everyone looked at him again. There is one thing. Mu Yuro immediately lifted her head, her eyes full of hope. Ren Zu continued calmly. I can use a profound art to alter certain functions of his brain. Xia Qingyue looked at him with one eyebrow raised. Alter. Yes. Ren Zu explained. I can plant in her mind the inability to take her own life. After that, I can reconstruct the connections responsible for the arms. He looked at Yunqi again. In that way, she will still be able to move her hands. She will be able to eat by herself, hold objects, and perform simple tasks. But the legs will remain completely useless. In other words, she will live the rest of her life in a wheelchair. And that is all I can do. So, what will you decide? The silence in the room lingered for a few moments after Ren Zu finished speaking. No one seemed willing to break it first. The words he had spoken were far too heavy. Mu Yuro trembled slightly, tears still running down her face. Her eyes were fixed on Yunqi's motionless body, as if she feared that if she blinked, he would disappear again. Then, finally, she spoke. Do it. Her voice came out low and trembling, but firm. She stepped forward, gripping the edge of the bed tightly. Zuer, please, do it. For her, there was no choice to be made. It did not matter if Yunqi would never walk again, it did not matter if he would have to live dependent on others. As long as he was alive, he would still be her son. Losing him was far worse than that. Yun Qinghong remained silent for a few seconds. His eyes slowly passed over Yunqi's motionless body before returning to Ren Zu. Deep in his heart, he perfectly understood what that decision meant. His child would never return to the person they once were. There would be no profound veins. No cultivation. And countless other limitations would remain. But even so. He closed his eyes briefly before speaking. Do it. His voice was heavy but resolute. If that is the only way, then do it. Feng Shuer lowered her head in silence. Since those were Big Brother Yun's parents, only they had the right to make that decision. Therefore, she did not interfere. Even so, in her heart, she had already prepared for the worst. If they had decided that the best choice would be to end the suffering of the girl lying in the bed, then she would have interfered. Xia Qingyue also said nothing. Ren Zu observed all of them for a few seconds before finally nodding slightly. I understand. He then slowly extended his hand. A gentle wave of profound energy began to flow from his body. Unlike ordinary profound energy, that aura was pure and extremely refined. A golden glow slowly began to gather in his palm, like tiny particles of light. In the next instant, hundreds of minuscule golden stars appeared above Yunqi's motionless arms. Each one shone like a tiny glittering crystal. The particles of light floated slowly above her pale skin before beginning to sink into her body. The process was silent. For any physician or cultivator in that world, such a thing would simply be impossible. But for him, it was merely a simple procedure. In just a few seconds, all the golden light disappeared. Yunqi's arms were completely restored. But he had not finished yet. He raised his hand again. This time, 2 fingers slowly extended toward Yunqi's forehead. Then, he gently pressed between her brows. The instant he did so, a profound symbol appeared on Yunqi's pale skin. It was an extremely complex golden mark composed of delicate lines intertwined like an ancient seal. The mark glowed briefly. Then it vanished. That was when something finally changed. Yunqi's empty eyes trembled slightly. It was the first real reaction since he had been brought to that bed. Mu Yuro immediately stepped forward. Chair. Yunqi's pale lips slowly moved. The voice that came out was low, hoarse, and completely devoid of emotion, almost like a corpse trying to speak. Mother. Mu Yuro froze. Her eyes widened completely. Then, with difficulty, Yunqi slowly moved his lips again. Water. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, 2 years later, Interlude. Time passed slowly after that. When no one noticed, the sun had already begun to set on the horizon. The orange light of dusk entered through the windows of the residence, tinting the interior of the house with soft, warm tones. The shadows of the trees in the courtyard stretched slowly across the stone floor. Gradually, the sky began to darken. The first stars appeared silently in the firmament. When night finally arrived, Yun Qinghong's residence was illuminated only by the lanterns hanging along the corridors. Inside the room, Yun Che had already fallen asleep again. His face remained pale, and his expression was still vacant, but he seemed a bit more at peace. Mu Yuro stayed by the bedside, holding one of his hands as if afraid to let go. Yun Qinghong spoke in a low voice with some servants outside the room, organizing everything to care for his daughter's new condition. Ren Zu did not stay there any longer. Without making much noise, he simply stood up and left the room. As he crossed the corridor of the residence, two figures were already waiting for him outside, Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer. The two were silent. When they saw him leave, they simply began to walk beside him. Neither of them spoke. The three crossed the silent courtyard of the residence together. The night breeze was cool. The trees swayed gently under the pale moonlight. The leaves that had fallen earlier were still scattered across the stone floor. Ren Zu walked a few more steps before finally stopping. He did not turn immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the night sky as he spoke in a calm manner. Let's return to the palace first. I believe you've already met Sai, but you haven't been formally introduced yet. She entered seclusion, so she'll come out next month. During that time, I'll introduce the illusory demon realm to you too. Xia Qingyue remained silent for a brief moment after hearing those words. Then, she spoke in a calm manner. Shuer and Qingyue have met the little demon empress. But we didn't have a deep conversation. She also didn't allow either of us to enter her private quarters. Her tone was neutral. After a brief pause, she asked another question, are you really okay? For someone to knock you unconscious. That enemy was strong. Ren Zu simply shook his head. No. He finally diverted his gaze from the sky and turned his attention to the two. It wasn't because of his strength. At that moment, I was forced to become unconscious. That's why I said it wasn't anything serious, I wasn't even injured or anything. If I wanted, I could have killed him with a single slap. But I didn't do it right away. First, because he probably had the antidote for the divine burial mist, and I intended to interrogate him to learn his reasons for attacking my illusory demon realm. Feng Shuer remained silent for an instant after hearing the explanation. Then, she let out a small sigh. Her blue eyes, which resembled two dreamy gems, reflected emotions too complex to be easily described. That's good. Her gaze softened a bit as she continued. I'm relieved to know you're okay, husband. I was really afraid something had happened to you. Sorry if I didn't show it before. I ended up focusing too much on Big Sister Yun's situation. She lowered her gaze slightly upon finishing her words. Deep down, that mixture of feelings still left her a bit confused. The concern she felt for Yun Che came from old memories, from someone who had been important in her life. But the fear she felt at the thought that something might have happened to Ren Zu was different, deeper, and more immediate. And realizing this difference in her own feelings made her understand even more clearly who truly occupied the most important place in her heart now. Although it wasn't so easy to abandon someone who had been important to her. Xia Qingyue remained silent for a moment, just observing Ren Zu before finally speaking. Qingyue also came to see Yun Che. He did a lot for me in the past, and it would seem ungrateful on my part not to at least come see how he was or try to help in some way. Besides, I believe that Sister Tsai would take good care of you, husband. She paused briefly before adding, with her usual calm. Even so. Qingyue apologizes for coming here without asking your permission. Although her words were simple, there was a clear sense of responsibility in them. She understood her position as a wife, so she made a point of acknowledging that she should have informed Ren Zu before acting on her own. Ren Zu remained silent for a brief moment. Then he let out a small sigh. You don't need to apologize for that. I know you two have a past with my new sister. Even though you're my women now, that doesn't mean you can simply erase everything you've lived before. Some things don't work that way. He paused briefly before continuing. No one controls their own heart. I trust you. I know very well what your feelings for me are, so there's no reason for me to feel jealous just because you showed concern for someone who was part of your past. He didn't say that just to reassure them. For him, it was simply the most natural way to view the situation. People's emotions couldn't be erased as if they had never existed, and trying to force something like that would only create unnecessary resentment. As long as he knew the place he occupied in their hearts was real, small concerns or memories from the past weren't something he needed to worry about. That's why he didn't mind that they had come there or anything like that, although both had felt bothered for coming without his permission or even informing him beforehand. Which resulted in this somewhat awkward conversation. For a few moments, the courtyard remained completely silent. The night breeze passed gently through the trees, making the leaves scattered on the ground move slightly. Feng Shuer slowly raised her gaze. Her blue eyes observed Ren Zu for a moment before finally speaking. Thank you, husband. Her voice was soft, with a clear trace of relief in her expression. Hearing that really makes me feel more at ease. She didn't add anything else. But the tension that had remained in her chest since the conversation began finally seemed to have lessened a bit. Beside her, Xia Qingyue also remained silent for a moment. Then she nodded slightly. Qingyue understands. Her tone remained calm, as always. Even so, next time I will inform you beforehand. Ren Zu didn't respond immediately. He just observed the two for a brief instant before letting out a small sigh. You don't need to treat something like this with so much formality. After that, he resumed walking. Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuai naturally followed him. The three proceeded slowly through the silent courtyard. Yun Qinghong's residence was already beginning to fade behind them. For a few moments, no one said anything. Then, suddenly, Feng Shuai slowed her steps slightly. She seemed to hesitate. Her gaze remained fixed on the path ahead as she thought for a few seconds. Husband. She finally called in a low voice. Ren Zu didn't stop walking but responded calmly. Yes. Feng Shuai hesitated again. As if wondering if she really should ask that question. After a few seconds, she finally spoke. I wanted to ask something. I know that husband has already done his best and that I'm being very insistent on this matter, but is there really nothing more we can do for Yunqei? Ren Zu let out a small sigh. Only then did he turn slowly to look at the two. My previous explanation was a bit too optimistic. His voice remained calm. The damage to her body isn't just physical. He paused briefly before continuing. The soul was also damaged. Feng Shuai and Xia Qingyue fell silent. Ren Zu continued speaking with the same tranquility as before. If someone possesses a sufficiently high level of cultivation in a profound way, the physical body isn't so important, since you can live in spirit form until you find various items to recreate your old body, among other options. But none of those alternatives would work in her case. The reason is simple. The damage was done to the soul. Even if Yunqei recovered his cultivation and managed to create another body in the future, she still wouldn't be able to recover her legs. Because the origin of the damage isn't in the body. It's in the soul. And, in her current state, she doesn't even possess the capacity to cultivate profound strength again. Those words made Feng Shuai lower her gaze slightly. Ren Zu continued, as if simply explaining a common fact. Furthermore, even if a miracle happened and her profound veins recovered, it wouldn't make much difference. The mental damage she suffered is too severe. Enough to permanently limit her cognitive capacity. In simple terms, she has become too stupid to cultivate. Her mental capacity now is extremely limited. The silence that followed seemed even heavier. Feng Shuai kept her gaze lowered. Xia Qingyue also said nothing. The night breeze continued to blow gently as the three remained standing in the courtyard. Then, a feminine voice suddenly sounded in Ren Zu's mind. Is this serious? The voice carried clear surprise. It was Jasmine who continued next. I also thought of those alternatives you mentioned. I even thought about searching for those methods when I recovered my body. Are you saying that none of those options would work for Yunqei? Ren Zu showed no change in his expression. But he responded calmly within his mind. Yes. If the problem were only in the body, there would still be many ways to solve it. But when the origin of the damage is in the soul, the situation changes completely. Then Jasmine spoke again. Are you sure about that? The tone of her voice carried a clear trace of disbelief. Ren Zu let out a small sigh. Jasmine. I am the best physician in the entire primordial chaos. This isn't presumption, you know why. Well, I never got around to telling you about this. But there's a very simple reason for me to believe that. Jasmine frowned slightly. What? Ren Zu responded calmly. The miracle of life, that's the reason I'm so confident. The truth is that a few years ago, I stumbled upon the legacy of the life creation goddess, Li Suo, and after years of studying, I fully mastered that divine scripture. Li Suo compiled in the scripture all the mysteries of life and medicinal knowledge. The scripture is incredibly profound and difficult to comprehend. If someone manages to understand it, they can use the knowledge contained in the book to cure everything, including the diseases considered most impossible. But even with all my knowledge, I can't find a way to cure Yunqei. For a brief instant, Jasmine's mind went completely blank. What? The word escaped her mouth almost instinctively, laden with a shock she rarely displayed. You said, what? Do I need to repeat? I fully mastered the miracle of life. Jasmine remained silent for a long moment, processing his words. Her mind worked quickly, analyzing every detail. She knew the name of Li Suo, the life creation goddess, one of the most legendary figures of the primordial era, whose legacy was considered lost for eons. If Ren Zu had truly found and mastered that divine scripture, it explained a lot about his frightening medical knowledge and his ability to perform feats that seemed impossible, like regenerating entire limbs with a profound light arch he had never seen before. But it also meant she would have to give up on finding any way to help Yunche. If not even he knew about it, no one in the entire primordial chaos would know. This princess was just surprised by your luck. I never thought someone would be able to find that legacy and that it would be found in this small world. She finally responded, with a low and resigned voice. If not even the miracle of life can help, then there really is no solution. Ren Zu didn't respond. He continued walking, his black eyes fixed on the path ahead. If a cure were possible, he wouldn't have spent countless efforts to create those pills he had used to feed Yunche. He doubted that even the ancestral goddess could help Yunche in that situation. The moment he made him consume those pills, the situation was already decided. He had won. Now it was just a matter of enjoying his victory. For the next 2 years, he would live comfortably and prepare for his journey to the realm of the gods. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, 2 years later, Important notice to readers. I've just posted a new story, my unique skill is Fate Gacha, DXD. You can find it on my profile or simply search for the name. I'd like to invite all of you to give it a chance, read it, share your thoughts, and if you enjoy it, please leave a 5-star review and add it to your library. That helps a lot with the growth of the story. My goal is to reach the top 3 collections of the week, and I'm counting on your support to make it happen. Daily chapters of my unique skill is Fate Gacha, DXD, are guaranteed. On top of that, there will be special rewards related to this story. If we reach the top 3 collections with my unique skill is Fate Gacha, DXD, I will release 1 extra chapter. If we reach top 1, there will be 2 extra chapters. Every bit of support makes a difference, so if you can help, I'd truly appreciate it. Let's make this new story grow together. The following 3 months passed like a calm river, yet with deep and swift currents flowing beneath the surface. The first month was, without a doubt, the most hectic. With the little demon empress in seclusion to consolidate her advancement into the divine profound realm, Ren Zu fully reassumed the duties of ruler of the illusory demon realm. Seizing the opportunity, he also decided to fulfill a promise he had made to Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer. Thus, in the very first days, he convened an open imperial audience for the entire realm. In the grand imperial demon hall, under the gaze of thousands, from the elders of the guardian families to ordinary citizens crowding the outer palace plazas, he officially announced his marriage to the 2 women. The entire realm erupted in excitement. Preparations for the wedding began immediately. During this period, he also traveled to the profound sky continent, accompanied by Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer, to visit their families and formally discuss the marriage with his in-laws. Overall, the visit went smoothly. There were no truly serious incidents, although there were some disagreements with Xia Qingyue's brother, Xia Yuanba. He deeply respected Yunche and had always believed that he was the only man worthy of becoming his brother-in-law. Because of this, he initially showed some hostility toward Ren Zu. However, that resistance quickly vanished. After witnessing Ren Zu's absolute strength and, more importantly, realizing that his sister was genuinely happy by his side, he came to accept the situation and acknowledge Ren Zu as his brother-in-law. With that resolved, Ren Zu officially invited both families to attend the wedding ceremony in the illusory demon realm. Still, one final obstacle remained, the ancient hostility between the illusory demon continent and the profound sky continent. For centuries, relations between the 2 continents had been marked by conflict and mistrust, making the idea of a grand ceremony involving people from both sides potentially problematic. Fortunately, this issue was also resolved with relative ease. Ren Zu simply demonstrated his absolute power and made it clear that he had been the one responsible for destroying the 2 sacred grounds that once ruled the profound sky continent. Faced with this, the 2 new sacred grounds immediately offered their unconditional support, the Divine Phoenix Empire and Frozen Cloud Asgard. As for the other 2 remaining major powers, they had little choice but to agree as well. After all, if they chose to oppose him, they would risk truly provoking someone capable of annihilating them completely. Thus, the last political obstacle to holding the wedding was removed. The ceremony was scheduled for the end of the first month. The wedding preparations were left mainly in the hands of the guardian families, who began organizing every detail of the event involving him, Xia Qingyue, and Feng Shuer. During this time, his parents were also struggling to adjust to a harsh reality, Yunche, who had now technically become their crippled daughter. The impact of the situation was so great that, in just a few days, both seemed to have aged several years. Everyone around them noticed the change, but no one commented openly. At most, they could only feel pity for them. After a serious conversation with his father about another important matter, Ren Zu also made a symbolic decision. He abandoned the Yun surname. Instead, he began using only a single name: Ren Zu. In the future, he would be known simply as Lord Demon Ren Zu. To him, this change was relatively minor, but for others it was not so simple. The Yun family was not particularly pleased with the decision, as losing the surname also meant losing part of the prestige tied to their position. Still, they did not protest. After all, they remained the leaders of the guardian families and still enjoyed the direct favor of the realm's ruler. In the end, that was more than enough to satisfy them. The true reason for the name change, however, was related to his original blood family. During that same month, he also resolved that matter. Before meeting them, he first ensured that Fen Juechen disappeared from the region, quietly controlling the situation to avoid any possible complications. Only afterward did he go to meet his blood grandfather and blood aunt, officially presenting himself as the son of the late Xiaoying. Their reaction was intense. His grandfather could not hold back tears upon finally meeting the grandson he thought he had lost forever. Even Xiao Lingxi immediately showed affection toward him, to his surprise. He then invited both to attend his wedding. This eventually led to a meeting between his two families, his blood family and his adoptive family, which inevitably also made them discover Yun Che's current condition. As Ren Zu had already anticipated, the so-called reincarnation of the ancestral goddess possessed no real power at that moment. Upon seeing Yun Che's miserable state, Xiao Lingxi simply fainted from shock and took several days to wake up, completely devastated by her inability to do anything. When she finally learned everything that had happened and how Ren Zu had saved her little Che's life, she also expressed deep gratitude toward him. Well, at present she was taking care of Yun Che, which relieved the burden on Yun Qinghong and Mu Yuro. Not that this was particularly important. Aside from these events, Ren Zu's routine remained relatively peaceful during that month, although, at the same time, it was one of the busiest periods since he had reassumed governance of the illusory demon realm. When he wasn't dealing with wedding preparations or his duties as absolute ruler of the illusory demon realm, he spent most of his time beside Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer, creating happy memories with the two of them. Naturally, their intimate life was also quite active. During those days, the three had the opportunity to spend long periods together, especially on some nights that turned out to be particularly intense. At certain moments, their passion simply spiraled out of control, leading them to become involved in various places throughout the palace itself. This frequently left the maids who happened to witness something completely flushed with embarrassment, though no one dared comment aloud. In addition to spending time with his fiancées, Ren Zu devoted most of those days to meditation. Although he cultivated a few hours each day, it was more introspection about his state of mind. He realized it had changed greatly after completing his plans regarding Yun Che. When he finished his practice, he would have calm conversations with Jasmine and Honger, maintaining a good relationship with both. During this period, he also introduced He Jiayue to the two of them. However, he did so very carefully. Instead of revealing her true identity as the will of myriad tribulations of the evil infant, one of the most terrifying existences ever to appear in the world, he simply presented her as the spirit of one of his treasures. More specifically, in Jasmine's and Honger's eyes, He Jiayue was merely the spirit that managed his subspace. Naturally, he took care to hide certain things. The underworld Adumbra flower garden, for example, remained completely concealed. He still had no intention of letting Jasmine discover that he possessed exactly the resource needed to help her rebuild a physical body. He did not yet fully trust her and preferred to wait a bit longer before revealing something so important. Their relationship. Well, it had ceased to be merely a transaction and had gradually turned into something closer to friendship. After all, they had spent a great deal of time together, and that constant companionship had ultimately strengthened the bond between them. Despite this, he still kept certain secrets from her. Meanwhile, another significant encounter took place. Honger finally met Nijie, who had awakened over the course of that month after absorbing the pill she had ingested. Just as in the original story, Honger reacted with deep sadness upon seeing her. The two were, essentially, two halves of the same existence, separated by cruel circumstances. Because of this, a strange connection existed between them. Fortunately, thanks to Ren Zu's continuous efforts, Nijie had recovered considerably. She now existed in a form very similar to Honger's, becoming another special existence but basically a complete person at this point. Still, her recovery was not fully complete. Nijie still struggled to speak normally and form complete sentences, as if her consciousness was still slowly reorganizing itself. Even so, for Honger, simply being able to see her again was already something extremely precious. The two basically spent most of their time together, while he occasionally joined them to play as well. It was in this relatively peaceful life that the month passed in the blink of an eye. Before he realized it, the wedding day had finally arrived. The ceremony was grand, comparable to the one he had held in the past with the little demon empress. The event brought together countless important figures from the realm, and the celebrations stretched on for several days. After the ceremony, Xia Qingyue, Feng Shuer, and he enjoyed a brief honeymoon period, stepping away from political responsibilities for a while to simply enjoy each other's company. It was only a week after the wedding that the little demon empress finally emerged from seclusion, having successfully consolidated her cultivation advancement. It was then that she formally met Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer. The meeting was somewhat tense. Xia Qingyue maintained her usual cold and indifferent demeanor. The little demon empress, for her part, displayed a natural arrogance mixed with her own deadly chill. Feng Shuer, meanwhile, seemed almost out of place in that environment, her gentle and innocent nature contrasting sharply with the other two. Fortunately, despite the stiff atmosphere, no real conflict arose among them. Even so, it took some time before Ren Zu could make the little demon empress fully adapt to the new situation, especially when it came to sharing intimacy with the other two. In the end, however, things stabilized. The little demon empress had never abandoned her determination to have a child with him, and this gradually led her to accept the new dynamic among them. In fact, it seemed her determination had grown even stronger now that there was competition. Xia Qingyue, in turn, also became quite competitive in this regard, while Feng Shuer, with her gentle nature, was gradually drawn into the silent contest between the other two. Thus, little by little, the atmosphere in the palace once again grew warm and vibrant, and the nights, naturally, became quite lively once more. Over the following 2 months, they settled into a relatively stable routine. Every morning began the same way, waking up together, having breakfast, and spending time talking quietly. Sometimes they discussed simple everyday matters, other times they simply savored the moment to create new memories together. Often, Ren Zu also took Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer to visit different places across the 3 continents, allowing them to experience all kinds of things. At the same time, he used these trips to handle important matters, such as administering the realm and preparing to officially assume the position of absolute ruler of the Blue Polar Star. Unifying the continents was not particularly difficult. Conquering the rest of the Profound Sky continent was simple for him, while the Azure Cloud continent offered slightly more resistance. Still, even handling everything only during occasional morning visits, always accompanied by his wives, he resolved the entire situation in just a little over a month. All he needed to do was demonstrate absolute power, and that was easy. In a world where the strong ruled the weak, someone standing at the pinnacle naturally had the right to govern. Thus, it was enough for him to appear publicly and display his strength a few times. After that, no one dared challenge his authority any longer, and his position as ruler was accepted without great difficulty. Those public demonstrations were, naturally, quite effective. The situation on the Profound Sky continent and the Azure Cloud continent was also quite chaotic when he took control. Over the previous months, both continents had faced serious resource shortages, leading to constant conflicts among sects, clans, and powerful nations. He resolved this problem directly. Using his absolute power, he reorganized resource distribution and subdued several of the main forces on those continents. Many of those factions, which had previously fought desperately for resources just to survive, ended up accepting subordination under him. In this way, he not only stabilized the situation but also created a network of relatively competent and loyal forces that now acted under his authority. All within a single month of vacation. In the final month, after completely stabilizing the continent situation, Ren Zu left most of the administration in the hands of a few trusted subordinates on whom he had placed his slave mark, ensuring their absolute loyalty. With that, he could finally slow down and dedicate more time to those close to him. During this period, he spent considerable time with his wives, Tsai, Xia Qingyue, and Feng Shuer, as well as with Jasmine, Hong'er, Nijie, and He Jiayue. He also took the opportunity to strengthen his bonds with his blood family and adoptive family. Gradually, he grew especially close to his aunt, Xiao Lingxi, and his grandfather, Xiao Lai. His parents also had the chance to get to know their 2 new daughters-in-law better, and the interactions among everyone turned out surprisingly harmonious. Overall, it was a very peaceful month. Meanwhile, Yun Che also began showing small improvements. He regained the ability to speak normally and, from time to time, was taken for walks around the Yun family grounds by Xiao Lingxi or his mother, Mu Yuro. Even though his condition was still far from normal, these small changes were already enough to bring some comfort to the family. And so, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 119, 2 years later, 2. In the outskirts of the Demon Imperial City stood an enormous mountain, a place to which very few people had permission to approach. That mountain had become the seclusion site of the Demon Lord. In the last 3 months, he had completely modified the place. Using extremely complex profound formations, he altered the flow of the heaven and earth energy around the mountain, drastically increasing its concentration. The result was an environment with incomparable profound energy. Over time, the place came to be considered practically sacred for the profound practitioners of the realm. Because of this, it ended up adopting a name that soon stuck throughout the illusory demon realm, the Venerable Demon's Immortal Mountain. It rose like a black spear against the night sky. Its slopes were covered by ancient forests, tall trees that seemed to have existed forever. Among the rocks, crystal-clear rivers meandered slowly, carrying such dense spiritual energy that even the air seemed faintly luminous under the moonlight. A soft mist enveloped the top of the mountain. For ordinary profound practitioners, just staying in that place for a few hours would already be equivalent to entire days of cultivation in normal regions. It was deep night. The full moon hung high, bathing the peak in a silvery glow that mingled with the blue veil of the mists. The silence was absolute, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind, as if the world itself breathed in harmony with the heavens. At the mountain's peak, there was a small stone plateau. Ren Zu was sitting cross-legged on a smooth and ancient rock, naturally carved by time and profound energy. His black eyes were closed, his body motionless like a statue of black jade. The white robe with golden embroidery of the golden crow rippled slightly with the breeze, but there was no sign of breathing or movement. At that moment, his body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. He had finally entered the divine origin realm. When a cultivator reaches this realm, a qualitative change occurs in their vital energy. The profound energy begins to temper the body again, purifying every part of it and elevating it beyond the limits of an ordinary mortal. Gradually, the practitioner begins to free themselves from the limitations of mortal flesh, gaining a much longer lifespan, extraordinary vitality, and an incomparably more resilient body. The divine origin realm was the first true stage of the divine path and, at the same time, one of the most important realms in all of cultivation. It was in this realm that practitioners established the foundation for all their future progress. During this process, the body underwent a profound transformation, evolving from the ordinary to something close to the divine. And at the height of this transformation, something extremely rare emerged, the awakening of the body's sensation. However, fewer than 1 in every 10,000 cultivators managed to achieve this state. In fact, there were countless experts from the divine tribulation realm and even the divine spirit realm who had never awakened this ability throughout their entire lives. But in his case, it happened naturally. He awakened the sensation with ease. This sensation was a mysterious and almost miraculous ability of the body, a kind of profound perception that united body and soul in perfect harmony. It could not be cultivated directly, nor explained with words or taught by someone. It was something that could only be felt and understood through personal experience. It also allowed him to look more deeply into himself. His thoughts traversed his entire life. From his past life, when he was just an ambitious salaryman trying to climb in life, to his current life, which at the beginning had been marked by frustration and resentment. At that time, he believed he was nothing more than a simple secondary character in someone else's story, the protagonist who had taken his wife and most of the opportunities that could have been his. In his mind, that always seemed like an unbearable humiliation. He believed that if their positions had been reversed, all those things he had gained so easily would have been his. Because of this, he felt as if he had been demoted by someone he considered inferior. It was this feeling that led him to make a radical decision, abandon any illusion of justice and assume the role of the villain. If that story already had a protagonist, then he would become the antagonist who would step on him and destroy his journey. And, in the end, he had succeeded. 3 months ago, his goal had finally been achieved. During this path, he had made countless morally questionable decisions. Still, he had never really stopped to reflect on them. After all, for him, everything was simple, he was the villain of the story. And that title had become a convenient justification for anything he had done. But now, sitting silently at the mountain's peak, with his body and soul undergoing a profound transformation, his thoughts began to change in a subtle way. That newly awakened sensation within him seemed to slowly cleanse the layers of emotion, pride, and resentment that had shaped his decisions for so long. He began to realize something he had never really considered before. The idea of protagonist and villain was, at its core, just a story he had told himself, because he couldn't accept that he was living in a real world. In his mind, everything always seemed like the continuation of a pre-written story, a script where each person occupied a defined role. And it was precisely this way of thinking that trapped him. By seeing the world as a narrative, he also began to see himself as a character within it. And, almost unconsciously, he ended up placing himself in direct opposition to the so-called protagonist. For a long time, he believed that pursuing and killing the trash was inevitable. Now, looking back with a clearer mind, it seemed almost childish. Not that he regretted what he had done. On the path of cultivation, regret was a useless emotion. The decisions had been made, and their consequences simply were part of the path he chose to tread. But recognizing that something was unnecessary was different from regretting it. He realized that he had wasted a considerable amount of time and energy pursuing futile emotions of the human heart, greed, pride, envy, or any other similar feeling that had guided his decisions at that time. And the first step to maturing is realizing your mistakes and learning from them. That was why, during the last 3 months, he had spent a lot of time reflecting on all this. In the future, he intended to take a period to live as an ordinary person and travel through the 3 continents, experiencing the world in a simple way and accumulating new life experiences. But that would still be for later, about 9 months in the future. For now, there were more important things to do. In the following months, he intended to focus on completely stabilizing his position as ruler of the Blue Pole Star, while spending more time with his wives. He spent more than 2 hours enjoying that sensation to understand more about himself and what he wanted to do. During this time, he advanced non-stop through the Divine Origin Realm, first level of the Divine Origin Realm, second level of the Divine Origin Realm, third level of the Divine Origin Realm, fourth level of the Divine Origin Realm, fifth level of the Divine Origin Realm. He had accumulated an enormous amount of profound energy in his profound veins, so much that his body even felt some discomfort because of it. Even so, while advancing through several consecutive levels during his breakthrough, he had consumed less than a third of all that accumulated energy. Sixth level of the Divine Origin Realm, seventh level of the Divine Origin Realm, eighth level of the Divine Origin Realm, ninth level of the Divine Origin Realm, 10th level of the Divine Origin Realm. It was at that moment that he crossed the barrier to the second stage of the 7 divine profound realms, the Divine Soul Realm. If the Divine Origin Realm represented the transformation of the body, then the Divine Soul Realm was the transformation of the soul. Upon reaching this stage, a profound practitioner's soul undergoes a fundamental change. It ceases to be something ordinary and begins to elevate to a truly divine level. This evolution greatly strengthens the cultivator's willpower, mental power, and spiritual stability. At the same time, their perception of the world also expands. The understanding of profound arts, natural laws, and the energies that govern the universe becomes much deeper than before. In other words, reaching the Divine Soul Realm meant that their soul had finally transcended the level of an ordinary mortal. While feeling the deification of his soul, all the profound energy he had accumulated began to stabilize completely within his profound veins. At the same time, his cultivation continued advancing non-stop, rising level after level until finally reaching the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Soul Realm. Only when he reached this level did he realize that he had finally consumed all the profound energy he had accumulated. The profound strength now flowing through his veins was simply unimaginable. If before his energy could be compared to a small lake, now the difference was absurd. Currently, he was like an entire star formed purely of profound energy, radiating a vast and overwhelming power. Only then, his eyes opened slowly. The eyelids lifted slowly, as if that simple movement carried the weight of a transformation that had taken years to mature. 2 black eyes emerged under the silvery moonlight, clear, calm, and indifferent. Different from before, they now possessed a beauty difficult to describe. It seemed like something that existed beyond the dust and smoke of the mortal world. It was as if all the flames of mundanity, all greed, ambition, hatred, pride, and human illusions, simply could not touch that gaze. Not even stain the tranquil purity that was there. If someone had been present at that moment, they might have had the strange sensation of looking at something that did not completely belong to the human world. Ren Zu remained sitting in silence. His eyes observed the night sky. Everything seemed extremely clear to him, clearer than it had ever been before. The transformation of his soul had elevated his perception to a completely different level. His senses were sharper, his mind more lucid, and his understanding of the world much deeper. But it wasn't exactly that to which he referred when he thought that everything was clear. What had really changed was within him. His heart was incredibly tranquil, like a deep lake whose waters were not disturbed even by the smallest wave. He remained motionless for a long moment, his black eyes fixed on the vast night sky, where the stars twinkled like fragments of eternity. Then, a calm smile appeared on his lips, subtle, almost imperceptible, but laden with profound serenity. After all, this is the harshness of reality, and also the beauty of destiny. In this world, everyone is a main character, but everyone is also a secondary character. His words came out low, almost a whisper to himself, but they contained a depth within the simplicity that was difficult to describe. They were not mere empty philosophy, they were the essence of an understanding that transcended ego, pride, and the illusions that had driven him so much in the past. It was as if, looking back, he finally saw the world not as a defined story, but as a chaotic and beautiful flow where every soul struggled, shone, and extinguished in equal measure. At that moment, a soft red light appeared beside him. Jasmine emerged from the sky poison pearl, her small and ethereal form floating in the air like a living flame. Her red hair rippled slightly with the night breeze, and her black eyes fixed on him with a mixture of curiosity and irritation. She crossed her arms over her chest, her chin lifted in her habitual princess pose that he had grown accustomed to seeing in the last 3 months. What profound words for someone who just woke up from meditation. She commented, her voice low and laced with sarcasm, "This princess didn't expect you to turn into a philosopher overnight. Congratulations on the breakthrough, anyway. Although it's bizarre that not even this princess can discern exactly what your cultivation level is now. But from your sudden good mood, it's clear that you've advanced quite a bit." Ren Zu sighed lightly, the smile still on his lips as he turned his face to look at her. "Wasn't that a bit contradictory what you said? Not being able to see through my cultivation and at the same time perceiving that I advanced. I believe it's quite hard to notice an advancement just from a person's mood, especially with me who keeps calm even in this kind of situation." Jasmine snorted softly, floating a little closer with her arms still crossed. Actually, no. This princess is very perceptive. You hide it well, but I notice these subtle changes. After spending 3 months with you, it became easy to notice something like that. Ren Zu shook his head slowly, his black eyes reflecting the silvery moonlight. Well, I'm a simpleman to understand, I think. Anyway, you're right. I advanced both in mentality and in profound strength. It was an enlightening experience. But I lost a few hours here, I have to go back soon. Jasmine snorted again upon hearing his words. Her small ethereal body floated a little higher, her arms still crossed firmly in front of her chest as she averted her gaze for a moment, as if slightly bothered by something. So you mean now that you've finished your miraculous meditation and become all enlightened, you're going to go back to spend time with those women? She said, with a slight displeasure in her voice. Ren Zu raised an eyebrow. His black eyes remained calm, but a faint amused gleam appeared in their depths. He tilted his head slightly as he looked at her. Careful, Jasmine. I almost thought you were jealous. For a brief second, Jasmine froze in the air. Then. What? Her face instantly turned red. What are you saying, you arrogant idiot? Who would be jealous of you? This princess just finds it irritating that you spend more hours on human trivialities instead of dedicating yourself to traversing the profound way. Ren Zu let out a small low laugh. I see, so it's just irritation. Jasmine turned her face with a her arms crossed tightly again. Of course it is. Ren Zu observed her small figure for a few seconds. Then he sighed softly. Well, in a way, you're right. For the next 9 months, it will probably be that. Jasmine furrowed her brows slightly. But after that, he continued calmly, I'm going to go out to gather the necessary materials to rebuild your body. The wind at the mountain's peak seemed to stop for an instant. Jasmine remained completely still in the air. Her black eyes widened slightly. For a moment, she simply said nothing. The expression on her face changed subtly, something that rarely happened. It seems you remember what you promised this princess. Ren Zu observed her calmly. Of course. He replied as if it were something completely obvious, I promised, I'm not the type of person who doesn't value my promises. Silence hung between the two again. Jasmine's eyes shone slightly. She quickly turned her face to the side, trying to hide the expression. Ren Zu just smiled lightly. After a few seconds, he changed the subject. Speaking of which. His gaze returned to her with a slight interest, there's something I've wanted to ask for a while. Jasmine recovered part of her habitual posture and looked at him again. What? Ren Zu tilted his head a little. Could you teach me the star god's broken shadow? Jasmine raised an eyebrow. She wasn't surprised that he knew about her movement profound art. After all, Ren Zu possessed a lot of information about the realm of the gods, so it was natural to imagine he had learned something about it during the time he spent there. In fact, it was even convenient. She had to contain the small smile that almost appeared on her lips. Quickly recovering her habitual arrogance, she spoke. You want to learn the movement art of the star god royal family? Normally, I would only teach this to a disciple of mine. But, honestly, not even this princess believes you've reached a high enough level of accomplishment on the profound path for it to be worth accepting you as a disciple. She crossed her arms and continued, with a slight disdain in her voice. But, considering it's you who will help me recover my body, fine. This princess will teach you. However, don't expect it to be easy. Ren Zu just smiled calmly. He was almost certain that the real reason she wanted to teach him had nothing to do with that. Most likely, Jasmine just wanted an excuse to spend time with him without him being surrounded by his wives. But he said nothing about it. Instead, he just asked. When do we start? Jasmine snorted, although a faint gleam of satisfaction passed through her eyes. Right now. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 120, 2 years later, 3. As he had become the ruler of the blue polar star in the previous 3 months, he possessed sufficient power and authority to shape the world according to his will. Although his initial plan was to spend the next 9 months simply enjoying life alongside his wives, in practice he still began to set his projects in motion. After all, even while desiring a period of rest, someone in his position simply could not completely ignore greater responsibilities and ambitions. Because of this, a great many things happened over the following months. What began as a simple place of seclusion eventually transformed into something far greater. The Mountain of the Venerable Demon Immortals ceased to be merely a sacred ground for cultivation and was officially recognized as the sacred land of the royal family of the illusory demon realm. Under his direct command, the entire illusory demon realm began to change. Messengers were dispatched to every corner of the 3 continents. Invitations were delivered to experts, hidden geniuses, wandering cultivators, forgotten veterans, and even individuals with dubious reputations. The main criterion was not talent, since he could easily open all of someone's profound entrances, granting them the best possible cultivation speed without issue. What mattered to him was personality, loyalty, and the willingness to pay the price, as he would place a slave mark on anyone who accepted. Even knowing they might lose their freedom, countless profound practitioners still stepped forward voluntarily. Well, he hadn't built an impeccable reputation for nothing. Thus was born the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. An organization that answered to no sect, clan, or external authority. It served only the royal family of the illusory demon realm. The structure of the cult was organized as follows: outer court and inner court. The outer members consisted of thousands of profound practitioners recruited from various backgrounds. But the true core of power lay in the inner court. The original 12 guardian families were fully integrated into the new order. Their patriarchs, who once ruled their clans with near absolute autonomy, now occupied even higher positions. They became the 12 principal elders of the inner court of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Each of them commanded legions of experts, controlled immense resources, and administered entire territories within the illusory demon realm. Far from losing prestige, their authority had been expanded to a scale previously unthinkable. But the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult did not remain merely the dominant force of a single continent. In a short time, it transformed into the supreme power of the 3 continents. Each continent came to have its own main branch, governed by 12 elders. In total, there were 36 elders, forming a colossal power structure that encompassed the entire known world. And these were not ordinary leaders. Every one of them possessed cultivation at the 10th level of the sovereign profound realm, beings who stood just one step away from ascending to the legendary divine profound realm. As for the sacred grounds of the profound sky continent, the 4 of them had been incorporated into the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, but they were not dissolved. Instead, they assumed the position of high-level subordinate forces, retaining broad internal autonomy. They still governed their own territories, managed their disciples, and preserved their traditions, but on major matters they answered directly to the authority of the cult. Not only the sacred grounds, but also various major powers he had previously subdued from the Azure Cloud continent received the same treatment. This policy allowed local powers to continue existing and prospering while simultaneously ensuring absolute loyalty to the New World Order. Thus, instead of destroying the old power structures, he had reorganized them all under a single banner. With this, he successfully placed the entire Blue Polar Star under his command. Setting his grand project aside, he fulfilled his promise and spent as much time as possible with his 3 wives, creating happy memories and enjoying a surprisingly peaceful life. The days were filled with walks, quiet conversations, and shared moments of intimacy, while the nights, long and silent, were rarely devoted to rest. Naturally, he always reserved some time for cultivation. Speaking of which, on the day he asked Jasmine to teach him the star god Broken Shadow, something truly astonishing happened. With a single glance, he completely understood the technique. In a short period, he not only mastered it, he directly elevated it to the 8th stage, surpassing even the level Jasmine had reached after years of meticulous cultivation. The Star God Broken Shadow was the only movement profound art belonging to the Star God arts and possessed a total of 8 stages. When used, the practitioner's speed would explode instantly, reaching such an absurd level that even the afterimages left by the movement had no time to fade. In practice, these afterimages became almost indistinguishable from the original body, giving the impression that the user had multiplied while moving at breathtaking speeds. To any observer, it appeared as though several real bodies were acting simultaneously. It was said that upon reaching the highest mastery of this skill, even opponents 3 to 5 levels higher would still have enormous difficulty defeating the user. Jasmine, despite her extraordinary talent, had cultivated the technique only to the 6th stage, capable of creating 6 extremely realistic phantoms. He, on the other hand, went straight to the pinnacle. 8 identical figures appeared at once, moving in perfect synchrony and impossible to distinguish between real and illusory. The result left Jasmine completely stunned. For a long moment, she was simply speechless, staring at his multiple images as though witnessing something beyond logic. Her expression ended up being surprisingly amusing to watch. After that unbelievable demonstration, he continued learning other profound arts from Jasmine throughout the following 9 months. Among them were the Great Buddha Path, and even the Heavenly Hell Wolf God Tome. The Great Buddha Path, also known as the Forbidden Heavenly Tome, was a forbidden-ranked divine profound art belonging to a true god of the primordial era, an existence once called the God of Wrath. Unlike most techniques, its cultivation did not rely on battle or physical training, but solely on comprehension. Once assimilated, the power of the art manifested in the form of a silver pagoda that affixed itself to the practitioner's forehead. As cultivation advanced, the pagoda changed color and radiated an increasingly profound glow, symbolizing the internal transformations of body and soul. The Great Buddha Path possessed a total of 12 stages. The first stage aimed to absorb the vitality of the world, allowing that energy to completely fill, refine, and transform the body, flesh, blood, bones, organs, marrow, and even hair. It was, essentially, a physical rebirth. Each subsequent stage brought a new bodily reformation, bringing the practitioner closer to an existence beyond the mortal and dramatically extending their longevity. The first 3 stages were considered initial. From the 4th onward, one entered the intermediate domain, where the transformation became truly profound. He needed only 1 day. In less than 24 hours, he had already comprehended enough to enter the first stage. And in just 1 month, he directly reached the 8th stage. Jasmine, who deeply understood the nature of that forbidden technique, was utterly dumbfounded. For the first time in a long while, she completely lost her composure and began repeatedly calling him a monster. And it only got worse when he did something even more absurd afterward. He managed to completely learn the Heavenly Hell Wolf God Tome, something that, in theory, should have been simply impossible. The Heavenly Hell Wolf God Tome was recognized as the most powerful heavy sword art existing in that world. Cultivating it meant taking heavy sword mastery to its absolute limit, extracting an overwhelming force capable of suppressing any opponent head-on. Its foundational stage taught not only how to wield a heavy sword, but to comprehend its essence, its devastating advantages, its natural limitations, and how to maximize raw power while nullifying its weaknesses. Only after completely mastering this foundation could someone truly claim to understand the art of the heavy sword. Only 2 people besides the creator had ever seen the complete tome, Jasmine's older brother, and Jasmine herself. Driven by curiosity, she had once flipped through the book and, after an entire year of effort, managed to comprehend only the foundational stage and the first sword style, and that was already considered an extraordinary feat after a brother's death. The tome disappeared with him, making it impossible to pass down the complete art. All that remained were fragments of memory. Even so, Jasmine still clearly remembered watching him train countless times. She recalled the posture, the movements, the crushing pressure of the sword, and glimpses of later styles. She decided to share those memories with Ren Zu, more out of curiosity than real expectation, wanting to see just how far his absurd comprehension could go. The result surpassed all imagination. From mere incomplete memories, he comprehended the entire art. The 7 stages of the Heavenly Hell Wolf God Tome were mastered one after another, as though the knowledge had already existed within him and was merely being awakened. When he finally raised a heavy sword and demonstrated each technique to her, Jasmine fell silent. There were no more words to describe that heaven-defying genius. Well, he found learning those 2 profound arts quite easy. Aside from the learning part, the time he spent with Jasmine turned out to be unexpectedly pleasant. She revealed to him a completely different side from the one he knew from the original story, sarcastic, proud, temperamental, and, strangely enough, easy to get along with. She often became irritated at the absurd speed with which he learned, especially because he deliberately acted as though everything was simple, just to tease her, and it worked. Jasmine would cross her arms, look away, and throw out typical remarks of a haughty princess before walking off with wounded dignity, only to return minutes later, pretending complete indifference. Over time, he began provoking those reactions on purpose, not out of malice, but because it was rare to see her behave like someone her age instead of the lonely princess crushed by her own past. Little by little, the laughter that arose between them ceased to be occasional and became something natural. As the months passed, their conversations began to go beyond techniques and cultivation. Sometimes they spoke about the realm of the gods, at other times, about places he had visited, childhood memories, trivial curiosities, or even pointless arguments that ended in long, comfortable silences. There were nights when they simply watched the sky together, no words needed, while Jasmine, for the first time in a very long while, seemed genuinely relaxed. She would never admit it aloud, but that period of tranquility beside him was something she hadn't experienced since losing her brother. Without either of them exactly noticing when it happened, the dynamic between them changed. Her provocative remarks began to carry an almost imperceptible softness, and the natural way she stayed by his side stopped feeling like mere convenience. He also found himself seeking her presence even without reason, as though the calm he found there was too rare to ignore. There were no confessions, promises, or dramatic gestures, just a closeness that grew silently, built from countless small, shared moments, until the line between friendship and something deeper simply ceased to exist. She wasn't the only one. Over those 9 months, he also grew even closer to Honger and Nijie, who began appearing around him with increasing frequency and an insistence bordering on shamelessness. He had to learn how to entertain those too. But without a doubt, the person he grew closest to was He Jiayue, naturally domineering, intense, proud, and absolutely direct about what she wanted. She made no effort to hide how special she considered her position, acting as though she were the only one with a natural right to remain by his side all the time. Still, there was something strangely captivating about the blatant possessiveness, as though beneath the arrogance lay a dependency she would never admit. Over time, however, the attention he divided with Honger, Nijie, and the others began to visibly bother her. He Jiayue was not the type to silently harbor resentment. When something irritated her, she simply said so. She complained that it was unfair, that she had arrived first, that she was more important, and that he was an idiot for not realizing it. Sometimes she would cross her arms, turn her face away, and act as though she didn't care, only to return minutes later and continue pestering him as if nothing had happened. It was less discreet jealousy and more an open declaration of possession, tempered with fierce pride. Fortunately, he had already learned how to handle that explosive temper. Instead of confronting her or trying to placate her with empty words, he simply treated her as someone special without making a fuss, teasing her back, yielding when necessary, and above all, not pulling away when she tried to push him. Curiously, it was precisely this lack of fear and flattery that left her most satisfied. Gradually, the irritation gave way to better humor, and she began acting as though the victory had been obvious from the start. Deep down, she didn't want total exclusivity, just the certainty that, no matter who else was around, her position beside him was absolute and unquestionable. Well, since all four lived with him at every moment, it was easy to see how complicated things could get, especially when he was with the little demon empress, Xia Qingyue, and Feng Shuer. Aside from his life with the various women, his duties as ruler, and his ceaseless cultivation, he also spent some time with his family. His grandfather and aunt had moved in to live with the Yun family, and his adoptive parents treated them with extreme respect and affection, doing everything possible to make up for the years of separation. The problem was Yun Che. Now he was able to speak normally, but his mental and physical condition had deteriorated in a shocking way. His behavior was erratic, childish, and deeply disturbing, as though his mind had regressed to an unstable and unpredictable state. Unable to use his legs and dependent on others for nearly everything, he also displayed strange and embarrassing impulses, approaching any men without any sense of boundaries or decorum, which made coexistence extremely difficult. Most worrying of all, however, were his compulsive habits. Without constant supervision, he could end up engaging in degrading and dangerous behaviors toward himself, putting anything within reach into his mouth, completely oblivious to the consequences. For everyone around him, it was a devastating shock to see the once proud heir of the family reduced to such a pitiful state. Even so, no one had the heart to abandon him, all that remained was to care for him as best they could and silently endure that harsh reality. Besides all of this, countless other small things happened, simple moments, almost insignificant at first glance, but which, when added together, shaped a peaceful and happy life. And so, 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 121, 2 years later, 4. The divine cult of the celestial demon had not been built in an ordinary place. Its location sat precisely between the sacred land of the royal family of the illusory demon realm, the ancient immortal mountain of the venerable demon, and the majestic imperial palace of the illusory demon. That entire vast territory had been completely transformed into a sect worthy of being number one across the entire Azure Star Polar. Entire mountains were created by the demon lord, valleys were leveled, rivers diverted, and artificial lakes formed. The result was a colossal expanse of architecture that resembled a divine city far more than a mere sect. The main gates of the cult rose like a celestial wall. They were forged from black spiritual metal interwoven with crimson jade, adorned with countless intricate details that could captivate anyone's heart. Beyond the gates stretched an immense stone avenue leading straight to the heart of the cult. It was wide enough for 10 imperial carriages to pass side by side, flanked by columns of spiritual crystal that glowed with an ethereal light during the night. Between these columns grew rare trees whose translucent leaves reflected the moonlight as though made of liquid silver. Palaces, pavilions, and towers were scattered throughout the entire region. Some floated upon jade platforms suspended in midair, connected by bridges of spiritual energy. Others rose from crystalline lakes where spiritual flowers of 1,000 colors bloomed eternally. Artificial waterfalls cascaded down the slopes of nearby mountains, forming shimmering veils of water that gleamed beneath the glow of luminous formations. The air was saturated with profound energy. Massive buried profound formations drew energy directly from the profound veins of the Azure Star Polar, creating a cultivation environment so rich that even breathing there caused the body to slowly absorb profound power. It was impossible for any practitioner not to feel their heart race upon entering that place. That night, the sky was particularly clear. The full moon hung high, bathing the entire divine cult of the celestial demon in a silvery glow. At night, the divine cult of the celestial demon appeared even more breathtaking. Thousands of floating lanterns hovered throughout the complex, emitting a soft blood-red light. The illumination did not dazzle, on the contrary, it enhanced the sect's dark, luxurious beauty, casting elegant shadows across curved rooftops and black stone courtyards. Disciples clad in dark robes embroidered with golden crows, the sacred symbol of the cult, moved in absolute silence along the paths, their disciplined footsteps producing almost no sound. Even so, none of them dared approach the true center of power within that vast complex, the cult leader's palace, situated at the heart of the mountain once considered the sacred land of the royal family of the illusory demon realm. The palace remained isolated from the rest of the sect by wide empty courtyards and elite guards. Only the inner court elders and the demon lords empresses held permanent permission to pass through its gates. As for ordinary disciples and even the powerful outer court elders, entry was possible only upon formal summons. For many within the cult, receiving such a summons was regarded as the supreme honor. That was why countless disciples trained day and night, dedicating their lives to surpassing their own limits, all with a single goal in mind, one day becoming worthy of meeting the cult leader's expectations and serving him directly. Even from a distance, the palace's appearance inspired reverence in anyone who glanced at it. It seemed to touch the sky itself. Its base had been carved directly from the mountain, transforming the rock into a colossal foundation of polished black jade that reflected the moonlight like a silent mirror. Above this base rose multiple levels of imperial pavilions. The curved roofs were made of darkened spiritual gold tiles. Gigantic statues guarded the stairways leading to the main gate. Their eyes were crafted from rare gems that glowed faintly at night, giving the impression that those creatures were alive and watching every approaching visitor. The palace's inner courtyards were vast. Perfectly aligned black stone slabs covered the ground, polished so flawlessly that they reflected the night sky like a dark lake. Carefully tended gardens occupied the spaces between pavilions, filled with spiritual flowers that bloomed only under moonlight. Small artificial streams wound through these gardens, their pure water emitting a soft silvery glow. Jade bridges crossed these streams, connecting the various halls and pavilions of the palace. It was a place that naturally compelled any visitor to bow their head in reverence. On that silent night, one of the palace's great doors slowly opened. And then he appeared. Ren Zu stepped out from the interior of the palace. He raised his arms above his head and stretched lazily, like someone who had just awakened from a long, comfortable rest. Despite 9 months having passed, his appearance had not changed in the slightest. His face remained perfect, as though sculpted by the heavens themselves. Perfectly balanced features, snow-white and flawless skin that seemed to glow under the moonlight, and eyes that were profoundly clear, with pitch-black pupils that appeared to have witnessed millions of years of transformations, yet showed no flicker of emotion, piercing straight into the heart of anyone who met them deeply. Upon closer observation, his eyes resembled an infinite starry sky. In every instant, a different world was born and vanished within them. Merely looking into his eyes felt as though one's soul was being drawn inside. His long lashes cast delicate shadows over his gaze, lending his expression a naturally intense air even when he was completely relaxed. His hair was long, smooth, and ink-black. It fell freely down his back nearly to his waist, with a few loose strands sliding over his shoulders and chest. Under the moonlight, the strands reflected subtle bluish tones. Part of his hair had been tied back with a small ornamental black jade hairpin carved in the shape of a golden crow with spread wings, while the rest remained loose, swaying gently as he moved. His body was tall and perfectly proportioned. Broad shoulders gave him an elegant frame, while a narrow waist created a naturally harmonious silhouette. Even through his clothing, one could discern a well-defined physique, the result of profound cultivation and constant bodily refinement. He wore a traditional cultivator's ensemble. The inner layer was an extremely thin, long black silk tunic fitted elegantly to his body. The fabric was so light that it flowed almost like water when he walked. The high collar gently embraced his neck, while the front opening was secured by small silver clasps engraved with demonic cloud patterns. Over this tunic came the main garment, a long robe of deep purple, almost black in places, crafted from a rare fabric that seemed to both absorb and reflect light simultaneously. Depending on the angle of illumination, the material revealed subtle shifting patterns like waves of mist. The sleeves were wide and extraordinarily long, typical of immortal attire, with multiple inner layers that created a fluid effect as he moved. The edges of the sleeves and hem were embroidered with extremely fine silver threads. These embroideries formed complex patterns, golden crows with spread wings, demonic clouds, and dragons. Every detail had been stitched with near-artistic precision. The front of the robe was slightly open, revealing part of the inner black tunic and creating an elegant contrast between the deep purple and absolute black. Around his waist was a wide belt of reinforced black silk studded with thin plates of dark spiritual metal. At the center of the belt rested a translucent violet jade ornament carved in the stylized form of a golden crow, the symbol of the divine cult of the celestial demon. The lower part of the robe fell in multiple layers of fabric that reached the ground. When he walked, these layers parted slightly, revealing inner black trousers and long boots of dark spiritual leather reinforced with thin metal plates along the sides. The boots appeared simple at first glance yet were extremely refined, with discrete patterns engraved across their surface. Although his attire enhanced his appearance, even if he had worn torn and filthy rags, he would still be the most beautiful man in the primordial chaos. He was so stunning that he could make even the most convinced man question his own sexuality for a single moment of absolute disorientation. Ren Zu finished stretching, his arms falling languidly to his sides. He tilted his head back, gazing at the night sky where the full moon hung like an immense, cold jewel. A small, tranquil smile curved his perfect lips. 9 months passed in the blink of an eye. His voice emerged low, almost a whisper laden with deep satisfaction. He took a step forward, the deep purple robe rippling like liquid shadow around him, the silver threads of the embroidery catching the moonlight in subtle glints, as he murmured, "It's time to begin my journey into the mundane world." Over the past 9 months, he had made all the necessary preparations. The little demon empress, Xia Qingyue, and Feng Shuer had entered seclusion during the final week. The goal was clear, to reach the 9th level of the divine tribulation realm. Throughout the past year, thanks to their relentless cultivation efforts, especially through dual cultivation with him, the three had broken through successive bottlenecks and finally reached the peak of the divine soul realm. To consolidate those advances and accelerate their progress even further, he had personally refined several high-grade profound pills. These pills had been given to the three and would be gradually absorbed over the coming year, nourishing their foundations and granting immense benefits. The reason for this intense effort was simple. He intended to depart for the realm of the gods soon, a plan he had discussed at length with the three women. All of them wished to accompany him. After much consideration, he had agreed, but with one clear condition: they needed to reach at least that level of strength before the journey. By his calculations, once they achieved that stage, each would possess combat power equivalent, at minimum, to a high-level divine spirit realm cultivator, and potentially even rival early divine king realm experts. In other words, they would have enough strength to protect themselves in the realm of the gods without constantly relying on him. This was important to him. He did not wish to bring them into such a vast and dangerous world only to have to safeguard them every moment. The reason for such extraordinary growth was directly tied to him. Part of his own talent had been shared with the three through dual cultivation, dramatically strengthening their foundations and future potential. Moreover, he had spent countless hours guiding their comprehensions over the past year, imparting profound principles of cultivation in this world that few mortals would ever have the chance to hear. This combination, shared talent and direct guidance, had accelerated their progress to an almost absurd degree. But the most decisive factor was a technique he himself had created. Drawing inspiration from his own cultivation method, he developed an inferior yet still extraordinarily profound version called the myriadermic wheel. This profound art was not focused on brute force, its true purpose was to assist in comprehending the laws most suited to each cultivator. Within the method existed a myriad of forms, meaning everything depended on the individual comprehension of the practitioner. From it, countless different profound arts could be born, some potentially terrifying in power. At its core, it was an auxiliary skill of incalculable value, a technique that, even when compared to the legendary god legacies of the primordial era, stood without disadvantage. It proved so extraordinary that even Jasmine was shocked when she first heard of the method. After all, she was a divine master, someone who had witnessed countless techniques and legacies throughout her life. Yet upon observing what those three women were demonstrating, she could not help but feel deeply astonished. She herself had witnessed the three employing profound art so powerful that, at first glance, she believed they belonged to some ancient divine legacy. A clear example was the little demon empress's blossoming flame flower. The technique combined her profound comprehension of fire laws with the flames of the Golden Crow, resulting in power comparable to the final stage of the Golden Crow world-ending flames record. The attack unleashed a concentrated explosion of flames that bloomed on the battlefield like a destructive flower, capable of devouring everything around it. Xia Qingyue, in turn, had developed the terrifying, sky-freezing lotus. According to Jasmine's evaluation, the technique possessed such extreme power that it could literally freeze a divine spirit realm cultivator to death. The most frightening aspect was that she had created and executed this art while still only in the divine soul realm, something that completely defied the common logic of the divine path. And as if that were not enough, Feng Shuer demonstrated even more astonishing talent. In the past month, she had fully inherited the legacy left to her by the divine phoenix. Yet what truly left Jasmine speechless was the technique Feng Shuer presented afterward, the primordial phoenix avatar. According to Jasmine's own assessment, that art held such devastating potential that, if pushed to the extreme, it could literally set the entire world ablaze. And that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Thanks to the myriadermic wheel, this was only the beginning of what they would be capable of developing. With time and deepening comprehension, each could give birth to countless other profound arts. Some might reach a level of power comparable to the devastating techniques they had already shown, while others would emerge with different purposes, extremely refined movement techniques, near-perfect defensive arts, or even auxiliary skills focused on battlefield control and support. Naturally, Jasmine was extremely tempted to learn the method herself. However, when he explained that she would first need a suitable physical body to practice it, her reaction was immediate, visible displeasure. She remained clearly sulky for a while, though he promised to teach her as soon as that condition was resolved. Well, it was during the conversation that he also revealed the nature of his unique physique, something that left her even more intrigued, though she commented with a somewhat irritated look that it seemed perfectly suited to a pervert. Even so, her mind quickly began analyzing the implications of that physique. She spent considerable time reflecting on the benefits a joint cultivation with him could bring, and gradually she began to understand something that had previously puzzled her. Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuer were clearly far more talented than she remembered from the time she knew them through Yunche. Now it made sense. At one point, she even asked an unexpected question. With her face slightly flushed and visible embarrassment in her expression, she inquired what kind of progress a divine master could achieve if she cultivated with him, especially if she were still a virgin. He answered directly, in that case, the person would likely leap at least 3 cultivation levels at once. The expression that appeared on her face at that moment was difficult to decipher, a mixture of surprise, calculation, and something deeper. Still, he had a good idea of what was passing through her mind in that instant. After that conversation, something in Jasmine's demeanor changed subtly. Before, she always reacted to his provocations with immediate irritation, responding with sarcasm or empty threats, as though constantly trying to reaffirm a clear distance between them. Yet after better understanding the nature of his physique and the absurd benefits it could bring to cultivation, her attitude became slightly different. No one could blame her for feeling tempted. As a divine master, she perfectly understood the value of any method capable of accelerating cultivation, especially one that could produce results as outrageous as those she had witnessed in Xiaqingyue, Feng Shuer, and the Little Demon Empress. Thinking back on it at the time, Jasmine could not help but have a somewhat ironic thought. She did not doubt for a second that even that hypocritical woman, who lived using men whenever it suited her while pretending to purity and disdain for them, would also be tempted by something like this. After all, beyond sharing part of that incomparable talent, there was still the possibility of advancing in cultivation at an absurd speed simply by sleeping with him. And to make everything even more ridiculously convenient, he also possessed an appearance that made practically any other man look like an ugly pig in comparison. Well, setting aside Jasmine's recent discovery about his physique, which had subtly shifted the dynamic between them, and the fact that his wives would remain in seclusion for the coming months, he turned his attention to something far simpler, his own plans. A journey where he would live as a mortal for a time. Walking among ordinary people, without titles or reverence. Tasting street food sold at makeshift stalls, listening to exaggerated traveler tales in noisy taverns, observing bustling markets, and feeling the wind without constantly bearing the crushing weight of absolute power. Simply existing, for a period, as just another person in the world. For him, this was not mere curiosity or leisure. It was the final necessary step to complete the inner transformation that had been taking place within him ever since he had shed Yunche. He was pulled from his thoughts when Jasmine emerged from the heavenly poison pearl in a soft flash of crimson light, her small, ethereal form floating beside him like a living flame beneath the moon's silvery glow. Her red hair danced lightly in the night breeze, and her black eyes fixed on him with the characteristic mixture of curiosity and something deeper that she would never admit aloud. She crossed her arms, chin raised in her usual proud princess pose. "So you're finally leaving?" she said, voice low but trying to sound indifferent. "Where do you plan to go first?" Ren Zu shrugged casually, the deep purple robe rippling gently around his perfect form. "Wherever the wind takes me," he replied simply, the calm smile still on his lips. "Don't worry, while I'm at it, I'll gather all the items needed to restore your body." Jasmine's eyes widened slightly, just a fraction of a second, but enough for him to notice. Her small face visibly flushed, though she quickly turned her gaze aside, trying to hide the emotion threatening to show. "Umph." She huffed, but without her usual venom. "You'd better not forget that. This princess won't forgive you if you come back empty-handed." Ren Zu merely smiled, refraining from teasing her this time. Jasmine remained silent for a few more seconds, as though gathering the courage to say something she didn't want to admit mattered. It would be good to start with the Azure Cloud continent. She finally spoke, still looking away, her voice a little quieter than usual. Ren Zu raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. "Why?" She huffed again, crossing her arms more tightly. "Because it's the place you visited the least in the past year. And, well, there are things there that might be useful for what you need to find." Ren Zu observed her profile for a moment, the faint blush on her cheeks, the way she tried to maintain an air of indifference even as her heart visibly raced. He smiled lightly. "Understood. Then we'll start there." Without another word, he took a step forward. The two vanished completely. Only the wind continued blowing, carrying a few flower petals that danced in the air for a few seconds before dissipating. The mountain peak returned to absolute silence. The full moon continued shining, indifferent. And somewhere far away, on the Azure Cloud continent, a new journey was beginning. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 122, Reflections and Change. Life does not reveal its beauty on the days when everything is in full bloom. When we are young, we believe that beauty is nothing more than the bright sunlight and the sweet perfume of spring flowers. But life smiles in silence as we walk. It waits. It waits for the rainy days, for the unexpected farewells, for the nights when the heart feels as heavy as if it carried the weight of 1,000 mountains. Because it is only after the storm that one truly understands how gentle the warmth of a small flame can be. It is only after getting lost that a simple road becomes the most beautiful of destinations. It is only after crying that a genuine smile carries the worth of an entire world. Youth looks at the sky and thinks it has always been blue. But those who have truly lived look at the same sky and remember all the times. It was covered by clouds. And yet, it remained there. Vast. Patient. Silently beautiful. Life is like that. It is not the eternal spring we imagine when we have not yet walked far. It is spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It is the flower that blooms knowing it will one day fall. It is the weary traveler who finds a small light burning at the end of a long road. It is the hand that holds another for only a brief moment before their paths separate. And, strangely enough, it is precisely because everything is so brief that it becomes so precious. That is why only those who have truly lived can understand that the beauty of life does not lie in lasting forever, but in existing even while knowing that one day it will end. This poem was born throughout his own journey, where he learned more about life and about himself. He had never really been a fan of poems or words of wisdom meant to enlighten others, but he discovered that poetry was an effective way to express complicated feelings he otherwise could not articulate. He wasn't sure if he was good at it, but since it was only a small hobby, other people's opinions mattered little to him. What mattered was the sincerity with which he could translate his thoughts into words. Over the past year, the poem had become one of his main tools for introspection. During the past year, a great deal had changed in his life. He began his journey across the azure cloud continent, disguised as an ordinary mortal, opening his mind and heart to learn from every experience. He settled in a small village near a modest town, in a simple house that, at night, transformed into a space for cultivating his profound strength, something he never neglected despite his quest for transformation. Although he never forgot to strengthen himself, during the day he fully immersed himself in everyday human experiences and small routines, exploring the simplicity of the world around him. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities and immeasurable power, he never used them to alter his own life or anyone else's. He chose only to live as a mortal, absorbing the essence of each moment and rediscovering the value of simplicity. In other words, he engaged in situations that, for anyone else, would be utterly ordinary, but for him became unexpected lessons about human life. He helped neighbors with minor problems, repairing broken fences or caring for sick animals, always without revealing his true power. He felt the simple satisfaction of being useful, of seeing sincere gratitude in people's eyes, something no training or study could ever teach. He learned patience and empathy in a practical way, discovering that some difficulties can only be solved through attention, dialogue, and effort, not through superhuman strength or intelligence. But not everything was peaceful. He witnessed disagreements, injustices, and even minor crimes in the village, land disputes between neighbors, thefts at the small local market, or someone falling ill without resources for treatment. In each situation, he acted as an ordinary mortal. He helped mediate conflicts, sought creative solutions, and worked to restore balance without resorting to his powers. These difficult moments taught him about limits, frustrations, and consequences, showing him that human life consists of small battles and choices, and that resolving problems with caution and empathy slowly matured him in ways no supernatural training ever could. Although he stayed in that village for only 3 months, the experience he gained there was profoundly valuable. He began to see those lives with an uncomfortable clarity. They were short, fragile, and it would take only a single thought from him to erase them. And yet, there was something about them that unsettled him. A simple, fleeting, yet genuine happiness, something he realized, in many moments, that he might never possess in the same way. If he had not found his wives, his existence would probably have been much more empty. Living as an ordinary mortal, even for a short time, was surprisingly fulfilling. There was even a subtle, almost imperceptible moment when he considered abandoning everything and staying there, living that simple life. But that thought never truly took root. His ambition remained clear, to become the strongest in the primordial chaos. But then an inevitable question arose. And after that? It was at that point he realized how shallow that desire was when examined in isolation. Over the next 2 months, while traveling across the azure cloud continent, he began to reflect seriously on it, seeking a way to understand his own motivations. Gradually, a truth started to take shape. Strength had never been the final goal. From the very beginning, everything had started with his obsession to get rid of Yunche, a direct threat to his own life, and, at the same time, to break free from the fate imposed on him as a mere secondary character. There was also something deeper, the silent but persistent desire to reach the top of the world through his own will. But why exactly had this desire emerged? Was it because he was in a world where it was possible? Was it because he was an ambitious man? No, neither of those. The reason was deeply rooted in his own mind. He had simply never wanted to face it. Having already died once, and then thousands of times in his martial intent, the fear of dying again had taken root in his existence far more deeply than any ambition. The pursuit of absolute power was not, in truth, about dominance. It was about security. About never again being at anyone's mercy. Ironically, this was exactly why he despised his status as a secondary character so much. And it was by living among ordinary, fragile, limited people, who were, in their own way, complete, that he finally understood the full extent of this thought. Short lives could still find meaning. But he was not like them. For someone like him, merely surviving was not enough. If there was a goal that truly made sense, it was not just strength. It was something beyond that. He wanted eternity. Only eternal life, this majestic and unattainable goal, could make the journey of his existence truly meaningful. That was the meaning he gave to life. Seeking eternal life did not mean fearing death or failure. He accepted death and failure with calm. Whether eternal life existed or not, there was no proof. But even if it didn't, what did it matter? He would enjoy the process. In the process of seeking eternal life, he had found his purpose and realized that this life was quite interesting. The petty desires and lusts of the body, the satisfaction of love and hatred, all of that was good, but only eternal life was worthy of being his ultimate goal. It was while thinking about this goal that he cultivated even more diligently, and his unparalleled talent rose to the occasion. In the following month, he finally found the answers he had been seeking. It was not a sudden revelation, but a silent process that culminated in near absolute clarity about himself. It was during this period that something inside him changed completely. He decided he would no longer justify his actions based on the label of villain. That was nothing more than a convenient and dangerous excuse. In the end, it only brought him closer to what he despised most, someone who distorted their own reality to turn mistakes into virtues, just like the former protagonist of this world. It no longer mattered that, along that path, he had become similar to what he once hated. Nor did it matter if that had, at some point, turned into an inner demon. Because, in the end, that was exactly what he was. After finally getting rid of Yunche, his mental state had fallen into imbalance. Without the focus that had once guided him, he was forced to face himself without distractions or justifications. And it was only now that this transformation was complete. He accepted it. Without excuses. Without distortions. Without escape. His feelings, conflicts, and attempts at rationalization no longer had any space. Not because they had completely disappeared, but because he chose not to rely on them anymore. He had done what he had done. And there was no going back. He had manipulated people he claimed, deep down, to love. He had acted out of desire, curiosity, or convenience in moments that demanded more than that. He had made calculated decisions even when he knew there were other options. From an external perspective, there was no way to soften it. He had been cruel. And, at times, selfish. But for the first time, he did not try to deny it. With his heart finally clear, he realized something he had previously avoided facing directly. All this time, he had been walking dangerously close to becoming exactly like the one he had once sworn to destroy. It was this realization, combined with the absolute clarity he had reached, that marked the definitive abandonment of his former self. It was not merely a change in mindset, it was, in every sense, a rebirth. He let go of the need to justify his actions. Labels such as villain or hero became irrelevant, as did any attempt to fit his existence into convenient narratives, including the fact that he was living in a story he had once read. None of that mattered anymore. Emotions that had once influenced him were now treated as unnecessary noise. What remained was only the essential, clarity, and pragmatism. He no longer sought approval, redemption, or any kind of moral validation. His focus had become singular and unshakable. His goal was to become completely and truly immortal, with eternity to appreciate and enjoy. And to achieve it, there would be no hesitation of any kind. If anyone stood in his way, they would be killed, whether a genius or an incomparable beauty, all would become dry bones for him to step on as he climbed toward the apex. Although it had taken him 6 full months to reach that absolute clarity in his heart, that period was far from empty. During this time, he lived simply, cultivating diligently and maintaining an almost monastic routine. Still, what he valued most during those months was not only his personal progress but the company he had by his side, Jasmine, Honger, Nijie, and He Jiayue. With them, there was no loneliness. During the last 6 months, he had focused his efforts almost exclusively on a single objective, gathering everything necessary for Jasmine to reconstruct her body. In practice, however, it had been far from a simple collection of resources. He already possessed all those items. The real challenge was not obtaining them, but building a plausible context for it. After all, acquiring such rare materials too easily would raise unnecessary suspicions. So he carefully orchestrated a series of difficult situations. Dangerous explorations, forced coincidences, seemingly inevitable obstacles, everything meticulously planned. Using his spatial manipulation, he controlled invisible variables, ensuring each event unfolded exactly as needed while maintaining the illusion of effort, risk, and chance. To any outside observer, it would appear to be the result of determination and exceptional luck. In reality, it was pure manipulation on his part. At the end of the process, he had gathered everything he needed. A underworld Adumbra flower. 3 profound beast pills, all at least at the divine sovereign realm, far beyond what Jasmine required. And approximately 35 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystals. Absurdly rare resources, obtained in what appeared to be a legitimate manner. With these, the reconstruction of Jasmine's body was no longer a distant possibility but something fully achievable. All she needed was to completely cure the remaining poison in her soul, and that was not far off, since in 2 weeks she would finish the process. The morning mist still lingered among the tall bamboo stalks like a light veil that softened the world. The forest breathed in silence, each narrow leaf vibrated with the subtle breeze, producing a continuous, almost hypnotic whisper, as if nature itself were murmuring ancient secrets to those who knew how to listen. Dewdrops slid slowly down the green stems, reflecting the golden light of dawn in tiny sparkling fragments. The sun had not yet fully risen, but its first rays already pierced the bamboo canopy in slanted beams, creating patterns of light and shadow that moved with the breath of the wind. In the heart of that forest, almost hidden among the dense stalks, stood a simple cabin. It was small, built with aged wood and a thatched roof, without any unnecessary ornaments. Still, there was a natural harmony in its existence, as if it had always belonged there. The ground around it was clean, free of accumulated leaves, showing constant care but without excess. Nothing there was meant to impress, only to exist. Inside the cabin, the silence was even deeper. Morning light entered through a small side window, casting a golden rectangle across the wooden floor. Dust particles floated slowly in the air, visible only when they crossed that beam of light, as if time itself had slowed down inside. Ren Zu sat on the bed. His legs crossed in lotus position, his spine straight, his shoulders relaxed. His hands rested on his knees, fingers lightly curved in a natural gesture, without conscious effort. His eyes were closed. He wore the same purple robes of the celestial demon divine cultivation leader, and his appearance had returned to normal. His breathing was imperceptible. There was no noticeable fluctuation in his aura, no sign of profound energy circulating extravagantly. To any ordinary cultivator, he would seem completely ordinary, almost indistinguishable from a resting mortal. If not for his immortal appearance, anyone might have believed it. Internally, however, his profound veins had undergone another significant transformation when he successfully advanced to the 6th level of the divine tribulation realm. His profound energy had made a qualitative and quantitative leap, becoming incomparably denser and more powerful than before. Even so, that was not the most frightening aspect of his evolution. Without a doubt, the greatest advancement had occurred in his physical aspect. During this period, he had successfully opened 2 more of the so-called 8 inner gates, reaching a total of 6 gates unlocked. This progress, though impressive, had also revealed a critical point in his cultivation. The difficulty between stages was far from linear. The first 4 gates, although requiring some effort, could still be considered relatively accessible. However, starting from the 5th, the complexity increased dramatically. Opening the 2 most recent gates had taken him 2 full years, a stark contrast to the few months needed to unlock the first 4. This difference made it clear that the limits of the body were being pushed to increasingly extreme levels. Now, only the last 2 remained, the gate of life and the gate of death. These were undoubtedly the most difficult of all, requiring not only strength and absolute control, but also external preparation. To cross this final stage, he would need to gather specific herbs and refine them into 2 special pills. Even so, the current state of his body was already monstrous. With 6 inner gates opened, combined with the Dragon God physique, the Immortal Jade Dragon physique, and the mastery of the Great Buddha Path, at the 10th level, achieved over the past year, his physical constitution had completely surpassed the conventional limits of existence. His body could no longer be described within mortal standards, it was something that transcended any common parameter. If one considered only the physical aspect, without even taking his profound energy into account, the conclusion was clear: he had already surpassed the level of a true god. The reasoning behind this conclusion was simple. Even without the Heavenly Tyrant Manual or his unique physiques, any individual who reached the 10th level of the Great Buddha Path would acquire the so-called body of a true god, the ability to absorb primordial energy, prolong life indefinitely, and regenerate with extremely high healing power. In his case, however, this foundation had been elevated to an entirely different level due to his other means of physical strengthening. Honestly, he no longer knew the limits of his own strength. Every advancement seemed to push him even further beyond any concrete reference, making it impossible to measure with precision how far his power truly extended. What could once be analyzed and quantified had now become something abstract, almost unreachable even to his own understanding. In contrast, his progress in the laws of time, reincarnation, through the 10 extreme Daos, was far from complete. Although he had made significant advances, that path remained too vast and profound to be mastered in such a short time. Each step revealed new layers of complexity, as if he were only touching the surface of a concept that transcended ordinary understanding. Still, this progress was not insignificant. He had already reached the level necessary to begin developing his own profound art, shaping it based on his unique comprehension of those laws. However, he was far from completing it. What he possessed at the moment was only a sketch, a promising foundation that, in the future, could evolve into something truly terrifying. After another 20 minutes of detailed cultivation, Ren Zu stopped. The incessant flow of profound energy circulating through his profound veins gradually slowed until it stabilized perfectly. He let out a long sigh. Slowly, his eyelids lifted. And in that instant, the world seemed to lose its axis for a brief second. Because over the course of that year, as his mentality changed, his eyes had come to reflect that change. And those eyes had become profoundly clear, like freshly spilled black ink on immaculate parchment. There was no artificial shine, no reflected light, only a darkness so pure and absolute that it seemed to absorb the very morning light entering through the window. Yet at the same time, within that darkness there was something alive and infinite. It was as if the essence of the universe had condensed there, stars were born and died in fractions of a second in the depths of his pupils, galaxies spun in silence, black holes devoured light and time, nebulae danced in colors no mortal could ever name. Looking directly into those eyes was like contemplating the birth and end of everything that exists, unspeakable beauty, absolute terror, and a depth that sucked the soul from anyone who dared to approach too closely. It was not merely beautiful. It was overwhelming. Capable of making even the strongest hearts hesitate, of making brilliant minds lose themselves, of making creation gods feel, for one brief and terrifying instant, the crushing weight of their own insignificance. Ren Zu blinked once. And the universe within his eyes seemed to calm, as if obeying a silent command. He stretched languidly, arms raised above his head, his back arching in a fluid and lazy motion that made his joints crack almost musically. The dark purple robe slid smoothly over his perfect skin, briefly revealing the defined lines of his chest and shoulder muscles before falling back into place. He lowered his arms and looked at his own hands. Palms open, fingers long and elegant, skin immaculate like white jade under the morning light. A small, almost melancholic smile curved his lips. With the strength I have now, he murmured to himself, his voice low and calm, I could do whatever I wanted in the god realm without worrying about not being strong enough to handle the consequences. In that instant, even without any external presence manifesting, his mind could not help but anticipate, with almost mechanical clarity, the reaction that would certainly come from Jasmine if she were there. After 2 years by her side, he had not only understood her personality but also internalized her patterns of thinking. For someone like her, his words would sound like dangerous arrogance, not because he was necessarily wrong about his current power, but because the frame of reference he was using was still too limited. The god realm was not a static or easily measurable concept, it was a domain where ancient monsters existed, entities that had transcended eras and resided in the abyss of nothingness, whose true depth could not be evaluated by conventional parameters of strength alone. Even so, this imagined reprimand provoked no emotional reaction in him. There was no irritation, no denial. Only recognition. He knew that, in absolute terms, his conclusion had solid grounds, his current level truly granted him unrestricted freedom in most known scenarios. Fortunately, Jasmine was in seclusion, focused on completely eradicating the remaining poison from her soul. This granted him a rare period of silence. But soon she would emerge from seclusion, and once she finished creating her new body, she would return to the illusory demon realm. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Jasmine rebuilds her body, Ren Zu stepped out of the simple cabin with silent footsteps, the wooden door creaking just once before closing on its own behind him. The bamboo forest welcomed him like an old acquaintance, after all, he had spent quite a long time in this place. The tall, green stalks rose in almost perfect rows, forming natural corridors that filtered the dawn light into soft golden and greenish beams. Each slender stem swayed gently with the morning breeze, producing the characteristic sound, a continuous, rhythmic whisper, like thousands of pages being turned at once by invisible hands. Droplets of dew still clung to the narrow leaves, occasionally falling with tiny, almost inaudible plinks against the damp earth. The ground was soft, covered by a thin layer of dry leaves and dark green moss that muffled any sound of footsteps. The air was fresh, carrying the clean, slightly sweet fragrance of morning-dampened bamboo. There were no bird songs yet, only the living silence of the forest awakening. Low-lying mist hovered close to the ground, wrapping around the bases of the stalks and creating the illusion that the earth itself was floating. Rays of sunlight pierced the canopy at slanted angles, illuminating motes of dust and pollen that danced lazily in the air, turning the scene into something almost dreamlike. He walked unhurriedly, his dark purple robes brushing softly against the lower stalks, the fabric moving with a fluidity that seemed to defy gravity. His long black hair rippled behind him like spilled ink, a few loose strands dancing in front of his flawless face. After a few minutes, the bamboo grove began to thin. And then, a lake appeared, a perfect mirror of clear, still water, surrounded by a shore of smooth moss-covered stones and a few larger rocks rising from the surface like tiny islands. The water was so transparent that it reflected the morning sky with absolute precision, the pale blue of dawn, the first hints of orange and pink on the horizon, the thin clouds slowly dissolving. There were no ripples, no jumping fish, no wind strong enough to disturb the surface. Around the lake, the bamboo formed a natural wall, creating a small green amphitheater where sound seemed to die before it could even be born. A few wildflowers grew among the stones, small, white, almost translucent, and the dew on them sparkled like tiny diamonds. Ren Zu stopped at the water's edge. He gazed at the motionless surface. And murmured, almost to himself, his voice low and laden with distant nostalgia. It's been almost 5 years, hasn't it? Counting the last 2 years, it had already been 5 since he was reborn in this world. Time, curiously, seemed to have flowed in 2 directions at once, far too quickly when looking back, far too slowly while living through each moment. In that interval, he had gone through highs and lows, moments of progress and constant danger, where every decision had to be made with near surgical precision. Nothing he had achieved came by chance. Well, except for the things he gained through his unique ability, but that was another story. The point was his journey in this world. Every step had been calculated, every move executed with the utmost care, because he knew exactly what was at stake. A single mistake would not mean mere failure, it would mean the end. And yet, everything had been working out. To any outside observer, his path might seem almost absurd, as if luck were always on his side, as if everything simply worked out. But that view was superficial. What no one saw was the weight behind each choice, the constant tension of walking along a line so thin it was barely perceptible. There was no room for slip-ups, no space for hesitation. Living that way demanded more than intelligence, it required absolute control, discipline, and a mental resilience that bordered on the limit. Well, perhaps no one had noticed precisely because of that. He was an excellent actor. Humph. A feminine voice sounded beside him, light but laced with impatience. You're still here, wasting time on this kind of useless reflection. Hasn't it already been a year? Don't you need to return to the illusory demon realm? As if the air itself had condensed, a figure began to slowly take shape beside him, emerging from nowhere with an unsettling naturalness. He Jiayue hovered a few centimeters above the ground, her body slightly tilted, as though gravity were optional for her. Her long dark hair cascaded downward, following the subtle motion of her levitation, while her arms remained crossed over her chest. Her sharp gaze, almost irritated by nature, fixed directly on Ren Zu, carrying clear disdain, and something harder to name. Ren Zu did not answer immediately. His eyes still rested on the lake ahead, as though her words were merely another ripple on the tranquil surface. In recent days, he had spent hours in this place, immersed in thought, revisiting decisions, organizing ideas, and, occasionally, putting everything into verses that no one but him would ever read. For He Jiayue, however, this had already crossed the boundary of patience. She had watched him for days, seeing him repeat the same silent ritual, detached from any concrete action, and it was beginning to make her restless. So she decided to manifest. Not just to break the silence, but to demand an answer. Good morning, Jiayue. Ren Zu said casually. That made her expression harden slightly. Who gave you permission to act so informally with this queen? She retorted, frowning lightly. I didn't appear here to exchange useless pleasantries. He finally shifted his gaze from the water, turning to her with his usual calm. I figured. Well, seeking answers to questions that naturally arise in the heart is inherent to being human. Reflecting on life's choices is too, since it allows us to mature. But since when did I let you become so arrogant? Do you want me to lock you in a cave for a couple of millennia? For a brief instant, the world seemed to stop. The color drained from He Jiayue's face almost instantly. The sharp, disdainful gaze from moments before faltered. Her eyes widened slightly, and the body that had floated with perfect arrogance lost some of its stability, dropping a few centimeters in the air. Wait. Her voice cracked for half a second, something extremely rare. You're not serious, right? Ren Zu didn't reply, merely watched her with a calm, serious look that said he wasn't joking. That was enough. Master. The change was abrupt, almost violent. Her crossed arms dropped immediately, and she drifted a little closer to him, hovering restlessly like a child who realized she had gone too far. I was joking. It was just a joke, she said hurriedly, her voice carrying an urgency completely at odds with her usual demeanor. You can't just lock me in a cave for millennia every time I say something. She looked away for a second, clearly uncomfortable, before meeting his eyes again. I was just bored, she added in a smaller, almost sulky tone. Watching you stand there thinking all day is annoying. The contrast was almost comical. The same He Jiayue who had moments earlier called herself queen now hovered before him with a tense expression, clearly trying to avoid a fate she took very seriously. Ren Zu stared at her in silence for a few seconds. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. You still believe that threat? You know I'm joking, right? He murmured, his voice low, almost carefree. His eyes analyzed every reaction of hers with precision. Hey Jiu froze. TCH. She looked away again, this time clearly annoyed with herself. That doesn't count, master. She grumbled, crossing her arms once more, though without the previous confidence. Anyone would react that way after seeing the expression you were making. Ren Zu didn't answer right away. The smile lingered for another moment, then vanished. Relax. He said at last, turning his gaze back to the lake. I didn't intend to lock you up this time. This time. She froze again. Wait, what do you mean by this time? But he no longer seemed interested in pursuing that topic, and she didn't get much chance to press him either. A certain glutton had awakened. Both of them heard a long, lazy yawn, followed by the far-from discreet sound of a stomach rumbling loudly enough to echo across the calm lake like distant thunder. The air around them seemed to distort for an instant, and then, without any warning, a small figure appeared floating right between them. Hunger materialized as if summoned from the void, her ruby-red hair shining under the filtered rays of the bamboo grove, cascading down to her waist. Her face was one of childish perfection, large innocent eyes blinking sleepily, but her mouth was already half open in anticipation, revealing sharp little teeth that seemed made to devour entire worlds. She yawned again, rubbing her eyes with the back of her tiny hand, before fixing her gaze directly on Ren Zu. Her lips curved into a mischievous and hungry smile at the same time. This young lady has woken up, she announced to herself, her voice sweet and childish yet laden with voracious urgency. Master. Hunger is hungry. Hey Jiayue, who was still hovering with arms crossed and a somewhat sulky expression, suddenly turned toward the newcomer. Her eyes narrowed. You again. Right now. Hunger didn't even glance at her. Her focus was entirely on Ren Zu, as if the rest of the world had vanished. She drifted closer to him like an impatient child, tiny hands stretched forward. Master, Hunger dreamed about delicious food all night. Those swords, like Master calls them, really big, shiny ones, full of strong energy. The ones that crunch when bitten and explode with flavor in the mouth. She licked her lips dramatically, eyes sparkling like two red gems. This young lady wants to eat now. Please, please, give it to Hunger. Hunger was a good girl, slept properly, and didn't eat anything secretly yesterday. Ren Zu let out a soft sigh, but the corner of his lips lifted in a resigned smile. You woke up at just the right time, huh? He murmured, extending his right hand. With a thought, the space beside him trembled subtly, and several swords began to materialize out of nowhere, drawn directly from his personal storage space. The first was a deep emperor sword, its silver blade veined with pulsing bluish lines like living veins. The second, a wider deep sovereign sword of deep black. The third was a deep tyrant sword. Hunger let out a squeal of pure delight, clapping her hands in the air. Yay! Master is the best. You know how to make a young lady happy. Hunger loves you. Without ceremony, she launched forward like a small red hurricane, opened her impossibly wide mouth, and bit the entire first blade in one go. The sound was like metal being crushed by diamond teeth. In seconds, half the sword was gone, fragments of light escaping like sparks as she chewed with visible delight, cheeks puffed out like a squirrel with nuts. MMMPH. Delicious, she swallowed with an audible gulp, eyes half closed in pleasure. Next. The black deep sovereign sword was next. She grabbed it with both hands, spun in the air as if it were a giant lollipop, and took an enormous bite at the base. Chunks flew outward but evaporated before touching the ground, completely absorbed by her small body. Her red hair seemed to glow brighter for a moment, and a faint tremor of power emanated from her. Hei Jiayue watched the scene with a mixture of disbelief and disgust. How can someone eat metal like that? And still make the face of someone tasting a royal banquet? Hunger, mouth still full of the third sword, which she was devouring like a skewer of meat, turned to Hei Jiayue and stuck out her tongue. This young lady eats whatever she wants. You don't understand because you only eat boring grown-up things. Ren Zu chuckled softly, crossing his arms as he watched the little glutton in action. In less than a minute, the three swords had vanished, reduced to nothing but pure energy absorbed by her body. Hunger finished by licking her tiny fingers, expression satisfied and sleepy once again. Ah, tummy full for now, she floated over to Ren Zu and clung to his arm like a koala, rubbing her face against the dark purple fabric. Master, Hunger wants more tomorrow, okay? Ren Zu gave her head a light pat, ruffling her ruby hair. I'll see what I can do. But rest a bit now. I don't want you falling asleep in the middle of a fight. Hunger let out a cute humph, but was already yawning again, eyes heavy. This young lady obeys, but only because Master is nice. With that, she slowly dissolved into the air, returning to his inner space, probably to nap in the most comfortable spot she could find. The lake returned to absolute silence. He Jiu still hovered there, expression stunned. You really spoil that thing. Ren Zu shrugged, turning his gaze back to the still water. You're not the first person to tell me that. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Jasmine rebuilds her body, 2. Ren Zu remained standing at the edge of the lake, the silence of the bamboo forest enveloping him like a living cloak. The morning breeze continued to whisper among the stalks, carrying the fresh, slightly sweet scent of evaporating dew. The sun had already climbed a little higher, and its beams now sliced through the canopy at sharper angles, turning the low-lying mist into golden veils that drifted lazily over the water. He Jiu still hovered at his right side, just a few inches from his shoulder. Her arms remained crossed, her chin raised in her usual pose of an offended queen, yet her curvaceous body was subtly tilted toward him, an unconscious gesture that betrayed how much she wanted to be close, even if she would hardly admit it. For long minutes, neither of them spoke. It was a comfortable silence, the kind that only exists between people who have already spent far too much time together to need to fill every gap with words. The lake reflected the sky in soft shades of blue and pale pink, and the tiny ripples caused by the occasional breeze seemed to dance in slow motion. Finally, Ren Zu broke the silence, his voice low and calm, almost part of the surroundings. You've been quiet longer than usual. He Jiu huffed, but the sound came out softer than normal. Humph. This queen was merely thinking. She turned her gaze aside, pretending sudden interest in the wildflowers growing among the stones. Not that you deserve to know what I'm thinking about. Ren Zu gave a faint smile, not teasing her this time. I see. Deep thoughts about how to conquer the universe, I presume. She shot him a sharp glance, but the corners of her lips betrayed a slight quiver, almost a suppressed smile. Perhaps. Or perhaps about how you become even more irritating when you try to act philosophical. He chuckled quietly, the low, genuine sound breaking the stillness around them like a stone dropped into calm water. Well, I'll stop then. You know me well enough to understand that I've found what I was looking for, and now that I have a goal, my focus is entirely on it. I just have to wait for Jasmine to reconstruct her body. He Jiu didn't reply immediately. Her eyes remained fixed on the lake, reflecting the faint light and the movement of the water, while his words echoed silently in the air. It's been almost 3 years. She murmured, her voice low, almost lost in the surroundings. I know you quite well, yet I still know almost nothing about you, master. Ren Zu tilted his head slightly, a subtle smile curving his lips. Do you think so? I would say the person who knows best what goes through my mind is you. I've already told you things I've never shared with anyone else, so without a doubt, you are my most faithful confidant. She remained silent, but the weight of his words seemed to hang between them. Finally, after a restrained sigh, she continued. Even so, I feel a certain distance between us that didn't exist, ever since you brought Jasmine, and that thing. Ren Zu studied her expression, noticing the hesitation, the contained discomfort. Is it because we're no longer just you and me, like in the beginning? Maybe that has bothered you, he asked. He Jiu abruptly turned her face away, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as if the mere suggestion of vulnerability irritated her. She crossed her arms more tightly and lifted her chin, trying to reclaim her indomitable queen pose. It has nothing to do with jealousy or anything like that. She huffed, her voice coming out louder and sharper than intended, betraying her own tension. It's just. I don't like feeling excluded from anything, okay? Ren Zu raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curving into a subtle, amused smile. I don't like feeling excluded, huh? He said calmly, as though analyzing each word. I've never excluded you from anything, Jiu. He Jiu rolled her eyes, but the red flush on her cheeks persisted. She looked away, crossed her arms once more, and muttered almost inaudibly. I know. I just don't want anything to change between us, understand? Ren Zu stayed silent for a few seconds, studying her, before tilting his head slightly, his expression serene. I understand perfectly. And you don't need to worry, nothing will change between us, Jiu. His voice was calm, firm, yet carried a touch of sincerity that contrasted with her tsundere tone. She huffed again, but this time without force, almost a whisper of frustration. Humph, it's not like I totally believe you, but... She took a deep breath, her arms slowly falling to her sides. Okay, maybe I don't want anything to change. Ren Zu smiled faintly, choosing not to reply with words. Over the past 2 years, he had grown even closer to He Jiu, who had become the person he trusted most in that world. She was the only one who knew many details of his plans and secrets, and that mutual trust drew them together in a unique way. Observing her lately, he had noticed a growing sensitivity in her regarding the feeling of abandonment. The attention he gave to Jasmine, hunger, and Nig stirred in her a quiet jealousy, as though every moment he spent with the others diminished the exclusive bond they shared. Curiously, this jealousy did not manifest toward his wives, which made the situation even more complex. He Jiayue was not human, she was the spirit of an artifact, always present, always discreet, accompanying him without anyone else noticing. But now, realizing she was no longer the only one by his side, a sense of loss had emerged, almost as if part of her exclusivity had been invaded. To him, this explained much about her recent behavior, the subtle possessiveness, the watchful gaze, the contained tension in every gesture, and it also reinforced how deeply she cared, even if she still didn't fully know how to express those feelings. He Jiayue huffed once more, but this time the sound came out almost affectionate. They stayed like that for a while longer, he at the lakeside, she beside him, sharing the morning silence as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Then, a soft red light appeared in the air to Ren Zu's left. Jasmine emerged from the heaven's poison pearl, her small, ethereal form materializing with silent grace. Her ruby hair fell like liquid fire down to her waist, and her black eyes immediately locked onto Ren Zu. She crossed her arms, chin raised in her classic princess pose. "I'm finished," she announced, her voice firm and direct. "The poison has been completely purified from my soul. Not a single trace remains." Ren Zu turned slowly to face her, the calm smile still on his lips. "Oh. So quickly. I thought it would take at least another week." "Congratulations." Jasmine huffed, though a glint of satisfaction shone in her eyes. "This princess doesn't need your congratulations. What I want is to begin reconstructing my body as soon as possible." She floated a little closer, her eyes fixed on him with an almost feverish intensity. "So, let's start. Now." Ren Zu fell silent. In truth, he could understand why Jasmine seemed so anxious and impatient. Several years had passed since she had no choice but to take the form of a spiritual body. She must have dreamed countless times of the day she could reconstruct her body, reclaiming her life, power, and freedom all at once. Now that all the requirements had been met, she couldn't even bear to wait an extra breath. On the other hand, He Jiayue shot Jasmine a cutting glare, clearly irritated by the interruption. "Already? Without even saying good morning? How rude." Jasmine didn't even glance at her. "This princess has no need to greet an arrogant woman like you." He Jiayue huffed loudly enough for the sound to echo across the calm lake, the noise laden with pure disdain and deliberate provocation. "Umph. As if this queen needed manners from a little girl who spent the last few years locked inside a pearl like a forgotten toy." Jasmine's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Little girl," she repeated, her voice low and sharp as a freshly forged blade. "You, a parasitic spirit who clings to master like a noisy shadow, have the audacity to call me that." He Jiayue raised her chin even higher, her lips curving into a cruel, taunting smile. "Parasitic? At least I exist outside a glass cage. You're still just a floating soul waiting for master to give you a new body." Jasmine's face turned red, not from embarrassment, but from suppressed fury. Her small fists clenched so tightly that her ethereal nails dug into her palms. "You." Before she could finish, Ren Zu raised his right hand in a calm, decisive gesture. "Enough. This isn't the time to fight." He sighed at the end of his words. When it came to two strong, prideful personalities like Jasmine and He Jiayue, conflict was almost inevitable. Both possessed assertive temperaments, firm convictions, and a natural tendency to want to dominate any situation, each with her own sense of authority and worldview. Putting them in the same space, especially over the past 2 years of constant close proximity, could only generate friction, silent contests, provocations, tense glances, small everyday battles for space, decisions, or even his attention. Thus, the last 2 years had become a minefield of disputes between the two. Fortunately, he knew how to handle the situation. Silence. He Jiayue was the first to look away, huffing loudly and crossing her arms with exaggerated force. "Tch, fine. This queen has no patience to argue with a spoiled child today." She cast one final sharp glance at Jasmine before floating backward, her body slowly beginning to dissolve into black and golden shadows. "I'm going to rest. Don't call me unless it's important, master." With one last dramatic humph, she vanished completely, leaving behind only a faint scent of night-blooming flowers and a subtle emptiness in the air. Jasmine kept her fists clenched for a few more seconds, taking deep breaths to calm herself. Finally, she exhaled in an irritated sigh and uncrossed her arms. "That woman is unbearable." Ren Zu remained quiet for a few moments, watching the lake's reflection. He said with irony in his voice, "I don't know why you two still fight so much. This princess." Jasmine finally spoke, her voice low and firm, yet carrying a hint of softness, "simply cannot stand that woman's arrogance. Nothing more." Ren Zu sighed, the sound calm, almost contemplative. It was a sigh that carried no irritation, only the understanding of someone who already knew both personalities very well. For a few seconds, neither spoke. They simply stood there, looking at each other, the gentle breeze lightly stirring Jasmine's hair while the golden morning mist spread across the still lake surface. It was a comfortable silence, almost intimate, yet unhurried, with no need for words. "Tell me, Jasmine." Ren Zu broke the silence, his voice low, almost part of the breeze. "What will you do after you reconstruct your body?" Jasmine glanced away for a moment, her black eyes reflecting the morning light, and took a deep breath before answering. "This princess will naturally return to the star god realm," she said, her voice soft yet laced with delicate determination. "I want to see if Caiji is all right." Ren Zu raised his eyebrows slightly, and an almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. "Is that so?" he murmured in a low, thoughtful tone. There was no doubt or irony in the question, only curiosity and a strange sense of farewell. Jasmine looked straight at him, the wind gently lifting a few strands of her hair. For a moment, the world around them seemed to disappear, a soft silence fell between them, heavy with something indefinable yet profound. "Yes," she said, almost a whisper. "It's important to me." Ren Zu nodded slowly, his gaze locked on hers. "Of course it's important to you," he said, his voice low and serene, filled with quiet understanding. "She's your family. I get it, but..." He paused briefly, his dark eyes reflecting Jasmine's small, ethereal face. There was something different in that gaze, not mere curiosity or kindness. It was a silent acceptance, a closeness that had grown over 2 years of constant companionship. "I'll miss you, Jasmine." For an instant, Jasmine simply didn't react. The words seemed not to make sense at first, as though they had reached her without finding anywhere to land. Her gaze remained fixed on him, motionless, while her mind struggled to catch up, perhaps too slowly for someone rarely caught off guard. Then, when she finally processed it, her expression faltered. Her eyes met his, that absurdly beautiful, almost unreal face worthy of an immortal, and worse still, that look, gentle, directed at her in a way that warmed her heart and moved her deeply. It was in that moment that any remaining control slipped away. "What," was all she managed to say, her voice betraying a rare mixture of disbelief, confusion, and something dangerously close to nervousness. A fierce blush rose rapidly across her face, staining her cheeks a vivid red that clashed with the rigid posture she immediately tried to reassume. She forcefully looked away, as if doing so could erase what she had just heard. "Humph," she huffed, crossing her arms tighter than necessary. "Don't think that kind of line will work on me." Her tone returned to its usual cold, proud register, but a slight tremor lay beneath it. "Words like that might seduce stupid women," she continued, lifting her chin. "But they have no effect on this princess. Don't even dream that I would fall for one of your tricks." Ren Zu simply watched her for a moment. Then he sighed softly. "I wasn't trying to seduce you," he said plainly. "It was just the truth. After spending 2 years with you, it feels like I'm suddenly going to lose something important when you leave." Jasmine froze. The blush on her face grew even deeper. Her small fists clenched at her sides, but this time she couldn't look away. Her black eyes met his, and for a moment, her usual arrogance gave way to something far more complex. Inside, though, she was far less composed than she appeared. His words still echoed in her mind, repeating insistently, warming something in her chest that she couldn't, or perhaps didn't want to, ignore. She knew he was being sincere. After 2 years at Ren Zu's side, she had learned to perfectly distinguish when he was joking and when he meant something genuinely. And this had not been a joke. That was exactly what left her speechless. It felt strange to admit, but she knew him well. She knew his flaws, such as being a complete pervert, especially considering what he did with his wives. Wait. She wasn't watching. Right. No way would someone as noble as her occasionally end up witnessing those situations between the beautiful immortal and his companions. It was simply unavoidable at times. Still, that didn't define who he was. In the end, Ren Zu was calm, straightforward, and above all genuinely kind to those he cared about, while remaining almost completely indifferent to everyone else. Very different from Yun Che, who was arrogant, constantly seeking attention, and imposing his presence in an unpleasant way. And perhaps that was exactly what affected her so much. Over those 2 years, it wasn't just the training or the absurd talent he showed in mastering everything she taught, surpassing her with irritating ease. It was the small moments. The unexpected conversations, the stories he told, the way he naturally included her in his daily life, even the absurdity of her, as a spirit, being able to taste the food he cooked. All of it, accumulated little by little, had transformed something inside her. Her heart, once rigid and distant, was now soft, complex, and somehow deeply connected to him. He didn't even need to say anything, she already knew. Because deep down, she cared about him far more than she was willing to admit out loud. She remained silent. Ren Zu continued, his voice low and steady, without any trace of manipulation or games. No matter how our relationship began, just a transaction, a convenient alliance, I care about you now. If you're ever in danger, I will help you immediately. No matter where you are or what you're facing. The words hung between them like a silent promise. Jasmine lowered her gaze to the lake, her blood-red hair falling like a curtain over her face. Her small shoulders trembled slightly, not from anger, but from something she still didn't know how to name. Umph. The sound came out low, almost inaudible. This princess doesn't need your help, she said at last, her voice quiet but firm, though lacking its earlier harshness. Ren Zu didn't seem surprised. I know. He replied with a small shrug. She furrowed her brows slightly, still not fully lifting her gaze. Then why say it? Ren Zu looked at her calmly, unhurried. Because it doesn't matter. Whether you need it or not, it doesn't change the fact that I would. Silence. Jasmine pressed her lips together lightly, as though wanting to retort, as though wanting to keep that barrier intact, but this time, no words came. The wind blew between them, gently lifting their hair. Ren Zu then glanced briefly at the lake before returning his eyes to her. So, he said, his tone more neutral now. Shall we begin? Jasmine remained still for a second, as though she needed to reorganize everything inside herself before responding. She took a slow, controlled breath, trying to contain the whirlwind of emotions threatening to overflow, like a dam pressed beyond its limit yet still holding firm through sheer willpower. Then, gradually, she raised her head. Her black eyes still carried something deep, too dense to be translated into simple words, but they were no longer unsteady as before. There was control there. Resolve. She didn't look away this time. Without saying anything, she simply gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, but one that carried far more meaning than any words she could have spoken. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Jasmine Rebuilds Her Body, 3. Ren Zu took out the 2 profound cores that had come from the sovereign profound beasts and the 35 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals. Well, since he was not lacking in any resources, he even took out a little extra. Finally, he carefully retrieved the underworld Adumbra flower that was enveloped in a green light and gently placed it behind the purple vein divine crystals. 450 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals were piled together, releasing an incomparably dense and rich spiritual energy. Jasmine made a quick gesture with her hand, and an invisible energy completely imprisoned all the spiritual energy being released by the purple vein divine crystals to prevent any outsiders from detecting it. Naturally, she was not worried that anyone would cause trouble for her, she was simply making sure that she would not cause any trouble for him. Are these items really enough? Ren Zu asked casually. In the end, I will also require 3 drops of your blood essence. After Jasmine finished speaking, her elegant finger shot forward without warning, touching the space between Ren Zu's eyebrows with absolute precision. Although he was fully capable of reacting, he chose not to. In response, 3 small drops of dark red blood slowly detached themselves, emerging from his forehead and floating in the air, stabilizing right above the tip of her finger. They were not ordinary drops. This was blood essence, the condensed manifestation of an individual's vitality and innate talent. The loss of even a single drop would be enough to cause significant damage to any ordinary person, directly affecting their foundation and future potential. Even so, for Ren Zu, this did not represent any real problem. Thanks to the Great Buddha Path, his recovery ability transcended normal limitations, allowing even this kind of loss to be regenerated without any permanent consequences. Even without resorting to this profound art, his body alone already possessed an abnormal regenerative capacity, capable of restoring the lost essence in a short time. However, with the assistance of the Great Buddha Path, this process was drastically accelerated, reducing it to mere seconds. Don't worry. After I reconstitute my body and slowly recover my strength and vitality, I will give you a drop of star god blood as compensation, Jasmine said calmly. Ren Zu shook his head, giving an ironic smile. I don't need any compensation from you. If it's you, even if you wanted all the blood in my body, I would be happy and willing to give it to you. Humph. Jasmine let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Starting with your insincere, flowery words again, I see. I'll say it one more time, those seduction tricks of yours will only work on stupid women. Don't even think that I will ever fall for any of your schemes. Although her words came out with coldness and contempt, her face clearly flushed, a soft shade of red spreading across her pale cheeks. Her eyes darted away for a brief moment, and something complex flashed in her gaze, something that even she seemed unwilling to acknowledge. Ren Zu's lips twitched slightly upon noticing it. Then he spoke in a calm and natural tone. I was being sincere again. He tilted his head slightly, as if merely stating a simple fact. Even if you really took all the blood from my body, there still wouldn't be any real problem for me. There would be no need for compensation, since it was to help you, and I would regenerate in just a few seconds. Silence. Jasmine slowly turned her face back toward him. Her eyes stared at him completely flatly, without any visible expression. For a few moments, she simply observed him, as if trying to determine whether he was joking, or if that was, in fact, the truth. Then, finally, "What kind of monster are you?" The question came out low, almost like a sigh. There was no sarcasm in that sentence. Only incredulity. Ren Zu smiled faintly, a tranquil, almost indifferent smile. 1. He raised his gaze to the sky for a brief moment, as if reflecting on the answer. Probably, an existence even more terrifying than the gods that existed in the primordial era. Jasmine stared at him for a few seconds. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Then she let out a sigh. Ridiculous. She turned her face away, crossing her arms with a light snort, clearly deciding not to pay any more attention to that absurd statement. However, she could not completely deny it. After everything she had seen. After everything he had done. After personally witnessing a monster that defied any known logic. That possibility, no matter how absurd it seemed, did not appear entirely impossible. Jasmine closed her eyes for a brief instant, as if deciding to put an end to the thought once and for all. Enough useless talk. You can leave now, because I need to begin. Remember, I cannot be interrupted during this period. The barrier I will soon establish will block everything from the outside, including light and sound. So the only one capable of interrupting me will be you. Before I myself exit the barrier, even if something extremely important is happening, you must not send any sound transmission to me. Also, I will still need to maintain the connection I have with your life until my body is completely reconstituted. So during this period, you must remember that you definitely have to remain within a 10-kilometer radius of me. If you have no choice but to exceed that distance, you must not exceed it for more than 100 breaths. Otherwise, it is possible that my soul will disperse. Ren Zu committed those words to heart before speaking solemnly. You don't need to worry. I guarantee that nothing will happen. Oh, right, Jasmine, there's something I want to ask you. Jasmine, ? Ren Zu gave Jasmine a look from bottom to top before beginning to speak casually. Since you're reconstituting your body, is it possible to change the appearance of your new body? What I'm trying to ask is this. Will your appearance be exactly the same as before once you obtain your new body? Jasmine disdainfully turned her face away from him. When the body and soul merge into one, the soul forms the main substance of a person, while the body is merely its container. If your soul is destroyed but your flesh remains, it will be impossible to reform your soul. But if your soul survives while your flesh is destroyed, as long as the power of your soul is sufficiently strong, you will be able to reconstitute a new body. Moreover, reconstituting a new body does not mean you are borrowing a body for rebirth. It is born from the soul, so naturally it will not be different from the spiritual body of the person who is reconstituting it. So the appearance you see now is exactly how my new body will look. I couldn't change it even if I wanted to. So it's just as I thought. Ren Zu hurriedly nodded. A relieved expression appeared on his face before he spoke sincerely. That's great to hear. Earlier, I was worried that your appearance might change after your new body was formed. In truth, the situation in Jasmine's original story was different. For the complete reconstruction of a perfect body, an entire underworld Adumbra flower was required, something extremely rare and difficult to obtain. However, Yun-Che had only managed to gather 4 petals, an amount sufficient to allow her to reconstruct her physical body, but not without consequences. The limitation in the material used resulted in subtle yet significant deficiencies. Although her body was functional and stable, it remained stuck in an incomplete state, unable to mature naturally with time as would occur in a perfect reconstruction. Naturally, everything Jasmine had just explained was not new to him. He already understood the principles behind body reconstruction from the soul, as well as the limitations imposed by the conditions and resources used in the process. His question, therefore, had not been motivated by ignorance, but by directed curiosity. He wanted to confirm whether she knew of any alternative method, any path that would allow the reconstruction of a body with characteristics different from the original spiritual form. After all, unlike the traditional method she described, there existed rarer and more complex variations capable of altering the final appearance, and he himself knew some of those means as the greatest physician of the primordial chaos. A strange fluctuation passed through Jasmine's eyes, and for some immeasurable reason, she became distracted for a moment. After that, she turned around and stood with her back to Ren Zu. With a cold snort and a wave of her small hand, a curtain of light suddenly materialized in front of Ren Zu, completely blocking his view of her. Ren Zu unconsciously moved gently backward, and the moment he stopped, a 3-meter square barrier had already materialized before his eyes. The barrier was a light white color, simple, and radiated neither light nor any aura. It looked like a curtain standing upright in place. He did not utter another word and slowly withdrew from the barrier, a complex expression on his face as emotions began to surge in his heart. Unconsciously, his mind returned to the last 2 years spent by Jasmine's side, sometimes irritating, sometimes unpredictable, but never boring. He remembered her guiding him in profound arts with that arrogant impatience, as if teaching were a favor the entire world should be grateful for, and also the rare simpler occasions, like when he cooked and she, even while trying to maintain her composure, let slip reactions that ranged from genuine surprise to something almost childish, to the point of nearly drooling without realizing it. Also came to mind the casual comments he made about her appearance, always met with surface-level contempt but accompanied by small reactions she clearly did not want him to notice, such as tiny smiles and her cheeks turning red. And, above all, there were those quieter moments, gazing at the starry sky, where they had deep conversations about life. They were unforgettable moments. Finally, he let out a long sigh, lightly passing his hand across his face as if brushing all of it away, and set those memories aside. His expression returned to its usual state, calm, steady, and difficult to read. From the moment Jasmine reconstituted her body, she would no longer have to depend on his life to survive, and she would no longer remain inside the sky poison pearl. Then they would no longer be able to feel each other's presence or the sound of each other's heartbeat, which they had grown accustomed to before, when they were bound so tightly that they could not separate even if they wanted to. He had helped Jasmine reconstitute her own body, and at the moment he handed her all the items he had gathered, his heart had filled with joy at seeing how happy she was. But now that the moment they had both been waiting for was finally approaching, he realized that joy was no longer so simple, nor so absolute. On the contrary, his heart was filled with a complex emotion, something difficult to define, and even more difficult to put into words. Ren Zu shook his head as he forced himself to clear his heart and mind of all distracting thoughts. He sat down and crossed his legs, beginning to calm his heart as he prepared to make his final preparations before heading to the God realm. And those preparations consisted of opening the last 2 internal gates, elevating his body to a state that could be considered even closer to invincibility. With that in mind, he took out 2 pills from the sky poison pearl. These 2 pills were not ordinary even by the highest standards of cultivation. The esoteric pill of immortality and the esoteric pill of mortality were essential for opening the last 2 internal gates, the gate of life, located in the heart, and the gate of death, situated in the sea of consciousness. Only by opening both would it be possible to establish the necessary foundation to reach the 3rd stage of body transformation, the 9 Tao Palace stars, a realm where the body surpassed mortal limits and approached a truly absolute state. Under normal circumstances, even for someone like him, this process would take a considerable amount of time to complete. However, since he was determined to tread the path of true immortality, something that could only be achieved through cultivation, he did not allow himself to advance slowly. In the last few days, he had devoted himself intensely to gathering resources and recreating these 2 pills based on the formulas recorded in the Heavenly Tyrant Manual. Although the original materials did not exist in this world, his knowledge as the greatest physician of the primordial chaos had allowed him to adapt the recipe with precision, replacing each component with local equivalents without compromising the essence of the effect. At first glance, the 2 pills looked simple, with their discreet golden coloration, but they concealed within them a profound and dangerous power. Without hesitation, he brought both to his mouth and swallowed them at once. His eyes slowly closed, and his breathing began to become deeper and more controlled as his body entered a state of absolute stillness, and the process of opening the 2 gates finally began. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Unrivaled Under the Heavens, End. Volume 2. Time had lost all meaning. Days passed as if they were mere instants, dissolving into the absolute silence that enveloped that small clearing. The wind continued to blow through the bamboos, making the stalks bend slightly and produce that continuous, almost meditative sound, but to Ren Zu, all of this seemed distant and irrelevant. His body remained completely motionless throughout this entire period. Sitting with his legs crossed, his spine perfectly straight and his eyes closed, he looked like a statue carved by nature itself. Not even his breathing was perceptible. However, within him, profound and violent changes were taking place. The 2 esoteric pills slowly dissolved inside his body, releasing an inexplicable power that attacked and opened the last 2 internal gates. The gate of life, located in the heart, and the gate of death, situated in the sea of consciousness, resisted tenaciously but gradually yielded under the relentless pressure of his will and constant refinement. The bamboo forest around him remained utterly calm and silent the entire time. And then, after an unknown period, the morning sun began to rise. The first golden rays pierced through the dense canopy of the bamboo grove, cutting the low-hanging mist into long, slanted beams. The light touched the green leaves, making them sparkle like wet emeralds, and reflected on the surface of the lake in tones of liquid gold. Droplets of dew still clung to the stalks, falling with delicate little sounds that echoed like tiny bells. The air was fresh, filled with the clean scent of wet bamboo mixed with the subtle aroma of damp earth and wildflowers awakening with the dawn. The mist covering the lake began to dissipate slowly, revealing the crystal-clear water that reflected the pale blue sky and the thin clouds dissolving on the horizon. Ren Zu slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids lifted calmly, revealing those deep, limpid black eyes, now even deeper, as if they had absorbed part of eternity during the process. A faint smile adorned his perfect lips, subtle, yet genuine, carrying a tranquil satisfaction that needed no words. He had succeeded. The gate of life and the gate of death were now completely open. But that was not all. During this process, he had also advanced directly to the 12th level of the Great Buddha Path, leaping over 2 entire stages and thereby successfully completing this forbidden divine art. The result was the attainment of the saint's body in its most perfect state, a flawless physical form, refined to the utmost limit of what the technique could offer. Upon reaching the wrathful god of form, his body had attained a level comparable to that of a true god, traditionally considered the pinnacle of the physical path. However, with the opening of the 8 internal gates, he had surpassed that established limit, breaking through a barrier that had until then been regarded as unreachable. His body was no longer merely powerful, it had become something unprecedented, an existence that transcended eras. Whether in the primordial era or the present one, there was no record of anything equivalent. The reason he had managed to surpass the last 2 levels with such ease was directly linked to his comprehension, the true core of the Great Buddha Path. After refining the 2 pills and opening the final 2 internal gates, he had focused all his attention on this aspect, diving deeply into the essence of the technique that depended, above all else, on understanding. And it was precisely at this point that he had advanced with incomparable fluidity. Since he was the greatest genius of the primordial chaos, he reached the 11th and 12th levels without encountering major obstacles. A crucial part of this process came from the very nature of the pill used to open the gate of death. It was a substance laden with lethal properties, capable of placing the practitioner in a borderline state, something close to actual death, which was necessary to make contact with the last of the 8 gates. By going through this experience, he not only completed the opening but also gained a deeper perception of the fundamental principles of life. This direct contact with the threshold between life and death provided him with valuable insights, allowing him to understand aspects that had previously remained obscure, and, with that, to surpass the final 2 levels of the Great Buddha Path. Although he was satisfied with the advancement of his own body, to the point where he felt confident enough to move freely through any region of the God realm, this was not the true reason for his satisfaction. What truly mattered was what he had comprehended by facing death so profoundly. By crossing the threshold, he had not only survived, he had understood. Life and death ceased to be opposing concepts and became parts of the same cycle, and it was this perception that allowed him to break through a barrier that had until then been insurmountable. Long before, even when he was planning his journey to the Divine Phoenix Empire, he had already nurtured the idea of creating a trump card based purely on comprehension. At first, it was only a rudimentary concept, something incomplete. But over 2 years of continuous refinement, he had managed to transform that idea into the indestructible Tao heart, an achievement that did not depend on brute force but on absolute understanding. The inspiration had come from an ancient memory, the true meaning behind the primal world liquid he had absorbed at the beginning of his journey, Emperor's domination, which showed how important that concept was. But unlike Li Qie, who had attained an indestructible Tao heart after millions of years of experiencing everything the world had to offer, he had walked a different path. He had not accumulated eras of experience, instead, he had condensed his comprehension to the extreme, and yet, he had reached the same result. Fortunately, he possessed the 10 extreme Daos, which made it possible. The Tao heart represents the essence of a cultivator's path, not merely his pursuit of power, but his perseverance in the search for truth and knowledge. It is the strength of will that sustains every step forward, even in the face of failures, limits, or seemingly insurmountable adversities. More than any technique or external resource, it is the mental aspect of cultivation, the one that defines how far someone can go when everything else fails. A truly unshakable heart can even compensate for a lack of talent. While natural abilities and resources accelerate progress, it is the heart that ensures that progress does not break along the way. Even so, most cultivators only understand its importance once they have reached the peak of their respective worlds, when they possess enough power to shape the reality around them, only to realize, too late, that they had prioritized laws, techniques, treasures, and external creations at the expense of their own inner foundation. In the end, the heart is the true foundation of a cultivator. Everything else can be acquired, lost, or replaced. But without a strong heart, no power is stable and no peak is lasting. Yet through his own comprehension and the experiences accumulated over the past year, especially after ridding himself of his inner demon, which was Yunche, he had advanced on this path at an astonishing speed, consolidating something few even dared to imagine, a truly indestructible Tao heart, a real state of existence that granted him profound and far-reaching benefits, especially on the mental level. Among these benefits, mental immunity stood out as one of the most evident. His mind had become firm as a mountain, unshakable in the face of external influences, illusions, or temptations. Not even extreme stimuli would be capable of disturbing his inner balance. He himself recognized this clearly, even if he stood before the most beautiful woman in the entire primordial chaos, completely exposed before him, it would not be enough to shake his heart. At most, he could recognize and appreciate her beauty as a heterosexual man, but he would never lose control or be dominated by impulses. His Tao heart remained absolute, above any interference. But that was merely the natural culmination of the path, not his true trump card. An indestructible Tao heart was essential for anyone who wished to tread the path of immortality, providing the foundation for an absolute and unbreakable will. He was undoubtedly satisfied with having reached this state. Still, he knew it was only the first step toward his ultimate goal. What truly elevated the indestructible Tao heart to something beyond a simple foundation was what he had built upon it, his transformations. These transformations were the materialization of a simple yet profound principle. One single thought could lead someone to become a Buddha, another to become a demon, so why not an emperor? Based on this, he had developed distinct paths, each supported by its own nature and power. When assuming the form of the evil Buddha, an idea born from his practice of the Great Buddha path, his body and mind aligned with the deep element of light, manifesting arts that prioritized purity, balance, and absolute self-mastery. In the demon god form, he plunged into the deep element of darkness, amplified by the devil origin orb he had studied recently, releasing an oppressive, chaotic, and overwhelming power. Each of these forms, by itself, already pushed him to the limit of his capabilities. However, his true ace in the hole lay beyond that. The Celestial Emperor transformation represented the perfect fusion between these two extremes, coexisting in a single absolute state. It was not merely the sum of powers, but a qualitative elevation, something that transcended both individual forms. It was there that his indestructible Tao heart showed its true value, sustaining this impossible union without collapsing. And in that state, he had no doubts, he possessed absolute confidence that he could defeat any opponent who appeared before him. He stretched. His arms rose above his head in a slow, lazy motion, his back arching with a soft and satisfying crack that echoed like music among the bamboos. The dark purple robe slid over his perfect skin, briefly revealing the defined lines of his chest and shoulder muscles before settling back into place. He tilted his neck from side to side, letting out a long, deep sigh, like someone finally waking from a very long sleep. And then, he began to hum. A simple melody without words, just a low, relaxed buzz coming from his throat. It was a nameless song, something he was improvising in the moment, light as the wind swaying the bamboo stalks. There was no hurry, no grandeur, just a tranquil, almost happy note that echoed softly through the small natural amphitheater. Ren Zu stood up slowly, stretching his legs and rolling his shoulders one last time. His entire body responded with a sensation of absolute lightness, as if every cell had been forged anew into something superior. His eyes then scanned the simple white barrier that Jasmine had raised around him. The curtain of light remained motionless, emitting no sound or perceptible fluctuation of energy to the outside world. Yet he could subtly feel that the process inside it was almost coming to an end. Once she finished, he would return to meet his wives, and then they would depart together for the God realm. Just thinking about it already filled a part of his heart with anticipation, not impulsive anxiety, but a calm, almost inevitable expectation of everything that was to come. Exploring that vast universe, filled with mysteries, powers, and ancient secrets, would undoubtedly be something interesting. All of it fed not only his curiosity but also his silent ambition. And in the end, there was one thought that remained firm, constant, and impossible to ignore: becoming the absolute emperor of it all would be even more fun. Profound Sky Continent, Blue Wind Empire, Floating Cloud City. On one of the streets of the small city, under the hot midday sun, Fen Juechen was helping an elderly lady carry 2 heavy baskets of fresh vegetables to her small house on the outskirts of the city. He was smiling. It was not a forced smile, nor the cold, dead smile he had once displayed. It was a genuine smile, although it still carried a subtle shadow of melancholy in the corners of his eyes. His black hair was tied in a simple ponytail, and he wore ordinary traveler's clothes, nothing that would draw attention. "Here you go, Granny. Let me carry them to the door," he said in a gentle voice, helping the old woman up the few steps of the entrance. The lady smiled, her wrinkled eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, young man. You are so kind, may the heavens bless you." Fen Juechen simply nodded, carefully placing the baskets inside the house. After making sure she was all right, he bid her farewell with a polite wave and left. As soon as he turned the corner, away from curious eyes, his smile slowly faded. He let out a long, deep sigh, looking up at the blue sky above the city. The last 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since the day he had finally taken revenge on Yun Che, or rather, since the day he believed he had taken revenge, Fen Juechen had followed his master's final teaching, to abandon the path of vengeance and seek a new meaning for his life. In the beginning, it had been difficult. Extremely difficult. He had wandered aimlessly, carrying the weight of guilt for having left Xiaolingxi behind. He knew that, back when he had been consumed by hatred, she would never have accepted him. That was why he had left without saying goodbye, his heart tight, but determined not to drag her into his darkness. He had traveled across the entire profound Sky Continent. He helped wherever he could, repairing roofs in poor villages, carrying goods for elderly merchants, protecting caravans from bandits without revealing his true strength. He learned to cook, to plant, to listen to strangers' stories in taverns. He discovered that the world was much larger and more complex than the narrow hatred that had once consumed him. And little by little, he found a purpose. It was not grand. It involved neither absolute power nor revenge. It was simple, to help those in need. To protect the weak. To enjoy the small joys the world still had to offer, a beautiful sunset, a warm shared meal, the laughter of children running in the street. 2 years later, he had returned to Floating Cloud City because he simply could not abandon his feelings. He wanted to see Xiaolingxi. He wanted to know if she still remembered him, and if, perhaps, she would accept accompanying him on this new journey. But he did not find her. Neither her nor her father. He was told that the two had disappeared almost 1 year and 9 months ago. Fen Juechen stood still in the middle of the busy street. He clenched his fists. Then, my new goal will be to find her. He looked at the sky, his red eyes shining with tranquil determination. As I travel the world, I will search for her. And if fate allows, perhaps I can finally tell her how much I have changed. With one last sigh, Fen Juechen adjusted the simple cloak over his shoulders and continued walking, on a journey that would lead him to a simple and happy life, where his only regret would be never having reunited with his beloved. A/N. Hey everyone. With that, we've reached the end of Volume 2. I'll admit, it feels a bit bittersweet to close this part of the story, but it's also exciting to think about what's coming next. In the next chapter, Volume 3 officially begins, the final volume, and it will also be the longest one so far. It will fully cover the realm of the gods' arc and the abyss of nothingness, so you can expect a lot to unfold. I also want to apologize if the last few chapters felt a bit slow-paced. Honestly, I feel like I could have handled it differently, maybe with a 2-year time skip while showing the changes as the story progressed. Still, I chose a more detailed approach to better explore each moment. In any case, I truly hope you've enjoyed the journey so far. Thank you for following along. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 127, Returning Home. Ren Zu stood still, calmly looking at the barrier that Jasmine had created. The curtain of white light, previously opaque and impenetrable, began to flicker. Small cracks of energy appeared on its surface, like glass about to shatter. The barrier emitted one final glow before completely dissipating into luminous particles that dissolved into the air like snow melting under the sun. And then, Jasmine appeared at the center of the barrier. Her new body was exactly like the previous one, with the only difference being that it was now alive in flesh and blood, making her somewhat more delicate and beautiful. Her skin was an immaculate white, like polished jade under the morning light. Her blood-red hair cascaded down to her waist, shining with a vitality that seemed to contain the blood of stars, as if stars could bleed. Her small and delicate face retained that ethereal beauty, with fine features, a delicate nose, and pink lips that now carried a faint trace of a smile, an expression that was rare and genuine, softening her usual demeanor. Her cheeks flushed slightly when she saw him there, patiently waiting for her. It looked like a husband waiting for his wife to finish getting ready. What was she even thinking? Her black eyes darted away for a moment. Ren Zu observed her in silence for a second, the calm smile still on his lips. Was it a success? He asked casually. Jasmine raised her chin, trying to resume her usual haughty princess posture, but the faint smile still dancing on her lips betrayed her satisfaction. Yes, she replied, her voice firm but with an evident tone of pride. It was a complete success. After that, her delicate eyebrows arched, and her expression became as hard as a wooden board, as if she were trying to hide the overflowing emotion. Because of your abnormal life force, the perfection of my new body truly surpasses my expectations. Not only have I recovered my strength at my peak, but I have even advanced a little further. You really are an unparalleled aberration. She crossed her arms over her chest, trying to maintain an indifferent appearance, but the slight blush that intensified on her cheeks betrayed her without difficulty. For her, becoming stronger was not just a goal, it was a necessity. Her revenge depended on it. And the advancement she had just achieved was no small matter. She had gone straight from the early stage of the 8th level of the Divine Master realm to the peak of that same level. Her power had, without exaggeration, practically doubled. Deep down, she knew very well how absurd that evolution was, merely from reconstructing her body with someone's blood essence, something she had never heard of before. Well, regardless, this was the kind of opportunity that did not come twice in a lifetime. Meeting Ren Zu had undoubtedly been the greatest stroke of luck she had ever had in her life. Especially when considering her previous situation, completely adrift, without direction, depending on a disciple who had ended up crippled and on the verge of death. If it weren't for that encounter, her path would probably have ended there. Ren Zu tilted his head slightly, his smile widening a little more. I'm glad to hear that, he said sincerely, without any trace of provocation. But calling me an unparalleled aberration was quite rude. Jasmine snorted softly, turning her face to the side as if she wanted to maintain her usual posture, but the faint gleam of satisfaction in her eyes revealed more than she would have liked. Humph, this princess was praising you. In the entire primordial chaos, you are, without a doubt, the most special existence I have ever encountered. She paused briefly, narrowing her eyes slightly. Are you sure you're not the reincarnation of a creation god? Ren Zu shook his head slowly, the serene smile remaining on his perfect lips. His black eyes, deep as the universe itself, fixed on her with an almost absolute tranquility. Obviously not. He replied casually, then asked, now that your body has been successfully reconstructed, are you going back to see how your little sister is doing, or are you still going to stay here for a while? Hearing his question, Jasmine gave him a complex look. Her black eyes narrowed slightly, as if she were trying to read something beyond the simple words he had said. For a moment, she remained in absolute silence, the morning wind gently stirring her hair, which was as red as blood. Then, after taking a deep breath, she replied, her voice lower than usual, almost reluctant. This princess plans to spend some time accompanying you. The words came out with a slight hesitation, but they were filled with clear determination. She averted her gaze for a moment, as if admitting it went against her nature, before continuing, I wish to learn the myriadermic wheel that you created and promised to teach me once I reconstructed my body. But before that, I promised compensation for the 3 drops of your blood essence. Before Ren Zu could respond, Jasmine raised her delicate hand. A drop of brilliant red blood essence appeared at the tip of her finger. With a gentle gesture, she sent it directly toward his forehead, where the drop dissolved instantly, being assimilated by his body. Then, she approached him in an instant and touched his forehead with 2 fingers. With a subtle glow of energy, she engraved all of her profound skills, the complete series of the stellar god arts, directly into Ren Zu's mind. This princess's bloodline is not inferior to the other divine bloodlines you have in your body. After absorbing this drop of blood, your lifespan will increase dramatically, and you may be able to use my legacy abilities. That's why I engraved all of them directly into your mind. Ren Zu blinked, clearly surprised by the sudden generosity. He touched his own forehead, feeling the flow of knowledge that was now perfectly integrating into his mind. In a matter of seconds, he assimilated all the arts she had transmitted to him, refining them with his unparalleled comprehension. At the same time, the drop of her blood essence was completely absorbed by his unique body, being elevated to the same level as his other divine legacies by his golden marrow. He opened a light and sincere smile. Although I said I didn't need any compensation, I'm happy with your generosity. Thank you very much, Jasmine. Jasmine crossed her arms, but her eyes betrayed a faint gleam of satisfaction. Well, don't disappoint this princess and learn the rest of her abilities. Ren Zu smiled faintly. He couldn't exactly say that he had already learned everything she had taught him just a second ago instantly, right? Well, looking at the delighted figure in front of him, he extended his hand and gently touched her forehead, engraving all the information of the myriadermic wheel directly into her mind, not just the basic principles, but the complete understanding. Jasmine remained completely still for a moment. Her eyes widened. The complexity of the technique hit her like an avalanche. She sucked in the cold air, her body trembling slightly as she processed what she had just received. This, she murmured, her voice almost a whisper. It's hard to believe you created something like this. She blinked several times, still assimilating the knowledge. Seeing his wives practicing the technique had already been impressive in itself, but having it engraved directly into her mind, with all the depth, logic, and subtlety that Ren Zu had developed, was something completely different. This myriadermic wheel is terrifying, she admitted, her voice filled with shock but also with admiration that was difficult to hide. It's not just a technique, it's as if you created an entire system of profound arts from a single method. Now it makes sense, the reason why your wives are able to develop such absurd arts of their own. This technique practically guides the cultivator down that path. It not only accelerates the absorption of the energy of heaven and earth several times over, but also deepens the comprehension of the laws to the point where it naturally directs each person toward what is most suitable for them. Incredible. Jasmine raised her gaze to him, her black eyes shining with an emotion she rarely showed openly. You really are an unparalleled existence in the entire primordial chaos. Ren Zu simply smiled, without responding in words. He tilted his head slightly, his calm and indifferent gaze fixed on her for a moment, before speaking in a low and humble voice. It's not anything that grand. If it can be useful to you, then I'm satisfied. Jasmine shook her head slowly, her blood-red hair waving gently with the movement. Her expression became more serious, almost grave. Don't underestimate what you created, she said, her voice low but firm. This myriadermic wheel is even better than most of the divine legacies I know. If information about this technique were to leak to the outside world, it would cause an unprecedented bloodbath. Cultivators would kill each other for a chance to obtain it. Therefore, don't teach this to anyone else. Ren Zu nodded without hesitation. Understood. I only teach those who are extremely close to me, like my wives, and you. The last words came out naturally, without exaggerated emphasis, but carrying a clear and intentional meaning that he considered her almost his woman as well. Well, at least that was what the celestial slaughter star goddess understood. Jasmine froze. Her cheeks flushed deeply, a vivid red that spread all the way to her delicate ears. Her black eyes widened for a moment, and she opened her mouth as if to say something, but no sound came out immediately. Why you? She snorted, abruptly turning her face to the side, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. What are you insinuating with that? Who said I am, that I am, humph? Your words full of hidden intentions won't affect me. This princess is not like those stupid women who fall for cheap tricks. Despite the cold and snorting tone, her voice came out a little louder than normal, betraying just how much those words had destabilized her. The blush on her face did not fade, and she avoided looking directly at him, as if afraid he would see something she still did not want to admit. Ren Zu simply smiled softly, neither pressing nor retreating. He let the silence settle for a few seconds, allowing the morning wind and the whisper of the bamboos to fill the space between them. After a moment, he broke the silence and said, "Anyway, I'm glad you managed to reconstruct your body. Since you've decided to accompany me for a while, I'll return to the illusory demon realm. Is there anything else you want to do here?" Jasmine snorted again, but this time the sound came out softer, almost like a sigh. No. She turned her face back to him, her black eyes shining with a mixture of determination and something softer, something she was still trying to hide behind her usual arrogance. Ren Zu simply nodded, the tranquil smile remaining on his lips. Since no one knows who you are, I'll come up with something along the way. If you have any suggestions, I'll accept them too. Jasmine merely shot him a glance. As if this princess cared about what others think, she said, her voice full of disdain but with a slightly softer tone than usual. Make up whatever you want. As long as it's not something ridiculous like, my new disciple, or anything that makes it look like I'm your subordinate. This princess does not accept being seen as just any follower. She paused briefly, her black eyes turning back to him with a challenging gleam. And don't think I'm going to stick to you all the time just because I decided to accompany you. I have my own matters to attend to. Ren Zu simply smiled lightly, without contesting. Understood. He said simply, his voice calm and natural. Then let's go. Without another word, the two completely disappeared from the location. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 128, Complex Emotions. Ren Zu and Jasmine appeared at the center of the vast main hall of the palace of the leader of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, emerging out of nowhere as if space itself had simply opened to receive them. The hall was vast and silent, enveloped by a solemn atmosphere that bordered on the sacred. The floor, made of perfectly polished black jade, gleamed like an absolute mirror, reflecting every detail above with an almost unreal clarity. As one walked upon it, there was the strange sensation of being suspended between two worlds. Above, the domed ceiling was composed of countless embedded crystals, each emitting a soft, cold glow like distant stars. The light was not intense, but sufficient to fill the environment with an ethereal tone, creating the perfect illusion of an infinite night sky. When reflected in the jade below, the effect doubled, transforming the hall into a space where heaven and earth blurred together, as if there were no longer any distinction between above and below. Supporting this grand structure stood colossal columns of black crystal, perfectly carved. Along their surfaces, golden dragons and crows had been masterfully engraved, their bodies coiling along the columns in intricate detail. Under the light of the crystals, these figures seemed to come alive, as if silently observing everything that occurred in that place. Ren Zu smiled faintly, speaking calmly, "It seems we arrived at the right time." Jasmine remained silent at his side, her black eyes scanning the surroundings with a turbulent mixture of emotions, until they finally settled on the figure standing beside one of the large arched windows. The young woman, who resembled a pure and immaculate fairy dwelling in a world above the 9 heavens, radiated a powerful profound aura. Her heart wavered upon realizing that the other's profound aura had reached the peak of the divine tribulation realm. In just 1 year, she had surpassed multiple levels. What kind of monster was that? Her gaze then shifted to Ren Zu at her side. A complex glimmer passed through her dark pupils, difficult to decipher. Was this the result of dual cultivation with him? No, not exactly. It would be more accurate to say it was a consequence of her status as his wife. He had refined countless pills, resources that even she, with all her knowledge, did not recognize and which had clearly been fundamental in pushing Xia Qingyue to that level. Even so, it was undeniable that the myriad dermic wheel had also played a crucial role in this abnormal advancement. Even so, she could not suppress the unease growing in her chest. The speed of this progress defied any logic she knew, breaking limits that should have been absolute. If that was only the beginning, then how far could Xia Qingyue go under Ren Zu's influence? The woman standing by the window was, without a doubt, Xia Qingyue. Over the past year, her beauty had risen to a new level, becoming even more refined and ethereal. The moment she sensed his presence, she turned quickly. Her eyes, once calm and clear like the surface of a still lake, shone with a rare and genuine emotion, breaking her usual coldness. Without any hesitation, she walked toward him, her steps light yet filled with urgency, as her soft voice rang out with unusual sweetness. "Husband. You finally returned." Ren Zu opened his arms the moment she approached close enough, pulling her into a warm embrace. His hand wrapped firmly yet gently around her slender waist as he tilted his face, inhaling the familiar scent of her hair. "I'm back, Qingyue." He murmured against her hair, his voice low and filled with affection. Xia Qingyue smiled, a rare, soft, radiant smile capable of completely transforming her naturally calm expression into something warm. She returned the embrace, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck, her body fitting perfectly against his, as if that place had always belonged to her. "Qingyue missed you," she whispered, her voice low and full of emotion, burying her face briefly in his chest. "Very much." For a moment, the world around them seemed to fade away. It was an intimate moment, almost saccharine, overflowing with a tacit understanding that needed no words. The simple intertwining of their body said everything, a silent connection that only time and closeness could build. A few meters away, Jasmine watched the scene with her arms crossed, her expression gradually growing heavier. Her black eyes narrowed, fixed on the two, while a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, something she refused to acknowledge. A low sound escaped her lips, an almost inaudible umph, as she turned her face aside, as if it did not deserve her attention. Even so, her rigid posture betrayed her completely. Her gaze only shifted away for brief moments before returning, as if drawn back against her will. There was something unsettling about that scene. She frowned slightly, her fingers tightening around her own arm more than necessary. Deep down, it irritated her more than it should. And that was precisely why she refused to look for too long. After a few moments, Xia Qingyue finally pulled away from the embrace, albeit reluctantly, as if that brief instant had passed far too quickly. Her eyes, which had overflowed with softness just moments ago, gradually returned to their usual crystalline calm. Then they moved, settling precisely on the red-haired beauty accompanying her husband. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze assessing Jasmine from top to bottom without haste. "Who is this, husband?" she asked at last, her voice calm and indifferent. Even so, there was a subtle inflection in her tone, slight but perceptible, making it clear that this was not mere curiosity, but a question that demanded an answer. For a brief instant, the air around them seemed to grow heavier. Jasmine, who had until then avoided looking directly at the other, cast her a sideways glance upon hearing the question. Her eyes narrowed slightly more, and the previous blush had already disappeared, replaced by a proud and somewhat defiant expression. Ren Zu smiled, clearly amused by the situation, as if merely watching a small spectacle unfold before his eyes. "She is your new sister," he said calmly, before adding without the slightest restraint, "my new wife." For an instant, the world seemed to freeze. Jasmine flushed completely red, the blush spreading explosively across her face up to her ears. Her eyes widened, her lips parting in pure shock, but irritation quickly followed, intense and impossible to hide. "Why you're talking nonsense," she exclaimed, her voice coming out louder than intended, fully betraying her emotional state. "I never agreed to that. I'm no one's sister." She turned her face away abruptly, as if wanting to distance herself from that absurd statement, but she did not take a single step back. Her fingers clenched tightly, and for a brief moment, her gaze returned to Ren Zu, too quickly for anyone less attentive to notice, yet filled with something far beyond simple indignation. There was confusion there. Resistance, and something dangerously close to desire. Xia Qingyue, on the other hand, did not show excessive surprise. Her clear and tranquil eyes rested on Jasmine with quiet attention, evaluating her without haste, as if absorbing every detail with precision. What first caught her attention was the girl's profound strength. There was no perceptible fluctuation of profound energy around her, as if she simply did not exist within the field of spiritual perception. Which meant she was far stronger than she appeared. And also, although she had noticed it before, the girl possessed a beauty that defied the heavens. Her skin had an impeccable softness, fair as polished jade, without the slightest imperfection. Her red hair, vivid and intense, fell naturally down her back, creating a striking contrast with the delicacy of her features. Every trait of her face seemed sculpted with extreme care, fine, well-defined eyebrows, deep and expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and perfectly proportioned lips. Her eyes, in particular, carried an intensity difficult to ignore. There was a peculiar mixture of arrogance, pride, and suppressed emotion within them, as if they concealed far deeper layers than she allowed to show. Even now, turning her gaze aside and clearly irritated, her expression possessed a vitality that made her impossible to ignore. As someone perceptive and intelligent enough to see the true essence of those before her, she knew that this girl was not ordinary and also noticed that the emotion hidden in those eyes was the same emotion she herself carried in her heart toward her husband. Should she give her a little push? She had helped Feng Shuer before. A faint smile, almost imperceptible, curved her lips. I understand. She murmured after a few moments of silence, her voice calm and elegant, without the slightest fluctuation. Her eyes remained on Jasmine for a brief moment longer before she concluded with flawless naturalness, then, welcome, sister. Jasmine almost choked on her own breath. Who is your sister? She retorted immediately, her voice coming out sharper than she would have liked, filled with genuine exasperation, her brows furrowing in visible irritation. Don't call me that. I'm not. The words simply would not come out. Ren Zu chuckled softly, the deep and carefree sound echoing gently through the vast hall. No need to get so nervous. It was just a joke, he said, winking at Jasmine. Jasmine snorted in response, turning her face away forcefully, her arms crossed in a defensive manner. Idiot. She muttered, almost inaudible, her lips moving in a series of low complaints that likely contained more than one insult directed at him. Ren Zu did not seem to care about her reaction. His gaze returned to Xia Qingyue, the smile still present, though now softened. Sorry, Qingyue. She's just a friend of mine, he corrected calmly. Jasmine maintained her indifferent expression, but inside, something did not sit right. The word friend echoed in her mind uncomfortably. Her fingers tightened slightly against the fabric of her clothes, and for a brief moment, her gaze wavered. It was a strange feeling, difficult to name, as if something within her had been pushed into a place where it did not belong. After all, the past 2 years she had spent by his side had been indescribably happy, complex feelings had taken root in her heart during that time. Was it because of them that this bothered her so much? She frowned slightly, her lips pressing into a thin line. Her heart tightened subtly, almost imperceptibly, yet impossible to ignore. Xia Qingyue nodded calmly. Her husband seemed to have noticed that the girl harbored some feelings for him, but did not wish to force anything. She made a slight, elegant bow. My name is Xia Qingyue. I am the wife of the Demon Lord. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jasmine regained part of her composure and responded calmly. This princess is called Jasmine. You may call me Jasmine. Ren Zu looked at the two of them for a moment, satisfied with the introductions, and then asked, where are Shuer and Cai? Xia Qingyue replied with her usual calm. The two of them are still in seclusion, consolidating their advancement. They should come out soon. Ren Zu nodded, the calm smile remaining on his lips. Good. While they're not out, I'll go visit my adoptive parents, my adoptive sister, my grandfather, and my aunt. I want to see how they've been over the past year. Do you want to come along? Xia Qingyue did not hesitate. Yes, she replied with the same calm as always, her voice soft, as if that decision were only natural. Her eyes lingered briefly on Ren Zu, carrying a subtle trace of closeness before turning away. Jasmine, on the other hand, let out a sigh. Even if you hadn't said it, I was already going there, she declared, in a tone that tried to sound indifferent but carried a clear intent. Her eyes narrowed slightly. There's someone I want to see. She did not elaborate further, but for a brief moment, a memory crossed her gaze, something distant, yet important enough to soften her expression, if only slightly. Ren Zu observed the two for a moment, a faint smile appearing on his lips, as if he had expected exactly those answers. Then let's go. In the next instant, the space around them distorted almost imperceptibly. And then, they disappeared. The vast hall returned to absolute silence, as if nothing had ever been there. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 129, Reunion of Master and Disciple. The three reappeared gently in the outer courtyard of Yun Qinghong's cabin within the Yun family territory. The air there was calmer, filled with the subtle fragrance of cultivated flowers and the distant sound of running water from a small artificial stream that had been commissioned a year ago. Ren Zu and Xia Qingyue exchanged a brief, understanding glance. He lightly squeezed her hand, a silent gesture of affection, before murmuring something quietly to her. Xia Qingyue nodded calmly, and the two of them walked together toward the main wing of the residence, where Mu Yuro, Yun Qinghong, Xiao Lingxi, and Xiao Lai usually spent most of their time. Jasmine stayed behind, standing in the center of the courtyard for a few seconds. Her black eyes followed the two figures as they walked away. She let out a quiet huff, crossing her arms tightly. Sappy idiots. She muttered coldly to herself, though the tone lacked the venom she wished it had. Knowing Ren Zu as she had over the past 2 years, he understood her purpose in visiting the Yun family and wanted to let her be alone to do so, there was no need for further words between them. So, without saying another thing, she turned in the opposite direction, walking across the well-kept courtyard toward the small, isolated wing where Yun-che, or what remained of him, lived. The path was short, lined with low trees and stone benches. Each step seemed to echo in Jasmine's memory, as if time had stretched the distance. A strange tightness gripped her chest, a mixture of anxiety and nostalgia. Though it felt like an eternity, only 2 years had passed since those events with her disciple. At that time, Yun-che had been anything but prudent, arrogant, perverted, full of life, a truly incorrigible fool, yet somehow he had carved a space in her heart. Now, standing before the simple wooden door of the chamber, everything seemed different. Her delicate hand rose hesitantly, suspended in the air. Her fingers trembled slightly, as if each movement carried accumulated memories and regrets. For a moment, she wondered if she had the courage to cross that threshold, whether she was prepared to face not just the disciple she had known, but also the person he had become. Her breath caught, and the world around seemed to fall silent, as if waiting for that single gesture. Finally, she knocked lightly. Yun-che. The door was ajar. From inside came a female voice, sweet, yet strangely empty and infantilized. Who is it? Got candy? Little Chair wants candy, or maybe shiny poop to eat, hee. Jasmine felt a tightening in her chest. She slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was clean and airy, with light curtains letting daylight in softly. Yun-che, now a young woman with delicate features, pale skin, and long black hair, sat on the bed, wearing a simple white robe. Her legs remained useless, covered by a thin blanket. Her eyes, once sharp as blades, now carried a confused, almost childlike gleam. She recognized Jasmine immediately. For a brief instant, something resembling lucidity passed through her gaze. Master, she murmured, her voice low and hesitant. Jasmine felt a momentary relief. She opened her mouth to respond, but Yun-che continued, her gaze already drifting again. Master, why is the sky blue? Is it because the fish sing at night? Hee. I saw a fish yesterday, it had legs, or was it a leg with a fish? I don't know, but it danced for me. Want to dance too, master? Chair can dance if you give me candy. The words came quickly, disjointed, mixed with silly giggles and random hand movements, as if trying to grab something invisible in the air. Her gaze wandered around the room without focus, sometimes fixing on Jasmine or the ceiling. Jasmine remained standing at the entrance, arms still crossed. A long, heavy sigh escaped her pink lips. Idiot. She muttered, almost inaudibly. There was no real anger in the word. Only exhaustion and sadness. A pang of guilt she would never admit aloud. Yun-che tilted her head, smiling innocently and emptily. Idiot. I'm an idiot. Then, does the idiot want candy too? Hee. Jasmine closed her eyes for a moment, pressing her lips tightly. When she opened them again, her expression had returned to its usual demeanor. She stepped into the room, closing the door softly behind her. Stay quiet for a moment, she said, her voice low but firm. This little princess just came to see how you are. Yun-che blinked slowly, still smiling foolishly, but obeyed for a few seconds, rocking lightly on the bed like a child. Jasmine remained standing, observing in silence. Her heart, which over the past 2 years had learned to feel things it once ignored, tightened again. She said nothing for a long time, simply watching, her expression a mix of wounded pride, regret, and deep sadness she would never show to anyone else. Ren Zu and Xia Qingyue continued to the main wing of the residence. The door was open, as always, inviting the family to enter and leave freely. Upon entering the spacious and welcoming room, the familiar scent of polished wood and medicinal herbs greeted them. Yun Qinghong sat at the main table, speaking quietly with Xiao Lai, who held a teacup in his aged hands. Xiao Lingxi, beside her grandfather, carefully arranged some books. Mu Yuro emerged from the kitchen at the exact moment they entered, carrying a tray with a steaming teapot and several fine porcelain cups. Zuer. Qingyue. Finally out of isolation, exclaimed Mu Yuro, her face lighting up with a warm, maternal smile. You arrived just in time. The tea is freshly ready. She placed the tray on the table delicately and began serving everyone with gentle, practiced movements. The sweet, comforting aroma of herbal tea spread through the room. Ren Zu smiled, sitting next to Yun Qinghong. Xia Qingyue sat beside him, elegant as always, but with a slight softness reserved only for family. Father, grandfather, Aunt Lingxi, how have you been these past 2 years? Ren Zu asked calmly. Yun Qinghong let out a light, contented sigh, accepting the cup Mu Yuro handed him. It has been calm. Better than we expected, actually. He replied calmly before asking, and you? Since you finished your isolation, you must have advanced another step in the divine profound realm, right? Xiao Lai chuckled softly, raising his cup in a silent toast. I've heard that the divine cult of the celestial demon is also growing impressively. Yes, about that. Ren Zu spoke slowly. With the divine cult of the celestial demon being the dominant force in the world, I am considering ascending to the realm of the gods. My goal has always been to reach the pinnacle of the profound path. Staying here would only slow my growth. He had mentioned the realm of the gods on other occasions, speaking of it as a distant ambition, a goal for the future. But now, those words were no longer just a plan or a daydream. The future had arrived, and the idea that had once existed only as a possibility had become reality. The tone of his voice, calm and firm, made it clear that there was no turning back. It was time to leave. That was why he came to visit his family one last time. Later, he would be busy managing the cult as its ruler and reuniting with his wives. With these responsibilities ahead, he knew he could no longer return frequently, and this visit marked a temporary farewell, as he would be away for many years. Everyone in the room paused what they were doing. Yun Qinghong was the first to react. He let out a long, deep sigh, his shoulders relaxing slightly as he placed the cup on the table. His eyes, full of weary wisdom, fixed on his adopted son with a mixture of pride and resignation. This moment would come sooner or later. He said calmly, his voice low and firm, without surprise. The fish has already become a dragon, and the lake is too small for him to stay. It's time to spread your wings and fly high, Zuer. We always knew you would not belong to this world forever. Xiao Lai frowned, cup paused midway to his lips. Clear concern marked his aged face, but he did not object. Instead, he nodded slowly, gaze steady. Your father is right. A dragon cannot stay trapped in a lake. But, be careful. The sky above is vast and full of storms. Don't forget where you came from, and know that you can return whenever you feel weary. Xiao Lingxi looked silently at her nephew. Her eyes filled with gentle sadness, but she tried to maintain a smile. How long exactly will you be gone, little Zu? She asked, her voice almost a whisper. At least 10 years, or more. Ren Zu replied honestly. Perhaps much longer. The realm of the gods is not a place one can enter and exit easily. But I will return. I promise. Mu Yuro felt tears well up almost instantly. Like any mother, her protective instinct came first. 10 years or more. Zuer. You'll be away that long. The realm of the gods is dangerous, isn't it? And if something happens to you, we will be worried every day. Her voice trembled, full of maternal concern. Darling, trust Zuer, look at how many miracles he has accomplished. He will be fine. Yun Qinghong tried to ease her worries. But I can't help worrying. Mu Yuro shook her head. She had already lost Chair to the cruel world of profound practitioners. She did not want to lose another child. I will be fine, mother. I am very strong, okay? Ren Zu assured calmly. A heavy silence fell over the room. No one spoke for a few seconds, only the distant sound of the artificial stream filling the void. Mu Yuro discreetly wiped her eyes with her sleeve while Yun Qinghong lightly squeezed his wife's hand in silent support. Xiao Lai then turned his gaze to Xia Qingyue, who remained sitting elegantly beside Ren Zu. Qingyue, will you go with him? He asked. Take good care of my grandson up there, all right? Xia Qingyue bowed respectfully, a soft and determined smile curving her lips. Yes, we will all go with my husband. I promise. I will protect him with my life. Wherever he goes, I will go. Yun Qinghong cleared his throat, regaining his patriarchal composure. And what about the kingdom's governance? With you and the little demon empress leaving, who will be in charge here? Ren Zu took a calm sip of tea before answering. Since Tsai is also going with me, I have made some preparations. The divine cult of the celestial demon will continue to operate with the structure we built. Additionally, I left resources and automated governance processes enough for the kingdom not to suffer instability during our absence. Everything was planned in advance. Silence returned for a few more moments, but now it was a silence of acceptance, difficult but necessary. After everyone had more or less absorbed the news, they continued talking for long hours in the cozy room. Tea was served more than once, and Mu Yuro brought light snacks, sweet rice cakes, and fruits to accompany it. The conversation flowed naturally, though with a faint sense of farewell in the air. They spoke of simple, everyday things, how Xiao Lingxi was gaining favor among the Yun family disciples because of her appearance, how Yun Qinghong had advanced to a higher level in his profound strength, that kind of thing. Ren Zu listened attentively, responding calmly and briefly recounting stories from his period of isolation to grow stronger, without going into details. Xia Qingyue stayed by his side, occasionally interjecting with comments. Mu Yuro, though worried, could not hide her pride as she looked at her adopted son. From time to time, she reached out and touched his arm, as if needing to make sure he was really there. When the sun began to set and the sky turned shades of orange and pink, golden light filled the room through the windows, stretching shadows across the polished wood. Ren Zu looked toward the horizon through the window and let out a light sigh. It's getting late, he said calmly. We should return to the palace. Shuer and Tsai will likely be leaving isolation soon. Muyuro quickly stood, eyes wet again. Already. Stay a bit longer, just a little longer. Yun Qinghong held his wife's hand gently but firmly. Let them go, dear. They have responsibilities. And Zuer promised he will return when he can. Xiao Lingxi hugged Ren Zu tightly for a moment, murmuring softly. Take care, little Zu. And come back soon. Xiao Lai just gave a firm pat on his shoulder, gaze serious but full of affection. Return soon. Take care, both of you. Xia Qingyue nodded. Ren Zu smiled one last time at his family, etching the moment into memory. I will return. I promise. With that, he and Xia Qingyue left the residence. In the outer courtyard, the sky was already darkening, the first stars appearing. They walked side by side in comfortable silence, their hands intertwined once more. In the next instant, space rippled gently around them. They disappeared, returning directly to the leader's palace of the divine cult of the celestial demon. The Yun family courtyard was empty once more, leaving only the gentle sound of the artificial stream and the night wind rustling through the trees, carrying the bittersweet melancholy of a farewell that, though temporary, bore the weight of many years to come. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 130, Three-Way Attack. Ren Zu and Xia Qingyue reappeared gently in the grand hall of the celestial demon divine cult leader's palace. As soon as they appeared, their gazes were immediately drawn to two familiar figures in the center of the hall, engaged in a quiet conversation. It was the little demon empress, maintaining her proud and naturally cold posture. Beside her, Feng Shuer contrasted completely, with a pure and innocent presence as she spoke. Curiously, even the normally distant and ruthless little demon empress seemed more expressive in her company, occasionally showing a faint smile. When the two noticed their arrival, they quickly stopped talking and approached. The little demon empress was the first to reach them. Without saying a word, she drew close and wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her small, delicate body against his. Her embrace was firm and possessive, yet laden with a subtle obedience that only existed when she was with him. Her head rested against Ren Zu's broad chest, her silky black hair brushing against his clothes. You took so long, husband. She murmured, her voice low and icy, but carrying an almost imperceptible tone of longing. Feng Shuer approached right after, more shyly but equally eager. She hugged Ren Zu from the other side, her soft, warm body fitting perfectly against him, as if it had been made for that place. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, and she buried her face in his shoulder. Husband. Shuer missed you so much. She whispered, her voice sweet and ethereal like that of a fairy from the 9 heavens, filled with pure devotion. Ren Zu smiled, wrapping his strong arms around both of them. One hand rested on the little demon empress's back, while the other gently caressed Feng Shuer's hair. I missed you both too, he replied, his voice low and warm. The three separated for a moment. He first leaned toward the little demon empress. Their lips met in a firm, deep kiss full of authority and desire. She responded immediately, her fingers gripping his clothes as if marking her territory. The kiss lasted several seconds, intense and possessive, until he slowly pulled away. Then he turned to Feng Shuer. The kiss with her was gentler, yet no less passionate, slow, tender, as if soothing a delicate flower. She trembled slightly in his arms, her soft lips responding with innocence and total surrender, a soft little moan escaping when he deepened the contact for a moment. Xia Qingyue watched the scene from the side, a faint smile on her lips. There was no visible jealousy in her expression. When Ren Zu finally pulled away from the two, the little demon empress huffed softly, still clinging to him, but with a satisfied gleam in her cold eyes. Don't think a simple kiss will make up for the time you were away, she said, her tone proud and sundra as always. Feng Shuer, for her part, simply smiled shyly, her face still flushed, and murmured. But, it was good, really good. Ren Zu chuckled softly, pulling the two closer to him once more before slowly releasing them. Let's go inside. We have a lot to talk about, and I want to make up for the longing properly. The three women exchanged brief glances. Each of them shared the same desire, and after years of sharing the same husband, the barriers of embarrassment and shame between the three no longer existed. The four disappeared from the main hall in the blink of an eye, teleporting directly to the demon lord's private chambers, a vast bedroom illuminated only by crystal lanterns emitting a warm, low amber light that created long, intimate shadows on the black jade walls. The air was scented with subtle sandalwood incense and the natural smell of aroused bodies that was already beginning to spread. As soon as their feet touched the soft carpet, Ren Zu pulled Xia Qingyue firmly toward him. Their lips collided in a deep, hungry kiss, his tongue invading her mouth without hesitation. Xia Qingyue moaned softly against his lips, her elegant body molding to his, her full, firm breasts pressing against Ren Zu's broad chest through the thin garments. Her tongue danced with his, obedient and passionate, while her delicate hands slid up his chest, unbuttoning the dark purple tunic. At the same time, the little demon empress gracefully knelt beside them, her knees sinking into the carpet. Her cold, proud eyes gleamed with possessive desire as she deftly undid his belt. Ren Zu's enormous cock sprang free, thick, veined, already half-hard and pulsing with prominent veins that throbbed visibly. The little demon empress licked her lips, her hot breath brushing against the swollen glands. Beside her, Feng Shuer also knelt, her blue eyes wide with innocent admiration and desire. Her face was pure, cheeks flushed, full lips slightly parted as she gazed at her husband's colossal member. The little demon empress didn't wait. She opened her small, perfect mouth and swallowed the thick head of his cock in a slow, wet motion. Her hot, soft tongue swirled around the glands, licking the salty precum that was already leaking. The cock was so thick that it stretched the corners of her mouth, forcing her rosy lips to open to their limit. She sucked hard, her cheeks hollowing, while her small hand massaged the thick base that wouldn't fit in her mouth. MMMH, so big, always so big. Moaned the little demon empress with her mouth full, her voice muffled and vibrating against the hot flesh. Feng Shuer, beside her, didn't stay idle. She leaned in and licked the side of the shaft that the little demon empress couldn't reach, her timid, wet tongue tracing the prominent veins. Her lips kissed and sucked the hot skin, moving up and down slowly, while her blue eyes looked upward, filled with pure devotion. Ren Zu growled lowly against Xia Qingyue's mouth, his free hand descending to grip the little demon empress's black hair, guiding her head deeper. The cock slid between her lips, hitting the back of her throat. The little demon empress gagged slightly but didn't pull back, her eyes watered with pleasure, saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth as she sucked harder, the wet, obscene sounds echoing in the room. Xia Qingyue pulled her lips away for a second, panting, her clear eyes glazed with desire. Without saying another word, she easily removed her husband's clothes, freezing them and shattering them as she always did when impatient, leaving him completely naked before all of them. Even though they were used to the sight, they still couldn't help but admire that perfect immortal body and appearance. She then kissed him again with even more hunger. Although the little demon empress and Feng Shuer were looking at their husband's perfect body, they didn't stop sucking his enormous cock, which throbbed between their mouths. The little demon empress sucked the head hard, her tongue swirling quickly around the slit, sucking the precum non-stop. Feng Shuer licked and kissed the base, her small hands massaging the heavy, full balls, feeling them pulse against her fingers. The contrast was delicious, the proud and voracious little demon empress swallowing as much as she could, the innocent and devoted Feng Shuer adoring every inch with soft kisses and timid licks. Ren Zu felt the pleasure rising quickly. The muscles in his thighs tensed, his cock swelling even more inside the little demon empress's hot mouth. He broke the kiss with Xia Qingyue only to look down, admiring the scene. You too, as skillful as always. The little demon empress moaned loudly around the cock, her eyes half closed in pleasure. Feng Shuer licked faster, her tongue sliding along the shaft when the little demon empress moved up. The two mouths worked together, saliva dripping down their chins and onto their breasts. The orgasm came hard. Ren Zu grunted, holding the little demon empress's head and pulling his cock out at the last second. Thick, hot jets of semen spurted out, painting both their faces. The first jet hit the little demon empress's cheek, dripping to the corner of her mouth. The second struck Feng Shuer's forehead, sliding down her delicate nose. More successive jets covered their lips, chins, and necks, the white, viscous semen glistening on their perfect skin. The little demon empress opened her mouth, receiving some on her tongue, moaning in satisfaction. Feng Shuer blinked, her face flushed and covered, licking what she could reach with her timid tongue. I miss this taste, murmured the little demon empress, licking her dirty lips, her voice hoarse with lust. Ren Zu took a deep breath, his cock still hard and glistening with saliva and semen. He pulled the three toward the huge canopy bed, their clothes quickly falling to the floor. The three naked women got on all fours side by side, asses raised, legs spread, their wet, glistening pussies exposed. He positioned himself behind the little demon empress, his large, firm hands gripping her narrow hips possessively. His throbbing, thick, heavy cock rubbed against her wet, swollen entrance, spreading the juices already running down her pale thighs. The little demon empress raised her small, perky ass even higher, arching her back like a cat in heat, her rosy pussy lips parting slightly, begging for him. Without further hesitation, Ren Zu pushed forward. The thick head forced open the tight entrance, opening the way inch by inch as her inner walls stretched to their limit around his brutal girth. The little demon empress let out a long, hoarse moan, her small body trembling violently. Even though she was so petite, barely reaching his chest when standing, her pussy swallowed everything, the cock disappearing completely to the base, his heavy balls pressing against her swollen clit. Ah. Husband, so deep, you're filling me completely. She moaned, her voice broken between pride and surrender, her fingers digging into the silk sheets. Ren Zu began thrusting with a strong, steady rhythm, pulling out almost all the way only to slam back in with force, the obscene sound of wet flesh echoing in the room. Plap. 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 Each thrust made her small body rock forward, her small, firm breasts shaking, her hard rosy nipples rubbing against the bed fabric. Her pussy clenched rhythmically around his cock, milking him as if unwilling to let go, her hot juices running down the thick shaft and dripping onto his balls. While he fucked the little demon empress mercilessly, Ren Zu reached to the sides with his hands. His long, skillful fingers found the wet pussies of Feng Shuer and Xia Qingyue, who remained on all fours, one on each side of the sovereign of the illusory demon realm being fucked like a whore by him, their asses raised and trembling in anticipation. He first slid 2 thick fingers into Feng Shuer's tight, hot pussy. The girl let out a sharp, innocent moan, her body shaking as his fingers opened her up, rubbing her soft, sensitive inner walls. "Husband, your fingers, so thick," whimpered Feng Shuer, her sweet, ethereal voice trembling as her hips moved on their own against his hand. At the same time, the fingers of his other hand entered Xia Qingyue's tight, celestial pussy, equally drenched. She bit her lower lip, a low, controlled moan escaping as his fingers fucked her slowly, curling to hit the most sensitive spot inside her. Her juices flowed down Ren Zu's fingers, wetting his palm. He maintained the relentless rhythm in the little demon empress's pussy, his enormous cock thrusting in and out with raw force, making her small ass turn red with each impact. The sight was obscene, the thick, veined cock glistening with her juices, stretching her rosy lips to the maximum with each deep thrust, her belly swelling slightly when he hit the deepest point. The little demon empress came first, her entire body convulsing. Her pussy clenched with insane force around his cock, pulsing and milking as a hot jet of juices squirted against the thick base. "Ah! I'm coming, husband, don't stop," she screamed, her voice hoarse and broken, her eyes rolling back in pleasure. Ren Zu didn't slow down. He continued thrusting through her orgasm, prolonging the waves of pleasure until the little demon empress trembled all over, her legs weak. He thrust deeper and harder, the wet sounds growing even louder as her pussy contracted nonstop. Seconds later, he felt his own orgasm rising. He stopped playing with his other 2 wives' pussies, gripped her hips tighter, buried his cock to the limit, and came deep inside her. Thick, hot jets exploded directly against her womb, filling her tight pussy until it overflowed. The white, viscous semen ran down their joining, dripping down her thighs as he continued pushing slowly, emptying every drop inside the little demon empress. The little demon empress moaned long and satisfied, her body collapsing slightly forward, her pussy still pulsing around the buried cock. Ren Zu slowly pulled his cock out, the member still hard and glistening with the mixture of cum and juices. Without giving time for recovery, he turned to Feng Shuer. He positioned the thick head at her entrance and pushed slowly but firmly. Feng Shuer let out a long, innocent moan as the enormous cock opened her, inch by inch, stretching her soft, hot walls to their limit. Even though she was so tight, she swallowed everything, her delicate belly visibly swelling when he reached the bottom. "Ah, husband, it's so deep, filling me completely," whimpered Feng Shuer, her sweet, trembling voice breaking as her fingers dug into the sheets. Ren Zu began thrusting with a deep, steady rhythm. Feng Shuer moaned loudly with each thrust, her pure, delicate body shaking, her soft breasts swaying. Xia Qingyue, unable to wait any longer, moved closer and turned Ren Zu's face to her. Their lips collided in a deep, passionate kiss while he continued fucking Feng Shuer hard. His enormous cock moved in and out of her tight pussy with wet, obscene sounds. It didn't take long for her to come. He felt Feng Shuer's orgasm tighten around him like a hot, pulsing vice. Her delicate pussy convulsed nonstop, milking the enormous cock with rhythmic, wet contractions as she moaned loudly, her pure body trembling all over. He didn't stop. He kept thrusting deep, each powerful stroke making her belly visibly swell, the obscene sound of wet flesh echoing through the room as her juices ran down her soft thighs and dripped onto the sheets. "Husband, whimpered Feng Shuer, her sweet, trembling voice filled with pure ecstasy. Another orgasm hit her like a wave, her pussy squeezing so tightly that Ren Zu grunted, his cock throbbing inside her. He thrust deeper, hitting the soft bottom of her womb, and came with a low roar. Thick, hot jets exploded directly against her cervix, filling her tight pussy until it overflowed. The white, viscous semen ran down their joining, mixing with her juices and dripping in thick strands down Feng Shuer's trembling thighs. He kept his cock buried for long seconds, feeling her final contractions milk every drop, before slowly pulling out. The enormous member emerged with a wet sound, glistening with semen and juices, still completely hard and pulsing. Ren Zu turned to Xia Qingyue. He lifted her effortlessly into his arms, his large hands supporting her firm, soft thighs as he raised her. Qingyue wrapped her long, elegant legs around his waist, her delicate arms circling his broad neck. Her full, heavy breasts pressed against his chest, her hard rosy nipples rubbing against his hot skin. He kissed her hungrily while penetrating her standing up. His enormous cock slid into her tight, celestial pussy in one fluid motion, opening her soft, hot inner walls all the way to the bottom. She moaned against his mouth, the sound muffled and elegant, her elegant body arching as he fucked her slowly in the air. Each deep thrust made her breasts bounce against his chest. "Husband, so deep, you fill me completely," she whispered between kisses, her voice hoarse and controlled but laden with desire. His tongue invaded her mouth, dancing with hers as he lifted and lowered her onto his cock, the rhythm increasing. The wet sound of her pussy being fucked echoed, her juices running down the thick shaft and dripping to the floor. He sped up, thrusting hard, his enormous cock hitting deep with every descent. Xia Qingyue trembled in his arms, her nails digging into his broad shoulders as she came for the first time, her pussy clenching and milking him with powerful contractions. Ren Zu grunted against her mouth and came right after, hot, thick jets exploding directly into her womb, filling her until it overflowed. The semen ran down her pussy, dripping to the floor as he continued thrusting slowly, prolonging the pleasure. A few moments later, he placed her on all fours on the bed beside the still trembling Feng Shuer. Xia Qingyue raised her perfect ass, back arched, her red, semen-filled pussy exposed. Ren Zu positioned his cock at the entrance of her tight, rosy little asshole. He spat into his palm, spreading thick saliva around the tiny entrance, rubbing his thick fingers slowly to relax the tight ring. She moaned softly, raising her ass higher. Ren Zu pressed the thick head against her asshole. The tight ring resisted for a moment but slowly yielded as he pushed, inch by inch. Her asshole stretched to its limit around his brutal girth, the hot, soft inner walls enveloping his cock like a silky, tight fist. Qingyue let out a long, deep moan, her entire body trembling as he went deeper, until he was fully inside. "Ah, so big, stretching me completely." He began thrusting slowly, pulling out almost all the way and returning with controlled force. Her asshole clenched firmly, milking his cock as he sped up. The wet, obscene sounds filled the room while his heavy balls slapped against her drenched pussy. She came twice just from her asshole being fucked, her body convulsing, her elegant moans turning into sharp cries of pleasure. Ren Zu thrust harder, gripping her hips and pounding deep. He came with a grunt, filling her tight asshole with thick, hot jets, the semen overflowing and running down her thighs. He pulled his cock out slowly and turned to Feng Shuer. The girl was already lying face down obediently, with a thick pillow placed under her belly to raise her perfect ass even higher. The position left her rosy little asshole fully exposed. Ren Zu positioned himself over her thighs and spat into his hand again, spreading thick saliva around the tight ring. He slowly pressed a thick finger inside, opening her asshole carefully, twisting and stretching the soft walls. Feng Shuer whimpered, raising her ass higher. "Husband, slowly," she pleaded, her sweet, trembling voice. He positioned his cock and pushed. The thick head forced the tight ring open, making its way inch by inch as her asshole stretched to the maximum around his brutal girth. Feng Shuer let out a long, innocent moan, her body trembling as he went deeper, until he was fully inside. "Ah, it's so big," she moaned, her pure voice breaking. Ren Zu began thrusting slowly, pulling out almost all the way and returning calmly. Her asshole clenched like a hot, silky fist, milking his cock with every stroke. Feng Shuer came just from her asshole being fucked, her body convulsing, her sweet moans turning into sharp cries. He thrust harder, gripping her hips and pounding deep. He came with a grunt, filling her tight asshole with thick, hot jets, the semen overflowing and running down her raised ass. Finally, he turned to the little demon empress, who was already on all fours again, her small ass raised, her pussy still glistening with the semen from the previous fuck. Ren Zu spat into his hand once more, spreading thick saliva around the tight ring. He slowly pressed 2 fingers inside, opening her asshole firmly, twisting and stretching the hot inner walls while the little demon empress moaned loudly, raising her ass higher. "Hurry up, husband," she begged, her voice hoarse and proud. Ren Zu positioned his cock and pushed. The thick head forced the tight ring open, making its way inch by inch as her asshole stretched to its limit around his brutal girth. The little demon empress let out a sharp cry of pleasure, her small body trembling violently as he went deeper, until he was fully inside. "Fuck, so deep, stretching me completely," she moaned, her voice broken. He began thrusting with a strong, steady rhythm, pulling out almost all the way and slamming back in with raw force. The little demon empress came 3 times just from her asshole being fucked, her body convulsing, her shameless loud moans echoing. Ren Zu thrust harder, gripping her hips and pounding deep. He came with a roar, filling her tight asshole with thick, hot jets, the semen overflowing and running down her small, red ass. He pulled his cock out slowly, admiring the 3 raised asses, their red assholes filled with semen that was dripping out, their flushed faces dirty with cum. The 3 women trembled, panting, their bodies marked by intense pleasure. Ren Zu smiled, his cock still hard and glistening. "The night is still long," he murmured, pulling the 3 closer. The room once again filled with moans, wet sounds, and panting breaths as he continued fucking each of them, alternating between their pussies and assholes, filling them with semen until dawn. The three exhausted and satisfied wives fell asleep clinging to him, their sweaty, marked bodies pressed together, the heavy scent of sex thick in the air. At some point he noticed someone was watching, but he didn't care once he knew who it was. This story already has over 10 advanced chapters. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, The Last Night Above the Clouds. Later that same night, Ren Zu quietly left his private quarters. He wore only a loose pair of white spiritual silk pants, his bare, muscular torso faintly glistening with residual sweat, his defined and perfect muscles highlighted by the amber light of the lanterns. Every line of his abdomen, broad chest, and wide shoulders seemed sculpted by the gods. He had barely taken a few steps down the corridor when a familiar presence appeared at his side, silent as a shadow. This princess came looking for you. And you were doing those perverse things with those women. You should have informed this princess in advance. Jasmine said coldly, her face completely red, her black eyes turning to the side as she tried to maintain her composure. Ren Zu turned his face toward her and smiled in a lazy, provocative way. Oh really? Sorry about that. But you must have enjoyed the show quite a bit, right? He asked softly, his voice laced with amusement. I didn't know you liked to watch. Jasmine stiffened, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. Her eyes widened in shock. How, what do you mean? Who said this princess wasted time watching that kind of thing, she said, her voice coming out louder than intended, clearly shaken. How had he found out? She had completely concealed her presence. A part of her wanted to crawl into a hole right then and there. Where would her dignity be if someone found out she had watched that? Without a doubt, she would be labeled a pervert. Damn Ren Zu. Whose fault was it that he was so handsome and still doing that right when she showed up? And why not with her? Her thoughts abruptly froze. What? Realizing where her mind was going, she quickly pushed those dangerous thoughts away, her face heating up even more. Ren Zu shrugged, his smile widening. Maybe I was mistaken then. I could have sworn I felt your presence, you know. Jasmine huffed, turning her face away sharply, arms crossed defensively. Humph. Don't be ridiculous. I wasn't watching anything. It was a coincidence. This princess was just passing through the corridor and Ren Zu didn't insist. He simply extended his hand to her, his gaze softening. Come. Let's take a walk. The night air is nice. Jasmine looked at his bare, perfect torso, the well-defined muscles, the snow-white skin under the light, the perfect lines of his abdomen descending into the V that disappeared into his pants. Her heart beat faster, a treacherous warmth rising in her chest. She swallowed, hesitated for a second, and then nodded shyly, accepting his hand. Ren Zu smiled and teleported them. They reappeared at the top of a tall mountain, above the clouds. The place was of ethereal beauty, the clear, endless night sky, the full moon shining like a silver jewel, millions of stars blinking like scattered diamonds. The air was fresh and pure, a gentle wind carrying the scent of distant snow and pine. A small natural stone platform formed a perfect overlook. Ren Zu sat on the edge, his legs hanging over the void, the wind lightly tousling his black hair. Jasmine sat beside him, still slightly flushed. She glanced at his body once more and frowned. Why are you still shirtless? She asked, trying to sound irritated, but her voice came out softer than usual. It's more comfortable. He replied simply, shrugging with a lazy smile. Then he looked at the sky and continued, his voice softer, almost melancholic, let's drink. Is that why you called this princess out for a walk? Why didn't you drink with those other women earlier? Jasmine mocked, her tone slightly sour. Because I wanted it to be with you, since moments like this have been unique these past 2 years precisely because I always shared them with you. Ren Zu shrugged and answered calmly. Jasmine clicked her tongue, grumbling without truly being angry. Your sweet talk is really high level. Fine, this princess will drink with you one more time. Ren Zu noticed she seemed a bit melancholic. Without saying anything at first, he materialized 2 crystal cups and a bottle of rare spiritual wine, whose liquid shone like liquid stars. He calmly poured both and handed one to Jasmine. This might be the last time for a while, he said in a steady tone. Jasmine held the cup, her fingers trembling slightly. Her black eyes fixed on his perfect face as a strange, painful tightness formed in her chest. She had always known it would end at some point, but she still wasn't ready to accept it. Perhaps it was precisely that resistance that made her want to prolong the moment, to stay there beside him a little longer. It was complicated. She wasn't stupid, she had already realized what her feelings for him truly were. The problem was she had no idea what to do with them. She took a small sip of the wine, the liquid flowing warmly down her throat. After a long silence, she spoke, her voice softer than usual, almost a resigned whisper. You're bringing that up again. Ren Zu let out a quiet sigh, almost imperceptible, his gaze still lost in the starry horizon. Naturally, I would talk about it more times. He replied calmly, his voice deep and sincere. Because I'm very unwilling to let you go, Jasmine. But I couldn't force you to stay by my side. I would never do that. All I can do is speak about how I feel. Jasmine pressed her lips into a thin line, her fingers gripping the cup a little tighter. She turned her gaze to the stars, as if searching for an answer that didn't exist. It's not like we won't meet again. She murmured, trying to keep her tone firm, but her voice came out softer, almost vulnerable. We still have some time before we reach the realm of the gods, and then, say goodbye. Ren Zu nodded silently. He took another slow sip of wine before speaking, his voice carrying a calm nostalgia. The past 2 years by your side were fun. I never thanked you for keeping me company during my lonely, reflective nights. Thank you for everything. Jasmine stayed quiet for a long moment. The wind blew stronger, making her red hair dance like liquid flames. She lowered her gaze to the cup, her fingers tracing its crystal rim absent-mindedly. This princess admits. She finally said, her voice soft, almost a whisper filled with bitter emotion. After my brother died, I thought I would never be able to feel something like this again. I thought happiness was something that no longer belonged to me. But being with you made me feel happy in a way I never expected to feel again. Even though I spent most of the time huffing and denying it, these 2 years were fun for this princess as well. Ren Zu smiled gently, turning his face to look directly at her. His black eyes, deep and calm like the very starry abyss above them, shone with genuine surprise and something warmer, softer. You're being very honest today. He murmured, his voice low and gentle, almost as if afraid to break the moment. Jasmine immediately stiffened, turning her face away with wounded pride, her red hair swaying. Humph. Don't misunderstand. This princess just said what came to mind. It doesn't mean anything, she retorted quickly, her tone arrogant and defensive, though her voice came out more unsteady than she would have liked. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. The gentle wind above the clouds blew between them, carrying the distant scent of snow and the cold glow of the full moon. Neither of them looked away. There was a sweet, almost tangible tension in the air, something neither of them dared to name yet. Ren Zu slowly raised his cup, the crystal gleaming under the silver light. Then, a toast, he said, his voice calm and sincere. To the joy of having met each other. To the 2 years we spent together, and to everything that is yet to come. Jasmine hesitated for a brief moment, her black eyes fixed on his cup. Finally, she raised hers as well, lightly clinking the crystal against his with a soft chime. To our time together, she murmured, almost inaudible, before turning her face away again. They both drank at the same time. The wine went down warm, sweet, and slightly bitter, warming their chests. Ren Zu lowered his cup and smiled sideways, his teasing gaze returning. You know, now that I'm thinking about the past 2 years we spent together. You won't be able to live without my cooking, will you? After 2 years of being spoiled by me, it'll be hard to get used to anything else. Jasmine, who was taking another sip of wine, almost choked. Don't get so full of yourself. Your food was only, so. Nothing special, she shot back coldly, her tone sour, though her cheeks flushed red, she didn't want to admit he was right. Ren Zu chuckled softly, the deep, relaxed sound echoing in the quiet night. For so food, I still managed to make the heavenly slaughter star goddess drool and turn into a little glutton every time I cooked. You even pretended you didn't want it, but ate every last grain. Jasmine turned completely red, her eyes wide with embarrassment. You're delusional. That never happened. This princess never drooled over anything of yours, she exclaimed, her voice sharper, clearly flustered. Ren Zu simply smiled and extended his hand. A simple yet refined spatial ring appeared in his palm. He offered it to her naturally. Here. I cooked a lot of delicious things for you. I was going to give it to you when we said goodbye, but I think now is a better moment. They're all preserved inside this ring, they won't lose their flavor or get cold. There's enough for you to eat every day for quite a while, and there's an extra portion for you to share with my sister-in-law. Jasmine blinked, surprised. She took the ring slowly, her fingers brushing his for a moment. Her heart gave a warm, uneasy leap. How did you do this? She asked, her voice softer, almost shy, not even caring about his words about her little sister being his sister-in-law. Ren Zu shrugged casually. It's just a basic application of the law of time I've been understanding, applied to a spatial ring I made myself. Nothing special. Jasmine remained silent for a moment, observing the ring in her hand. She had already grown so used to his absurd talents that she didn't even bother commenting on the fact that he could manipulate such a mysterious law as time to create something like this. Even so, it was still impressive. A gentle warmth spread through her chest, a feeling she could no longer ignore. She hated the way he spoiled her, and hated even more the fact that she couldn't be honest with herself about what she felt. It was far too complicated to face directly. Even so, even if she couldn't express those feelings, he was always there for her, just as he always had been. Maybe that was exactly why, over the past 2 years, he had become someone so important in her heart. Fine. This princess will accept it. Not because you made it, but because it would be a waste to refuse. She said proudly, trying to hide the smile that wanted to appear on her lips, carefully storing the ring. Inside, however, her heart was warm, beating faster than it should. She glanced at him from the side, her voice almost hesitant. This princess just wants to know when you even had the time to do all this. Ren Zu simply smiled, his gaze returning to the starry sky. It's a secret. Jasmine huffed softly but didn't insist. She moved a little closer to him at the mountain's edge, their shoulders almost touching. The cold wind blew, but the warmth in her chest was stronger. For a long time, the two remained there in silence, drinking wine and gazing at the endless sky. Neither of them said it aloud, but both knew that night, above the clouds, was one of the last they would have liked that. And wanting to be honest with his feelings, Ren Zu smiled softly and turned to face her directly. The silver light of the full moon bathed his perfect features, making his black eyes even deeper, like two abysses holding entire stars. Jasmine. He called softly. Jasmine blinked, her heart giving a treacherous leap in her chest. What is it? She asked curiously. They looked at each other in silence. The gentle wind above the clouds blew between them, lightly tousling her red hair and his black hair. Neither of them looked away. Ren Zu took a deep breath and asked calmly, "Can I be honest with you, just this once?" Jasmine felt her heart tighten. Part of her wanted to refuse because she knew where this conversation was going. But her mouth betrayed her thoughts. You can. Ren Zu watched her for a few more seconds, as if memorizing every detail of that perfect face. Then he spoke calmly, his voice deep, sincere, and devoid of any trace of playfulness. The reason I've been so reluctant to let you go, to bring this up so many times, is because I fell in love with you over these past 2 years, Jasmine. He paused briefly, keeping his gaze steady on hers. I wanted to say something more beautiful than a simple "I love you," because those words don't even come close to the immensity of what I feel. Even so, they express the essential. I want you by my side. I want you as my woman. It doesn't matter if that involves a royal kingdom king. If necessary, I'll turn that entire place to dust to be with you. I know you fear I'll get involved because of this, but that's a decision that belongs only to me. And you know me well enough to know I have the strength to bear the consequences of that choice. Jasmine became completely still. Her black eyes widened, and the blush spread across her face to her ears. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might escape her chest. What? Why? Why did those words hit her so deeply? Why did she feel so happy? That's right. Yes, she had also fallen in love with that idiot. And he was right, that was exactly the most complicated point in her heart. Her father intended to sacrifice her in a ritual to increase his own power. She knew that would be her end, and because of that, she had avoided getting involved with Ren Zu from the beginning. Even though he was strong and incredibly talented, would he really face a royal kingdom for her? More than that, did she want him to do that? No. Of course not. That had nothing to do with him. It was her problem, something she wanted to keep separate from the rest of her life. Especially from him, the person who had brought her so much happiness. She wanted to preserve only happy memories with him, without staining them with her inevitable end at the hands of that despicable man. But now he was saying those things with such certainty. It was as if, from the very beginning, he had known exactly what was in her heart. Her eyes grew moist. She didn't shed tears, but the wet shine was impossible to hide. Without saying a word, Jasmine moved forward. She let go of the cup, which rolled across the stone, and cupped his face with both small, trembling hands. Her lips crashed against his in an urgent, almost desperate kiss, a kiss carrying 2 years of denial, stolen glances, and suppressed feelings. Ren Zu immediately responded, pulling her closer. The kiss was hot, deep, full of everything that had gone unsaid. Jasmine trembled against him, memories of the past 2 years flashing through her mind, the nights he cooked just for her, the gentle teasing that always made her blush, the quiet moments by his side where she felt alive again, the way he looked at her when he thought she wasn't watching, all of it exploded within her. She pulled back just enough to breathe, her lips still brushing his, her forehead resting against his. Idiot. She whispered, her voice choked but without any anger. A single tear slipped down her cheek. You really had to say that now. Do you know how much this princess was holding back these feelings? It's more than obvious that I love you too. Ren Zu smiled against her lips, his thumb gently brushing away her tear. I knew. He murmured, his voice hoarse and low, filled with restrained emotion. That's why I spoke now. I felt that if I let this opportunity pass, maybe I wouldn't get another, and I'd live with regret. Without giving time for more words, he kissed her again, this time softer, but still deep. His tongue slid slowly between her lips, meeting hers in a warm, wet touch, moving languidly, savoring every breath that escaped Jasmine's throat. At the same time, he gently laid her down on the smooth, cold stone platform, his large, warm body covering hers with a gentle possessiveness. Jasmine didn't resist for even a second. Her small hands moved up to his broad shoulders, holding on as if afraid it might all be a dream. She returned the kiss with a hunger that had been suppressed for 2 full years, her tongue tangling with his, shy at first, then bolder, exploring his mouth with accumulated desire. A soft, muffled moan vibrated against Ren Zu's lips as he settled fully over her, the delicious weight of his muscular body pressing her against the stone, the warmth of his bare skin contrasting with the cold night. When their lips parted for a moment, Jasmine was breathless, her black eyes dazed, her lips swollen and red. For long seconds, they simply looked at each other in silence, black eyes meeting black eyes, with no need for anything more. There was desire, love, fear, relief, and an infinity of emotions neither of them could fully express with words. Then, without a single word, the two disappeared from the mountaintop. Space rippled softly around them. They reappeared inside one of the private rooms of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. The amber light of crystal lanterns bathed the spacious room, casting long, intimate shadows on the walls. Ren Zu didn't wait. He pulled her to him again, kissing her with more urgency now, his large hands sliding down her back as he guided her toward the enormous bed. Jasmine responded with equal intensity, her trembling fingers exploring his warm, bare chest, feeling every defined muscle beneath her fingertips. They fell onto the silk sheets together, his large body covering hers once more. A/N, I originally planned for this chapter to be just a farewell. At first, it was meant to be nothing more than a quiet, bittersweet goodbye. Jasmine leaving the next day without saying anything, keeping everything she felt to herself, as she always does. But somehow, it didn't turn out that way. I like to think that Ren Zu saw the future written in my hands and decided to change it. This moment simply felt right. After everything they've been through over these 2 years, it didn't make sense for things to end in silence anymore. Some things just can't remain unspoken forever. And honestly, I don't see how Jasmine wouldn't fall in love with Ren Zu after 2 years. The guy has charm that defies the heavens, and more importantly, he has changed a lot over that time. He grew, matured, and became a more decent man. As for what comes next, don't worry. The next chapter will be a lemon. Jasmine deserves it. After that, we'll finally begin the God Realm arc. Yeah. I delayed that way too much. I even went back to reread everything, and I have to say, it's kind of a mess, it's sad. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this development. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 132, My Jasmine. Ren Zu said nothing more. His deep, black, hungry eyes fixed on hers for a moment that seemed eternal, before his large, warm hand slowly slid over Jasmine's delicate shoulders. With an almost reverent gentleness, he removed her dress, revealing her immaculate skin inch by inch. The fabric slid like water over her body, falling at her feet with a soft whisper. Jasmine stood completely naked before him. He stepped back slightly, just enough to admire her fully. Jasmine's body was a masterpiece of delicacy and absolute perfection. Her skin, white as the purest snow, glowed softly under the amber light of the lanterns, without a single flaw. Her breasts were small but wonderfully shaped, 2 round, firm jade pearls with delicate pink nipples that were already hard from excitement and the cold. They were as soft as bamboo shoots in spring, perfect for fitting into the palm of a hand, with a natural curve that begged to be touched. Her waist was slim and elegant, flowing into delicate hips that formed a soft, feminine curve. Her legs were long for her stature, slender and well-toned, ending in small, graceful feet. Between her thighs, her little pussy was on full display, completely smooth, without a single hair, the delicate pink lips glistening and mouth-watering. Everything about her exuded an ethereal, immaculate beauty, as if nature itself had strived to create something that challenged one's sanity. Jasmine felt his gaze like fire on her skin. Instinctively, her small, trembling hands tried to cover her breasts and her intimacy, her face burning with shame. "No, don't look at me like that," she said reluctantly, her voice clearly embarrassed. "Idiot, stop staring at me as if I were some kind of rare treasure." Ren Zu gently held her wrists, easily moving her shy hands aside. His eyes never left her body. "You are perfect," he said simply. "Don't hide from me, Jasmine." "Never." She huffed, trying to maintain her haughty tone even as her face turned red as fire. Obviously I'm perfect. This princess already knows that. What I mean is that you don't need to drool like an idiot." But her voice faltered at the end, betraying how much his gaze affected her. Ren Zu smiled and leaned forward. His lips captured hers in a slow, deep kiss. Jasmine melted instantly against him, her tense body relaxing, a trembling sigh escaping as his tongue invaded her mouth with affectionate possessiveness. Her hands rose to his bare chest, lightly digging her nails into the warm skin. He slowly pulled away from her lips and trailed hot, wet kisses down her delicate neck. Jasmine tilted her head to the side, moaning softly when he sucked on a sensitive spot just below her ear. The kisses continued downward, tracing a burning path to her breasts. Ren Zu captured one pink nipple between his lips, sucking gently at first, then with more skill, his tongue circling, sucking, and licking the hardened bud while his hand massaged the other breast perfectly, squeezing and brushing his thumb over the nipple. Ah, NNN. Jasmine bit her lip, trying to hold back her moans but failing miserably. No, there. He continued, alternating between her breasts, sucking, licking, and lightly nibbling until she arched her back, pressing her chest against his mouth. Her moans grew louder and more uncontrolled, her pride melting under his skillful touch. Ren Zu moved even lower, kissing her smooth belly and delicate navel until he reached her trembling thighs. He gently spread her legs, fully exposing her perfect little pussy, pink, swollen, glistening with arousal, the delicate lips slightly parted like a wet flower. He looked up one last time, meeting her glazed eyes. I'm going to make you feel really good, so relax and enjoy. He murmured. Then he lowered his face. His hot, skillful tongue slid slowly between the pink lips, licking from her perineum to her swollen clit in one long, slow stroke. Jasmine arched her entire body, letting out a sharp, surprised moan. Ah. Ren Zu, that, NNN. He didn't stop. His tongue explored every fold with mastery, licking the soft inner walls, sucking the delicate lips, and circling the sensitive clit with surgical precision. He sucked the swollen little bud gently at first, then with more pressure, alternating with quick and long licks that made her body tremble uncontrollably. Jasmine gripped his hair tightly, her hips moving on their own against his face. Idiot, no. Not there, it feels too good, HNNN. Her juices flowed abundantly, wetting Ren Zu's chin and lips as he devoured her with hunger. He pushed his tongue deeper, penetrating the tight entrance with precise movements, then returned to sucking her clit with perfect rhythm while two thick fingers slid into her soaked little pussy, curling to hit the most sensitive spot. Jasmine came for the first time with a muffled cry, her body convulsing violently. Her inner walls clenched rhythmically around his fingers as a hot jet of juices squirted against Ren Zu's tongue while she trembled, her eyes rolling back in pleasure. But he didn't stop. He continued sucking and licking through her orgasm, prolonging the waves of ecstasy until she whimpered, too sensitive. Taking a little pity, he slowed his pace for a fleeting moment, licking slowly between her swollen pink lips, savoring every drop of the sweet, addictive nectar that flowed from her. Her taste was indescribably addictive, a light, floral, slightly sweet flavor, something pure and at the same time obscenely delicious that made him want to bury his face even deeper. Jasmine arched her back violently, her delicate fingers digging hard into his black hair as a sharp, trembling moan escaped her throat. Ah. NNN. Seeing that she had partially recovered from the orgasm, he used his tongue to slowly circle the swollen, sensitive clit, pressing the hardened tip with cruel precision before moving down again, licking the soft, warm inner walls of the tight entrance. Each movement sent electric shocks of pure pleasure through her body, making her thighs tremble uncontrollably around his head. She felt as if her entire body was melting. The intense heat spread from her belly to her breasts, to her legs, to every extremity. Her pink nipples were so hard they ached with pleasure, her small breasts rising and falling rapidly with her panting breath. Her belly contracted rhythmically, the inner muscles clenching in vain around the invading tongue, as if trying to pull it even deeper. Idiot, your tongue, HNNN. I can't think. She moaned, her normally arrogant voice now reduced to hoarse, broken sighs. In the midst of the fog of pleasure, Jasmine finally understood why his wives surrendered so completely to this kind of thing. It was as if her soul had been transported to paradise while her physical body slowly melted from ecstasy. Every lick, every suck, every swirl of his tongue sent waves of pleasure so intense they seemed to erase her mind. Her clit throbbed under his skillful attention, swollen and hypersensitive, sending electric sparks up her spine that exploded behind her eyes. Ren Zu pushed his tongue deeper into the tight entrance with long movements while his nose brushed against her clit. Two thick fingers replaced his tongue for a moment, curling upward and massaging the most sensitive spot inside her with perfect precision. Jasmine screamed, her body arching off the bed, her heels pressing against his back. There. Ah. Ren Zu. I'm going to. The second orgasm hit her like an avalanche. Her inner walls clenched around his fingers with spasmodic force, a hot, clear jet of juices squirting against his chin as she convulsed, her eyes rolling back, her mouth open in a silent moan that turned into a sharp, trembling cry. But he didn't stop. He continued sucking her swollen clit, gently drawing it between his lips while his fingers maintained their relentless rhythm inside her. Jasmine barely had time to come down from the first peak before the third orgasm began to build, even more intense. Her entire body trembled, her thighs squeezing his head, her fingers pulling his hair hard as tears of pleasure streamed from the corners of her eyes. No, I can't take it, it feels too good, HNNN, please. Don't stop. The third orgasm completely destroyed her. Her body arched violently off the bed, her breasts shaking, her pussy contracting so hard around his fingers that it seemed to want to trap them forever. A stronger jet of hot juices squirted against his face, running down his chin and dripping onto the sheets as she sobbed with pleasure, her mind completely blank, her soul floating in a sea of pure ecstasy. Ren Zu finally slowed his pace, licking the sensitive folds slowly and gently, savoring every drop of her addictive taste while Jasmine trembled and panted, her body limp and too sensitive for any movement. He slowly climbed up her body, kissing her trembling belly, her heaving breasts, her sweaty neck, until he captured her lips in a slow, deep kiss, letting her taste herself on his tongue. They kissed for only a few moments. Ren Zu slowly broke the kiss, his lips still brushing against hers as he pulled back enough to look into her eyes. Jasmine panted, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her pink nipples hardened by excitement and the cool air of the room. He knelt between her legs, his black eyes roaming over her naked body, appreciating the view. With a simple flex of deep fire attribute energy, the white pants he wore burned away in soft, controlled red flames, disappearing without leaving ashes or excessive heat. His enormous cock sprang free, completely rock-hard, throbbing with thick, prominent veins that pulsed visibly. The long, heavy length pointed upward, curving slightly under its own weight. Jasmine's eyes widened, her blush deepening even more as she saw the colossal member so close, not just from afar or inside the heavenly poison pearl as she was used to. She bit her lower lip, her thighs trembling involuntarily. Be gentle, she murmured, her voice surprisingly soft, almost shy. It still seemed unreal to her. She had never imagined it would come to this point, but she had known for a long time that she could not control her own heart. Meeting Ren Zu had undoubtedly been the best thing that had ever happened to her. At some point, without realizing it, he had completely conquered her, with his calm, gentle, sometimes playful manner, and even with that unfairly handsome appearance that seemed molded by the heavens. A whirlwind of emotions grew inside her, making it difficult to even keep her voice steady. It's this princess's first time, she continued, more quietly, slightly averting her gaze. So, don't ruin it by acting like a complete idiot. Ren Zu smiled gently, leaning forward and kissing her forehead with affection. I'll go slow. I promise. If it hurts, tell me and I'll stop. He held the thick base of his cock with one hand and slowly rubbed the hot, swollen head against the wet, pink entrance of her little pussy. Her juices made the glide easier, coating the glands as he rubbed up and down, lightly pressing her swollen clit with each movement. Jasmine let out a sharp little moan, her hips instinctively moving against him. He tried to push in. The thick head pressed against the tight entrance, but it was simply too big. Even though she was completely soaked, the ring of muscles resisted, stretching only a little before snapping back. Ren Zu insisted patiently, rubbing and pressing slowly, lightly rotating his hips until the head finally forced its way in with a wet pop. Ah. Jasmine gripped the sheets tightly, her fingers digging into the fabric as a sharp moan escaped. The sensation was of being open to the limit, an intense burning mixed with a deep, overwhelming pleasure as the thick head entered. Ren Zu stopped, taking a deep breath, his cock throbbing with just the tip inside her. He braced himself on his forearms beside her head, covering her small body with his larger one, and began to push slowly. Inch by inch, the enormous cock made its way, stretching her soft, warm inner walls to the maximum. Jasmine felt every vein, every pulse, an overwhelming pressure that completely filled her, making her belly visibly swell with each advance. NNN. So big, she moaned, her nails digging into his broad back, scratching the skin as her body trembled. Ren Zu continued pushing slowly, controlling every movement, until he finally buried everything inside. The thick base pressed against her lips, his heavy balls touching her soft skin. He was completely buried, the enormous cock disappearing inside her small, delicate body. Jasmine came instantly. The orgasm hit her like lightning, triggered by the overwhelming sensation of being completely full, combined with the invisible energy from his unique physique flowing into her. Her eyes rolled back, her body convulsing violently beneath him. Her little pussy clenched around his cock with powerful, rhythmic contractions, milking him as if it wanted to suck everything out. A hot jet of juices squirted around the thick base, running down her thighs while virgin blood mixed with pink nectar dripped slowly from their joining. Aya! Her cry was muffled against his shoulder, her entire body trembling uncontrollably, her legs wrapping around his waist as if they never wanted to let go. Ren Zu grunted lowly, feeling the insane tightness around his cock. He remained still for long seconds, letting her recover from the intense orgasm, his cock pulsing deep inside her. When her spasms eased a little, he began to move, slowly pulling out almost all the way and returning with slow, deep thrusts. Each movement made her belly and abdomen visibly swell, the enormous cock shaping her tight little pussy to its form. It's all inside, you're so tight, so hot. He murmured against her lips, kissing her again as he thrust slowly. Interrupting the kiss, Jasmine could barely form words. She only mumbled incoherent things against his mouth, her eyes glazed with pleasure, her small, delicate body completely dominated by his. Ah, it's filling me, so deep, HNNN. Ren Zu continued moving slowly, with deep, controlled thrusts, savoring every second of that moment. Jasmine's small, perfect body beneath him was a breathtaking sight, her snow-white skin contrasting against the dark sheets, her small, firm breasts rising and falling rapidly with her panting breath, her pink nipples hardened and glistening slightly with sweat. Her slim waist arched instinctively against him, her delicate hips trembling each time he sank to the hilt. Her red hair spread across the pillow looked like liquid flames under the amber light, framing her flushed face and black eyes glazed with pleasure. He admired every detail, the way her belly swelled slightly with each deep thrust, revealing the outline of the enormous cock shaping her inside, her slender thighs trembling around his hips, the pink lips of her pussy stretched to the maximum around his thickness, glistening with a mixture of crystal-clear juices and virgin blood that slowly trickled from their joining. While he appreciated the view, Jasmine felt every inch of him inside her in an overwhelming way. The enormous cock reached depths she had never imagined possible, pressing against the bottom of her womb with each slow, deliberate thrust, creating an overwhelming sensation of fullness that mixed pleasurable pain and pure ecstasy. It was as if he were touching her soul, each prominent vein rubbing against her sensitive inner walls, each throbbing pulse sending waves of heat that spread through her belly, up her spine, and exploded behind her eyes. Ah, NNN, how delicious, she moaned, her normally arrogant voice reduced to trembling, broken sighs. Each slow movement made her clit rub against his thick base, sending electric sparks that made her involuntarily contract around his cock. Her small breasts swayed gently with the rhythm, her nipples brushing against his broad chest, creating delicious friction. Her belly contracted rhythmically, the inner muscles massaging the invading member as if they wanted to hold it forever. Ren Zu leaned forward, capturing her lips in a deep kiss. Their tongues tangled in a slow, wet duel, muffled moans exchanged mouth to mouth as he continued thrusting with long, deep strokes. Jasmine moaned against his tongue, her nails digging into his broad back, scratching the skin as pleasure consumed her. He maintained the rhythm for long minutes, savoring the way her tight little pussy enveloped him, hot, wet, and pulsing. Each slow thrust made her small body tremble, her moans growing louder and more uncontrolled. The room filled with wet, obscene sounds. Plap. 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 The soft sound of flesh against flesh could be heard along with her muffled moans and the wet sound of her little pussy being fucked slowly and deeply. Jasmine came for the fourth time, then the fifth, her body convulsing beneath him, her eyes rolling back as her pussy clenched with insane force around his cock. He continued, prolonging each orgasm until she sobbed with pleasure, her body too sensitive, yet still begging for more. The sixth, the seventh, the eighth. Each one more intense than the last, until on the ninth orgasm Jasmine simply broke. Her entire body arched violently against him, a long, hoarse cry escaping her swollen lips as her pussy convulsed with such force that it nearly trapped him inside. Waves of pure pleasure swept through her mind, erasing any coherent thought, only pleasure, heat, fullness, and his name echoing in her head. Ren Zu grunted lowly, burying himself to the hilt one last time. His cock throbbed violently inside her, exploding in thick, hot jets directly against her womb. The semen gushed out in abundant quantity, filling her until it overflowed, running down their joining while he continued pushing slowly, emptying every drop inside her small, trembling body. Jasmine moaned long and low, her body limp and melted beneath him, her mind completely blank, floating in a sea of ecstasy that left her catatonic with pleasure. Ren Zu remained inside her for long seconds, feeling the last weak contractions that still enveloped him, squeezing him instinctively as her body gradually calmed. Only then did he move, lying down beside her with care, pulling her against him and keeping her on top of his body, still connected. His arms enveloped her naturally, as if that was exactly where she belonged. He then tilted his face and kissed her slightly parted lips softly, without haste, before placing gentle kisses on her forehead and still flushed cheeks. Afterward, he remained still for a few seconds, still deeply buried inside her, feeling the last weak contractions of Jasmine's little pussy pulsing around his cock. Her small body trembled lightly on top of his, her breath ragged and hot against his broad chest. But Jasmine didn't stay still for long. Still panting, with her black eyes clouded by pleasure, she instinctively began to move. Her delicate hips descended slowly, then rose, testing the overwhelming sensation of having him so deep. A low, needy little moan escaped her swollen lips as she picked up the pace, riding him with increasingly bold movements, as if her body was asking for more on its own. Ren Zu. I still want more. She whispered, her voice hoarse and trembling, almost pleading. Ren Zu grunted with pleasure as he felt her hot, wet little pussy sliding up and down his enormous cock. He pulled her against him for a moment, embracing her small, trembling body, kissing her sweaty neck before gripping her soft, round ass firmly with both large hands. His fingers sank into the firm flesh as he began thrusting upward, meeting her movements with controlled force. Each thrust made Jasmine's delicate body shake, her small breasts bouncing rhythmically, her pink nipples brushing against his chest. Her tight little pussy completely enveloped him, sucking him in with every descent, her juices flowing abundantly down the thick shaft and wetting his heavy balls. Ah. Like that, deeper, HNNN, she moaned, her head falling back, her red hair cascading down her back. Ren Zu squeezed her ass harder, spreading the soft cheeks while thrusting upward, the enormous cock disappearing completely inside her with each stroke. At the same time, one finger slid between her cheeks, touching her tight, pink little asshole. With a profound technique he had created himself, a subtle combination of purifying and stimulating energy, the finger lubricated and relaxed the tight ring while massaging the nerve endings with precision, sending extra waves of pleasure that made Jasmine tremble all over. "You're so sensitive here too," he murmured against her ear, his finger slowly circling and entering only the first knuckle while his cock continued fucking her little pussy with deep, rhythmic thrusts. Jasmine was delirious. Her eyes rolled back in pleasure, her mouth open in continuous, uncontrolled moans as her small body was used with mastery. The sensation of the enormous cock stretching her to the limit, hitting the deepest parts with every thrust, combined with the finger playing with her little asshole, was too much. The pleasure was so intense it seemed to melt her mind, every nerve ending burned, her belly contracted violently, her breasts throbbed, her thighs trembled uncontrollably, and her body convulsed on top of him, her pussy clenching around his cock with spasmodic force. Tears of pleasure streamed from the corners of her eyes, her mouth open in hoarse, incoherent moans. Ren Zu grunted, feeling the insane tightness. He thrust deeper, holding her as firmly as he came hard. Thick, hot jets exploded directly against her womb, filling her until it overflowed. The white, viscous semen ran down their joining, mixing with her juices as he continued pushing slowly, emptying every drop inside her small, trembling body. Jasmine moaned long and low, her body limp and melted on top of him, her mind completely blank, floating in a sea of ecstasy that left her catatonic with pleasure. Her eyes rolled back one last time before she collapsed against his broad chest, breathing heavily, her entire body glistening with sweat. Ren Zu hugged her tightly, kissing the top of her head while they both caught their breath, still connected, his cock pulsing softly inside her. With a fluid and careful movement, he lifted her from his chest and gently positioned her on all fours on the bed. Jasmine obeyed without resistance, her body still trembling, her knees sinking into the soft mattress. He knelt behind her, his eyes fixed on the obscene sight, her ruined little pussy, red and swollen, with thick strands of white semen slowly dripping from the dilated lips and falling in heavy drops onto the sheets. Ren Zu held the base of his still hard cock and aligned it with the dripping entrance. He pushed slowly but firmly, sliding the entire length inside in one go through the already open and slippery passage. The previous semen made the entry easier, creating a wet, obscene sound as he buried himself to the hilt. Jasmine let out a long, hoarse moan, her small body falling forward. Her chest and face pressed into the sheets, her arms stretched out in front, her fingers digging hard into the fabric, while her raised ass remained elevated, offered to him. The position left only her lower body arched, her spine curved like a bow, her red hair spread like a river of fire across her sweaty back. Ren Zu gripped her snow-white ass with both large hands, his fingers sinking into the soft, firm flesh. He began to fuck her hard, with deep, brutal thrusts that made her ass ripple with every impact. The obscene sound echoed loudly in the room. Plap. 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 Flesh slapping against flesh, the enormous cock pulling out almost completely and slamming back in violently, pushing the previous semen out in thick white strands that ran down her thighs. Ah. HNNN. Jasmine moaned, her voice muffled against the sheets, her small body jolting forward with every thrust. He gave a hard slap to her right ass cheek, his large palm leaving a vivid red mark on the immaculate white skin. Jasmine let out a sharp cry of pleasure mixed with pain, the cheek trembling from the impact. More, she begged, her voice broken by pleasure, her pride completely dissolved. Ren Zu pulled her blood-red hair upward with one hand, forcing her small body to arch even more, her neck stretched, her small breast swinging freely as he fucked her without mercy or pity. The enormous cock entered and exited with relentless speed, hitting the deepest parts with every thrust. He continued like this for several minutes, maintaining a fierce and steady rhythm, her ass rippling with every impact, the white skin turning pink with the marks of his hands and slaps. Jasmine moaned loudly and incoherently, her small body completely dominated, her eyes rolling back, saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth as pleasure consumed her without pause. Finally, Ren Zu grunted deeply, burying himself to the limit one last time. His cock throbbed violently inside her and he came hard, thick, hot jets exploding directly against the already claimed depths. The semen overflowed in even greater quantity, running down their joining in thick white strands as he continued pushing slowly, emptying every drop inside her trembling, exhausted body. Jasmine let out a long, broken moan, her body convulsing one last time with the final orgasm, her pussy clenching around his cock with desperate force as she fell completely onto the sheets, panting, her body glistening with sweat, her face buried in the pillow, her mind floating in an absolute void of pleasure. Ren Zu remained inside her for long seconds, feeling the last weak contractions of Jasmine's pussy pulsing around his cock. He pulled out slowly, the enormous cock leaving her little pussy with a wet, obscene sound. Thick strands of white semen dripped from the red, dilated entrance, running down her pale thighs in slow, viscous rivers. Jasmine let out a weak moan, her body limp, still catching her breath. But Ren Zu didn't give her time to rest completely. With his large hands, he kept her on all fours, her ass raised and marked with red handprints. He positioned the thick, glistening head of his cock against her tight, pink little asshole, slowly rubbing the hot, sticky glands covered in semen against the tiny ring. Jasmine snapped out of her pleasure haze with a start, her eyes widening. Ah. Wait, not there, she murmured, her voice trembling but without real strength to resist. Her little asshole contracted instinctively at the enormous pressure. Ren Zu tried to push in. The thick head pressed against the tight ring, but her virgin asshole resisted stubbornly, stretching only a little before snapping back. He insisted patiently, rubbing in slow circles, pushing gradually, lightly rotating his hips. He tried a second time, then a third, the little asshole gradually dilating, reluctant, the ring of muscles trembling around the invading glands. Finally, with a slow, wet pop, the thick head forced its way inside. Ah. Jasmine let out a sharp, surprised moan, her entire body tensing. Her small hands gripped the sheets tightly, her fingers digging into the fabric as an intense burning spread through her stretched little asshole. It was a deep, hot pain mixed with an overwhelming fullness that made her eyes water. The tight ring pulsed around the head of his cock, trying to push it out and at the same time pulling it deeper. Idiot, that's not a place to enter, you're entering my ass, NNN, so big. She moaned, her voice hoarse, her pride fighting against the pleasure. Ren Zu stopped, taking a deep breath, his firm hands on her snow-white ass, spreading the cheeks to see the delicate little asshole obscenely stretched around the thick glands. He pushed slowly, inch by inch, the enormous cock opening a path through the tight, hot channel. The inner walls of her little asshole stretched to the maximum, enveloping every prominent vein with a silky, insane grip. Jasmine trembled violently, her small body arching, her small breast swinging freely as she sobbed from the mix of pleasure and pain. Each inch that entered sent overwhelming waves of sensation, a burning that transformed into a deep, forbidden pleasure, making her little asshole pulse around him, milking his cock as if it wanted to devour it. So big, ah. I can't breathe. She whimpered, her nails tearing at the sheet, her red hair stuck to her sweaty face. Ren Zu continued pushing with cruel patience, controlling every millimeter until he finally buried everything inside. The thick base pressed against her soft cheeks, his heavy balls touching her still dripping pussy. The enormous cock disappeared completely inside her small, delicate body, her belly swelling obscenely with the visible outline of the member. Jasmine let out a long, broken cry, her body convulsing with a sudden, violent orgasm just from the sensation of being completely full in her little asshole. The inner walls clenched around his cock with desperate force, pulsing rhythmically as a clear jet of juices squirted from her empty pussy, running down her trembling thighs. Her eyes rolled back, her mouth open in a silent moan, her small body trembling uncontrollably, her weak legs giving out until she fell with her chest on the mattress, her ass still raised, held in place by his strong hands. Ren Zu grunted lowly, feeling the tight little asshole massage him like a hot, silky fist. He remained still for long seconds, letting her get used to the overwhelming fullness, his cock pulsing deep inside the virgin channel. Then, slowly, he began to move, pulling out only a few centimeters and pushing back in with slow, deep thrusts that made her little asshole stretch and contract around him. Jasmine sobbed with pleasure, her small body completely dominated, her mind floating in a void of forbidden ecstasy as the enormous cock shaped her inside. After a few moments, seeing that she had gotten used to it, he gripped Jasmine's delicate hips firmly, keeping her ass raised as he began to move with more intensity. Her tight little asshole enveloped the enormous cock like a hot, silky fist, pulsing and contracting with every slow, deep thrust. Each time he pulled back, the pink ring stretched obscenely around his thickness, reluctant to let go, before being forced open again when he pushed back inside. Jasmine moaned loudly, her face pressed against the sheets, her hands gripping the fabric desperately. The sensation was overwhelming, an intense burning that slowly transformed into a forbidden and devastating pleasure, as if every nerve ending inside her was being lit at the same time. Ren Zu, ah, NNN, so deep in my ass. She moaned, her voice hoarse and broken. He gradually accelerated, the thrusts becoming stronger and more rhythmic. Jasmine felt as if her body was being completely claimed. Each deep thrust sent waves of pleasure up her spine, making her small breast sway and her nipples rub against the sheets, creating extra friction. Her little asshole pulsed and clenched instinctively around the invading cock, milking it, while her clit throbbed untouched, sending electric sparks throughout her body. Ren Zu continued fucking her little asshole for long minutes, alternating between deep, brutal thrusts and slower movements. Jasmine came twice just from her little asshole being fucked, the first time with a muffled cry into the pillow, her body convulsing, her little asshole clenching his cock with desperate force, the second with her eyes rolling back, tears of pleasure streaming down her face, her small body trembling uncontrollably as clear juices squirted from her untouched pussy. Finally, Ren Zu grunted deeply, burying himself to the limit. His cock throbbed violently inside the tight little asshole and exploded. Thick, hot jets of semen gushed directly into the depths of her intestines, filling her until it overflowed. The excess ran down the stretch, joining in thick white strands, dripping heavily onto the sheets as he continued pushing slowly, emptying every drop inside her trembling body. Jasmine let out a long, broken moan, the final orgasm making her entire body arch, her little asshole contracting rhythmically around his cock as if it wanted to milk out the very last drop. Ren Zu slowly pulled his cock out, admiring the obscene sight, her ruined little asshole, red and dilated, pulsing slightly as thick rivers of white semen flowed from the open entrance, running down her pale, trembling thighs. Her snow-white ass was marked with red handprints, glistening with sweat, Jasmine's small body completely devastated by pleasure, lying face down, panting, her flushed face pressed against the sheets. The sight made his desire explode again. His cock, still hard and glistening, throbbed with urgency. He picked up a thick pillow and gently placed it under her belly, raising her rounded ass even higher, leaving her small body in a perfect prone position, her face and chest pressed into the mattress, her rounded, marked ass offered to him like a gift. Ren Zu positioned himself over her, his strong thighs beside hers, his large body covering the small one. He held his cock at the base and pressed the thick head against her already ruined, semen-slick little asshole. He pushed slowly but firmly. The channel, still hot and lubricated, accepted it more easily now, swallowing the enormous cock inch by inch until he was completely buried, his heavy balls pressing against her soaked pussy. Jasmine let out a long, hoarse moan, her fingers digging into the sheets, her small body trembling under his weight. "It's all inside again, filling me so much." Ren Zu began to fuck her hard, with deep, brutal thrusts that made her delicate body shake against the mattress. The prone position allowed him to dominate her completely, the enormous cock entering and exiting her ruined little asshole with relentless speed. Her soft ass rippled violently with every impact, the obscene sound echoing loudly in the room. Jasmine was delirious, moaning incoherently into the pillow, her small body being used without mercy. Each deep thrust made her belly swell, the forbidden pleasure spreading throughout her body, her small breasts pressed against the sheets, her nipples rubbing against the fabric as she trembled all over. Ren Zu fucked her without pity, holding her slim hips and pulling her back against each thrust. He came again with a deep grunt, filling her little asshole with more thick, hot jets, the semen overflowing and running profusely as he continued pushing slowly, prolonging the pleasure until both were exhausted and panting. Jasmine lay face down, her small body trembling, her ruined little asshole pulsing, white semen running in rivers down her thighs, her mind completely melted with pleasure. Ren Zu lay down beside her, pulling her limp, sweaty body against his broad chest, gently kissing her forehead while they both caught their breath. But this was only the beginning of that night. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Ascending to the God Realm, the Northern Divine Region. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this entire period, Jasmine and Ren Zu remained in his private chambers, immersed in incessant dual cultivation. Every moment was savored to the fullest, as if they sought to make up, in intensity and devotion, for all the desire that had accumulated over the past 2 years, now finally free to overflow between them. In other words, they had sex without stopping. Due to the enormous disparity in profound strength between the two, Ren Zu was the one who reaped the greatest benefits. His cultivation advanced directly from the 6th level of the Divine Tribulation Realm to the 2nd level of the Divine Spirit Realm. Under normal circumstances, crossing such a barrier would inevitably attract a divine tribulation, and considering his monstrous talent, it would likely have been the most terrifying one ever recorded in the entire history of the primordial chaos. However, thanks to the 10 Extreme Daos, his cultivation method, Ren Zu discovered an extraordinary loophole. He was able to conceal his own aura from the perception of the so-called heavenly way, thus avoiding the tribulation entirely. More than that, he realized he could not only suppress it, but also summon it whenever he wished. This revelation gave rise to a dangerous yet promising idea in his mind, to store this tribulation and, in the future, absorb the devastating power of the heavenly lightning, using it as a means to break through bottlenecks in his profound strength. On the other hand, Jasmine was not far behind in terms of benefits. The first and most evident was the frightening growth of her talent, accompanied by an equally impressive leap in her comprehension of the profound laws. However, her greatest gain was, without a doubt, the advancement of her strength. Her cultivation rose directly from the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm to the peak of the 10th level, an extraordinary leap that placed her among the most powerful profound practitioners of the current era. Now, she finally possessed enough strength to fulfill the desire she had carried for so long, to take revenge on her father and kill him. All that remained was to wait for the right moment to act. Needless to say, she thanked him properly for it. While the two were drowning in the pleasure of dual cultivation, the illusory demon realm continued to operate under the command of the little demon empress, who used this period to organize preparations for the future journey to the god realm. At the same time, Xia Qingyue and Feng Shuai spent the week with their respective families and, although they knew exactly what was happening in that room, they did not show much reaction, limiting themselves to a slight discomfort, a small sense of unease, because deep down, they also wished to be there, participating in dual cultivation alongside their husband, and of course, they were not the only ones, as their other sister, the little demon empress herself, shared the same desire, although she was far too occupied with her responsibilities as a ruler to indulge in such thoughts for long. Having more than one wife was definitely not something simple. After leaving satisfied with the properly tamed heavenly slaughter star god, he still had to deal with his other wives. Only after ensuring that all of them were equally satisfied did he finally manage to begin his new journey, but in doing so, he ended up consuming an entire month. Unfortunately, the four of them could not remain together upon ascending to the god realm, as Ren Zu had well-defined plans regarding it. Thus, he decided to send each of his wives to the most suitable locations, ensuring their safety with countless precautions and hidden resources, true trump cards. For example, for each of them, he provided 100 talismans, each containing an attack equivalent to his maximum power. Needless to say, his current level was already simply terrifying, enough to erase an entire star realm from existence with ease. Even a true god would be eliminated like a mere fly. With such guarantees in hand, it was practically impossible for anything bad to happen to them. Had he gone overboard? No, when it came to protecting his wives, no excess was ever truly enough. Moreover, any young master who dared to cross their paths, or any fool who attempted to court them with ulterior motives, would be instantly eliminated by his profound art known as Bloody Heaven Eye. This technique was engraved into their souls and was capable of detecting any lustful or hostile intent directed at them, responding mercilessly by directly annihilating the soul of whoever harbored such malice. With all these preparations and 100 others besides, he was confident in letting them follow the paths he had planned for each of them. The little demon empress and Feng Shuai were sent directly to the flame god realm, a scorching star realm comparable to a gigantic volcano in constant eruption. In that place, a vast number of divine sects specializing in the fire element were gathered. Due to the region being saturated with extremely intense yang energy, around 90% of its inhabitants were men, and the realm maintained a historical rivalry with the Snow Song realm. That world was dominated by flames, and its inhabitants inherited both the lineage and the power of the fire beasts of the primordial era. Among them were flame chilants, blue divine birds, zurongs, nine-tailed divine foxes, and scarlet sables. Virtually the entire legacy of fire-attributed divine beasts was concentrated there, in the so-called flame god realm. Above all these existences, however, stood the three supreme fire forces, the vermilion bird, phoenix, and golden crow races, possessors of the purest bloodlines and the highest divine powers of this element. Without a doubt, that was the most ideal environment for his two wives, who had inherited the golden crow lineage and the divine phoenix lineage. His objective for them, however, went far beyond simple adaptation. He wanted one of them to become the absolute sovereign of the flame god realm. For that, there was a path, one as clear as it was impossible for most. The flame god realm possessed an ancestral rule. Any individual capable of reaching the bottom of the god-burying inferno prison would be recognized as the rightful king of the realm. However, over hundreds of thousands of years, no one had ever accomplished such a feat. As a result, the throne had remained vacant for countless eras, giving rise to constant internal disputes and power struggles whenever important decisions needed to be made. After settling the details with his two beloved wives, he sent them there. He then sent Xia Qingyue to the moon god realm, having previously devised a flawless plan for her to be received directly by the realm king himself. The moon god realm was one of the greatest powers of the eastern divine region, standing among the four great royal realms that governed that vast expanse. Its power originated from the inheritances of the 12 moon gods, capable of instantly elevating their bearers to the divine master realm and allowing accelerated advancement to the final stage of that same realm. It was also there that she would finally reunite with her mother. After carefully aligning all the details with his beloved wife, he sent her to her destination. Only he and Jasmine remained. Without delay, she declared that she would return to the star god realm. He simply nodded, stating that he would soon go there as well to help her with her revenge, but for now, she should restrain her urge to act rashly. Jasmine agreed and departed without hesitation. Alone, he set out toward his own destination, the northern divine region. Within the vast god realm, in the somber northern divine region, lay the eastern ruins realm, one of the 5 ethereal ruins, the 5 major mid-tier star realms of that region. In its eastern portion stood the heavenly martial country. A vast mountain range stretched like a black and imposing spine beneath the gray sky in the southern region of the country. The mountains were colossal, with peaks that pierced the eternal clouds, covered in ancient forests of black trees and jagged rocks that seemed to have been forged by the abyss itself. Dense, cold mists coiled through the deep valleys, carrying a heavy air. Lightning occasionally tore across the horizon, briefly illuminating the irregular shapes of the mountains. At the summit of the highest peak of that mountain range, Ren Zu appeared silently, his dark purple robes with golden embroidery fluttering gently in the icy breeze. His long black hair danced in the wind, and his abyss-deep eyes swept across the infinite horizon with a calm, almost lazy gleam. A faint smile curved his lips. Northern Divine Region. He murmured softly, his voice laced with amusement, "It's time to finally use my demon form." A demonic aura, black as the deepest abyss, exploded around him. The darkness was so dense and terrifying that the wind ceased to blow, the clouds above twisted, and the distant lightning fell silent, as if the heavens themselves were afraid. His figure, which once resembled a distant and unattainable immortal, became something infinitely more terrifying, ancient, and profane, as if a fallen divinity had opened its eyes after ages of silence. His long black hair, loose in the wind, gradually faded until it became white like freshly fallen snow. Each strand seemed to possess a life of its own, moving with supernatural smoothness, as if the very air avoided touching it directly. In absolute contrast, his black eyes had turned a deep, vivid red, intense like freshly spilled blood, with pupils slightly narrower than normal, giving him a predatory aspect filled with a depth capable of capturing attention and drowning the consciousness of anyone who stared at him for too long. His immortal beauty now carried an irresistible demonic touch, a dangerous, almost sinful allure. His perfect face and refined, aristocratic features gained the air of a sovereign of darkness. A faint smile on his lips was enough to make any goddess forget her own name and fall to her knees, willing to become his voluntary slave. Like a demon god, in that moment he felt as if he had finally returned to his true home. The natural energy of that region flowed freely through his profound veins, invading his body like a refreshing breath after a long existence spent breathing thin air. The sensation was difficult to describe, at once familiar and transformative. He quickly intuited the cause, the devil origin orb within him. It was that, fused into his profound veins, that promoted this transformation, allowing him to harmonize perfectly with that environment, as if he had always belonged there. But in any case, he did not care about it. That sensation felt perfectly natural to him. After all, as a profound practitioner of dark demonic energy, it was only logical that he would be in perfect harmony with that tragic region, as if he had been tailor-made for it. Within the vast god realm, the Western Divine Region stands out as the largest and most powerful among all. At the center of its supremacy lies the Dragon God realm, the most prominent of its realms, ruled by the true dragon race, beings of immeasurable power, widely feared and revered. Although naturally arrogant, dragons are not inherently violent. In fact, they are worshipped by countless life forms. Under their leadership, the entire Western Divine Region remains stable and dominant. In terms of external relations, the Western Divine Region maintains relatively harmonious ties with the Eastern and Southern Divine Regions, although those two have their own internal disputes. On the other hand, the Northern Divine Region is the smallest and, without a doubt, the weakest among the four. Isolated and rejected, it is treated as a banished land by the other regions. This separation is not unilateral. While the three great regions avoid any involvement with the North, the inhabitants of the Northern Divine Region also harbor deep resentment and hatred toward the others. As a result, a tacit barrier has been established. Neither side crosses into the other's territory, maintaining a rigid and almost absolute separation over time. This traces back to events from the era of the gods, when the Northern Divine Region was the territory where the devil race resided. After their annihilation, although they did not leave as many inheritances as the divine race, the lands they once occupied remained permeated by a dark, dense, and corrupting energy. Any individual who enters these so-called demonic regions and remains there long enough is gradually influenced by this black energy, developing a dark constitution. Their profound energy also undergoes changes, becoming increasingly similar to that of the devils themselves. Over generations, this constitution is passed down and entrenched, becoming an inherent trait of the inhabitants of the Northern Divine Region. Due to this influence, when the so-called devils of the North enter other divine regions, their strength is severely suppressed, unable to adapt to the external environment. The reverse is also true. Practitioners from the Western, Eastern, and Southern divine regions, upon entering the Northern domains, are affected by the black energy, suffering a significant decline in their power. As a result, an almost absolute separation has been established between the Northern divine region and the others. Contact is virtually non-existent, and over time, the other three regions have come to refer to the North pejoratively as the region of devils. However, as the Yin energies of the primordial chaos dimension continue to diminish, the suitable space for the survival of the devils of the Northern Divine Region has been steadily shrinking. In less than 1,000,000 years, their territory has already been reduced by about 2/3, and this trend shows no signs of reversing. At this rate, their complete disappearance is only a matter of time. This is precisely why the Northern Divine Region is widely regarded as the most tragic among all the divine regions. Well, he had plans to change all of that. With a smile on his lips, his figure vanished completely. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Sea of Eternal Dark Bones. Sea of Eternal Dark Bones, at the center of the Northern Divine Region, in the deepest part of the Yama realm. Ren Zu appeared silently, allowing his body to sink gently as he floated downward. The wind imbued with Yin energy roared in his ears. The deeper he fell, the more violent that energy became. Resentment, hatred, death, killing intent, all kinds of negative emotions surged toward him, carried by a repulsive stench that seemed to corrode the very air itself. Anyone in his situation would believe they were plunging toward a mythological purgatory. But to him, it felt like home. In his demon god form, this was the most suitable environment for his growth. Even so, his plans went far beyond simply entering isolation to cultivate. He intended to devour the entire sea of eternal dark bones. In doing so, he would drastically advance his profound strength, and in the future, he could subjugate the Yama realm itself, reducing it to his slaves. While consuming this place, he also planned to hunt down and kill the Yama ancestors hiding here like rats. According to what he remembered from the original story, countless devil gods fell every year during the long war between the divine and demon races. The high-ranking devils had tombs erected in their honor, although those tombs had long since been plundered. The same had occurred with the gods. Most of the divine legacies obtained by the divine regions, along with a few remaining spiritual remnants, had been unearthed by the star realms. In fact, there were still countless people rummaging through the god realm, searching for any opportunity that might still remain hidden to this day. However, the lower-ranked devils, the greatest victims of that war, had their corpses simply piled up in a single place. As the conflict between gods and devils intensified, it became more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. More and more devils died, until in the end, that burial ground turned into a vast sea of corpses. Over the years, those bodies were reduced to countless devil bones. And this was the sea of eternal dark bones where he currently stood. This was also why the place was saturated with an extremely dense Yin energy, as well as death and resentment energy. The dark energy here was far more intense than anywhere else in the northern divine region. He simply allowed himself to fall freely through the air for a full 45 minutes before his feet gradually struck the bottom of the abyss. The particular area he had landed in was not completely shrouded in darkness. Countless devil bones glowed with phosphorescence. But instead of dispelling fear, the faint light only made the dark world even more terrifying and oppressive than before. The devil bones came in all shapes and sizes. Some of them were several thousand meters long. Some were relatively intact. Many more had been reduced to shattered fragments of darkness. The dense dark energy here was so thick it was practically solid. He almost felt as though he were floating in a flowing body of water. Profound dark energy roared through every corner of his body like miniature storms beyond his control. Hey, hee. Suddenly, the sound of bones falling and a distorted laugh came from somewhere in the darkness. It made the black cemetery even more terrifying than before. Ren Zu slowly turned toward the direction where the sinister laughter had come from. However, the expression on his face was not one of fear, but of pure, cruel mockery. It seemed he would not need to desperately search for the rats hiding in this place, they had come to him on their own. Unaware of the mockery on his face, the voice continued. Hee. Fresh meat has finally been delivered to our doorstep. That was, technically, a human voice, but no one would believe it had been spoken by a human. The voice was so hoarse it sounded like metal being dragged against metal. Dark and sinister, it resembled the low, unsettling groan of evil spirits. I can't sense this brat's profound strength, how strange. This time, another voice echoed. Yet it was just as rough and incomprehensible as the first, scraping against Ren Zu's soul like a blunt blade. Hehe, seems you're right. In any case, he doesn't look very strong. But his pretty face is irritating this old ghost. I want to slowly cut it apart before killing him. A third voice rang out, sounding like teeth grinding together violently. The sound was so harsh and unpleasant that Ren Zu's stomach twisted in disgust the moment those words reached his ears. However, although their voices were terrifying and repulsive, their auras were even more dreadful. Vast and seemingly boundless like the ocean, they radiated an oppressive power, black and dense, as heavy as 10,000 mountains. And yet, they had not even fully released these auras, this was merely the spiritual pressure naturally leaking from their bodies. In the end, they were still old monsters who had inherited the blood of the original true devils and bathed in this ancient black Yin energy for nearly 1,000,000 years. They had not disappointed him at all. Rather than not disappointing, it would be better to call this a pleasant surprise. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of devil bones being stepped on slowly approached. Ren Zu's blood-red eyes pierced through the darkness, and he gradually discerned 3 figures that resembled evil spirits within that gloom. That's right, evil spirits. These 3 black figures were equally hunched and withered. Their exposed skin was pale like a corpse, tightly wrapped around their atrophied bones. Their 4 limbs were even thinner and more withered than truly dead branches. They barely retained any features of a living human being. In fact, if they lay still on the ground, anyone would believe they were 3 dried corpses. However, the movement of their withered limbs and the infernal light flickering in their eyes showed that they were still alive. Yes, they resembled 3 ghosts that were still truly alive. Yen Wan Qi, Yen Wan Hun, Yen Wan Gui. Ren Zu's lips curved into a faint arc as he murmured, in a low voice, the names of the 3 Yama ancestors. In the earliest era of the Northern Divine Region's history, these 3 founded the Yama realm, meaning they had already been alive for at least 800,000 years. In fact, it was even possible they had surpassed the 1,000,000-year mark. From what he remembered of the original story, the 3 had obtained the devil blood and techniques left behind by the primordial Yama devils. From this, they conquered the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones and established the Yama realm. Later, after elevating the Yama devil art to its peak, they discovered they could bind their life force to the dark energy of the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones through that very art. From then on, as long as the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones continued to exist, so would they. In practice, this meant that no matter how severe their injuries were, even if their bodies were completely destroyed, they could rapidly regenerate as long as they were within this sea of bones. They were not merely immortal, they could be considered practically indestructible. They were devils who had survived for nearly 1,000,000 years, and, moreover, possessed this false eternity. But in Ren Zu's eyes, that immortality was deeply flawed, something bordering on contemptible for one who sought true eternity. They had survived to this day, yes, but at the cost of becoming miserable, inhuman creatures. It was, at once, pitiful and ridiculous. Well, they could serve as nourishment for his ascension. The 3 bodies stopped. The gaze in their eyes shifted, and that truly terrifying oppressive power they emitted began to tremble slightly. It had been a long time since they had heard their own names. Ren Zu slowly raised a hand, his palm pointing toward the 3 Yama ancestors. A mass of black light gently flickered in his hand as he said, "I have come to kill you. What are your final words?" When he spoke these words in a deep voice, they sounded no different from the judgment of the heavenly law itself. When the 3 Yama ancestors heard this, they felt as though someone had injected life and vitality into their souls that had withered in this endless darkness. It was simply because they found the young man's words in front of them far too amusing. It was a joke that made them burst into laughter. Heh heh, ha 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 ha. Hee ha 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 ha. 3 grotesque laughs echoed through the air, overlapping one another. They sounded so rough and grating that Ren Zu felt as though thousands of sharp blades were being driven into his eardrums. They laughed wildly and unrestrainedly. The joke they had just heard was practically heavenly nectar, making their withered skin glow with vitality. Hee ha 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 ha. There are already 3 crazy old ghosts trapped in this place, but we never expected an even crazier little ghost to appear. Hee ha 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 ha. What does this little boy think he is? Hee 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 hee, in the end, he's just another idiot who came to challenge us. So, to whom will this little lunatic's life energy belong? But the Yama ancestor whose aura was the strongest extended his hand. As he flexed his withered fingers, black energy instantly began to swirl in the air. He stared at Ren Zu, those deeply creased eyes resembling pools of dark dye narrowing into terrifying slits. This little ghost can actually stand before us 3 old ghosts. Not bad. Hee hee hee, since when does a crazy little ghost know the meaning of the word fear? The corpse-like figure in the middle slowly stepped forward. Each step he took was accompanied by dark energy rippling through the air like violent waves. Little ghost, we 3 old ghosts have lived for 890,000 years, and never has anyone dared to say something so ridiculous and absurd to us. Hee hee hee, in fact, it makes me somewhat reluctant to kill you immediately. The words, ugly and repulsive, could not even begin to describe his sinister smile. Just a glimpse of it would haunt one's dreams for years. This speaking evil spirit was the leader of the 3 Yama ancestors, Yen Wan Qi, the strongest among them. Well then, are those your final words? Bragging that you've lived 890,000 years. Ren Zu also began to laugh. Compared to Yen Wanqi's sinister smile, his own was filled with deep mockery and pity. Are you really proud of living in a place like this for over 800,000 years? Ha 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 ha. He let out a low laugh while slowly shaking his head. The pity evident in the curve of his lips stabbed into the eyes of the 3 Yama ancestors like a poisoned blade. You are the 3 greatest and most pathetic jokes in the history of the Northern Divine Region. No, no, I meant the entire God realm. 3 old rats buried in this unbearably vile place. So where exactly did you get the shamelessness to laugh wildly in my face, The 3 Yama ancestors had lived for an extremely long time, but their existence had long since become painful for them. In truth, it had become quite lamentable. However, as the founding ancestors of the Yama realm, divine masters of the 10th level who had reached the pinnacle of profound dark energy, who would dare insult them even if they truly could be compared to rats? Who would dare insult them like that? As the founding ancestors of the Yama realm, all Yama emperors, past and present, had to treat them with utmost dignity and respect. They did not even dare to do anything that might imply disrespect. As practitioners of profound negative energy, they would normally not be enraged by a few words. Unfortunately, even the strongest spirit would become distorted after being confined in this place for hundreds of thousands of years. The souls of the three Yama ancestors had long since become heavily twisted and violent. Moreover, Ren Zu's insult was the most humiliating thing they had heard in years and struck directly at their weakest points. There was no doubt it had stirred the distorted minds of the three Yama ancestors, pushing them into frenzy. SSSSSS. Yuea. The three Yama ancestors trembled as a terrifying black light emanated from their eyes. Cries that no longer sounded human were torn from their throats. They were going to kill that brat. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 135, Subjugation Without Effort. Hiya. The old ghost on the right, the second of the three Yama ancestors, Yen Wanhun, could no longer hold himself back. His body shot forward as he roared, "I will tear you to pieces with my own hands." When that small, hunched figure began to shoot through the air, his aura was so vast and boundless that it seemed to make the clouds move, it was so powerful that it felt capable of crushing mountains and overturning seas. The ancestral demonic blood that the Yama ancestors had inherited and the Yama demonic art they cultivated had caused their life force and profound veins to form a strange connection with the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones. This was also the source of their indestructibility and immortality. When his power erupted, the entire Sea of Eternal Dark Bones began to tremble, accompanied by what sounded like the wails of countless restless ghosts and malevolent spirits. Ren Zu did not move even an inch. He remained standing in the same place, his hands behind his back and a faintly bored expression on his face, while Yen Wanhun charged at him like a starving demon, releasing a hoarse and deafening scream that made the surrounding bones vibrate. The palm of the Yama ancestor, laden with a darkness so dense it seemed capable of corroding space itself, came straight for Ren Zu's chest. But before the strike could even touch his clothes, a deep blood-colored energy burst from Ren Zu's body like a silent explosion. His long white hair fluttered slightly from the force of the release, and his red eyes shone with a nearly lazy disdain. He raised one hand with almost insulting calmness. Bam! Yen Wanhuan's palm collided against Ren Zu's open hand. The impact generated a black shockwave that shattered the nearby bones into pieces, yet Ren Zu's hand did not retreat even a millimeter. "You do have a bit of strength, it might be useful to have subordinates like you," Ren Zu murmured as he pondered. Before Yen Wanhun could react, Ren Zu closed his fingers around the old ghost's withered wrist and, with a casual motion, pulled him closer. Then, he simply punched. It was not a powerful punch. There was no elaborate technique, no explosion of energy. It was just a weak punch, almost disinterested, delivered with his right hand straight into the center of Yen Wanhuan's face. Crack! The sound was repulsive. Yen Wanhuan's entire head exploded like an overripe watermelon. The skull was completely obliterated, leaving only a severed neck spewing a dark fountain. Yen Wanhuan's headless body remained suspended in the air for half a second, trembling, before crashing heavily onto the bones. The silence that followed was absolute. Yen Wanqi and Yen Wangui were frozen in place, their eyes wide with pure shock. Their withered bodies trembled visibly. Here in the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones, they were immortal unless someone found a way to completely remove all the Yin energy from this place. Any power they used would be replenished in a short time, and any injury they suffered would heal at an accelerated rate. But Yen Wanhun did not regenerate or anything of the sort, he simply died just like that. Who exactly was that boy? What they did not know was that, for someone who had reached absolute understanding of the law of darkness, preventing the three of them from absorbing the energy of the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones was something trivial. Furthermore, at the exact moment he enveloped his body with his profound energy, he incorporated the characteristic of the vermilion bird's flames, a power capable of nullifying any demonic energy. With that, the three of them were already doomed, they could be eliminated with mere casual attacks. However, he had changed his mind upon sensing the power contained in that old ghost's attack, perhaps the three of them could still be useful as servants. With that thought, Ren Zu instantly appeared beside Yen Wanhuan's decapitated corpse, as if space itself had bent to accommodate him. His gaze fell upon the fallen body among the bones, and he let out a light sigh, tinged with disappointment. "I'll use you to test something," he murmured, slowly shaking his head. Raising his right hand calmly, he rotated his index finger in a small circle. A silver, ethereal light emerged around the mutilated body, carrying the essence of the law of time. Time began to rewind. Fragments of skull, dried flesh, and bones scattered across the ground trembled violently. Then, everything reversed. The pieces flew back into place, reconstructing the skull, skin, eyes, and sparse strands of hair. In less than 2 seconds, Yen Wanhuan's head was completely restored, as if it had never been destroyed. The old ghost's eyes snapped open, gasping, as he sprang up from the ground in a violent start. His eyes, now filled with genuine terror, locked onto Ren Zu. What did you do?" he stammered, his hoarse voice trembling miserably. His wrinkled hands rose to his own face, feeling it as if he still doubted it was intact. Nearby, Yan Wanqi and Yan Wangui remained completely paralyzed. Their hunched bodies trembled uncontrollably, and the shock on their faces was so profound it seemed to have struck their very distorted souls like thunder. Ren Zu smiled, a calm, almost gentle smile, yet filled with deep cruelty. "That doesn't concern you," he said, his voice echoing softly through the abyss. He extended his open hand toward the three Yama ancestors. "Now, kneel." An invisible pressure descended upon the three of them like an entire mountain. Yan Wanhuan's knees buckled first. He crashed heavily onto the bones, his withered body trembling violently as he tried to resist. Yan Wangui and Yan Wanqi struggled for a few more seconds, their faces twisted in agony, before they too fell to their knees, heads lowered, the pride of nearly a million years shattering before a single young man. Ren Zu looked at the three old ghosts kneeling before him and let out a low chuckle. Much better. His red eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he observed the three Yama ancestors, once feared founders of the Yama realm, trembling like frightened dogs at his feet. He casually rotated his index finger once more. In the next instant, a nearly infinite dark profound energy erupted from his body, like a black, viscous river that devoured all light around it. The three Yama ancestors sensed the danger instantly. Their eyes widened in absolute terror. "Wait, what are you?" "No. No. This is..." But it was too late. The black energy violently penetrated their withered bodies, ignoring any resistance. It passed through flesh, bones, and profound veins, diving straight into the core of their souls. Ayawayawa. All three released piercing screams of agony at the same time. Their bodies began to twist horrifically. Their pale, dried skin cracked, releasing black smoke, as Ren Zu's darkness devoured everything they were. Their bones snapped, their muscles shriveled further, and their faces contorted into expressions of unimaginable pain. Consciousness, memories, personality, pride, resentment, everything was swept away like old dust. Their souls were cleansed, turned into blank sheets, completely empty and ready to be rewritten. Their physical bodies slowly dissolved into black shadows with a deep purple glow. Their hunched, repulsive forms disappeared entirely, replaced by three tall, slender, imposing shadows with defined outlines and a cold, obedient presence. Ren Zu observed the process indifferently, then casually declared, as if commenting on the weather. "Not bad." The moment the words left his mouth, the three shadows knelt simultaneously, their movements perfectly synchronized and filled with devotion. Their voices echoed together, devoid of any trace of their previous arrogance or madness, now filled only with absolute loyalty and a cold, mechanical happiness. "We, the three shadow servants, greet the monarch. Our bodies, our souls, and our power belong exclusively to the monarch. Command us." Ren Zu merely observed them calmly. To him, this was far more useful than simply marking them with a slave seal while they retained their own wills. Thus, he had completely erased the consciousness and personalities of the three Yama ancestors, leaving behind only absolute obedience. Now, they were nothing more than servants whose existence revolved around serving him. The most advantageous part: their cultivation remained intact. They were still three extremely powerful beings with nearly a million years of existence. The difference was that now, they would live within his own shadow and could be summoned at any time by him, just like a certain shadow monarch from another world. He then spoke in a calm and authoritative voice. "From now on, you are no longer the Yama ancestors. You are my servants." He pointed to each of them, naming them simply. "Yan Wanqi, you will be Qi. Yan Wanhun, you will be Hun. Yan Wangui, you will be Gui." The moment the names were spoken, the three shadows trembled visibly. A wave of pure, devoted joy surged through their ethereal forms, as if receiving a name directly from the monarch was the greatest honor they could receive in their new existence. Qi, Hun, and Gui lowered their heads even further, their voices echoing together with fanatical loyalty. "Qi thanks the monarch for the name. Hun thanks the monarch for the name. Gui thanks the monarch for the name." They seemed genuinely happy, as if their empty souls had found an absolute purpose. Ren Zu lightly waved his hand. "Rise." The three stood up in perfect silence, awaiting further orders. But he had no need for them at that moment, so with a thought, the three shadows trembled briefly before dissolving smoothly, transforming into thin black lines that returned to his own shadow, merging completely. He let out a long sigh, feeling the accumulated fatigue. "That was more tiring than I expected." Indeed, transforming the three Yama ancestors into shadow servants through the Shadow Monarch art, a technique he had developed over the past 2 years but never had the opportunity to test, required an absurd amount of profound energy. Under normal conditions, it would have left him temporarily exhausted. However, here, in the sea of eternal dark bones, the situation was completely different. The dark energy around him was incomparably dense. The moment he activated the art and expended his profound energy to execute it, all that black energy began to be drawn toward him frantically, like a raging river converging in his direction. It invaded his body every second, filling his profound veins at a terrifying speed, replenishing his spent energy. In fact, he felt his profound energy recover almost instantly. It was as if he were standing within an infinite source of dark power. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling that heavy, cold energy flow through his body, being refined and converted into his own profound energy. A slow smile appeared on his lips. This place really is perfect for me. He opened his eyes again, the red glow now more intense, and looked toward the dark depths of the sea of eternal dark bones. So, let's begin devouring everything. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 136, Devouring the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones. Without wasting any more time, Ren Zu sat down cross-legged at the center of the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of deep meditation, activating his cultivation method at its peak, initiating the process of devouring and refining that entire place. Rumble. A colossal black current, as dense as the abyss itself, rose from all directions. Ancient bones began to shatter, while pure energy, resentment, death, hatred, and demonic essence accumulated over countless eras were drawn into his body, like a river flowing in reverse. The energy was so vast and oppressive that even the air around him distorted. Nearby bones disintegrated into black powder, being dragged toward him and instantly refined by the 10 extreme daos. Every particle of demonic energy was purified, compressed, and transformed into his own profound strength. His cultivation began to advance at a terrifying pace. The Sea of Eternal Dark Bones, which had existed for nearly 1,000,000 years, visibly shrank. Entire valleys of bones turned into empty deserts, the black mist dissipated, and the eternal wails of malevolent spirits were gradually silenced as they were devoured by him. But this was not a place where ordinary demon gods had been buried without reason. Filled with the infinite remains of true demons, it had become the location with the most extreme energy in the current world. As such, the process naturally required a significant amount of time. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Throughout that entire time, Ren Zu remained seated in meditation, devouring the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones and increasing his profound strength. At the same time, he took the opportunity to initiate the final step of the bodily transformation contained within the Heavenly Tyrant Manual, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This was a level at which the very laws were inscribed into a practitioner's body, allowing one to break the limits of the human race. When cultivated to its peak, the mortal body ceased to be mere flesh and instead became a world of its own. Vital force flowed like vast lands and oceans, and the practitioner's very existence would naturally give rise to phenomena such as dragons, phoenixes, and living realms within the aura of their body. This was the true pinnacle of body refinement, a state in which every movement carried the weight of the universe, and the body itself stood as an independent and self-sustaining world, perfectly aligned with the Great Tao. The Great Tao was the origin and source of all things. It can be translated in many ways, path, way, road, or method, but no single translation can fully capture its meaning. According to Taoism, it is the absolute principle that governs the universe, encompassing the balance of yin and yang and representing the natural order that sustains all existence. To follow the Tao is not merely to walk a path of power, but to align oneself with this fundamental order, thus, pursuing it is naturally the only way to attain supernatural abilities or even influence aspects of the natural world. A simple way to understand the Great Tao is to imagine it as the flow of a vast river. All things, people, energy, nature, are like small boats within this river. Those who row against the current grow exhausted, lose energy, and rarely advance. But those who understand the flow and move with the current can travel great distances with minimal effort. The Tao is this invisible flow, it cannot be seen directly, but it can be felt and followed. The more one harmonizes with it, the more natural and powerful their existence becomes. Additionally, there exist countless lesser Taos, specific paths representing fundamental aspects of reality, such as fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, darkness, space, and even time. Each of these Taos is essentially a different route within the great flow of the universe. A practitioner may choose to follow only one or comprehend several simultaneously, refining them continuously to reach ever greater depths. The crucial point, however, is that any Tao can evolve into a reflection of the great Tao itself. This occurs when a practitioner reaches such a profound level of understanding and refinement that the specific path ceases to be merely a fragment and instead comes to embody totality in itself. In his case, having already mastered the Taos of fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, light, darkness, space, and even partially touched upon time, his mastery had reached a terrifying level. The integration and depth of these paths were so immense that, to many, the entirety of his comprehension could already be considered a great Tao in formation. His body was another path he had been walking since the beginning, a Tao of his own, shaped through continuous refinement. During the 2 years he spent in the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones, he managed to open 4 stars of the Tao Palace, elevating his body to an entirely new level. These stars were the Army-Destroying Star, Tao Palace of the Purple Mansion, the Greedy Wolf Star, Tao Palace of Celestial Retribution, the Precious Destiny Star, Tao Palace of the Extreme Polar, and the Davik Eye Star, Tao Palace of the Celestial Eye. If he had not used a significant portion of the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones energy to refine his body, his level of profound strength would have reached an even higher level. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Even so, what he achieved was already absolutely terrifying. He reached the first level of the Divine Sovereign Realm. He leaped directly from the Divine Spirit Realm, completely bypassing the Divine King Realm and reaching, in a single step, the Divine Sovereign Realm. All of this in just 2 years. If anyone were to hear of such a feat, they would likely consider it utter nonsense or assume he was blatantly lying, delusional after suffering a cultivation deviation, or simply trying to write his own legend without the slightest restraint. After all, for most practitioners, crossing a single realm required decades, sometimes centuries, and he had simply skipped 2 entire levels as if skipping steps in a tedious tutorial. Becoming a divine sovereign meant far more than merely possessing power, it meant becoming sovereign over the masses within the realm of gods. At this level, one could freely traverse the starry skies, cross the void, and view the world from an entirely different perspective, as a true existence above countless beings. But the enhancement of his body and profound strength was only part of the transformation that occurred over those 2 years of devouring the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones. He successfully fused his Dragon God physique with the Immortal Jade Dragon physique, further elevating his power by integrating the various special physical attributes inherited from his numerous legacies. The result of this fusion was something entirely new, a body that transcended any single lineage. He named it the Absolute Principle Body, an existence representing the unification of all his special physiques into a single cohesive whole, eliminating conflicts between energies and maximizing every aspect to its theoretical limit. Through this fusion, he awakened an ability he called the 72 Transformations. It was, essentially, the ability to assume any form he desired with absolute perfection. This was not a mere illusion or disguise, each transformation made him genuinely become that existence. More than that, upon assuming a form, he would not simply become an ordinary member of that race, he would become its very origin. He would possess the purest and most noble lineage possible, as if he were the progenitor or the ideal version of that being. In other words, each transformation did not merely replicate, it surpassed, placing him at the natural apex of any form he chose to assume. He conducted numerous tests over the 2 years he spent in the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones and was more than satisfied with the results of this ability. If anyone were to ask, he would say that this place had been the perfect seclusion. Not only because no one disturbed him, but because he emerged so absurdly powerful that even he could no longer accurately gauge his own strength. In other words, he had evolved to the point of losing track of his own power, which, considering the kind of world he lived in, was both extremely impressive and slightly concerning. But he was still far from achieving his goal of becoming truly immortal. However, remaining in seclusion would not help him accomplish that. Ren Zu decided it was time to end his cultivation. After all, he had practically drained the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones completely. Everything around him had transformed. What was once an infinite ocean of black bones and oppressive energy had now become a vast, silent white desert, devoid of any trace of life or resentment. He had devoured nearly everything. He exhaled slowly, releasing a long, controlled breath. In the next instant, he opened his eyes. His eyes, red like living blood, shone with a terrifying depth, like 2 abysses capable of devouring light itself. A faint smile, satisfied and slightly arrogant, curved his lips. Not bad. Ren Zu slowly stood up. The movement was simple, yet carried an overwhelming presence. He stretched his arms above his head, his bones and muscles cracking softly. His dark purple robes fluttered with the motion, and his long white hair fell flawlessly over his shoulders. He cast one final glance around, observing the desert of bones he himself had created, a place that was once an endless sea of death and was now nothing but absolute silence. A more pronounced smile appeared on his face. It's time. He raised his gaze toward the top of the abyss, where the exit of the Sea of Eternal Dark Bones lay. Time to conquer the Yama realm. The space around him distorted slightly, as if it could not withstand his presence for long. Without haste, he took a step forward, and in the next instant, he vanished from the desert of bones, leaving behind nothing but the absolute silence he himself had created. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, 2 years later, countless changes, Eastern Divine Region, Flame God Realm. The Flame God Realm had been a hot and blazing realm since time immemorial, with an extremely high density and activity of fire elements. The temperature was far beyond the endurance limit of an ordinary person, yet it was a paradise for heirs of fire-attributed bloodlines, fire-attributed profound beasts, and fire-attributed cultivators with their profound arts. The flame god realm was formed upon an ancient fire vein that had existed there since the ancient era of the gods. In the central region of the flame vein, there was a vast sea of fire stretching across nearly 50,000 kilometers, the buried divine hell prison. The inhabitants of the flame god realm held the utmost reverence for the flame vein and the buried divine hell prison. Furthermore, they had never stopped exploring the buried divine hell prison throughout these countless years. Unfortunately, none of them had ever managed to reach the bottom of the buried divine hell prison. The buried divine hell prison was so enormous that it could even be considered an ancient miracle. The air of the flame god realm was hot and turbulent, as if one had entered a blazing furnace. The sky was an incredibly deep crimson, like a piece of iron heated until it glowed red. It was unclear whether it appeared that way due to its proximity to the buried divine hell prison or if it was simply a characteristic of the flame god realm's sky. At the exact center of the flame god realm stood the Imperial Flaming Palace, the official residence of the flaming imperial family and the political and cultural heart of the entire realm. The palace was colossal, built entirely from blazing red stones and crystallized lava that glowed constantly as though alive. Tall and pointed towers rose into the sky like frozen flames, while rivers of golden lava flowed through artificial channels around the structures, creating a breathtaking spectacle of light and heat. Bridges made of flaming crystal connected the various pavilions, and the air surrounding the entire palace shimmered due to the extreme heat. In one of the palace's most secluded and luxurious inner courtyards, far from the eyes of servants and guards, two young women sat beneath the shade of an eternal flame tree whose crimson leaves never fell. They were the little demon empress and Feng Shuer. Over the past 2 years, neither of them had changed much in appearance. Feng Shuer still possessed incomparable beauty, like a celestial fairy stepped out of an ancient painting. Her long silky black hair flowed gently down to her waist, while her crystal blue eyes still carried the same innocence and gentleness as before. However, there was something different now. A faint sharpness had appeared in her gaze, replacing part of the naivety that once dominated her expression. The most noticeable change, however, was her aura. Her profound strength had become completely unfathomable, and she now carried a natural majesty capable of making others unconsciously hold their breath in her presence. At that moment, Feng Shuer truly resembled a genuine divine phoenix reincarnated into the mortal world. The little demon empress, on the other hand, had changed even more noticeably. Her body had matured astonishingly in just 2 years. Her figure, which had already possessed flawless delicacy before, now carried far more mature and captivating curves, especially around her chest, which had become much fuller, firmer, and perfectly rounded. She was dressed in her traditional red and gold imperial robes, exuding a noble and domineering aura worthy of a true sovereign. The little demon empress sat elegantly with her legs crossed, but her expression carried a faint trace of impatience and longing. "It's already been 2 years," she murmured while looking at the crimson-flamed sky above. Her voice remained as cold and lofty as ever, yet there was an almost imperceptible hint of dissatisfaction hidden within it. "That idiot is probably out there enjoying himself while we're stuck here." Feng Shuer smiled softly upon hearing that. "Husband is probably doing what needs to be done, Sister Tsai." Her voice was gentle and calm. "Besides, didn't he already tell us it would take a few years before we could meet again?" The little demon empress let out a soft snort and looked away. "This empress does not need you reminding me of that every time I complain about our husband." Feng Shuer did not seem bothered by her elder sister's words. However, her crystal blue eyes now carried a faint glimmer of dissatisfaction that had not existed in the past. She let out a small sigh, almost like a delicate complaint, before speaking in a low and sincere voice. "I miss him very much too, Sister Tsai." Her expression, normally as gentle and pure as that of a celestial fairy, gained a rare slight frown. "Even if he said he needed time, it's still unfair. If husband truly wanted to, he could come visit us at any moment. He possesses that absurd ability to freely traverse space, yet he prefers to leave us here waiting." If Ren Zu had been present at that moment, he would probably have been shocked. His sweet, gentle, and innocent Feng Shuer, the woman who once seemed incapable even of complaining, was now displaying a small yet unmistakable emotional fierceness. It was obvious that living daily with the little demon empress had greatly influenced her personality over those 2 years. The little demon empress immediately nodded, crossing her arms beneath her ample chest with obvious satisfaction. "Exactly. Even you have started to notice it," she said coldly, though her tone carried approval. "That man truly has no shame whatsoever. He said it would take years before we reunited, yet with the shameless ability he has to travel through space however he pleases, he could easily show up from time to time. Does he think we can simply stay here waiting forever?" Feng Shuer lowered her gaze slightly and delicately bit her lower lip. "Sometimes I think about that too. He always says he loves us, yet he keeps leaving us alone for so long." Her voice became even softer. "Even knowing it's for our own good and so we can grow stronger, I still miss him. I wish I could at least see him from time to time." The little demon empress immediately turned her face away, pretending indifference, although the tips of her ears had turned slightly red. "Humph, this empress misses him too. But don't think I'll admit that so easily when that man appears. She narrowed her eyes. If he keeps ignoring us like this, he can wait and see what happens when he returns. The two exchanged glances before lightly smiling at each other, sharing a rare sense of mutual understanding. It was a scene that would probably leave Ren Zu extremely surprised, and perhaps a little worried. The little demon empress fell silent for a few seconds. Her fingers lightly tightened around her teacup, and a faint ripple of emotion passed through her cold eyes, a deep longing that she refused to display openly. If I keep talking about him, I won't be able to control myself. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to maintain her usual composure. Her heart was so full of yearning that she feared if she kept talking about Ren Zu, she would eventually lose her patience and overturn the entire god realm searching for that man. Thus, she abruptly changed the subject. Leave that man aside for now, she said calmly, as though the matter did not affect her. How is the administration of the Divine Phoenix sect going? Have you already grown accustomed to the responsibilities? Feng Shui blinked, noticing the sudden shift in her elder sister's tone, but she did not comment on it. A smile returned to her lips as she replied. It's going well, Sister Tsai. At first, it was a little difficult to get used to making so many decisions and having so many people depending on me, but now I can already handle most things calmly. 2 years ago, when they had been sent by their husband to the Flame God realm, the two ended up separated during the first 6 months. During that period, they went through completely different experiences and faced countless challenges on their own. For Feng Shui, however, it ultimately became an unexpected opportunity. Thanks to the Divine Phoenix inheritance within her body, her existence quickly attracted the attention of the Divine Phoenix sect of the Flame God realm. One event led to another, and after awakening her bloodline power even further and proving her incomparable talent, Feng Shui ultimately came to be recognized as the new Divine Phoenix leader. Her current position within the Flame God realm could be considered extraordinarily high. Not only because of her terrifying strength and monstrous potential, but also because her bloodline had reached a level of purity far surpassing that of previous generations. To many members of the Divine Phoenix sect and those who possessed the bloodline of that divine beast, she was already seen almost as a true incarnation of the primordial Divine Phoenix ancestor. The little demon empress nodded lightly, clearly satisfied. If you need help with anything, just call me. You don't need to carry everything alone. Feng Shui gently shook her head, politely refusing. That won't be necessary. Sister Tsai already has much greater responsibilities. She smiled faintly. After all, you are now the queen of the Flame God realm. Compared to what you manage, the affairs of the Divine Phoenix sect are far simpler. Indeed, between the two of them, the one who had fulfilled the objective given by their husband in the most absurd way was precisely the little demon empress. During the 6 months in which they remained separated, she ended up achieving a position that no one in the Flame God realm had ever imagined possible. She became the queen of the Flame God realm. The reason was relatively simple. Since time immemorial, the Flame God realm had possessed an absolute rule: any individual capable of reaching the bottom of the buried divine hell prison would automatically earn the right to rule the entire realm. The problem was that no one had ever succeeded. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, no expert had been capable of completely traversing that infernal prison. As a consequence, the Flame God realm had never possessed a truly unified sovereign, and internal disputes among the great factions were extremely common whenever important matters arose. Until the appearance of the little demon empress. Against all expectations, she crossed the buried divine hell prison alone and reached the bottom of that forbidden place, breaking a record that had existed since the realm's creation. From that moment onward, no one could question her legitimacy any longer. The last year and a half merely served to completely consolidate her authority. After ascending the throne, the little demon empress officially established the flaming imperial family, ushering in a new era for the Flame God realm. With an iron hand and domineering methods, she suppressed all factions and forces that had previously lived in constant conflict over power. The clans and sects that refused to accept her authority were mercilessly crushed, while those who bowed their heads became part of the new order under her command. In merely a year and a half, she accomplished something the Flame God realm had failed to achieve for hundreds of thousands of years: she completely unified the entire realm under a single government. Her current reputation within the Flame God realm could be described in just 2 words: absolute authority. The little demon empress let out a faint arrogant snort, raising her chin with obvious pride. Ruling a realm is nothing special. One simply needs to display absolute strength and govern with an iron fist, just as I did in the illusory demon realm. If anyone dares to oppose me, they only need to be crushed. That resolves things far more quickly and efficiently. Feng Shui could not help but laugh softly upon hearing her sister's domineering tone. Although the little demon empress had always been proud, these 2 years living together had made it clear just how direct and ruthless she was in matters of governance. You truly haven't changed at all in that regard. Feng Shui murmured affectionately. The little demon empress snorted once again, but the corner of her lips curled slightly upward, revealing a rare trace of satisfaction. The two continued chatting peacefully beneath the eternal flame tree, the hot air surrounding them filled with a calm atmosphere. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, 2 years later, countless changes, 2. The vast Eastern Divine Region, Star God Realm. Jasmine silently observed her own reflection in the mirror. After inheriting the power of the heavenly slaughter star god, her appearance seemed to have been permanently frozen in time. Even after so many years, she still looked like a girl of only 13 or 14 years old. However, there was nothing childish about her. Her ink-black eyes exuded an almost demonic coldness and indifference. Anyone who met that gaze would feel a chill run through their body, as though a blood-stained blade had been pressed directly against their throat. Combined with her long crimson hair that seemed dyed with fresh blood, she truly looked like an evil demon. The face reflected in the mirror was so exquisitely perfect that it almost seemed like a dream. Yet that 13 or 14-year-old face emitted no sense of immaturity, only a charm capable of stealing someone's soul. She silently faced herself in the mirror for a long time. It had already been 2 years since she had gained a husband. During that time, she realized something she had never imagined possible in her cold and lonely life. She thought about Ren Zu every single day. She constantly wondered whether he was doing well, where he was at that moment, and whether he still thought about her the same way. Sometimes, she would catch herself staring blankly into space for long minutes, imagining when he would finally appear before her once again. It was almost strange to realize it, but a great part of her thoughts now naturally revolved around Ren Zu. Her anger, her goals, her loneliness, and even her patience all seemed to have begun existing because of that man. He had silently become the emotional center of a life that had once been filled with nothing but hatred and blood. But she would not trade that for anything. By his side, she had always possessed the strange certainty that no matter what happened, Ren Zu would do everything within his power to make her smile and protect her. That feeling was something she had never experienced before. The hatred she carried within herself had not disappeared completely. She still deeply hated her father and continued wishing to kill him with her own hands, but ever since meeting Ren Zu, that darkness seemed to have lost its absolute control over her life. It was like shadows slowly being dispersed by sunlight. The most unbelievable thing to her was that, because of the promise she had made to him, she had truly managed to restrain her impulses during these past 2 years. Before, Jasmine had sincerely believed she would never be capable of such a thing. Knock knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking echoed through the silent Star God Hall. The knock sounded only twice and was very gentle. It was obvious that the person knocking was being cautious. Soon after, the voice of an elegant man could be heard. "Royal sister, may I ent?" "Get lost." A freezing word devoid of any emotion or any other kind of restraint. "Royal sister. I am still, after all, your elder brother. I have some important matters. This princess only has one elder brother, and he is already dead." Her voice became gravely cold and filled with killing intent. "Do you want to die?" With a bang, the person outside the hall seemed to stagger in shock. When his voice sounded again, it was trembling slightly. "Royal sister, you truly like to joke around." Before he even finished speaking, the men had already fled in fear. Peace returned to the Star God Hall, but it was soon interrupted by the anxious voice of a young girl. "Big sister. Big sister." The doors of the hall were pushed open directly, and a young girl who looked as though she had only just entered adolescence rushed inside. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. If anyone saw her, they would never believe their eyes. She looked like an immaculate sculpture carved from jade. Her brows were crescent-shaped, her eyes shone like stars, her lips were luscious, and every inch of her resembled a breathtaking jade statue. Her build was petite, and she wore a colorful skirt. The 7 colors of her skirt clashed vividly against the gray and dark scenery of this realm. As the mountain winds blew, her skirt revealed a pair of jade-white thighs. Her snow-white feet were fitted into a pair of 7-colored glass shoes. She hurriedly ran until she stopped in front of Jasmine. Within the entire Star God realm, there was only one person who dared to act so casually within the Star God realm. Princess Caiji. Aside from her, not even the Star God Emperor would dare behave in such a manner. Jasmine slightly frowned, something that rarely happened. "Caiji, what happened?" Upon seeing her younger sister's anxious expression, her heart immediately became uneasy. During the years she had spent away from the Star God realm, Caiji had officially accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Wolf Star God. To countless people in the God realm, inheriting the power of a Star God was a supreme honor, something they would never even dare dream of attaining. But to Jasmine, it had never been a blessing, it was a catastrophe. For that reason, whenever she saw Caiji displaying intense emotions or unusual behavior, she could not help but feel anxious and worried. But fortunately, such concern proved unnecessary. Caiji blinked a few times, tilted her head innocently, and then revealed a mischievous, almost malicious smile. "Eh? Nothing happened, big sister. Why are you so nervous? Jasmine let out a long sigh of relief. She closed her eyes for a second, trying to calm the heart that had nearly leapt out of her chest. Then why did you rush in like that? It looked like something serious had happened. Saiji's smile widened even further after seeing her sister's reaction. Her eyes curved into mischievous little crescents as she lightly swayed her body, clearly excited. Because I was really anxious to learn more about my brother-in-law, she said while quickly moving closer. Big sister, you always say he's very strong and handsome, but you hardly ever tell me anything. I've been trying to get more information out of you for 2 whole years. She puffed out her cheeks slightly in fake dissatisfaction before continuing. I thought that after all this time, you would finally talk more about him. That's why I got so excited. Saiji's eyes sparkled with curiosity. So, what is he really like? Is he truly as powerful as you said? And, does he treat big sister well? Her voice lowered slightly at the end, though the mischievous smile still remained on her face. Have you two already done husband and wife things? Jasmine violently choked. Cough. Her entire face instantly turned red, an explosive mixture of embarrassment and anger appearing in her black eyes. She pointed a finger at her younger sister, her voice coming out louder than intended. Saiji. What are you talking about? Who taught you to say such indecent things? You are a princess of the star god realm. How dare you ask something like that? Saiji giggled softly, covering her mouth with one hand, clearly enjoying her sister's explosive reaction. But big sister, you yourself said he's your husband. It's normal to want to know these things, isn't it? Besides, you turn red every single time we talk about him. That can only mean you've already done it, right? And you don't want to tell me. How unfair. I'm your younger sister, I should know these important things. Jasmine deeply sighed, massaging her temples with her delicate fingers. Her face still carried a faint blush, but she regained part of her usual composure, although her black eyes revealed a complex mixture of irritation, embarrassment, and an almost imperceptible softness whenever Ren Zu was mentioned. She remained silent for several seconds, pondering. During the past 2 years, Jasmine had avoided speaking deeply about Ren Zu with Saiji precisely because of the countless eyes and ears spread throughout the star god realm. Any remotely important information could easily reach the wrong ears. But now the situation was different. The profound god convention was rapidly approaching, and within a few months, the existence of her husband would inevitably become known throughout the entire god realm anyway. In that case, perhaps it was already time to tell her a little more. Jasmine looked at her younger sister, who stared back at her with those bright eyes full of childish curiosity and mischief. A resigned sigh escaped her lips. All right. I'll tell you a little about him. Saiji's eyes immediately shone with excitement. Jasmine hesitated for a moment, as though carefully choosing her words. Her voice came out lower, almost reluctant. His name is Ren Zu. He is different from anyone I have ever met. Strong. Extremely strong. So strong that sometimes even I wonder whether he is truly human. He not only helped me reconstruct my body, but also gave me resources and knowledge that allowed me to advance this much in only 2 years. He is calm, almost irritatingly calm most of the time. But when he wants to, he can be gentle. And extremely stubborn. He makes promises to me and actually fulfills every single one of them, even when I do not ask him to. And Jasmine paused for a second, her face growing slightly redder. He treats me well. Very well. Sometimes even too well. Saiji tilted her head, her mischievous smile widening. And is he handsome? Jasmine snorted and turned her face to the side. Ridiculously handsome. The kind that feels unfair to the rest of the world. If he appeared here, he would probably cause an uproar among the girls of the realm. Saiji let out a muffled laugh, clearly delighted by the answer. So my brother-in-law is strong, handsome, gentle, and stubborn. Wow, big sister really found someone incredible. When is he coming here? I want to meet my brother-in-law already. Jasmine narrowed her eyes and pointed a finger at her younger sister in warning. Don't get so excited. And don't think about doing anything foolish when he appears. He is important to me. Understood. Saiji nodded vigorously, but the mischievous gleam in her eyes showed that she was already planning something. Jasmine released another low sigh. She had watched that girl grow up since childhood, how could she not notice what was truly going through her head? Besides, Saiji suddenly barging into her chambers just to ask about Ren Zu clearly was not the real reason. Saiji. Jasmine's gaze suddenly sharpened, and her expression became serious. I watched you grow up. Don't try to lie to me. Her black eyes locked directly onto her younger sister. What exactly are you trying to do? I don't believe wanting to know about Ren Zu is the reason you entered my chamber so anxiously. Stop trying to divert my attention. Saiji discreetly bit her lips while looking away. Her voice, previously full of energy, became much lower and hesitant. Actually, I wanted to go out for a bit, sister. Jasmine narrowed her eyes, her expression growing even more serious upon noticing her younger sister's unusual hesitation. She knew Saiji better than anyone, that girl rarely became nervous or evasive without a concrete reason. Saiji, she called out in a low voice filled with authority. Look at me. Saiji bit her lower lip, her fingers nervously playing with the colorful hem of her skirt. After several seconds of silence, she finally raised her gaze, her bright eyes now carrying a mixture of excitement and anxiety. I can't stand being locked up here anymore. Big sister, why don't you just come with me? Please, please. We can go out together, and you won't need to worry about me. Her gaze became watery, as though she were a pitiful little kitten begging for food. Jasmine narrowed her eyes for a long moment, analyzing the almost pleading expression of her younger sister. Saiji rarely displayed such anxiety over something as simple as going out for a while. After silently considering it, she let out a resigned sigh. All right. I'll go with you, Jasmine said, her voice still filled with authority but carrying a faint trace of surrender. There is no reason for you to come in here so anxiously and try to improve my mood by talking about Ren Zu like that. If you want to go out, then we will go together. But don't think you'll be able to do whatever you want on your own. Saiji's face immediately lit up, her eyes sparkling like stars. Really? Big sister is the best. She stuck out her tongue playfully before continuing with a mischievous smile. Ever since you met brother-in-law, big sister has become much nicer before, you would never consider going out with me this easily. Jasmine felt her face heat up once again. She pointed a finger at her younger sister with a stern expression. Saiji. Don't push your luck. Do you want me to change my mind? Saiji quickly covered her mouth with both hands, pretending to regret her words, though her eyes were still dancing with happiness. Sorry, big sister. I didn't mean anything bad. I promise I'll behave. Jasmine snorted, but she could not completely hide the faint smile that appeared at the corner of her lips. Then let's go already. Didn't you want to go out? Saiji nodded vigorously, jumping in excitement before affectionately grabbing Jasmine's arm. The two sisters left Jasmine's private chambers together, walking through the silent corridors of the Star God Hall. If you enjoy following the story ahead of time, with higher quality and exclusive content, this is your chance. Thank you so much for your support, you make all of this worthwhile.